Chapter 1. The 59th year of Konoha Ninja Academy. At long last, graduation is upon us. The physical examination yesterday was indeed a matter of life and death. Life and death. What nonsense are you spouting? Even the absolute bottom dweller could pass that graduation exam, and you dare to call it a matter of life and death. Oh, come now, Titan. Although that guy is inept at ninjutsu and jinjutsu, this physical examination just happens to be his forte. TCH, a bottom dweller who can't perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu can graduate. That Lee fellow is truly fortunate. Fortunate? Perhaps his successful graduation is merely the beginning of his misfortune. Being a ninja is no child's play. I hope I won't be grouped with him after the class division. True enough, having such a useless teammate would be a disaster. Speaking of bottom dwellers, we must mention this year's top graduate, Neji. I wonder if I can be placed in the same group as him. Exactly. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can avert many dangers. If I had such a teammate, future missions would be considerably safer. That guy's personality is quite difficult to deal with. Listening to the cacophony of discussions around him, Ishikawa couldn't help but sigh, instinctively glancing at the three figures ahead. Neji, Rock Lee, 1010. Damn it. Why is it that others who traverse here are either protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke, or members of renowned clans such as Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga? Even if they are from other villages, it would be bearable. Yet here I am, reduced to a mere background character alongside Neji. Feeling a tumult of frustration and complexity as he gazed at Neji and his companions, Ishikawa's heart was heavy with unspoken grievances. This graduating class has no renowned teams apart from Guy's squad. The only notable individual is that nepotistic rogue ninja, Titan. His status as a mere background character is beyond doubt. What bad luck. Even in 2024, I have never encountered such an absurd situation. Becoming a mere background character is one thing, but to have no standard system typical of traversers is truly a calamity. Ordinary individuals have a ceiling of becoming chunin at best, while jonin are talents of remarkable caliber. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, others rely on their bloodline abilities, while even the diligent guy, a paragon of effort, had to bow down. How can an ordinary person like me survive? The harsher reality is that, let alone the Fourth War, I don't even know if this frail body of mine can withstand the impending invasion of Orochimaru 2 years from now. Am I destined to expose myself as a traverser and spoil the plot? If I were to speak of it, I would likely be subjected to mind-searching and imprisonment, or worse, meet my demise in the next moment. Neither the Third Hokage nor Danzo would allow a traverser to roam freely in the ninja world, exposing Konoha and future secrets. Indeed, the outcome is bound to be dire. Everyone quiet down. Just as Ishikawa's thoughts spiraled, a chunin entered the classroom, loudly reprimanding them. The newcomer was their homeroom teacher, the Konoha chunin, Haruki Hikage. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate you all on successfully graduating as genin. From now on, you will be ninjas capable of guarding Konoha independently. From now on, you will be grouped in threes to form teams with jonin instructors for mission execution. However, do not rejoice too soon. Graduating to genin is merely the beginning. If deemed unqualified by your jonin instructors, you will be sent back to repeat a year. I certainly do not wish to see any of you in the Ninja Academy again, so pay attention. We will now begin the class division. As Haruki Hikage stood at the podium with a list in hand, the excited crowd suddenly turned pale, swallowing hard as cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Sent back to repeat a year? That would be utterly humiliating. Repeat a year? If I had to do that, why would I have passed the examination yesterday? Ishikawa scoffed at the notion, feeling no stirrings in his heart. He had traversed here just a week ago. It would have been easy to graduate alongside Naruto and Sasuke. But Ishikawa had resolutely cast aside that naive thought. Delaying graduation by a year would mean an additional year of growth. While staying in the Ninja Academy might be safe, for him, it would simply be a waste of time. With Konoha's collapse in 2 years and the Fourth Great Ninja War in 5, if he wanted to survive, he had to graduate and grow swiftly. Class 3. Neji, 1010, Rock Lee. Guy's squad has finally arrived, Ishikawa mused, casting a complex gaze at Neji and his companions. Though Neji would fall during the Fourth War, that did not diminish their standing among ordinary ninjas. The 12 young ninjas, the strongest representatives of Konoha's new generation. I will definitely surpass Neji and become a prominent ninja of Konoha. To be grouped with Neji, how wonderful. That bottom dweller? It doesn't matter, we're all just dragging the team down anyway. Amidst the envious and relieved glances from the crowd, Lee, Ten, and Neji shouted in unison, utterly devoid of team spirit. Now I'm at ease. No need to worry about being grouped with that bottom dweller, Lee. Indeed. But that guy is truly fortunate to be paired with the genius, Neji. Is this grouping meant to balance the team's strength? Hearing the arrogant remarks from his classmates, Ishikawa raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with disdain. In other contexts, a bottom dweller might truly be a bottom dweller, but here in Konoha, a bottom dweller is essentially equivalent to a genius. They're not figures that mere background characters like them can afford to comment on. If he were not so aware of his inability to endure the hardships of training under Guy, Ishikawa would have tried to apprentice under the Guy, for that represents the ceiling for ordinary individuals. Next, we have Class 7. Ishikawa instinctively turned to Haruki Hikage, eager to see which 3 unfortunate souls comprise this class. Class 7 is the protagonist class, destined to be eliminated by Kakashi and reduced to a mere background character team. At least in his memory, the previous iteration of the background team was directly eliminated. Banjiro, Yamada Taro, and Mitarai Ishikawa. Nanny. Hearing the final name, Ishikawa's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily exclaimed. His full name is indeed Mitarai Ishikawa. This outcome was something he had never anticipated. To think he would be one of those 3 unfortunate souls. Kakashi at this moment is not the Kakashi of the future. He is currently in a state of uncertainty and disinterest in leading the team. And if he dislikes you, he will deem you unqualified. If it weren't for Naruto's special identity and protagonist halo granting him leniency, the outcome would undoubtedly be elimination. No, this may be my chance to change my fate. Suddenly, Ishikawa realized, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although Kakashi's evaluations are hellish for others, for a traverser, it is akin to an open book examination. If he could successfully apprentice under Kakashi, the future Sixth Hokage, this would undoubtedly serve as a massive springboard for him to leap across social classes without a golden finger. Had it not been for the fact that Kakashi had just emerged from the Umbu and the third Hokage's intention to awaken Kakashi through leadership, this opportunity would never have fallen to their male-dominated background team. As a mere ordinary traverser without a golden finger, Ishikawa had no right to aim too high. His ambition was simply to become a special jonin within 5 years. Do you not see the geniuses of his generation, such as Neji or the young ninjas? The Fourth War would merely be at the level of jonin. As for saving the world, is that something a background character like him should even contemplate? He must hold tightly to Kakashi's thigh. Oh Kakashi, shall we compete to see who becomes a guiding jonin first? Just as Ishikawa was secretly excited, a loud, spirited voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Is that your reason for dragging me over so early? Sorry, I refuse, a lazy voice followed, and Ishikawa then saw a drowsy Kakashi being pulled into the classroom by Mike Guy. Class 7, follow me. On the rooftop of the teaching building. Let's start with self-introductions. I am Konoha Jonin, Hatake Kakashi. My age, interests, and other details are confidential. As for dreams and dislikes, well, I prefer not to say. Now it's your turn. Leaning against the rooftop railing, Kakashi casually scanned the 3, speaking lazily while his gaze drifted off to the clouds in the sky. This guy is far too lackadaisical. Watching Kakashi's absent-mindedness, Ishikawa felt a wave of darkness wash over him as he silently critiqued. Though he had long known that the current Kakashi was unreliable, this was far too blatant. Kakashi-sensei, my name is Yamada Taro, and I'm 12 years old. I currently have no hobbies or dislikes. My dream is to become a jonin like you and protect the village, Yamada Taro said, his voice trembling, unsure of where he had offended this teacher. I am Banjiro, Also 12. I have no hobbies, but I dislike eating fish because of the bones. As for my dream, I wish to have a home. Jiro followed, his eyes slightly reddening with longing as he mentioned home. A home, huh? Kakashi paused slightly, glancing at Jiro, recalling the previous information he had reviewed. An orphan from a war, I see that I am Ishikawa Mitarai, age 12. My hobbies include practicing ninjutsu, and I detest my own weakness. My dream is to become Hokage and protect the village. Mitsukai proclaimed loudly, his expression earnest, as he observed the introductions of the other two. A child who cries will receive milk. After all, shouting slogans does not cost a thing. Why not shout a few times to establish persona? Of course, the dream of becoming Hokage is a mere facade at present. He lacks the qualifications to even discuss such aspirations. Furthermore, the tireless dedication required to be Hokage is not what Mitsukai seeks. His true desire is to survive the Fourth Great Ninja War and subsequently indulge in unrestrained revelry with a few charming anime girls. Having traversed worlds, why pretend to be innocent? What folly! To become Hokage, you say? Kakashi replied, his deadpan eyes glancing at Mitsukai before he straightened up. Well then, this introduction session concludes here. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, gather at the third training ground with your ninja gear. I shall conduct a survival exercise. Remember, do not eat breakfast. With that, before the three could react, Kakashi vanished in a blur. Not allowed to eat breakfast? Yamada Taro expressed his doubt, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Mitsukai and the other. I never expected we would be teammates, big brother Jiro. I, too, did not anticipate that the three of us would be grouped together. Neji Jiro eagerly nodded at Mitsukai. From now on, we shall follow your lead, big brother. Mitsukai, unperturbed by their enthusiastic declarations, simply nodded in agreement. According to the memories of his previous life, he had grown up alongside these two friends, and having been born a few months earlier, he often stood up for them. Thus, the three shared a strong bond, with the two regarding him with the respect one reserves for an elder brother. Perhaps this is why the third Hokage chose the three of us. After all, the previous Team 7 had devolved into infighting, resulting in Kakashi's wrath and their immediate return to the academy for retraining. Mitsukai smirked slightly. This is indeed favorable. With two obedient younger teammates, the survival exercise tomorrow would be significantly easier to navigate. Taro, Jiro, allow me to treat you to a meal. With thoughts of the survival exercise in mind, Mitsukai called out as he led the way out of the school. However, the names of his two younger companions seemed rather cliché. Night fell at the edge of Konoha. Huff, huff, Mitsukai returned home, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa and panting heavily. Yet, his face was marred by a frown. How is it that I have yet to master tree climbing after 6 days? This is truly difficult. Feeling the soreness in his body from depleting chakra, Mitsukai gazed at the ceiling with a wry smile. From the very day he traversed into this world, he devised a simple training regimen based on the plot's advantages. Tree climbing, water walking, Rasengan. However, reality is often harsh thus far. He remained entrenched in the frustrating phase of tree climbing. After a week of training, Mitsukai gained a clearer understanding of the stark contrast between genius and the ordinary. Not to mention the struggles of training. Even the most fundamental chakra eluded him. If Naruto's initial chakra could be equated to 100 Kakashi's, he, at best, possessed a mere 5% of Kakashi's chakra. The disparity is glaring. Naturally, his limited chakra significantly increased the difficulty of his training. Even if Mitsukai comprehended the detailed steps to train in Rasengan, the absence of chakra rendered the endeavor futile. Such is the lament of an ordinary individual. This predicament resembles that of common folk in his previous life, who, despite knowing how to earn money, lacked the initial capital and the ability to afford mistakes. Thus, by the second day of his journey, Mitsukai relinquished the absurd notion of being the protagonist. Fortunately, luck does not seem too dire, he mused, a smile curling his lips at the thought of his teacher, Kakashi, as he stepped into the bathroom to wash up. As Mitsukai turned on the shower, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The dimensions of his single apartment unexpectedly doubled. Every piece of furniture and the overall space expanded, seamlessly incorporating another room. A new doorway emerged on the inner wall, mirroring the entrance to Mitsukai's home. Even the bathroom he occupied expanded significantly. A silhouette materialized outside the bathroom door, a hazy figure of a girl, sleepily reaching for the handle, oblivious to the silent transformations taking place within the room. Creak! As the bathroom door swung open abruptly, Mitsukai, startled and drenched, wiped his face and turned to gaze in bewilderment. In the next moment, he beheld a brown-haired girl in a bathrobe, her wide eyes filled with shock as she stared at him. Ah! Ah! Almost simultaneously, their eyes met, and they both let out a startled scream. Mitsukai heard a delicate, bell-like voice ring out before the bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding bang. What on earth is happening? Mitsukai, hastily wrapping a towel around himself to cover his critical areas, stared at the door, a mix of frustration and disbelief washing over him. How could a mere traverser be caught unawares by a little girl? Where's the justice in that? Even as a background character, he deserves a modicum of dignity. What is this? Just as Mitsukai was about to step outside to reclaim his dignity, he was taken aback by the enlarged bathroom and the array of toiletries meant for girls. What in the world is happening? Has the room traveled through time alongside him? Or has his long-awaited golden finger finally arrived after a week's delay? Contemplating that possibility, Mitsukai instinctively swallowed hard and disregarded everything as he opened the door to peer outside. Almost instantaneously, a kunai pressed against his neck. The chilling, lethal glint sent Mitsukai's heart racing, rendering him frozen in place, limbs tingling. Yaira-rin? Gazing at the familiar yet frosty visage of the petite girl before him, Mitsukai's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out. Tears of fate cannot be concealed. All he sees is Rin. As a traverser, Mitsukai naturally recognized that face. But how could this be possible? It is currently the year 59 in Konoha. How could the deceased Yaira-rin appear in his room? This is absurd. Who are you? How do you know my name? And why are you bathing in my home? Yaira-rin, her expression pale as if she had seen a ghost, instinctively tightened her grip on the kunai, her anger bubbling over in a flurry of questions. Caught off guard by the unexpected presence of this stranger in her home, Rin felt a mix of suspicion and shyness. To be honest, this was her first time witnessing a boy bathing. Your home? I ought to be asking you why you are in my house. Even if it were a haunting, it would not be this outrageous. Miss Rin, you have been dead for many years. Mitsukai retorted helplessly, slowly stepping back to create some distance. I've been dead for many years. Instantly, upon hearing his words, Yaira-rin's eyes widened in fury as she glared at Mitsukai, nearly ready to strike. This fellow, is there truly such a thing as cursing someone so brazenly? Even with her amiable temperament, she cannot tolerate being so recklessly insulted, especially by a stranger, as this individual Lin prepared to take action upon being reprimanded. She intended to apprehend the intruder and hand them over to the interrogators to ascertain whether they were a spy from another village. However, just as she uttered part of her sentence, she noticed the youth before her swiftly emerging from behind the bathroom door, donning a Konoha forehead protector atop his head. I am Ishikawa, a Konoha genin. Are you truly Nohara Lin? Gazing at the vibrant, short-haired girl, Ishikawa's peripheral vision darted around the room, giving rise to a bold notion that if this were indeed an encounter with the supernatural, it seemed improbable that the room would have undergone such significant alterations. Could it be? With this thought, Ishikawa cast another glance at the implausible inner-walled doorway behind Nohara Lin. His home was merely a standard single apartment for orphans in Konoha, and there should not be a third door within the room. Yet now, it had undeniably appeared. Of course I am Nohara Lin, she asserted, noticing Ishikawa's wandering gaze. Pointing to the Konoha forehead protector on the vanity to affirm her identity, she was suddenly struck by the stark changes in the room. Her mind reeling. You know me. What on earth is happening with this room? I don't know. Ishikawa shook his head innocently. I was just in the shower when you suddenly appeared. This response caused Nohara Lin's face to flush crimson. Instinctively glancing at Ishikawa, who was only wrapped in a towel, she quickly averted her gaze. Ahem, regarding you. I saw your photo at Kakashi Sensei's place. Noticing her embarrassment, Ishikawa hastily concocted a connection while redirecting his focus to avoid awkwardness. He certainly could not afford to give her the opportunity to strike. To be bested by a mere girl would be far too humiliating. Ishikawa did not believe that his minor role could stand against Nohara Lin, a prodigy who had advanced to Chunin at 11 and had exchanged Kakashi's eye at 12. Kakashi-sensei. Unsurprisingly, Nohara Lin paused, immediately captivated by Ishikawa's revelation, her deep brown eyes wide with confusion and incredulity. It was as if she were silently questioning, "Is the Kakashi you speak of the same Kakashi I know?" "Yes, indeed, it is Kakashi-sensei." Meeting Lin's skeptical gaze, Ishikawa steeled himself. "I'm uncertain why you, who sacrificed so much, have appeared in my home." Sacrifice for years. Upon hearing this information again, Lin's mind exploded with bewilderment, her delicate frame trembling, her face as pale as a sheet. What on earth is going on? Witnessing Lin's startled expression, Ishikawa sighed inwardly, not daring to underestimate her. Anyone who suddenly learned of their own demise would surely find it hard to accept calmly. Seizing the moment while Nohara Lin was lost in her thoughts, Ishikawa took a deep breath and confidently strode to his front door, opening it with a fluid motion. Just as I suspected, observing the night outside, unchanged from before, he confirmed he was within the familiar village. Promptly returning indoors, ignoring the awkwardness of being clad only in a towel, Ishikawa hurriedly approached the inner wall door, the very portal that had previously not existed, and reached for the doorknob. If his guess was correct, then beyond lay creak. The moment Ishikawa's hand made contact with the doorknob, a jolt coursed through his body, every bone convulsing, and all his cells felt as if they were ablaze with excruciating heat. What the hell? Where did this electric shock come from? Ishikawa's eyes bulged as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening and collapsing to the ground, smoke escaping his mouth. "Hey, are you all right?" Nohara Lin turned in alarm at Ishikawa's sudden scream. In that instant, as she turned, she caught sight of the towel that had slipped from Ishikawa's grasp upon falling, her face flushing a deep crimson as she quickly lowered her gaze in a flurry. Lin dashed to the bed, yanking the sheets to cover Ishikawa's body, before retreating to the bathroom to hurriedly dress. Although she donned sleepwear, she had no desire to find herself in a predicament akin to Ishikawa's. It would be far too embarrassing. At the same moment, beneath the sheets, Ishikawa's heart was filled with indignation and despair. Yet, regardless of his inner turmoil, the pain in his body was beyond his control that a few minutes later, feeling the discomfort subside slightly. Ishikawa mustered the courage to wrap the sheets around himself and struggle to his feet. The next moment, he was greeted by the sight of Nohara Lin, adorned in a light pink dress and safety shorts. Her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. Gazing at the Lin who mirrored the character from his memories, Ishikawa found little inclination for conversation, swiftly turning to gingerly reach for his doorknob once more. "Do you dare to open the door?" Seeing Ishikawa's actions, Nohara Lin furrowed her brows and rushed to the door, calling out to stop him. Yet Ishikawa remained unfazed. If he were to face danger here, he would not have opened the door so easily earlier. Creak. This time, without a hint of surprise, Ishikawa opened the door effortlessly, revealing the moonlight and stars to both of their astonished gazes. "What is that?" In an instant, Nohara Lin's attention was drawn to the distant, hazy Hokage rock. Although its features were obscured, she could distinctly see the presence of 4 faces. But how could this be? Wasn't Konoha only under the 3rd Hokage's reign? How could a 4th visage exist? Moreover, the streets and buildings of Konoha appeared dissimilar to her recollections. This place was Konoha, year 59. Miss Lin. "Welcome to the future," observing Nohara Lin's shocked and bewildered expression. Ishikawa took a deep breath and turned to explain earnestly. "Konoha, year 59, the future?" Lin's pupils contracted in disbelief as she gazed at Ishikawa, her mouth agape in astonishment. She was undoubtedly in Konoha, year 45 of summer. How could it possibly have transformed into 14 years later? "Are you saying you're Kakashi's disciple, 25 years old, 14 years from now?" Rapidly calculating the timeline, Nohara Lin could not help but press Ishikawa further. "Kakashi at 25? My goodness, that would make him 3 years older than Minato-sensei." She couldn't help but wonder how formidable Kakashi, hailed as a super genius, would be at that age 14 years ago. So that makes you 11 in Konoha. Year 45, Ishikawa nodded, his eyes glinting with certainty. The 11-year-old, Nohara Lin, already possessed Chunin-level strength. Even if the Chunin exams were somewhat lenient during wartime, her prowess was not one he could contend with. Now, could you kindly open that door for me to see Konoha of the past? Ishikawa hastily pointed to the portal that had just shocked him, his face brimming with anticipation, since he could successfully open this door. The one on the other side should only be accessible to Nohara Lin. That door, Lin's adorable face scrunched up in contemplation as she bit her lip. From Ishikawa's earlier actions, it seemed that the portal belonging to her era would not attack her. Moreover, she needed to open the door to return her own time. This challenge was unavoidable. She could not forsake it. Creak. With a crisp sound, the portal that had previously shocked Ishikawa was effortlessly opened by Nohara Lin. In an instant, the chaotic battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War appeared before Ishikawa's eyes. Phew. Thankfully, nothing unexpected has occurred. Gazing at the familiar village, Nohara Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. If she had been unable to open the door and return, she would have been in serious trouble. As Lin breathed a sigh of relief, Ishikawa behind her was also filled with excitement, his eyes shining with fervor. Just as he had surmised, the two doors connected two different eras. This meant he could traverse between both times, gaining access to an abundance of resources from the world of Naruto. Without hesitation, Ishikawa seized a handful of shuriken and launched them through the portal, embedding them forcefully into a tree on the other side. "What are you doing?" Lin's expression shifted in alarm as she hurriedly distanced herself, her voice laced with caution. However, before she could fully turn, she witnessed Ishikawa swiftly opening the door and rushing through. This fellow, was he attempting to attack me just now? Nohara Lin hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth, determined to pursue Ishikawa. Yet, despite her swift movements, Ishikawa was quicker, shutting the door behind him. Instinctively, Lin reached for the doorknob, intent on following him. Just as her fingers almost brushed the doorknob, she recalled Ishikawa's earlier ordeal, and in a split second, her chakra surged, anchoring her to the floor. Phew, that was close. Gazing at the doorknob, mere inches from her grasp, Lin released a heavy sigh of relief, ready to withdraw her hand. But in that fleeting moment, creak, outside, Ishikawa suddenly reopened the portal, and the doorknob collided with Lin's right hand at the last possible moment. Crack. As expected, a force akin to thunder surged through her entire being, causing Lin's pupils to dilate, her body collapsing to the ground. What is happening? As Ishikawa stepped through the doorway, he was immediately struck by the scene before him, instinctively catching Nohara Rin's gaze directed towards his own portal. These two doors, could it be that only he could unlock the gateway to his own era? Upon receiving this definitive information, Ishikawa felt a wave of relief wash over him, his surprise turning into joy. If anyone could traverse this portal and manipulate time at will, it would not bode well for him. It could invite peril upon his life. The simple truths of possessing a gem invites jealousy, and the weak are preyed upon by the strong were not lost on Ishikawa. Now, with these two doors accessible only to him and Nohara Rin, it certainly felt like he possessed a unique advantage. However, before that, he cast a glance at the now unconscious Nohara Rin and swiftly laid her upon the bed, discreetly retrieving a rusted kunai from the corner before stepping outside once more. 2 minutes later, suddenly, Nohara Rin stirred from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open to find Ishikawa gazing at her with a look of concern. The proximity startled her. What do you intend to do?" "Miss Rin, I believe we need to converse," Ishikawa replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Converse? Nohara Rin felt an unsettling premonition rise within her as she met Ishikawa's grave expression. Quickly sitting up, she assessed her uninjured condition, feeling a sense of relief. For now, it appeared that Ishikawa had no intentions of harming her. If he had wished to attack, he would have taken advantage of the opportunity when she was unconscious. "Miss Rin, although I am uncertain why our room has bizarrely transcended time and fused, the current situation reveals that the eras we inhabit have intertwined. Your era is the 45th year of Konoha. 14 years ago, while I am situated in the 59th year of Konoha, 14 years into the future. Moreover, The portals can only be opened by us.to traverse into another era. We must cooperate. However, we may be facing a significant dilemma. A significant dilemma? Upon hearing Ishikawa's clear analysis, Nohara Rin furrowed her brow, her nerves fraying. In response, Ishikawa turned without further ado and gestured for her to follow him through the door. The future. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Nohara Rin stepped through the open portal, feeling as though she were passing through an ordinary door. Under their shared tension, she seamlessly crossed into the 59th year of Konoha. Thankfully, she had arrived safely. Ishikawa couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction as he observed Rin's excitement. Although he had previously traversed that portal with the kunai, this was the first genuine confirmation of a living passage. This is Konoha 14 years into the future. Meanwhile, Nohara Rin's heart raced as she scanned her surroundings, eyes widening at the dim silhouette of the fourth Hokage's statue beneath the night sky. However, the distance and darkness obscured the true visage of the monument. Try not to get too excited. I brought you here primarily to see that, Ishikawa interjected, pointing towards a large tree across from them. He wished to avoid drawing unwanted attention to Nohara Rin. What is that? With the aid of the faint moonlight, Nohara Rin's expression shifted as she gazed toward the tree trunk, her face paling slightly. There, embedded within the bark, was a kunai firmly lodged in place. The moonlight revealed faint rust on its handle, a testament to the passage of time. Let us return and discuss this further. Noticing Nohara Rin's startled expression, Ishikawa concealed a subtle smile as he led her back home, closing the door behind them. Is that the kunai you threw earlier? Were you trying to prove whether our two eras influence one another? Once the door was secured, Rin's anxious gaze fixated on Ishikawa. Impressed by her perceptiveness, Ishikawa offered her an appreciative glance, then grew serious. Indeed, this is why I assert that we face a grave problem. Just like that kunai, while our meeting is due to unknown circumstances, the two eras remain within the same temporal flow. Simply put, you exist upstream in the river of time, while I am downstream. Therefore, any actions taken in the upstream era will manifest downstream. For now, we are unaware if this temporal connection is temporary, permanent, or subject to periodic patterns. If others were to discover this and trigger a chain reaction, it could potentially lead to my disappearance or even the obliteration of Konoha. Thus, I implore you to keep this secret between us, at least until we can alter those tragedies. Tragedies? Nohara Rin murmured, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Ishikawa. Sighing, Ishikawa's eyes reflected a somber sentiment. I end that team photo of yours. Only Kakashi-sensei remains. Nanny. The weight of such devastating news caused Nohara Rin to gasp in shock, tears brimming in her eyes. The future not only held her fate, but also that of Minato-sensei and Obito. Tell me, how did Obito and Minato-sensei perish? After a brief moment, Nohara Rin steadied herself and asked in a hoarse whisper. Information was critical. Only by knowing the specifics of their sacrifices could she hope to avert tragedy. She could not allow Kakashi to be left alone. As Ishikawa had said, those tragedies must be changed. I'm sorry, I do not possess that information. However, I will endeavor to find out, Ishikawa replied, feigning regret as he shook his head. Although he was privy to deeper secrets, it did not mean he would divulge everything at this moment. As he had stated, sharing unverified information would only invite trouble. Even with an entire world as a buffer, life was singular, and Ishikawa had not forgotten the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows of the ninja realm. He certainly could not place complete trust in Nohara Rin, who viewed the world through the lens of a narrative. Moreover, Ishikawa needed that information to maximize his own benefits, so he had to exercise caution. Caution, and further caution. If possible, I would like to enlist Miss Rin's assistance in my training. Considering his own circumstances, Ishikawa seized the moment to broach the subject. Despite being a year younger, Nohara Rin's strength and knowledge far surpassed his own. At 11, she could already wield sage techniques, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Very well, and I will keep this secret to prevent any unforeseen repercussions for Konoha, Nohara Rin agreed with a nod, promising to safeguard the secret. Whether out of self-interest or for the sake of Konoha, she had to protect this secret. Furthermore, she felt a sense of obligation. Being Kakashi's apprentice Rin's attitude filled Ishikawa with elation as he quickly proposed practicing tree, climbing, and water walking to master chakra control. He was well aware of his own limitations and had no lofty ambitions of attempting A-grade medical ninjutsu or sage techniques. Perhaps you should change into appropriate attire first, right? Realizing his oversight, Ishikawa's face flushed as he grabbed his clothes and dashed into the bathroom. Obito Minato-sensei, I will change our fate. Watching Ishikawa's flustered retreat, Rin smiled softly, her resolve firm. And Kakashi, wait for us. A few minutes later, fully dressed, Ishikawa approached the wall once more, hands forming seals as he concentrated chakra into his feet, preparing to climb. Yet in that moment, his expression shifted, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What is happening? Why can I extract so much chakra? Just before returning home, he had felt utterly drained, yet now he seemed to be at full capacity. Moreover, his control over chakra appeared significantly enhanced as he felt the abundant chakra coursing through him. Ishikawa's mind raced. His original intention was simply to seek Nohara Rin's guidance and then gradually train. But now, with renewed determination, Ishikawa's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, placing his left foot against the wall. Instantly, he felt the chakra adhere firmly to the wall's surface. Without hesitation, he followed with his right foot, smoothly taking a second and then a third step. It seems you might not need my guidance after all. Although Ishikawa's chakra control was still somewhat rough, he had no trouble climbing the wall, leaving Nohara Rin astonished. Actually, I primarily wanted to inquire about the chakra control technique for water walking. Ishikawa busily retracted his words. Yet his mind raced to discern the underlying reasons. The current situation, markedly different from his usual experiences, was the sudden emergence of this time-space chamber. Could it be that within this room, he could expedite his chakra recovery? But what then was the enhancement of chakra control? Astonishingly, the tree-climbing training he had yet to complete succeeded on his very first attempt. Was it possible that this chamber possessed some sort of training enhancement effect? However, there was no pool or lake here, so he began to verbally explain the chakra control techniques for water walking without much thought, and Nohara Rin chimed in, starting her explanation. Due to the irregularity and unpredictability of water's flow and buoyancy, utilizing chakra became increasingly complex. Observing Nohara Rin as she earnestly imparted her knowledge, Ishikawa promptly set up a basin of water, listening and practicing simultaneously, although the meager water in the basin provided little buoyancy, making the training several times more arduous. Ishikawa had no choice but to make do with the limited conditions. Seizing the opportunity to deplete his chakra, he endeavored to experiment whether this room indeed offered training benefits and accelerated chakra recovery. After a grueling half-hour as the water in the basin churned once more, Ishikawa collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. No, I can't go on. This is my limit, he exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively at the splattered water. His gaze shifting between fluctuating emotions. This shouldn't be happening. Although the effects and duration of this training had surpassed his previous efforts by a considerable margin, it was entirely different from what he had anticipated. At the very least, there was no sign of training enhancement or rapid chakra recovery, despite his body having undergone prior practice. What could be the reason for this? Had his thoughts led him astray? Wait a minute, Ishikawa suddenly realized something, his expression brightening as his gaze fixated on the doorknob behind Nohara, or Indati to be precise. It was that very doorknob. If there was any discernible difference from usual, it could only be this. Recalling the near-fainting experience from the previous electric shock, Ishikawa steeled his resolve and made a decision. Fortune favors the bold. It was time to take the plunge, taking a few deep breaths. Ishikawa sprang up and headed towards the door once more. After all, what was there to lose? Why not gamble for a transformation from bicycle to motorcycle? He had grown weary of the experience of being a powerless underdog. Who would want to languish in mediocrity when a shortcut to success was within reach? Are you crazy? No, don't. Nohara Rin instinctively called out to Ishikawa as he approached the door, her own vivid memory of the previous electric shock still fresh. However, Ishikawa was resolute, undeterred by her concerns, and reached out to grasp the doorknob without hesitation. With a crackle, as he firmly grasped the doorknob, the anticipated electric shock coursed through his limbs, the searing pain penetrating deep into his bones. Flooding his mind once again, in less than half a second, Ishikawa's body stiffened and collapsed like a lifeless dog. What on earth is this fool trying to achieve? Nohara Rin lamented as she rushed to Ishikawa's side. Watching him twitch weakly, did he not realize he would be subjected to an attack? Though perplexed, she still formed hand seals, summoning a green glow to cast a healing technique on him, given his connection to Kakashi. Yet, in that very instant, just as Nohara Rin was about to make contact with Ishikawa, his body began to dissolve into nothingness, vanishing gradually to it was not only he who disappeared. The furniture and objects within the room followed suit. The chamber reverted to its familiar state in the blink of an eye. Was everything that had transpired merely a dream? Indeed, it seemed so, as he felt the refined chakra coursing through him. Ishikawa rose to his feet, gazing at the restored room with a foolish grin. Touching that doorknob truly enhanced his physical condition, and this refinement invigorated his bodily cells, allowing for the extraction of greater chakra. If prior to this second refinement, Ishikawa's chakra was a mere 5% of Kakashi's, now it was at least 5.5. Though the increase appeared trivial, it represented a significant advancement for Ishikawa. It was common knowledge that chakra refinement combined physical and mental energy. As a transmigrator, Ishikawa possessed ample mental energy. Thus, the enhancement of his physical strength would inevitably lead to the extraction of more chakra, resulting in a cumulative effect that could one day yield astonishing results. Damn it, I've finally leveled up, he mused. With only an hour to connect, he glanced at the clock, estimating the time, and felt an eager anticipation for the next day's time-space connection. If all proceeded smoothly, he would genuinely possess the chance to shatter his fate. The world of Naruto was not merely filled with dazzling jutsu and captivating characters. It also harbored the elusive chakra fruits that offered immortality. As a transmigrator, who wouldn't yearn to glimpse the power of the Tsutsuki? I've really let my ambitions run wild. Ishikawa chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head, while the doorknob had indeed aided in his physical refinement. It paled in comparison to those monstrous bloodline limits. Even with 2 years of effort, he might still fall short of Naruto's initial chakra reserves. Moreover, how could he ever contend with the world-shattering powers of the Sage of Six Paths and the Tsutsuki? Stability was essential. He must proceed with caution. All right, let us set a modest goal. Catch up to Kakashi by the CH exams, he resolved. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hurriedly exited to retrieve the old kunai he had lodged in the tree trunk earlier. Apologies, Rin. I don't wish to deceive you, but the depths of this matter are too profound for you to grasp. Discarding the kunai, a smile crept across Ishikawa's face. Indeed, the worlds on either side of the door were not merely parallel lines. They were entirely independent ninja realms. Upon witnessing the unchanged state of this side, Ishikawa's instinct for self-preservation prompted him to make this choice. The subsequent inability to open the door only fortified his deception. Otherwise, it was entirely possible that before he could grow stronger, Rin would bring the Minato team over, precipitating a far greater catastrophe. Ishikawa had not forgotten the Akatsuki lurking deep within the ninja world, nor the potential existence of the Boruto Shell organization. Should the two eras collide, the inevitable outcome would be a catastrophic crisis, even if the portal could only be opened by him and Rin. There were countless ways to manipulate the ninja world. Well, who would have thought I'd inadvertently save 2 worlds? Ishikawa mused. It seemed even a background character could wield the power to overturn the table. When cornered, this might not be a bad strategy for survival. Muttering quietly to himself, he flipped onto his bed, preparing to sleep. It was already 1 a.m, and he needed to rise early for Kakashi's survival exercise the next day. 14 years prior, that meant Tsunade in that world was only 35. Wasn't she just a more mature older sister? Thinking of this makes me wide awake, with a chance to play at the highest level. Who cares about the rejects? He thought, reflecting on the allure of mature women that in the presence of voluptuous and curvaceous women, youthful girls paled in comparison. Indeed, the future holds great promise as a cascade of thoughts drifted through Ishikawa's mind. He succumbed to a deep slumber, unaware of when he had fallen asleep. However, one thing was certain. The deep-rooted fears and worries about the future had significantly diminished. The next day, at 4:30 in the morning. Bang, bang, bang. Ishikawa was abruptly roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks on the door, jolting out of bed. Big brother, it's almost time as per Kakashi-sensei, as scheduled. Are you still asleep? I and Jairu waited for you at the agreed place, and came to check on you. Big brother, you've definitely overslept. As soon as Ishikawa opened the door, he was met with the frantic shouts of Yamada Teru and Benkei Jiru, both fully armed with training ninja gear on their backs. Haha, I forgot a semi-alarm. Ishikawa chuckled awkwardly, swiftly turning to gather his belongings. Indeed, he had genuinely forgotten to set the alarm due to the unexpected appearances of Nohara Rin and the so-called Golden Finger. Thankfully, his two underlings were reliable, preventing any delays. Out of caution, Ishikawa had no intentions of exploiting Kakashi's habitual tardiness to slack off. He had mentioned to the two that they could sleep in and leave at their leisure. They were merely background characters, and who knew if Kakashi would deem them unqualified for being late. In the face of such a momentous occasion that could alter fate, he couldn't afford to lose even a moment of sleep. Let us go, Ishikawa called out as he finished packing, leading his two companions directly to the third training ground. Breakfast, of course, was skipped. Missing a single meal wouldn't kill him, but he couldn't allow Kakashi to alter his strategy because of it. By the way, where was Kakashi-sensei? The agreed time had already passed at 5 o'clock in the morning. Jiro cast a skeptical glance at the faintly brightening sky and inquired, based on their arrival time and the fact that they had been waiting for over 10 minutes. It was undoubtedly past 5 o'clock. Perhaps Kakashi-sensei had simply overslept, or maybe he was testing us, observing our every move from the shadows. Yamada Taro, scratching his plump head, quietly speculated, in any case, we must muster our spirits to confront this survival exercise. You two, do you recall what I said last night? Ishikawa casually chimed in with a final reminder. Yamada Taro and Jiro exchanged a serious glance, their gazes gravely turning towards Ishikawa. Listening to the embarrassing, melodramatic rhetoric, Ishikawa nodded fervently, declaring, good brothers from now on, we share life and death together. Observing Ishikawa's heartfelt words, Taro and Jiro once again choked up, their emotions stirred, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Ahem, well, since the teacher has yet to arrive, let us set up a few traps just in case, and later, we shall give our all in this endeavor. Finally, a glint of determination flickered in Ishikawa's eyes as he spoke earnestly. The three of them were merely ordinary graduates, lacking any offensive ninjutsu aside from the body flicker technique, that if they were to act, they should do it thoroughly. Taking this opportunity to impress Kakashi, they would strive with all their might to succeed and graduate. Yes, big brother, Taro and Jiro responded in unison, immediately grabbing their bags to scout for trap locations. As the sun rose high in the sky, beneath the scorching shade of the trees, the three figures leaned against each other. Drowsy. Suddenly, Kakashi's languid voice rang out. Good morning, you three, causing the groggy Ishikawa and his companions to snap awake. Kakashi-sensei. Upon seeing Kakashi leisurely strolling towards them with his backpack, the trio responded in unison. You don't wonder why I'm so late? Kakashi asked, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the three of them. While obedient subordinates were commendable, he did not consider that a standard for judgment. In fact, he preferred not to have such rule-abiding lower ninjas. They were too conventional, reminiscent of his own past. Oh no, this must be remedied. Ishikawa, sensing the urgency, looked at his bewildered companions and stepped forward. There must be a reason for the tardiness, whether it was a delayed mission or a covert assessment of us. Even oversleeping or some ridiculous excuse would suffice. However, we believe that Sensei has his own reasons for being late, and that is enough. Yes, just like that, we trust Kakashi-sensei. Yamada Taro and Jiro nodded vigorously in agreement. Their eyes filled with affirmation and gratitude towards Ishikawa. This big brother was truly dependable. Do you trust me? Kakashi looked at Ishikawa, who remained unwavering, somewhat surprised by the unexpected praise, although there was a hint of defensiveness in his words. It could be considered passable. At least, the three of them were in consensus. Well, prepare to be disappointed. I simply overslept and lost track of time. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. delivering a shocking revelation. You forgot. In an instant, Taro and Jiro were left speechless, astonished by the absurdity of the reason. Meanwhile, Ishikawa couldn't help but twitch at Kakashi's peculiar sense of humor. Surely, even being ambushed would sound better than this. Were they destined to be treated with such casual disregard? All right, let me announce the rules of the exercise. Observing the somewhat disheveled trio, Kakashi's mood shifted as he retrieved an alarm clock and placed it on a wooden post. He then produced 2 familiar bells, declaring, "Today's survival exercise revolves around these. You must seize these 2 bells from me before noon. The one who succeeds will dine on the bento I prepared, while those who fail will be bound to the wooden post and face punishment. Furthermore, you are permitted to employ any means necessary, with the determination to defeat me. Lastly, those who do not acquire the bells will have to return to school for a year of remedial training." Under the peculiar and fearful gazes of Taro and Jiro, Kakashi slowly articulated the assessment task. "So, this was the reason for withholding our breakfast. Kakashi-sensei is truly cunning, deceiving us in such a manner." Instinctively rubbing their empty bellies, the 2 junior ninjas could no longer contain their complaints. Yet, deep down, a shadow of concern loomed over the prospect of having to return to school for remedial training. "Indeed, that's the case. So let us begin." Kakashi wasted no time in laying things bare, allowing the 2 to witness his audacity once more. Upon hearing Kakashi's command, Ishikawa immediately called out and dashed towards the nearby thicket. Taro and Jiro followed suit without hesitation, diving into the dense foliage that towered above them. "These 3 fellows are somewhat intriguing," Kakashi murmured to himself, noticing the absence of discord among Ishikawa's trio. Piquing his interest at the very least, they appeared far more agreeable than the previous batch of candidates. Meanwhile, within the thicket, Yamada Taro turned to Ishikawa, peering through the gaps in the bushes at Kakashi outside, asking, "Big brother, what should we do now? Kakashi-sensei is a jounin. It's utterly impossible for us to snatch those bells from him." Ishikawa feigned composure, then placed a hand on the shoulder of the eager Byinjin Jiro to calm him. "However, with the preparations we've made, it isn't impossible." He glanced at the direction of the traps, quickly whispering instructions. After all, this was merely a formality. Regardless of their strengths, Kakashi would likely go easy on them. The true key to passing the assessment lay in the possession of the bells. "But big brother, how do we split the bells? We are 3, yet there are only 2 bells. The one without a bell will go hungry and return to school for a year." Just as they were about to spring into action, Yamada Taro suddenly asked, his voice tinged with anxiety, "Fool, do you not remember our oath from before? Of course, we will share the spoils and divide the 2 bento equally." Byinjin Jiro retorted without hesitation, then revealed a sheepish smile, adding, "However, I still haven't figured out how we should distribute those bells." The thought of being sent back to repeat the year was too humiliating. Although they had vowed to stand together, facing the reality of the choice brought forth feelings of reluctance. They did not wish to abandon their dreams of becoming ninjas, yet they felt too embarrassed to suggest that one of them step back. "Ha! Then it's settled. As the elder brother, how can I allow my younger siblings to sacrifice their futures?" Ishikawa waved his hand dismissively at the 2, not holding their lack of loyalty against them. Had he been unaware of the true nature of the assessment, he might have made a similar choice in the face of memories of 2 junior ninjas. This was the stark reality, the most direct temptation to one's true desires. "Big brother, I am the weakest among us. I should be the one to step back." Almost as soon as Ishikawa spoke, the 2 younger ninjas, filled with shame, shouted in unison that to face the very vow they had just made in the morning was equally embarrassing. Observing that his junior companions still held some redeeming qualities, Ishikawa sighed in relief, his expression softening. "Taro, Jiro, do not overthink my strength surpasses yours. Even if I were to return, I could graduate next year, but you 2 are different. Do not be so hesitant. Consider me as your older brother. And follow my lead. If you feel guilty, allow me to enjoy the bento to my heart's content." "All right, enough talk. I will take the lead. You 2 provide support. Let the operation commence." Under the gaze of his grateful yet self-conscious companions, Ishikawa issued the command, bursting forth from the thicket to launch his assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three shurikens shot through the air like a flurry of projectiles, aimed directly at Kakashi's face. It finally beginning. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he effortlessly caught the three shuriken with a flick of his wrist, his feet propelling him rapidly to appear behind Ishikawa. His hands swiftly formed the tiger hand seal, preparing for counterattack. In a split second, Ishikawa's peripheral vision caught Kakashi's movement, sending a chill down his spine and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, Ishikawa's chakras surged, causing a loud explosion as he propelled himself away from the ground. Watching Ishikawa's sudden retreat, Kakashi, brandishing the 1,000 years of pain technique, froze momentarily in surprise. Could it be that he possessed such a level of chakra control? A genius, perhaps? Do not even think about harming my older brother. Witness our prowess, Kakashi-sensei, almost simultaneously with Kakashi's moment of distraction. Taro and Jiro shouted in unison, launching a barrage of kunai and shuriken for a dual assault. That all you've got? Faced with the dual onslaught of Taro and Jiro, Kakashi effortlessly evaded their attacks, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Among the three, only Ishikawa Mitarai had managed to capture his attention unexpectedly. Yet, that was the extent of it. For a prodigious ninja who graduated at 5, became a chunin at 6, and attained Jonin status by 12, Ishikawa's performance, though surprising, was ultimately unremarkable. To label him a genius was merely a verbal concession due to Ishikawa's humble origins. Take it to heart, and you would be the one to lose. Now, Ishikawa bellowed, noticing Kakashi's distraction, and once again launched an attack. He had nearly been caught off guard moments ago, and the brutality of it lingered. Seeing Ishikawa charge forward again, Taro and Jiro swiftly drew their long blades, coordinating their assault. Teamwork, you say? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at this, drawing a kunai to gauge the martial prowess of the three. Was this the disparity that Watergate-sensei had faced against us? Weak, far too weak. How could such strength suffice to graduate as a genin and undertake perilous missions? No, that is not right. Back then, Tobi, Rin, and I were not this feeble. Yet for a jonin, the strength of 3 genin is merely a slight gap. Our tragedy was not due to Watergate-sensei allowing us to graduate. I was simply evading responsibility. At least we hadn't rushed into teamwork like they had. Moreover, I had been leveraging Tobi and Rin. And Watergate-sensei must have noticed so. Are they now like I once was, with someone utilizing teammates to accomplish a task? As the sounds of fists, feet, and blades clashed echoed, Kakashi's mind drifted, unaware that he had unwittingly stepped into the heart of a trap surrounded by trees. Now is the moment! Suddenly, Ishikawa shouted, and the three retreated simultaneously, triggering the mechanism. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, dozens of wooden sharp spears erupted from 3 sides, the situation precarious. What? Kakashi, startled back to reality, felt his expression shift as he fumbled to dodge and leap with urgency. Ding, ding, ding. Abruptly, due to his wild movements, the 2 bells at Kakashi's waist fell into a tree fork. Now! Ishikawa seized the moment, leaping onto the tree to charge upward. Impressive indeed. No wonder he was the eldest brother. He could sprint swiftly across the branches in a heartbeat. Taro and Jiro gasped in awe, watching Ishikawa navigate the tree trunks with ease. Yet, surprise aside, they simultaneously hurled kunai and shuriken to impede Kakashi. Buying time for Ishikawa I got them. Within mere moments, Ishikawa grasped the 2 bells from the tree fork, announcing triumphantly, "Alas, you have fallen for it." Almost immediately after Ishikawa's exclamation, a puff echoed as Kakashi apprehended him. Simultaneously, the Kakashi that Taro and Jiro had attacked transformed into 2 bells that clattered to the ground. A substitution technique. How could this be? In an instant, both Taro and Jiro stood dumbfounded, staring at the captured Ishikawa in shock. "You 2 fools, go grab the bells," Ishikawa shouted, exasperated by the clueless expressions of his younger companions. Speaking while tightly clutching Kakashi's arm, he declared, "You won't escape now. Teacher Kakashi, why would I run? It's you who has been eliminated." Kakashi replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression laden with significance as he regarded Ishikawa's nonchalance towards the stolen bells. Although uncertain of when he had set the trap, The reality remained that he had been ousted from the game. Meanwhile, Taro and Jiro would become his subordinates for the mission. Yes, oh what? Ishikawa remained unfazed by Kakashi's probing. Regardless, we have successfully obtained the bells and completed the task. Among the three of us, one must sacrifice. Why can't it be me? After all, we are facing the formidable Jonin, teacher Kakashi. You brat. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze toward Ishikawa igniting with a glimmer of interest. Despite his immaturity, this was the essence of the will of fire, passed down through generations in Konoha. This child, teacher Kakashi, brother. Just then, Taro and Jiro rushed over, each clutching a bell that they stuttered, exchanging hesitant glances before resolutely stating, Teacher Kakashi, we had decided to eliminate one of us to allow our brother to graduate. In comparison to him, our strength is far too lacking. If one among us must be eliminated, it cannot be Ishikawa. The atmosphere thickened as everyone held their breath, and Ishikawa beamed with delight at the bold proclamation of his younger companions. What a delightful surprise! This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. With such support, if Kakashi refused to allow them to pass, Ishikawa would have no choice but to accept his fate without complaint. So, who do you wish to eliminate? Kakashi's eyes sparkled with mischief as he fixed his gaze on the two, but almost simultaneously, the two pointed at themselves, exclaiming in excitement, while the thought of their own elimination was hard to swallow. They could not bear to suggest the other be sacrificed, nor betray their earlier vow. Kakashi observed their self-sacrifice with a hint of conflict in his eyes, which swiftly darkened as he glared at them with a menacing aura. What do you two take my rules for? Do you think this is a game of ninjas that can be altered at whim? In the world of ninjas, rules and missions are the fundamental bottom line that must be upheld. You cannot simply change them as you please, nor will you alter the orders of the Hokage. Considering you managed to seize the bells, I will grant you one more chance. After lunch, we shall conduct the final trial. As the two younger ninjas trembled in fear before Kakashi's furious reprimand, he tied Ishikawa to a wooden post for the final test. Brother, we were wrong. We shouldn't have acted on our own and angered the teacher. That white-haired sensei is nothing but a cold-hearted creature. We must make him pay for this. As they looked at Ishikawa, bound to the post, Taro and Jiro quickly regained their composure and apologized. Let us share the fortune and adversity. We haven't even eaten breakfast. Let us dine together, brother, Yamada Taro exclaimed, grasping his chopsticks to offer a piece of meat. Exactly. Who cares about the rules, if it comes to it? We'll all go back to school together. Banei Jiro nodded vigorously, offering a vegetable to Ishikawa's mouth. Just as Ishikawa was about to feast, a loud bang echoed as Kakashi made his dramatic entrance once more. You three truly disregard my established rules, don't you? I made it clear that those bound to the post cannot eat. Kakashi-sensei, Taro and Jiro stammered, their confidence faltering against Kakashi's ominous presence and the swiftly changing atmosphere. Wait, Kakashi-sensei. As the critical moment approached, Ishikawa swallowed hard and called out with composure, we indeed violated your rules, but you broke your own by not allowing Taro and Jiro to pass. This so-called retest might just be a mockery. If that is the case, why should we adhere to your arbitrary regulations? We have already made our decision. We will either all advance together or return in disgrace together. Rules are rigid. But people are dynamic. If we cannot adapt to the circumstances, what distinguishes us from the puppets you control? A teacher imparts knowledge and solves doubts. A rigid instructor who merely follows rules is not the mentor we seek. As Kakashi's expression darkened further, Ishikawa boldly took a stand. After all, he had a backup plan with Nohara Rin. Repeating a year was not out of the question. At most, finding the source of ninjutsu might become troublesome. But that was a minor inconvenience. Thus, we stand united with our brother. Let us share fortune and adversity, advance together, and never forget one another. Good brothers for life. Yamada Taro and Jiro exchanged a glance, simultaneously shouting out their brotherly oath. In an instant, Kakashi's brow relaxed, the ominous clouds above dissipating as sunlight flooded the scene. Share blessings and bear hardships together. These simple 8 characters revealed the determination and attitude of the trio. Frankly speaking, Kakashi felt somewhat moved by their resolve. However, the reality of their abilities was rather disheartening. Only Ishikawa could be deemed passable. The other two, well, was I being too harsh? This is a time of peace. How could I hold them to the standards of yesteryear? If it were Minato-sensei or Obito, they would undoubtedly pass. Suddenly, Kakashi exhaled heavily, as if having seen through something, feeling a weight lifted. You three, follow me. Abruptly, Kakashi tossed a kunai that severed the ropes binding Ishikawa before turning towards the memorial stone. His hand moved with the swiftness of a gale, startling his two younger companions into momentary shock. Brother, should we follow? What on earth is he up to? Taro and Jiro exchanged anxious glances at the now liberated Ishikawa, uncertain whether to pursue. Fools, hurry up. Ishikawa, observing his two dim-witted companions, called out as he hastened to keep pace. Feeling a twinge of concern for their lack of awareness, such an evident attitude. Even without understanding the narrative, it was clear this was their passage. Otherwise, A.J. Nin wouldn't waste words on them, and would have vanished in an instant. Before long, the trio followed Kakashi to the memorial stone, where the atmosphere turned somber. As orphans of war, they understood its significance all too well. However, all three of their parents were commoners of Konoha. Thus they were unqualified to have their names inscribed. The stone bore the names of many of Kakashi's friends, all of whom had once been exceptional shinobi of Konoha. Yet, the world of ninjas is cruel. To be honest, I am uncertain whether allowing you to pass is right or wrong, that I do not wish to see my students' names etched here. Nonetheless, you are all outstanding students imbued with the will of fire. And I cannot deny you the opportunity to become ninjas that I now place this choice in your hands. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time, outstanding students. Ishikawa's lips twitched as he rolled his eyes at Kakashi's back. This guy certainly knows how to flatter. His emotional value was through the roof. However, could the term outstanding truly be associated with the three of them? Mere supporting characters? Nonsense. Withdrawal is not an option. If we can back out today, then what about tomorrow? The day after? Must we retreat like turtles every time we face adversity? If there ever comes a day when our names are inscribed here, it will be because we died protecting Konoha, rather than drifting aimlessly in Konoha. I would prefer to take on this risk and become a ninja. As he spoke, Ishikawa glanced at his two younger brothers, who were now fervent with excitement, and he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps I am a hidden genius after all. In time, I might echo through the ninja world under the name of Washi Ishikawa, much like the heroes of Konoha. Exactly, we agreed to advance and retreat together, did we not? I feel the same. Who knows, I might even surpass Kakashi-sensei, haha. The antics of his two younger brothers lightened the mood in an instant. Have you made your decision? Turning back, Kakashi's gaze settled on Ishikawa. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, those who break rules and regulations are typically labeled as worthless. Yet, those who do not cherish their comrades are even more worthless. Since we are all deemed worthless, why not choose to be a worthless person who values their friends? You three, teamwork is the true answer to the bell test. I am not the rigid teacher you perceive me to be. On the contrary, I look forward to your future performances. Seeing the trio's growing enthusiasm, Kakashi suddenly gave a thumbs up. Then, from this moment, Team 7, the Kakashi squad, is officially formed. Wonderful. Ishikawa thought to himself that I knew we would surely graduate. Taro and Jiro exclaimed in unison, overwhelmed with joy, while Ishikawa's smile was unmistakably radiant. Finally, they had taken the first step towards changing their destinies. Well then, while it's still early, let's head to the photo studio for a team picture. Afterwards, I will report to Lord Hokage, and we will officially commence our mission starting tomorrow. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. The trio nodded enthusiastically, each brimming with delight. Brother, what was that technique you used to walk on trees? It looked impressive. Yeah, I never imagined you had such a powerful skill hidden away. It was my first time witnessing it, but on their way, the two younger brothers eagerly inquired about Ishikawa's previous tree-climbing feat. Ishikawa glanced at the composed Kakashi ahead, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice. I happened to observe it from a CH Nin teacher. It took me a week to learn it just last night. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Thank you, brother. The two younger brothers expressed their gratitude excitedly, while Kakashi subtly smiled at their exchange. Learning to climb trees in a week on his own. Quite impressive observational skills and chakra control. It seems this little fellow's talent is not too shabby after all. He might just become an outstanding ninja. Click! At the Konoha photo studio, the sound of the camera marked the emergence of Team 7's freshly developed photo before Ishikawa's eyes. The camera here functioned similarly to an instant camera, producing immediate prints that were even more vibrant and lifelike. Well, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather outside the Hokage Tower. I will take you to meet Lord Hokage and familiarize you with the mission process. After distributing the photos to the trio, Kakashi dropped a parting remark and departed. In response, Ishikawa and his companions did not voice any objections, but instead eagerly admired the photographs, filled with joy. With this, they believed they could draw closer to Nohara tonight. Gazing at Kakashi in the photo, Ishikawa steadied himself and stood tall. "Boss, please get me a frame for this picture. I want one too." "Me as well." The two younger brothers chimed in loudly, realizing the significance of this commemorative photo that must be preserved. Seeing this, the studio owner, sporting a balding head, rubbed his hands together with a welcoming smile. 100 Ryo for a frame, a special price for 3. What? A mirror picture frame costs 100 Ryo. Are you trying to swindle us? In an instant, Jiro, who had just been excited, widened his eyes in disbelief. Even Ishikawa and Taro shared similar expressions. They knew that their monthly living allowance was only 3,000 Ryo. Without their frugality and odd jobs, they would hardly make it to graduation. After all, training also requires funding. Whether it's ninja tools or other necessities, money is essential. This was another reason the three yearned to graduate. 1 Ryo can be a hero's undoing. As orphans of war, their only means of survival is to graduate swiftly and earn mission rewards to improve their lives. Even a low-ranking ninja can earn quite a bit. Forget it. We will just make one ourselves. Without hesitation, Ishikawa shook his head, leading his two younger brothers away. 100 Ryo was something they could spare, but spending it on a picture frame felt like throwing money away. If it were 10 Ryo, they might have accepted it, but 100 Ryo? Was he insane, or was this world mad? It was merely a few pieces of wood. They could easily craft one without spending a dime. Exactly 100 Ryo could buy second-hand kunai or shuriken. The two younger brothers wholeheartedly agreed, fully aware of the hardships of life as commoners. They had to be frugal. "Thank you for your patronage. Come again," the owner smiled as he bid them farewell. Knowing that this was merely a chance to profit from the excitement of the newly graduated genin, selling one would be a significant gain. If they didn't buy, it wouldn't be a loss either. After all, it was his wife who made them at home, making it almost zero cost as for the possibility of customers not buying and getting angry. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who knows whether these three would become CH Nin or J Nin in the future. It is essential to maintain good relations to prosper. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, did they pass? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, beamed upon receiving the class roster. "It seems you are quite satisfied with this batch of students." Kakashi, finally, this guy has taken the first step out of darkness. As long as there are bonds with the students, the mentor-student relationship will influence Kakashi to reassess himself and step out of the shadows. Yash, I never anticipated that Kakashi would find a recognized disciple. Such is the fervent essence of youth. Truly, he remains my eternal rival. Kakashi, shall we engage in a friendly competition to see whose student ascends to the rank of CH Nin faster? Beside him, Might Guy, equally eager as he submitted his team registration, gazed at Kakashi with fiery enthusiasm. Within him stirred a sense of anticipation and curiosity regarding Kakashi's acknowledged disciple. Surely, a student esteemed by the prodigious Kakashi must be an extraordinary individual. How splendid! This would provide his beloved students with competitive counterparts, undoubtedly igniting their spirit and fostering rapid growth. This is the youthful bond we bestow upon the next generation, Kakashi. Huh? Did you just speak? Suddenly, as Guy's excitement reached its peak, Kakashi turned with a bewildered expression that, it's the same old story. Kakashi, as expected, is my lifelong adversary. Observing Kakashi's innocent yet lethargic demeanor as he scratched his head, Guy found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Ahem, it seems the two of you have quite the task ahead. The formation of Kakashi's team and Guy's team was officially documented. The third Hokage coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment, swiftly stowing away the registration forms and ushering them out. Kakashi, unfazed by the routine, nodded to the third and made his exit. Wait for me. Kakashi, shall we arrange a gathering for our students? Our bonds must also be shared with the next generation. No, guy. This fellow remains ever so impassioned. Listening to the exchange in the corridor, the third Hokage suppressed his laughter and irritation. After all, Kakashi's students were mere genin, while guys included the renowned Neji Hyuga, the top of their class. Did a comparison even need to be made? Nonetheless, a headache loomed. Kakashi had actually allowed this team to pass. What would become of the next generation, including Naruto and Sasuke? With a solemn expression, the third gazed out the window, deep in thought. Indeed, he wished for Kakashi to lead his team out of the shadows as swiftly as possible. Yet, this was all in preparation for the upcoming graduates, ensuring Kakashi would possess greater maturity and emotional stability. Among the residents of Konoha, none were more suitable than Kakashi to guide Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, and Sasuke, the last hope of the Uchiha clan. With a year remaining before Naruto and Sasuke's graduation, all he could do was take it one step at a time, should they fail to ascend to CH Nin. Their prodigious talents would necessitate reassignment to other departments. Exhaling a heavy sigh, the third's gaze fell upon the documentation of Team 7 as he murmured to himself. He could not allow 3 ordinary genin to jeopardize the future of Konoha. However, he would not intentionally assign perilous missions to create openings for Naruto and Sasuke. If Kakashi's first leadership ended in disaster, he would undoubtedly refuse to lead the next cohort of students. This was not the style of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Nightfall at the outskirts of Konoha. Approaching midnight, under Ishikawa's tense gaze, his home inexplicably began to extend and merge, with items that did not belong to him materializing out of thin air. Within the internal walls, the portal linking to the time of the third great ninja war re-emerged. Simultaneously, the petite figure of Rin, Nohara, manifested. At last, you have arrived. Upon seeing the familiar yet anxious girl, Ishikawa let out a sigh of relief, laden with double meaning. As long as he confirmed the temporal connection each night, his golden opportunity would be secured. Just as he was about to speak, Rin's gaze fell upon the group photograph he held. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Kakashi in the picture, her breath quickening. Young Kakashi, why is he covering one eye? This is our team photograph. I was contemplating where to place it, Ishikawa said, raising the frame he had crafted earlier in the afternoon, discreetly offering it to her. Rin immediately took the frame, scrutinizing it closely, her thoughts drifting as she gazed at the familiar yet foreign masked visage. Was this truly the Kakashi of 25 years? Why is he concealing his left eye? Perhaps it is due to the legendary title he bears. A glimmer of mischief danced in Ishikawa's eyes as he feigned deep thought. The legendary title? Rin instinctively inquired, feeling a surge of curiosity and excitement. The genius ninja Kakashi has carried a legendary reputation since childhood. His title must be extraordinary. Observing Rin's eager expression, Ishikawa inwardly chuckled, his gaze filled with respect. The man who has replicated over 1,000 jutsu, hailed as the copy ninja by various nations. Kakashi Hitaki. Copy ninja? Rin stammered, her eyes widening in shock. This was far removed from the grandiose title she had envisioned. Kakashi possesses the Sharingan. How could he, from the Hitaki clan, possibly have the bloodline limit of the Uchiha? Almost hysterical, Rin pointed at the photograph of Kakashi, demanding answers. What on earth is happening? According to rumors, that I was a special gift from his dearest friend, given to him upon his promotion to Jonin and his 12th birthday. I'm sorry, but that is all I know, Ishikawa replied, seemingly startled. Retracting slightly, dearest friend, Jonin, 12th birthday gift. As expected, Rin immediately fixated on these significant phrases, repeating them with a fluctuating expression. They were all 11 this year, which means next year, around Kakashi's 12th birthday, he would awaken the Sharingan. And the friend who possessed the Sharingan, without a doubt, it was Uchiha Obito. But would Obito be so generous as to bestow his eye upon Kakashi as a birthday gift? The very thought of Obito, who cherished his unopened eyes, made Rin shake her head in denial. Impossible. Obito regarded the Sharingan as a crucial trump card against Kakashi, How could he give away the hard-won awakened Sharingan? Their relationship was not that close. On the contrary, they often exchanged barbs, much to the chagrin of her and Minato-sensei. Yet the reality depicted in the photograph lay bare before her, making it impossible to ignore. Wait a moment, could it be? Suddenly, Rin recalled Ishikawa mentioning that their quartet had been reduced to just Kakashi. Could that be the reason? Ishikawa, do you know the specific ages at which Obito and I sacrificed ourselves? Looking at Rin's anxious gaze and clenched teeth, Ishikawa steeled himself and shook his head. I cannot ask that. It's too risky. If Kakashi-sensei learns of our secret, he would undoubtedly attempt to alter the past, which would inevitably change the present. It might even trigger the fourth Great Ninja War. I cannot take that risk. Is that so? Rin lowered her head in disappointment, her lips parting as she struggled internally but ultimately refrained from pressuring Ishikawa. The past can influence the future. If this information were to leak, no ninja village would overlook it, and an invasion of Konoha would be inevitable. Including the two of them, traversing between past and future was a perilous endeavor for anyone. However, don't worry too much. At least until Kakashi-sensei is promoted to Jonin, you are still safe. What we can do now is strengthen our own abilities and then change our fate at the opportune moment. Observing Rin's pale complexion, Ishikawa felt compelled to reassure her that he revealed this to instill a sense of urgency while laying the groundwork for future training. The stronger Rin became, the greater the benefits for him. Until he possessed adequate strength for self-preservation, Ishikawa had no intention of traversing time to the era of the Third Great Ninja War. Did they truly believe that the Umbu and Root were mere trifles during wartime? You are correct. Kakashi's birthday is September 15. We have a year and 2 months until his 12th birthday. For now, this is all we can do. After a moment of silence, Rin nodded in agreement, inadvertently disclosing another piece of information. Miss Rin, you seem quite familiar with Kakashi-sensei's birthday, Ishikawa remarked playfully, though a slight heaviness settled within him. But a year and 2 months, coupled with Rin's incident occurring approximately 6 months after the Kamui Bridge, made for a tight timeline, yet sufficient for his preliminary growth. Whether Obito was truly dead or alive was of little concern to Ishikawa. What troubled him was Rin falling victim to Madara's schemes, becoming a sacrifice for awakening her eyes, not a fate he wished to witness. The inner wall's portal could only be opened by Rin. If she were to perish, his golden opportunity would be lost. Who knew what changes would unfold in this interdimensional space upon Rin's demise? It could very well vanish entirely. In any case, he must save Rin. At any cost Kakashi, Obito, and I are all very good friends. So naturally, I know about his birthday. Lin exchanged a shy and awkward smile with Ishikawa, hurriedly placing the picture frame beside their group photo to divert her gaze. Ishikawa, however, did not exhibit any signs of jealousy or displeasure regarding Lin's actions. It was her prerogative to have affections for whomever she liked. He was indifferent to whether her affections lay with Kakashi or Obito, for Lin was not his type. Most importantly, Ishikawa felt he lacked the qualifications, the necessity, and the inclination to pursue romantic entanglements at this moment, especially since the object of his affections was neither his type nor someone who held the reins to his future. In matters of love, how could transient relationships be as solid as enduring benefits? Ishikawa was not foolish enough to sacrifice his aspirations for a fleeting connection with By the way, did you notice any changes in your body after being shocked by the doorknob yesterday? My physical strength and cellular energy have both increased, enabling me to extract more chakra. Lin suddenly turned to point excitedly at the door. Indeed, she had noticed this as well. Hearing this, Ishikawa sighed inwardly. Though he was not particularly surprised that if he, a mere genin, could detect such changes, the medical ninja Lin certainly would not overlook them. Yes, I noticed it too. This may be our opportunity to grow stronger and alter our fates. Ishikawa replied, feigning excitement. Then his expression turned serious. Miss Lin, I have heard that you excel in medical ninjutsu. May I learn healing techniques from you? Admittedly, Ishikawa had not intended to learn sage arts so soon. But given the newfound advantages provided by the doorknob, why not give it a try? Mastering this skill would add a layer of security to his life and mark a significant advancement in his abilities. Upon hearing Ishikawa's request, Lin's expression froze, and doubt filled her gaze as she looked at him. It was not that she was unwilling to teach. She understood his significance all too well, as a ninja. How could she be unaware of Ishikawa's value? After all, if he were to perish before gathering the information she needed, how could she change her fate? To live, who would willingly choose to die? Yet what embarrassed Lin was that, given Ishikawa's clumsy chakra control, teaching him would undoubtedly be a thankless task let's start with the most fundamental theoretical lessons first. For now, I will focus on enhancing my physique and chakra control techniques. Along with theoretical knowledge, Ishikawa quickly found a way to ease her hesitation as he sensed her doubt. He was acutely aware of his own situation. Although he had learned to climb trees, he was still far from being ready to learn medical ninjutsu. Furthermore, mastering sage arts was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Even Sakura, who possessed the protagonist's aura, had spent considerable time under the tutelage of the legendary medical ninja, Tsunade. With this in mind, Ishikawa swiftly diverted his gaze, his eyes fervently fixed on the inner door. Miss Lin, let's leave it at that for today. Time is of the essence. I must begin my training. Without waiting for Lin's response, he strode purposefully to the door, his right hand trembling yet resolute as it grasped the doorknob. In a flash, as Ishikawa touched the doorknob, a violent surge of energy struck him like lightning. The sensation was both exhilarating and tormenting. Ishikawa barely had time to process this thought before he felt every cell in his body erupt in chaos, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Is this your training? Lin, observing Ishikawa's rigid limbs and smoke emitting from his mouth, could only gaze at him in disbelief. Yet despite this, after a moment of internal conflict, she gritted her teeth and picked up a blanket. Heading towards another door, with a crackling sound, Lin too succumbed to the familiar shock, her eyes widening as she fell unconscious. Unlike Ishikawa, however, Lin found her descent cushioned by the blanket she had laid down. Damn, why didn't I think of that? I must use this trick too. Ishikawa silently berated himself, gaining a newfound understanding of his own stubbornness. Sleeping on the ground is still not comfortable enough. I need to buy a couch, a super soft one. Wait, why did Lin faint? As he observed Lin, now paralyzed and utterly bored, a realization struck him, and his pupils dilated. Upon reflection, it seemed this had happened the previous night as well. Both times he had been shocked. He remained conscious for at least 5 minutes. While Lin had only fainted for about 2, could it be that the shock had different effects on them? Ishikawa inwardly cursed again as he turned his gaze to the clock on the wall. Silently waiting, time dragged on painfully, minute by minute. Approximately 2 minutes later, Lin suddenly stirred, letting out a soft groan as she regained consciousness. Her body stiff and tingling as she stood up, she felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through her. As if she had just soaked in a hot spring, her physical movements felt more fluid, and it seemed she could extract even more chakra. That I can feel the changes within me, Lin exclaimed joyfully, marveling at this unprecedented experience of rapid growth. Kakashi, Obito, Sensei Minato, I will surely change the fate of our team. With a smile gracing her lips and hope in her eyes, she whispered her aspirations. Meanwhile, as Lin beamed, Ishikawa, paralyzed on the floor like a lifeless fish, felt like crying. What a tragedy. As a mere background character, I have no rights. The disparity between them was glaringly apparent. If he had to endure a 5-minute cooldown while Lin only required 2, that meant she could experience this advantage 15 times in an hour, while he could only manage 6, even disregarding the time needed to adapt to his body. Her growth rate was at least double his. Not to mention the inherent differences in their abilities. What kind of farce was this? Was it his cheat or Lin's? Hey, what's wrong? Why haven't you recovered yet? Lin stepped closer, startling Ishikawa from his gloomy thoughts. He shot her a look that conveyed his confusion, feeling despondent as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Having an advantage was exhilarating, but if Lin's edge surpassed his, it would be more painful than death. It was not merely a matter of pride as a transmigrator. It was an intrinsic part of his being that would not allow it. Wait, what's wrong with your face? Lin suddenly exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Ishikawa in astonishment. My face? What is so surprising about my ordinary face? Ishikawa was bewildered, completely unaware of what Lin found remarkable. He's a mere background character. His features are naturally not as striking as those of Naruto or Sasuke. They were rather unremarkable. In this world of handsome men and beautiful women. Even Jiraiya looked more appealing than him. How infuriating. Though subtle, your face appears to have gained a sharper definition. Lin exclaimed. Can this doorknob actually alter appearances? Perhaps interpreting Ishikawa's bewilderment, Lin regarded him with renewed curiosity. Nanny? Ishikawa's eyes widened in disbelief. Sharper features? Was he losing collagen due to excessive cell compression? That shouldn't be the case. The energy was meant to refine his cellular structure. After enduring another excruciating 3 minutes, Ishikawa regained control and quickly stumbled towards the bathroom. In a way, the moment he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in incredulity. The once unremarkable face now appeared subtly more defined, with slight changes to his nose and the corners of his eyes. At first glance, it was still the same ordinary visage, yet upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable difference. But that was not what astonished Ishikawa. It was the faint echo of his youthful visage from a past life reflected back at him. Could it be that in this life, he would once again see the familiar face of his youth? What on earth was happening? Lamenting the absence of a cheat manual, Ishikawa's mind raced with a bold conjecture. That strange energy from the doorknob might be refining not only his physical cells, but also merging with the essence of his soul. This was the fundamental difference between him and Lin. The next day, outside the Hokage building, by the way, did Kakashi-sensei really say we'd gather at 8? Did I mishear him? Yamada Taro pondered, watching the ninja teams come and go. Engulfed in self-doubt, where he had once been filled with excitement, he now felt a wave of despair. Kakashi-sensei, could he have overslept again? Is it really acceptable for such an important occasion? This marks the inaugural mission for our small team. Bienjing Zureo remarked in agreement, his head awkwardly turning away, a look of frustration etched across his face. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. Over the past few days, they had witnessed several peer teams entering and exiting to receive their assignments. And they too had been the subject of many pointed fingers, as if the 3 of them were nothing more than a joke. Can a team leader who is perpetually late truly be relied upon? Be patient. They should be arriving soon, Ishikawa said calmly, glancing at the sun, now high in the sky, having long prepared himself for this moment. Oh, Taro, have you noticed that our elder brother seems even more handsome today than yesterday? Suddenly, Zureo exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, pointing at Ishikawa in astonishment. Indeed, but it seems there hasn't been much change. Could it be that he has entered puberty ahead of time? Taro scrutinized him closely, then stroked his chin in a feigned, thoughtful pose. Puberty? I'm already a youthful adolescent. You know? What nonsense are you spouting? Ishikawa retorted, his expression darkening as he looked down upon the misguided perceptions of his 2 younger companions. It seems that their ninja instincts are rather delayed. Yet, as he pondered this, Ishikawa couldn't help but sigh at the events of the previous evening. He had initially believed that an hour of interdimensional connection would allow the 2 of them to unleash their full potential without restraint. But the reality was quite different. That it wasn't that touching the doorknob had a limit on frequency. Rather, through experimentation, they discovered that the best results were achieved only when they touched it while utterly exhausted. If the goal was merely to refine their bodies and enhance their chakra, it would be inconsequential. However, the essence of increasing chakra lies in the execution of ninjutsu, which seemed to invert their priorities. After deliberation, they ultimately decided that upon touching the doorknob, they would recover their chakra while simultaneously consuming a significant amount of it to practice ninjutsu, expending chakra while enhancing their skills, and then, when utterly spent, activating their powers to maximize their benefits. Yet this meant that in an hour of interdimensional fusion, they could hardly touch the doorknob more than a few times, rendering the outcome decidedly mixed, if it weren't for the fact that chakra recovery is so slow. And my own chakra is so pitifully limited, I wouldn't waste such a crucial time of power enhancement on practicing ninjutsu. Ishikawa's absent-minded gaze drifted, leaving his 2 younger companions bewildered. However, thinking of Ishikawa's promise to teach them tree climbing after today's mission, their spirits reignited with gratitude. Indeed, compared to our teacher, our elder brother seems far more dependable. Ah, my apologies for keeping you three waiting. This morning, I inadvertently lost my way on the path of life. Kakashi's voice suddenly echoed as the two younger brothers were about to express their loyalty. Liar! Liar! Without hesitation, the two shouted in unison, expressing their discontent. Lost on the path of life? More like lost in the warmth of his blankets. Even Ishikawa cast Kakashi a clear, disdainful glance in silent protest. Let us proceed to meet Lord Hokage. Kakashi, ever thick-skinned, ignored the protest and called out, striding directly into the Hokage building. The eager trio wasted no time in following suit. As the four of them traversed the long corridor, they did not head to the Hokage's office upstairs, but instead entered an expansive hall. This was the Mission Reception Center, the place where ninja teams received or settled their assignments. In the absence of a special summons from Lord Hokage, we are to receive our team assignments here, Kakashi remarked without looking back. However, today is an exception, as today marks the first mission for this graduating class. Lord Hokage will personally assign the tasks here. And no wonder they were to meet Lord Hokage in this place. Byinjin Zureo's heart raced with excitement and anxiety as he gazed at the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the desk. Though Taro and Ishikawa remained silent, their eyes shimmered with fluctuating emotions. Among them, Ishikawa's gaze was the most complex. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a figure of mixed opinions, and Ishikawa had much to say about him. If he were Naruto, he would undoubtedly showcase the power of the Nine Tails to let Konoha witness the true strength of a Jinchuriki. If he were Sasuke, he would have to cooperate with Orochimaru and Akatsuki to annihilate Konoha. For the Uchiha's grudge against their clan's massacre must not go unavenged. If he were Sakura, well, that was best left unsaid. Yet Ishikawa was none of these. He was merely a superfluous background character, with no vested interest in the third Hokage whatsoever. Since he could not share the benefits of the bloodline limit and the protagonist's halo, why should he empathize with the main characters? What advantage would it bring him to oppose the third Hokage? What did he care about any conspiracy theories? After all, the Hokage position was beyond his reach. Why concern himself with such trivial matters? Whether the third Hokage met his end in 2 years or not was of no consequence to him. He had no desire to perish just yet. Kakashi, are these your team members? Just as Ishikawa was lost in thought, the third Hokage inhaled from his pipe and inquired, his seemingly murky yet piercing gaze sweeping over them, making Ishikawa and his companions feel as though they were being seen through. But upon a second glance, they saw the third Hokage's expression soften into a gentle smile, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. Yes, indeed, Kakashi nodded, then turned to gesture for the three to introduce themselves. Lord Hokage, I am Byinjin Zureo, a chunin of a leaf. I am Yamada Taro, a chunin of a leaf. Lord Hokage, is this the prowess of the legendary shinobi? Ishikawa thought to himself, suppressing a wry smile as he stepped forward, his demeanor composed. I am Itachi Ishikawa, third Hokage. With little desire for ostentation, Ishikawa simply wished to diligently cultivate his strength and master the Rasengan as soon as possible. Do not be overly anxious, my little ones. The third Hokage chuckled heartily upon seeing their nervousness. In seeing you, I am reminded of the future of Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the new sprouts of life. Tiomi, you are the seedlings that we, the elders, shall strive to protect. For this, we will burn ourselves to light your way, and you shall carry our will and legacy, illuminating the path for the new generation. This is the will of fire, passed down through the ages in Konoha. So, do you wish to become men who inherit this will of fire? We do. While echoing the resolute words of the third Hokage, Ishikawa couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Why did this sound so familiar? Am I, a mere background character, to become a successor of Konoha? Danzo, no wonder you are the shadow of the Hokage, while Sarutobi is the true Hokage. There's simply no comparison. Outside Konoha, beneath the lush foliage of the trees, 3 figures labored diligently, sweating profusely as they removed the litter scattered across the ground. Is this what it means to be a ninja? Is this the legendary execution of a mission? How frustrating. This is entirely different from what I had envisioned. Taro and Zoreo grumbled as they picked up the trash, feeling disappointed with this long-anticipated task. Yet, despite their complaints, their hands did not slow down. There was no possibility of slacking off. Their elder brother Ishikawa was there working diligently, and as younger brothers, they naturally had to work even harder to share the burden. You two, pick up the pace. Once we finish this task, I'll take you to find our teacher to practice ninjutsu. Ishikawa wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Kakashi, who was engrossed in reading a questionable publication, urging his companions. Given Kakashi's nature, if he didn't make an effort, he might take months to learn any useful ninjutsu. He needed to be proactive. It was quite laughable that the three of them, as Chunin, possessed no offensive ninjutsu skills. Practice ninjutsu. Taro and Zoreo exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement as they hastily quickened their movements, no longer speaking further. If that were the case, then they were truly motivated. It seems we won't be able to return home early today. Not far off, Kakashi's ears twitched slightly as he shook his head in resignation. Guiding Jonin. It was his important duty to impart ninjutsu to his subordinates. Kakashi did not resist this. He did not want the trio to leave the village only knowing the basic transformations and taijutsu. Moreover, that guy might, sensei, the mission is complete before long, as Kakashi remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Ishikawa and his companions set down their 3 large baskets of trash and stepped forward to report, "Oh, soon. It seems you're all full of energy. Well then, let us go submit the mission." Kakashi remarked casually, praising them while putting away his little red book, preparing to leave. Although he understood the trio's intentions, he still had to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Kakashi-sensei, we want to learn ninjutsu. Please. Upon witnessing the situation, Ishikawa immediately spoke up, regardless of whether Kakashi had heard their previous conversation. He felt compelled to express his thoughts. After all, should they really wait for the Jonin to initiate the dialogue? What a ridiculous notion! Ninjutsu. Kakashi feigned hesitation, scrutinizing the 3 with his right eye for a moment before slowly nodding under Taro and Jiro's anxious expressions. As you might be aware from your time in the Ninja Academy, ninjutsu is generally categorized into 5 basic elemental types: earth, fire, lightning, wind, and water. Among these, one can learn the corresponding ninjutsu more swiftly if one possesses the chakra of the relevant element. Therefore, do you know your chakra affinities? If you are unaware of this, then I am at a loss as to what I should teach you. How could we possibly know that? Almost immediately after Kakashi's words fell, Taro could not contain his disappointment and exclaimed, "Exactly! How are we supposed to discern our chakra affinities?" Jiro echoed, looking at Ishikawa with a face full of confusion and despair. Although Ishikawa was aware of the existence of chakra testing paper, he still feigned ignorance, wearing a perplexed expression. So, is there no ninjutsu that can be learned without any elemental affinity? For instance, the shadow clone technique? Ishikawa had secretly purchased testing paper to assess his chakra affinity the day after his arrival in this world. Yet, as a commoner, how could he know something that even Naruto was oblivious to? It was better to pretend ignorance and avoid unnecessary trouble. You even know about the shadow clone? Kakashi expressed slight astonishment, looking at Ishikawa with unexpected curiosity. Indeed, there are ninjutsu that do not require any elemental affinity. He himself knew of no less than 10 such techniques. However, those advanced techniques were not suitable to be taught to Ishikawa and his companions at this stage. I happened to see someone use it before, a high-level physical clone technique that can fight alongside the original. Ishikawa casually fabricated a story, as it was entirely plausible to encounter others practicing in a village as vast as Konoha. Is that so? Kakashi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Under Ishikawa's surprised gaze, he retrieved 3 pieces of testing paper from his ninja tool pouch. Initially, he had planned to test your chakra affinities in a few days. But it seems today is the day. This is chakra testing paper. By inputting your chakra, you can ascertain your elemental affinity. Kakashi distributed the paper among the 3, clearly explaining its usage and purpose. I see, that's wonderful. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. and I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. Taro and Jiro immediately erupted with excitement, eagerly inputting their chakra into the testing paper. In the next moment, one piece of paper spontaneously ignited without wind, while the other became damp and transformed into a wet tissue, fire affinity and water affinity. Taro possesses fire, while Jiro has water. What an unexpectedly advantageous counter. Observing the changes in the testing paper, Kakashi nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to Ishikawa. Fire and water. What ranks do you two hold to possess both fire and water chakra? I genuinely envy you. Ishikawa cast an envious glance at his two companions before dully inputting his chakra into the testing paper. To his astonishment, he discovered he possessed both lightning and earth affinities that a dual-element genius. Perhaps, upon witnessing the changes in the testing paper, Kakashi's pupils contracted in mild surprise. Although Ishikawa was not a five-element genius like himself, possessing dual chakra affinities undoubtedly indicated the potential of a high-ranking ninja among lower ranks. After all, only those elite ninjas who master techniques of two or more elements can become Jonin in Konoha. Being born with dual affinities signifies a head start over others. Big Brother, as expected, is remarkable. How enviable. To possess two chakra affinities. Taro and Jiro exclaimed in unison, gazing at Ishikawa with sincere admiration. Meanwhile, Ishikawa was also left in a state of bewilderment as he stared at the testing paper. What is happening? Previously, during his secret test, he had only discovered an earth affinity. How did another lightning affinity manifest? Could be due to that. Suddenly, Ishikawa recalled the electric shock he experienced from the doorknob and was struck with realization. All right, now that we are aware of everyone's chakra affinities, I will assign each of you a C-rank ninjutsu.hm. For convenience, let us use this one. Kakashi clapped his hand to regain their attention and, under the eager gazes of the three, swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, two shadow clones of Kakashi appeared. Taro and Jiro, you two will follow them. Kakashi waved his hand, assigning the two to the shadow clones. Turning his gaze to Ishikawa, he inquired, so, do you wish to learn lightning or earth ninjutsu? Upon hearing Kakashi's question, Ishikawa could not help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with desire. Can I learn both, Kakashi-sensei? Both? A spark of brilliance flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If you are not afraid of tiring yourself, then it is possible. However, I must state in advance that I will only teach it once. What? That is quite lazy of you, Kakashi-sensei. Ishikawa retorted, his expression awkward as he voiced his complaint. Without the Uchiha Sharingan, how could he possibly master it in a single lesson? However, recalling the transcendent Lin from another world, Ishikawa steeled himself and nodded, ready to give it a try. But I want one offensive ninjutsu and one defensive ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Kakashi paused slightly. His original intention was to prevent Ishikawa from being distracted by attempting to learn two techniques simultaneously. He also intended to give the other a little warning, but unexpectedly, Ishikawa agreed. It is important to note that even those born with dual chakra affinities typically choose to focus on mastering one type of ninjutsu during the lower ranks to avoid wasting energy and chakra. Did he think that possessing dual chakra affinities made him a so-called genius? I hope you 1T regret this decision, Kakashi stated coldly, casting a deep glance at Ishikawa. Genius? Perhaps realizing the harshness of reality would better prevent unnecessary mishaps. Pay close attention. This is the defensive ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Without giving Ishikawa a chance to refute, Kakashi stepped back a few paces to create distance and began forming hand seals. B-rank Earth release. Earth flow wall. Good heavens, he is raising the difficulty for me. Nonetheless, I like it. The fleeting thought crossed Ishikawa's mind as he intently focused on Kakashi's hands. Serpent, boar, dog. Under Ishikawa's keen gaze, Kakashi completed the 3 hand seals at a measured pace, then clapped his hands against the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. With a low exclamation from Kakashi, an exquisitely crafted earth wall, measuring 5 meters wide, 10 centimeters thick and 2 meters high, sprang forward from the ground. At the center of the wall, a vividly carved snarling dog as head emerged, baring its teeth. IT has appeared, Kakashi's exclusive edition. Doghead earth flow wall. Ishikawa secretly scoffed at the imposing earth wall before him. Meanwhile, he inwardly lamented that aside from catching a glimpse of the three-hand seals, he had gleaned nothing else from the technique. This is the offensive ninjutsu you requested. Lightning release. Thunder arrow. Almost simultaneously as Ishikawa was lost in thought, Kakashi performed a front flip, landing atop the earth wall, and began forming seals once more. Seeing this, Ishikawa immediately focused intently. Carefully observing, and in a single breath, he acquired the three-hand seals once again. Lightning release. Thunder arrow. Kakashi coldly huffed, and a white lightning bolt erupted from the center of his palm, striking the earth wall beneath him. In an instant, the white lightning, swift as a gale, tore through the earth wall with a resounding boom, cleaving the 5-meter wall in two. Incredible. Simply incredible. Ishikawa involuntarily exclaimed in awe. Utterly amazed by the lightning release technique he had only seen Boruto use in the sequel. The essence of earth flow wall lies in channeling earth chakra into the ground through the hand seals to create a protective wall. Conversely, Thunder Arrow involves gathering lightning chakra in the palm through hand seals to launch a lightning bolt. Ishikawa, the next step is up to you. With a teasing glimmer in his eyes, Kakashi left behind a few words of guidance before vanishing in an instant. Is that it? As Ishikawa watched Kakashi disappear in the blink of an eye, he could not help but gawk in dismay that, is Kakashi really taking this seriously? He is only showing me once. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. I should give it a try first. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Ishikawa recalled Kakashi's sequence of hand seals and gradually began to form his own. Serpent Boar Dog, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. With a resounding clap, Ishikawa completed the seals, smacking his hands against the ground as he focused intently and shouted, in the blink of an eye. Ishikawa felt his chakra surge uncontrollably from his hands into the earth, causing the tranquil ground before him to surge and ripple as if something were about to break free from beneath. This sensation, could it be that I have succeeded? Am I also a hidden genius ninja? Unbidden, such thoughts flitted through Ishikawa's mind. Yet, in the very next instant, the ground erupted before him, producing an irregular heap of dirt and rubble. Not only did it measure less than a meter in length, but it was also as thin as a hand and uneven in height, teetering precariously. Genius. It seems that I am truly far removed from such a notion. Gazing at the earthen wall that could be effortlessly obliterated by a gust of wind, Ishikawa wore a grim expression, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Indeed, his chakra was nearly depleted. Even if the training proved unsuccessful, the drain on his chakra was beyond what he could currently endure. Fire release, great fireball technique, water release, water chaos wave. While Ishikawa rested to regain his strength, the exuberant shouts of Taro and Jiro echoed in his ears, clearly having entered their training state. Has it begun? I shall not be underestimated. A faint smile crept onto Ishikawa's face as he promptly closed his eyes to reflect on the simple principles Kakashi had imparted. Night had fallen at the Ishikawa household. When the space-time connection reemerged, Ishikawa, filled with anticipation, stared at the empty room in bewilderment. Where is everyone? Where is his esteemed foreign instructor, Nohara Rin? Suddenly, Ishikawa's face lit up as he noticed books and envelopes materializing on the table. Ishikawa, I will be away from the village on a mission for a few days. Here are materials on medical ninjutsu and some chakra control techniques for you to study and practice in the meantime. Away from the village? That makes sense, given the heavy workload during wartime. Ishikawa exhaled slowly, not overly concerned. With the yellow flash of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, safeguarding the area, Rin's safety was assured until Madara's schemes came to fruition. Time was of the essence, and Ishikawa wasted no time in delving into those materials. He meticulously packed the documents and placed them at his doorstep, preparing to take them outside just half a minute before the space-time connection concluded, in order to avoid being whisked away. This is it. After finally seizing the opportunity to gain an advantage, how could I hesitate? Fixating on the doorknob, Ishikawa resolutely approached and grasped it. With a familiar, soul-stirring tremor, Ishikawa fell to the ground, limbs convulsing. Though the single sofa was soft, his financial constraints meant he had yet to acquire one for home, use. 5 minutes later, Ishikawa struggled to rise, hands trembling as he formed seals in a race against time. However, just as he was about to complete the seal for the earthen wall, he felt a tingling throughout his body and instinctively altered his hand signs. Lightning release. Lightning arrow. In flash. As Ishikawa completed the seals, chakra surged rapidly into his palms, morphing into erratic arcs of white lightning. Yet this lightning only lingered for 2 seconds before draining Ishikawa's chakra, vanishing abruptly. Indeed, at this moment, practicing lightning release techniques felt remarkably intuitive, yielding impressive results. Once again depleted, Ishikawa's complexion paled, his legs growing weak, yet his face radiated joy. After the rigorous testing against the earthen wall, he did not attribute this success to innate talent. Thus, he resolved to begin with you. Once more, he raised his gaze toward the doorknob, his eyes shining with determination as he extended his right hand. The following day, beneath the Torii Bridge in Konoha, I asked this to be our future meeting point. Surveying the familiar yet foreign terrain, Ishikawa lethargically gazed at the small river and casually inquired. After the space-time connection concluded last night, he had immersed himself in studying the materials left by Rin, tirelessly until the morning when he was roused by the two boys and brought here. This location, naturally, was where he remembered Team 7 gathered, the red Torii corridor bridge he had encountered more than once. Big brother, this is the place Kakashi-sensei's shadow clone mentioned yesterday, though we confirmed it last night, and it is indeed here. The two younger boys leaned against the railing, one on each side, explaining the situation to Ishikawa. The teacher also said that yesterday was just a familiarization with the mission process. From now on, we will gather here daily, and he will announce the mission details or whether we have a day off. Is that so? It's a pity that the teacher's habit of being late leaves me wondering when he will arrive. Ishikawa yawned while resting his arms on the railing, prompting the two boys to glance at him sideways. Big brother, did you train all night? You look exhausted. Yes, this is a hard-earned opportunity, of course. I must train diligently to master those ninjutsu as quickly as possible. Ishikawa nodded, imparting a sense of urgency to his younger companions. Sweat now, blood later. In this ruthless world of shinobi, being a mere background character necessitates greater effort. Otherwise, they might not even reach the Chunin exam storyline. Big brother, can you teach us tree climbing before the teacher arrives? During yesterday's ninjutsu training, he said that mastering tree climbing techniques could help us learn ninjutsu more swiftly. The two boys exchanged glances, and Taro took the initiative to voice his request, seeing his big brother working so hard. They felt they could not afford to slack off and embarrass him. All right, since this is something I promised you, I agree. Ishikawa nodded slightly, gaining a new perspective on Kakashi's tendency to be laid back. This was originally his duty, yet he had unwittingly passed it on to himself. Tree climbing, at its core, involved evenly distributing chakra in the soles of one's feet to adhere to the trunk or other objects. Though Ishikawa felt a sense of powerlessness to voice his thoughts, he meticulously explained the chakra control techniques for tree climbing. Thanks to his successful training experience and the materials Rin had provided, Ishikawa offered a detailed breakdown that left the two boys in awe, their admiration evident in their gazes. Sigh, how wonderful it would be if those eyes belonged to a beautiful girl. Ishikawa sighed internally, feeling somewhat disheartened, and waved the two boys off to practice. Go on, Jiro, yes, I must not disappoint big brother. With two enthusiastic cries, the boys formed seals and concentrated chakra as they sprinted toward a nearby tree. Well, my younger brothers are not without their advantages. At least for now, they will keep me focused and not be a burden to the team. Watching their figures charge toward the tree trunk, Ishikawa smiled faintly and turned his attention to the gently flowing river. Though it was merely a small stream, it was more than sufficient for training in water walking. I should also get myself motivated. Time to start water walking. Rubbing his forehead to clear his thoughts, Ishikawa formed seals with his hands and concentrated chakra in his feet. And in the next moment, he leaped off the small bridge, and with the force of his jump, he managed to stay on the water surface for a mere half a second before plummeting into the river with a splash. Thankfully, he had chosen the riverbank, or it would have been quite embarrassing. Watching the water engulf his calves, Ishikawa chuckled softly and once more focused on gathering chakra to step upon the water surface. Thud! Splash! Soon, the sounds of falling against the tree trunk and splashing into the water filled the air, creating a lively scene that, oh dear, you three are working so hard. It makes me, as your teacher, feel quite ashamed. Over an hour later, just as the trio was drenched in sweat, engrossed in their training, Kakashi's voice casually floated down from the torii, startling them all. Kakashi-sensei, you've finally arrived. What mission do we have today? The two younger boys immediately turned and shouted, while Ishikawa, without uttering a word, jumped onto the bridge, awaiting orders. Well, today you have no missions. I plan to inform you that you could practice your ninjutsu. But it seems you all have already begun diligently. Kakashi scratched his head, his gaze filled with appreciation. Regardless of talent, no teacher despises hard-working students. No mission today. Upon hearing Kakashi's reply, the two younger boys' faces fell in disappointment. However, they quickly regained their spirits, realizing that the absence of a mission meant they could freely train today. Exactly. Although I am pleased to see your efforts, I must remind you not to engage in overly strenuous training before I arrive in the future. If a mission arises, it may jeopardize your safety. Kakashi paused to add, of course, you may train freely now. You should not have any dangerous missions for at least 2 months. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. The three responded in unison. This was for their own good, and the trio certainly was not ungrateful. This is yesterday's mission reward. 1 for each of you. Nodding at the three, Kakashi retrieved 3 banknotes from his ninja tool pouch and handed them over. The trio's spirits soared at the sight. Their living stipends had ceased upon graduation, and becoming ninjas meant they could no longer take on side jobs for income. Thus, mission rewards are their sole source of income. How could they afford to overlook this? Training is akin to spending money. Having funds truly narrows the gap between ordinary folks and geniuses. 500 Rio. So much money. Quickly receiving the banknote and glancing at its value, Taro couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He had heard tales of ninjas earning well, but he never anticipated it would be this lucrative. Just the reward from a single D-rank mission equated to 1/6 of their previous monthly allowance. If they managed to complete a dozen D-rank missions in a month, wouldn't I be earning 7 or 8,000 Rio monthly? Fortune has smiled upon us, exclaimed Taro, his face alight with avarice. As Jiro echoed his sentiment. You two are dreaming, Ishikawa scoffed, rolling his eyes at the naive aspirations of his younger companions. Oh, you even comprehend what it means to undertake over 10 D-rank missions in a single month. Just possessing a record of 8 D-rank missions qualifies one for the Chunin exams. Though this statistic merely serves as a reference, the actual workload for a graduate in their first year is likely to far exceed that. Yet, such regulations exist for a reason. Not every group enjoys the privilege of being the protagonist or supporting character, with preferential access to missions. Clearly, this rule was established for those of us in the background roles. After all, the number of low-level missions is finite. The proverbial pie is limited. With at least 100 lower-ranked ninja teams in Konoha, how can the tasks be fairly distributed? Thus, it is probable that they will only receive 3 or 5 missions in a month. If they are fortunate, unless, of course, they can exhibit extraordinary talents that catch the eye of the third Hokage amid the sea of competitors. Otherwise, even Kakashi would be unable to secure many missions for them, perhaps just a slight edge over other teams, which is hardly beneficial. As evening descended, 2 heavy breaths echoed outside the apartment door, followed by the sound of the door swinging open to reveal Taro and Jiro, drenched in sweat and struggling under the weight of a single-person sofa. It seems you two require more training. After barely 5 kilometers, you're already exhausted. How do you expect to venture out of the village for special missions in the future? Ishikawa remarked, stepping aside to allow them entry, gesturing for them to bring the sofa inside. Brother, it's easy for you to say that while standing, they complained in unison as they maneuvered the sofa into the house, collapsing onto the floor in a puddle of sweat. Why on earth would you buy a sofa by yourself? It's utterly useless and exorbitantly priced, they continued, grumbling as they sat on the floor. Enough with the chatter. Rest for now. I'll prepare dinner. And you can eat before you leave, Ishikawa chided, closing the door with a smirk, which instantly brightened the spirits of his companions. Thank you for your kindness, big brother, they chorused, their eyes gleaming with gratitude. Had it not been for your loan to me for this sofa, I wouldn't be cooking for you at all. What kind of elder brother cooks for his younger siblings? It's absurd. Ishikawa thought to himself as he swiftly made his way to the kitchen. Thanks to his culinary skills honed in a previous life, his home-cooked meals were quite satisfactory, without any elaborate dishes. A simple vegetable noodle dish was prepared and served fresh at the dining table in less than half an hour. To think that big brother can actually make noodles. The flavor and texture rival even Ichiraku ramen. Taro exclaimed, slurping noisily. Although the noodles are delightful, they pale in comparison to the rich flavors of Ichiraku, Jiro added, enthusiastically devouring his portion. Humph, I'm not so easily deceived. Hurry up and finish so you can leave. I still need to wash up and get to bed, Ishikawa urged, rolling his eyes at their exaggerated praise. In reality, he knew his cooking did not measure up to Ichiraku's renowned ramen. Upon realizing their flattery had been exposed, the two younger brothers quickly finished their meals, leaving with hurried goodbyes. We'll take our leave now, big brother. Rest well, and see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Ishikawa replied, munching on his noodles. The moment the door closed behind them, his gaze fell upon the sofa, and he thought at last, no more bumping my head. After hastily cleaning up, Ishikawa moved the sofa against the wall and collapsed onto it. Seeking to replenish his energy after a grueling day of training, exhausted, he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and the clock struck 10:59 p.m. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced through his dreams. Rousing him from his sleep, it was the alarm he had set in advance. Rushing to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, he returned to find an assortment of items materializing in the room due to a temporal connection. However, to his disappointment, Nohara Rin did not appear as expected. It seemed she was still out on a mission. Since she is not here, I might as well start training, he sighed, seating himself on the sofa and focusing intently on the doorknob. Determination etched on his face. Click! A familiar sensation coursed through his body, causing him to collapse onto the sofa. Moments later, the room was filled with his strange shouts as he practiced lightning release, thunderbolt, arrow, until he was utterly spent, only to repeat the cycle. As Ishikawa engaged in relentless training and studying, 5 days swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, no missions had been assigned. Each day commenced with a morning meeting, followed by individual training to enhance their skills. During this time, Ishikawa diligently memorized and perfected the chakra control techniques Rin had entrusted to him, mastering the water-walking exercise, with the advantage of his enhanced abilities. He also managed to grasp the C-rank lightning release, thunderbolt, arrow. Most notably, Ishikawa was pleasantly surprised to find that his physical strength had significantly increased by at least 50% since his graduation. Naturally, this boost in physique allowed him to refine his chakra further, enabling him to utilize 3 thunderbolt arrows at present. Based on his estimations, he now possessed roughly 1/10 of Kakashi's chakra, though this may seem insufficient. Considering Kakashi's status as an elite jonin, that 1/10 was enough for Ishikawa to stand out among the lower-ranked ninja. That night, the familiar alarm rang once more, and Ishikawa, accustomed to the routine, rose to wash his face before heading to the sofa for another round of intensive training on the thunderbolt arrow. Just then, a familiar shadow began to materialize beside the sofa. "Miss Rin, you've finally returned," Ishikawa exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he beheld the figure of the girl he had been longing to see. It wasn't that he harbored any romantic feelings for Rin. He simply found himself in dire need of her assistance. "I apologize for making you wait," Nohara Rin said, with an apologetic smile. Although there were no formal obligations between them, her good-natured disposition made her feel somewhat guilty for leaving without notice. "No need for apologies," Ishikawa replied quickly, his expression turning serious. "Miss Rin, I require your help." "Help?" she echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei has given me a challenge to independently learn the B-rank Earth release, Earth Wall, within a week. You know my situation. This is quite a daunting task for me," Ishikawa implored earnestly. "Thus, I kindly request your assistance in acquiring the training techniques for the Earth Wall as detailed as possible, but if I can master it within a week, Kakashi-sensei will surely regard me with newfound respect, strengthening our bond and allowing me to gain his trust in obtaining the critical information regarding your sacrifices. Should I fail this challenge, I will remain just another ordinary lower-ranked ninja, incapable of gathering enough intelligence to aid you in changing your fate. Is that so? Rin's pupils constricted at his words, and she nodded solemnly, her demeanor taking on an unprecedented gravity. She knew Kakashi too well. He would never divulge even a fragment of information unless he was supremely confident in the person he was speaking to. As for seeking information from others, well, Ishikawa's status as a lower-ranked ninja meant he would struggle to acquire much. Moreover, concerning the 3 sacrifices from Minato's team, it seemed that aside from Kakashi himself, no one else was as privy to the intricate details. Just wait. I will go find Kakashi right away. Without hesitation, Rin affirmed, turning on her heel to leave. With only an hour to spare, she needed to swiftly acquire the training techniques to relay back to Ishikawa. Although she could provide them the following day, every moment that passed increased the risk of failure in the challenge. Rin was unwilling to take that chance. Outside a modest, unadorned house in Konoha, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded, abruptly awakening Kakashi from his slumber. "Rin, what brings you here at this hour? Is there a mission?" he inquired, swiftly opening the door to find Rin standing outside, panting and visibly anxious. "There is no time to explain, Kakashi, that I need a detailed account of the training techniques for the Earth Wall." "The Earth Wall?" Kakashi echoed, perplexed by the request. To his knowledge, Rin did not possess Earth-style chakra. Why would she need the details of this technique? Was she being coerced? However, it is merely a B-rank Earth release technique, which is considered a common ninjutsu within the ninja world and holds no extraordinary value. Nevertheless, we are currently in a time of war, where any unusual occurrence could potentially be a precursor to an enemy's scheme. Caution is imperative. I must discreetly investigate to ensure Lin's safety. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Kakashi's mind, and he nodded imperceptibly, welcoming Nohara Lin into the house. "The Earth Flow Wall is just a simple B-rank Earth technique. I didn't leave any notes during my previous training. Therefore, I can only write it down for you now." "Please wait a moment." Kakashi retrieved a blank scroll and began to write and sketch, probing further. "Training notes? Do you really need that?" Nohara Lin exclaimed in surprise, but upon realizing the urgency of the situation, she quickly shook her head to dispel the trivial thought. "I only have half an hour. Please, Kakashi." Discounting the time spent traveling back and forth from her home to Kakashi's, she estimated that there was only about 40 minutes left. She had to expedite the process to ensure Ishikawa obtained the training secrets tonight. "Half an hour? That should be sufficient." Kakashi paused momentarily, a glimmer of unusual light flickering in his eyes before he quickly resumed writing. Despite not fully understanding the reasons behind it, Kakashi meticulously documented all his insights and training tips regarding the Earth Flow Wall. The IT was just a B-rank technique. He could never risk Lin's life over such a matter. Soon, after 20 minutes of anxious waiting, Kakashi completed his writing and stored the scroll away. "Thank you, Kakashi," Lin exclaimed eagerly as she snatched the scroll, leaving behind a hasty remark before dashing out the door. Time was of the essence. She wanted to return home to utilize the doorknob to enhance her abilities. It seemed necessary for her to learn the shadow clone technique. "Yes, I'll seek out Lord Minato tomorrow to practice that ninjutsu." As she swiftly traversed the deserted streets under the night sky, Lin murmured to herself, her gaze resolute. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow silently trailed behind her, stealthy and persistent. Moments later, with a bang, as the door opened and shut, Nohara Lin stepped inside her home, only to find Ishikawa sprawled on the sofa, twitching. "No wonder you prepared the sofa. It's for this reason." Lin chuckled softly, instantly discerning Ishikawa's intent. She winked at him and promptly stuffed the scroll into his arms before placing him on the ground. Then confidently moved the sofa aside. "Now you can practice the Earth Flow Wall. I'll borrow this for a moment." "Ishikawa? Are we that close? How rude." However, upon considering the Earth Flow Wall scroll in his possession, Ishikawa felt no resentment whatsoever. Instead, he secretly reveled in unrestrained joy. The Earth Flow Wall was merely a pretext. Even if he failed in his training, it would not matter. His true aim was to gauge Lin's attitude, while simultaneously creating a sense of urgency and establishing a suitable source for the impending information exchange. Indeed, it was a transaction, as the saying goes. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Ishikawa would not naively stake his life and fortune on Lin's character, expecting to secure her trust solely by virtue of being Kakashi's disciple. That would not only be foolish, but utterly brainless. Yahara Lin was willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of Konoha. So why should he not be prepared to do the same for Konoha and even the entire world? Therefore, Ishikawa needed to be pragmatic and grounded. While the world of ninjas is replete with passion and bonds, schemes and darkness also flourish with vigor. Meanwhile, as Ishikawa's imagination ran wild, a figure outside pressed against the door. Straining to listen, no sound, there should only be Lin at home. Could I have misjudged? But why is Lin in such a rush? What on earth is happening? Kakashi pondered, filled with suspicion, yet after some deliberation, he refrained from acting recklessly, choosing instead to hide in the shadows and observe. Time passed agonizingly under Kakashi's tense scrutiny. Yet by the following morning, he had not detected any anomalies in the mission. Yahara Lin awoke, as usual, washed up, and left for the meeting point with the Minato squad, her demeanor perfectly normal. Now's the time. After waiting all night, Kakashi sprang to attention the moment Lin turned the corner, swiftly infiltrating her room. For a ninja, door locks are merely decorative, utterly ineffective. However, after meticulously inspecting every suspicious corner of the room, Kakashi found no issues whatsoever. The only point of interest was the missing scroll. Could it be that I misjudged Lin? Self-doubt crept in as Kakashi glanced at the time, hastily restoring the room to its original state before racing towards the meeting point. A few minutes later. Kakashi, I can't believe you actually showed up late too. What happened to the elite ninja who abides by the rules? Upon Kakashi's arrival, Obito, ever the loudmouth, approached to tease him. The joy on his face was impossible to conceal. Today, it was finally not Obito who was tardy, especially when it was his most detested rival, Kakashi. The feeling was simply marvelous. Idiot. Kakashi responded coldly, heading straight to where Lin was attempting to mediate. Lin, could you take another look at the scroll I gave you last night? It was quite late, and there might have been some oversights. That. I don't have it with me. Yahara Lin replied sheepishly, then quickly added, I already handed that over to a friend. It was at their request that I troubled you. Kakashi, there's no need for further checks. I trust in your abilities. That's so. Kakashi's eyes flickered with an unusual light as he nodded, opting not to press further. However, turmoil brewed within him. But a friend? Could it be that she handed it over to someone on her way here? Who could that be? Someone who could prompt Lin to seek their assistance with the Earth Flow Wall training and conceal their identity from him? But merely for the Earth Flow Wall. That person should be a fellow villager, perhaps a close friend or relative of Lin's. In any case, they shouldn't be the enemy village spy he had initially suspected last night. The scroll? Damn it. What secret are you two hiding from me? Watching the two exchange cryptic glances, Obito felt a surge of jealousy erupt within him. How could Lin sneak out to meet Kakashi at night? Especially for a friend? Damn it, who is that bastard? Who could it possibly be? In the 59th year of Konoha, morning. So that's how it is. This is Kakashi's version of the Earth Flow Wall's secrets. That guy Kakashi is far too lazy, having such detailed training steps, yet choosing to gloss over them. Ishikawa stored the scroll away, stretched, and muttered under his breath, entirely unaware that turmoil was brewing in another realm as a result. Well, I hope there are no missions today, so I can quickly complete the training for the Earth Flow Wall. After hastily washing up, Ishikawa yawned and made his way to the meeting point. The previous night, he had been awake all night due to the Earth Flow Wall insights. Yet, reality often has a way of thwarting one's expectations. Upon Ishikawa's arrival at the meeting point, and after waiting for Kakashi, their team finally faced their second rank mission in their ninja careers. Help the feudal lord's wife catch a pet. A little tiger? Kakashi-sensei, are you sure this mission is to catch a cat? Upon hearing Kakashi's assignment, Ishikawa could not help but double-check. What the heck? This mission is truly a conveyor belt of Konoha's rank tasks, including later assignments with Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kinomaru. Just how much GDP has this cat contributed to Konoha? Well, to be frank, it is indeed about catching a cat. However, this particular cat is no ordinary feline. It possesses a strong evasion instinct due to being pursued multiple times. My requirement for you is to capture it using your strength without employing traps. Furthermore, This time, there is no need for teamwork. Each of you will act individually, and you must each catch it once for me to verify. After the third capture, hand it over to me to submit the mission. Why Kakashi-sensei? Taro quickly inquired, realizing that this would significantly increase the difficulty. Catch and release, release and catch. We won't even be able to practice teamwork. I don't understand the purpose of this. Jiro chimed in, perplexed by Kakashi's approach, which seemed to completely contradict his usual emphasis on collaborative spirit. In response to the two's questions, Kakashi remained silent, and instead turned his gaze to the taciturn Ishikawa. Is Kakashi-sensei aiming to hone our individual abilities? Ishikawa shrugged, glancing at Kakashi. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, the three of them were relatively weak, but their teamwork was far more harmonious, making any formal training unnecessary. Thus, this was the only objective Ishikawa could surmise. That's correct, Ishikawa. However, I am more interested in seeing whether your abilities have improved over the past few days of training. Kakashi nodded in affirmation, enlightening Taro and Jiro. Then let us begin. The remuneration for this task will be allocated according to the rankings of capturing the cat. First place, 1,000 taels. Second place, 300 taels. Third place, 100 taels. What? Kakashi-sensei, this is utterly outrageous. The disparity between the last and the first place is a staggering 900 taels. Ishikawa immediately protested vehemently, inciting his two companions to share in his indignation. Precisely. This is an attempt to sow discord among us. The elder brother has always said that we should share both fortune and adversity. We must resolutely oppose this proposal. Without hesitation, Taro and Jiro echoed the sentiment. Compared to the 1,000 taels awarded to the first place, they yearned far more for an equitable distribution of 500 taels each. After all, when contrasted with their elder brother Ishikawa, their chances of winning were evidently quite slim. Hey, I say you too. Are you not reacting rather slowly? Observing their naive expressions, Kakashi smirked, gesturing towards Ishikawa's position with a teasing glint in his eye. The two companions turned to the sound, only to find that their leader Ishikawa had vanished without a trace. In an instant, they felt as if a flock of crows had flown over their heads. Fools, fools! How infuriating! I never imagined my elder brother would act in such a manner. Too cunning. I must find the kitty and secure first place to show him. Coming to this realization, Taro and Jiro simultaneously shouted in anger, exchanging glances before unleashing their chakra to pursue. It seems that Ishikawa has grasped my intentions. While those two remained blissfully naive, Kakashi shook his head, gazing at the now empty bridge, reflecting on the situation with a mix of amusement and regret. Had Ishikawa not acted in this way, the respect those two held for him would certainly not have ignited such fierce determination. Naturally, this special training would yield no fruitful results. Meanwhile, I apologize, Taro and Jiro. This is my chance to repay your debts in full, and it is not that I lack righteousness. It is simply that the teacher has offered too much. On the streets of Konoha, Ishikawa swiftly maneuvered through alleys, murmuring to himself. Although in the story team 7 discovers the kitty in the woods, the reality is that Konoha is vast, and Ishikawa has no idea where it might be hiding. Moreover, who knows if that cat will even be in the woods this time? This is not a matter of luck. With 1,000 taels at stake, Ishikawa is not about to waste time on a blind search. Rather than fishing for needles in the haystack of Konoha, he would take the initiative. Finally, I found you. Suddenly, Ishikawa halted, looking up. Before him stood a fish stall, desolate and deserted, the stench of fish overwhelming the entire street. The stall owner wore a sorrowful expression as he gazed at the lifeless fish, as if mourning a great loss. Boss, are all these fish going to be thrown away? Ishikawa quickly approached, pointing at the discarded dead fish. Nearby, several stray dogs were feasting heartily, enjoying this unnatural bounty. Of course, who would buy rotten fish? Why not dispose of them? The stall owner replied gruffly, not even glancing at Ishikawa, as he continued to lament his losses. Then I shan't be polite. Ishikawa grinned at the remark, stepping forward to shoo away the stray dogs, packing nearly a basket full of dead fish to take with him. Hey, what madness is this? You want dead fish too? Are you competing with stray dogs for scraps, showing no humanity? The stall owner's shouts echoed behind him, drawing the attention of many that you're the one competing with the dogs for food. I am merely drawing the snake out of its hole. Do you understand what Sun Tzu's art of war entails? Ishikawa retorted darkly, enduring the foul smell as he carried the dead fish deep into the woods. A few minutes later, I refuse to believe there isn't a single thief among them. Watching the fishy aroma wafting from the flames, Ishikawa perched on a tree, waiting patiently. His sense of smell rivaled that of a dog, and he was confident that as long as it was within a few kilometers, the cat would surely be drawn by the scent. If it does not come, I shall simply move to another location. After all, those fish are not going anywhere. Kakashi said not to use traps, but he never mentioned I couldn't entice it to take the bait. A team most, when it comes time to capture, he would intervene personally without the use of any traps or even weapons. Perfect. This guy truly knows how to exploit loopholes in the rules, and swiftly breaks the rules to seek new methods of counter-tracking. Yeshitai Ishikawa, I am increasingly eager to witness your performance, a few dozen meters away. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, silently mused. He did not care about breaking the rules. As long as his companions were unharmed and the core of the mission was not affected, that was sufficient. The student he desired was precisely this type. Meow, meow, woof, woof. By the campfire, which exuded a pungent fishy aroma, numerous strays of varying sizes and breeds fought fiercely over the delectable fish. The once tranquil woods had transformed into a chaotic battlefield of dogs. Dust swirling in the air. Damn it, I actually forgot this tactic would attract other dogs as well. It's over all for naught. Perched on a leafy branch, Ishikawa watched the canine melee, his mouth twitching in despair. At that moment, he felt like a self-satisfied fool. What was I thinking? This is clearly exposing my foolishness. Now, what shall you do? Simultaneously, hidden in the shadows, Kakashi bore a look of amusement, evidently having anticipated this outcome. This was also one of the reasons he did not intervene to stop Ishikawa from setting traps. Given the situation, there was no choice but to proceed headlong. Sighing, Ishikawa pondered for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. There would be no shortcuts. For now, he must gather information and clues from the client to begin his pursuit. This was the essential skill of a low-ranking ninja, albeit a more troublesome and time-consuming endeavor. Such is the plight of the ordinary. Well, this is the only option available, but I cannot simply bind two lackeys to fight for first place, nor can I follow them like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Certainly not. That is not the way of Team 7. With a final sigh, Ishikawa glanced at the remnants of the fish that had been nearly devoured before swiftly departing. Here, there was no longer any need to remain in hiding. For the sake of his comrades, would he forsake a more convenient and secure method? Perhaps, in a true test of a ninja, he would reveal an even more brilliant performance. With a swish, Kakashi landed on the branch where Ishikawa had been concealed, smiling with satisfaction. Yeshitai Ishikawa, indeed a subordinate worthy of cultivation, whether in talent, ninja quality, or the will of fire. Meanwhile, as Ishikawa pursued the kitty, on the other side of Konoha, 45 years later, training in Shadow Clone? Why the sudden interest in this jutsu? Minato looked at Rin in surprise. You should know that the Shadow Clone technique distributes chakra evenly among the clones. With your chakra, this technique offers little benefit to you that I'm aware of that, but I still wish to learn this technique. Please, Minato-sensei. Rin bit her lip, insisting, which left both Kakashi and Obito astonished. Rin, when did you become so obstinate? Hee, if you are determined, then I agree. A glimmer of unnoticeable intrigue flashed in Minato's eyes as he cheerfully acquiesced. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Rin's face lit up with joy, her chest puffing out as she smiled sweetly. Once she masters the Shadow Clone, no matter what situation arises, it will not hinder her rapid growth using the doorknob. She will surely change their fated demise. It is my duty as a teacher. Minato smiled radiantly, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, Rin is working so hard now. Have you completed the technique I taught you? Well, Kakashi's face momentarily froze, before he shook his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry. Minato-sensei. After all, that was an A-rank jutsu you spent 3 years mastering. I haven't completed it YET for incorporating lightning attribute nature transformation. That seems even less likely. Is that so? Then you need not rush. Take your time. Minato reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, not the least bit disheartened. If it were that easy, he would have completed the technique long ago. He wouldn't have entrusted it to Kakashi. Eager to see if this genius could find any solutions at A-rank jutsu. Minato-sensei, how biased you are, secretly teaching Kakashi an A-rank jutsu. I want to learn too. Obito exclaimed, increasingly incensed as he listened, adjusting his goggles defiantly at the two. Genius Kakashi, what kind of genius can't even master an A-rank jutsu? Idiot, I'm talking about you. The one who can't learn ninjutsu and is a subpar genius. How infuriating. Do you want to get beaten up? You underachiever. Come at me then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Stupid Kakashi. In an instant, Kakashi and Obito faced off, tension palpable between them. Just as they were about to clash, Rin dashed in between them, her face flushed with anger. Can't you two act a little more mature? How can we continue to collaborate as a team to execute tasks in the future under such circumstances? With individuals like them, how can they possibly alter their destinies? In an instant, the two disputing individuals were silenced by Rin's delicate admonition, momentarily frozen in place. For the fiery youths, the notion of maturity struck like a thunderbolt. Regardless, I shall not concede to Kakashi. After a brief pause, Obito averted his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Rin, who turned away with a sulky pout, her expression one of defiance. How could he possibly allow himself to be bested by Kakashi in Rin's presence? Absolutely not. Ahem. Noticing this, Minato awkwardly smiled, extending his right hand. That it is not that I do not wish to teach you, but this technique demands a significant level of talent and chakra. As Rin and Obito looked on in astonishment. Minato spoke while visibly gathering a swirling mass of blue chakra in his hand. For this was an incomplete A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, which I too have yet to master fully. Almost the moment the word Rasengan left his lips, the chakra in Minato's palm coalesced into a magnificent azure sphere, vibrant and resplendent. Remarkable to control chakra to such an extent. Rin's eyes widened in awe as she gasped softly, a medical ninja. She was acutely aware of the training's difficulty. It could be said that this was even more challenging to master than the sage techniques. Simultaneously, Obito's eyes were fixed on the Rasengan, swallowing hard. His gaze ablaze with ambition. Minato-sensei, I believe I can give it a try. Just because Kakashi cannot does not mean I, Uchiha Obito, cannot. Perhaps I possess the potential to surpass a certain inept genius. Fool. Such a possibility is non-existent. Unsurprisingly, Kakashi immediately scoffed with a cold retort. You believe a laggard could exceed a genius? What a farce. Not even an Uchiha could manage that. Just as Obito was about to retort, he recalled Rin's admonition and hastily fell silent. He feigned maturity with a dismissive huff, then promptly turned to Minato with a pitiful expression. All right, I understand. Minato sighed, shaking his head, then turned his gaze to our to be fair, Rin should join as well. As for whether you two can master the Rasengan, that depends on your own efforts. Yes, Minato-sensei, with her brown hair adorned with a black king symbol and a red bow atop her head, the scene was lively. Haha, I finally caught you. As the sun dipped low in the west, Ishikawa gasped for breath, triumphantly announcing his capture of Mikihiko. Although considerable time and energy had been expended by then, he was the first to seize the target. 1,000 Ryo is secured. For his two lackeys were also desperately searching, but their stamina, chakra, and control techniques paled in comparison to Ishikawa's. Their continuous exertion caused them to pause and recuperate, naturally slowing their pace. Ishikawa, with such ninja qualities, had already reached the level of an elite genin, and to his surprise, he had delivered a pleasant surprise. The question remained, however, how was his aptitude for learning ninjutsu? Had those two managed to learn even one of the techniques? From his hidden vantage point, Kakashi observed with mixed emotions. With such strength and dual chakra attributes, he was already considered a small prodigy among ordinary folk. Now, you can return home to rest. Tomorrow, we shall gather at the usual place. With a swift motion, Kakashi appeared before Ishikawa, calling out to him. Ishikawa was not surprised to see Kakashi. After all, it was his proposal, and he would undoubtedly be observing from the shadows, glancing at the sky. Ishikawa recalled he still needed to train later that night, and promptly set down Mikihiko to leave. However, before doing so, he said, 1,000 Ryo. Thank you for your guidance, sensei. With gleaming eyes, Ishikawa extended his hands towards Kakashi. This guy. Can't he wait until tomorrow? Kakashi, satisfied, felt a large character appear above his head as he reached into his pocket to retrieve 1,000 Ryo, handing it over. All right then, I'll leave Taro and Jiro in your capable hands. Sensei, with the money in hand, Ishikawa gestured enthusiastically and turned to head home. After all, Mikihiko was right there, and his two lackeys were nearby, so with Kakashi present, he had no need to worry. Damn it. My 1,000 Ryo reward. The 300 Ryo for second place is definitely mine. Mikihiko, don't run away. Moments later, the woods echoed with the lamentations of his lackeys, igniting the atmosphere as night fell in the time-space room. Ishikawa felt the thrill of being able to train vigorously again. Upon waking and seeing the room's transformation, he was filled with fervor and immediately began to practice the earth style, earth wall technique. Just as he was about to start, he noticed Rin forming hand seals beside him, performing the shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, a solid clone appeared beside Rin, instantly capturing Ishikawa's attention. Shadow clones. If I could learn this, I could sneak around during the Third War time-space, right? After all, it's just a clone, and there is no fear of unexpected situations that Ishikawa's breath caught, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss Rin, could I learn the shadow clone technique from you? Without hesitation, Ishikawa approached with a bold request. You? Rin blinked in surprise, then her expression turned slightly incredulous. Ishikawa, with your chakra, mastering the earth wall technique is already your limit. Why would you want to learn the shadow clone technique, which requires evenly distributing chakra? Even I can't maintain a shadow clone for more than 5 minutes. For you, perhaps even a minute would be impossible. As she spoke, Rin couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. She had been too naive in her thinking. The reality was just as Minato-sensei had said. The shadow clone technique held little benefit for her. 5 minutes? That is hardly sufficient to accomplish anything. Upon hearing that he might not even last a minute, how could Ishikawa, as a man, admit defeat? Yet, facing such an undeniable truth, he found himself at a loss for words. His expression one of frustration as he temporarily abandoned the idea of that ninjutsu. Indeed, while the shadow clone is an excellent auxiliary skill and a training cheat, lacking Naruto's level of chakra and Uzumaki lineage made it little more than a joke. In many respects, the shadow clone was merely the protagonist's privilege. I'll save that for later. For now, I should focus on mastering the earth wall technique. Ishikawa forced a smile and turned towards the inner wall's door. A minute of shadow clone usage was currently less valuable to him than the earth wall technique. Crack. Another wave of exhilarating energy surged through his body, filling every cell and limb, and Ishikawa collapsed back onto the sofa. Opposite him, Rin nodded at her shadow clone and then, as if struck by lightning, reached for the doorknob. Almost instantaneously, as Rin fainted, the shadow clone gently placed her down and, with a puff, vanished in a cloud of smoke. 2 minutes later, Rin awoke, feeling her stamina restored, and began to move. With one hand raised in a claw-like gesture, she focused intently on gathering chakra in her palm. Though she had experience with the sage techniques, this required hand seals to activate. While it seemed somewhat related, it offered little practical assistance. Rin's cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled, ultimately only managing to create a few wisps of chaotic chakra in her palm, which quickly dissipated. The challenge of condensing chakra into a high-density sphere like Minato's Rasengan was an insurmountable task. All of this unfolded before Ishikawa's observing eyes. That is, the Rasengan. How could this be? How could Rin also be training in the Rasengan? Is this the butterfly effect? Helpless to move, Ishikawa's pupils constricted, his heart tumultuous. By calculating the timeline, Kakashi had developed the Chidori at the age of 12. He had claimed it was impossible to infuse lightning chakra into the Rasengan, leading to the creation of the A-rank lightning release, Chidori, which possessed both nature transformation and form transformation. Now, Rin and her peers were only 11 years old, so it was not unreasonable for them to be learning the Rasengan during this period, but did Minato truly pass on a Rasengan to others? Indeed, I still cannot stabilize my chakra. This technique is far too challenging for me. No wonder even Kakashi has yet to complete this A-rank ninjutsu. Feeling his chakra drained, Rin looked at her palm. Bitterness etched across her face. If it's about training the Rasengan, I can assist you. Suddenly, just as she was about to reach for the doorknob to restore her chakra and continue training, Ishikawa's voice resonated in her ear. The Rasengan? You actually know the Rasengan? In an instant, Rin's incredulous inquiry burst forth. Her expression was one of disbelief. Ishikawa was merely Kakashi's disciple, and their relationship was that of an ordinary teacher and student. How could he possibly know of such a secret ninjutsu? It defied logic. The Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, the signature techniques of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, as Kakashi's student. How could I be unaware? Gazing into the eyes of Naira Rin, Ishikawa steeled himself and boldly declared a shocking revelation. In order to teach Naira Rin the spiral sphere and provide her with a safeguard, he knew he must take some risks. The Fourth Hokage. Teacher Minato is the Fourth Hokage of Konoha. The weight of this statement struck like thunder. No, it can't be. How could this be? If the Fourth Hokage were indeed Minato, it would imply that he had already sacrificed himself in the future. Yet the Hokage rock on your side only displays 4 faces, with no sign of a 5th Hokage. You are deceiving me. After a moment of stunned silence, Naira Rin erupted with a frantic anger akin to a cornered lion. She simply could not fathom the implications of this truth. What sort of tragic fate would befall Konoha if the Hokage had fallen? If even the Hokage had perished, what depths of despair would this cruel war plunge them into? Was it possible that Konoha had already been overwhelmed by other ninja villages? Following the 4th Hokage's demise, the 3rd Hokage resumed his position. Thus, the village remains under the governance of the 3rd Hokage, with no 5th Hokage in sight. Ishikawa succinctly stated, causing Naira Rin's eyes to widen in disbelief. The 3rd Hokage is still alive? Without considering her words, Naira Rin blurted out in astonishment, in her understanding. A new Hokage could only ascend after the previous one had died. For instance, the 2nd Hokage succeeded the 1st upon his death, and the 3rd succeeded the 2nd. But now, the 3rd Hokage had not perished. Yet the 4th had taken office, and the aged 3rd had lived on only to reclaim his position 14 years later, while the 4th Hokage had met his end. What on earth was going on? That is the reality of the situation. If you have doubts, I can take you outside to show you. Ishikawa rose, stretching his weary body and gesturing towards the door. And no need for that. But can you tell me how Teacher Minato died? As the 4th Hokage, he surely would not have ventured out on perilous missions. Naira Rin shook her head, her concern palpable. Since Ishikawa dared to speak so boldly, it must reflect the truth. What she most yearned to understand was the death of the 4th Hokage. Although Ishikawa might not possess extensive knowledge or be privy to the full truth, the demise of a Hokage would inevitably be disclosed to the public, serving as a point of reference for her. Ishikawa revealed the truth without reservation, his expression turning grave as he began to speak. 11 years ago, on October 10th of the 48th year of Konoha, the village was struck by the Night of the Nine Tails. When a legendary Nine-Tails fox appeared within the village. Nine-Tails. Upon hearing this horrifying revelation, Naira Rin gasped, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of the terror and devastation from that night. Having lived through the era of war, she understood all too well the significance of the tailed beasts, instruments of destruction. They left ruin in their wake. Ishikawa silently nodded, his eyes reddening as he recalled that fateful night when Konoha lost its heroic 4th Hokage and many elite ninjas. It was also that night that many, including myself, became orphans overnight. So, it was a Nine-Tails fox that killed Teacher Minato. Naira Rin felt a heaviness in her chest, as though a weight were pressing down on her heart, making it hard to breathe. The Nine-Tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts. No wonder Teacher Minato had sacrificed himself heroically as the 4th Hokage. He must have done so to protect the village. Did the village ever uncover the cause of the Nine-Tails rampage? Who was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Taking deep breaths to steady herself, Naira Rin regained her composure and asked one final question, that if she could ascertain the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She could prepare in advance for any unforeseen circumstances. I don't know, that's all I am aware of. Ishikawa shrugged, feigning helplessness that it's absurd. How would a mere civilian ninja like me know such classified information? Did you not notice that even you, a disciple of Minato, were unaware that Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? If I were to know, that would be a miracle. Ah, I was too hasty, Nara-Rin realized belatedly, nodding in agreement. Although she remained oblivious to the specifics and the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, knowing the time and place of the Nine-Tails assault was already a significant advantage. On October 10th, 3 years hence, she must find a way to prevent the Nine-Tails from going berserk. Heroes are always revered, especially those like the Fourth Hokage who saved the village. As the conversation began to drift further away, Ishikawa took a deep breath and returned to the main topic. As someone without a family legacy, I once naively researched the spiral sphere based on some rumors. Though I ultimately did not succeed, I did arrive at a general direction that might serve as a reference for you. Well, anything is better than your aimless training? Upon hearing Ishikawa's audacious proclamation, Nara-Rin felt her hopes begin to fade. The A-rank ninjutsu that teacher Minato had spent 3 years developing, and here was a mere civilian ninja who couldn't even master chakra control, claiming to have research findings? Then please share your perspective. Looking at Ishikawa's earnest demeanor, Nara-Rin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to listen. Although she had already concluded that there would be no substantial gain, she felt compelled to grant him this courtesy. After all, she had just acquired a crucial piece of information. One should not dismiss the messenger simply because they were a monk. First, take a look at this. Noticing Nara-Rin's lack of resistance, Ishikawa turned and retrieved a water ball from a nearby box. This is merely a toy I used to pass the time when I was bored, but now it comes in handy. To be honest, I've never seen the spiral sphere with my own eyes, so I previously relied on this to envision what the spiral sphere might look like. Ishikawa's words plunged Nara-Rin's heart back into despair. Yet, as she observed the small water ball in Ishikawa's hand, it seemed to ignite something within her. In my view, the so-called spiral sphere is akin to transforming chakra into something resembling this water ball. However, chakra, being an intangible essence, cannot be condensed, much like the water within this ball cannot be grasped. Therefore, to seize hold of this water, or rather, that chakra, you need something to contain it, akin to a shell surrounding this sphere. I see. So that's what it means. Almost instantaneously as Ishikawa's words fell, Nara-Rin's understanding blossomed. As long as there was a chakra shell to stabilize the chakra, she need not fear its dispersal. Merely contemplating this point based on legends was truly ingenious. This person was undoubtedly a genius. And then, how do I create the chakra shell? And how do I stabilize and compress the chakra? Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, Nara-Rin felt a twinge of embarrassment as a hint of awkwardness crept on her face, prompting her to ask once more. And then, what comes next? Ishikawa's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss Rin, this is merely a naive, immature conjecture from a young boy, intended for reference only to you truly believe that the ninjutsu developed by the Fourth Hokage could be so easily replicated? Observing Ishikawa's innocent and bewildered expression, Nara-Rin felt her recently ignited enthusiasm douse significantly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. All right, perhaps I was too naive. Don't worry, I will guide you step by step through your training. Moreover, during this time, we will gradually deepen this extraordinary bond. As Nara-Rin began to turn away in disappointment, Ishikawa allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He was no fool. Directly revealing the training steps for the spiral sphere would bring him no benefit. Without a credible source for such revelations, he would only invite trouble. Given the current circumstances, things had already become rather absurd. If he were to act even more recklessly, he would surely face dire consequences. For Ishikawa would not underestimate the capabilities of these ninjas that he needed to maintain a steady course. The next day, in Konoha, is today another day of free training without any missions? Ishikawa yawned, his demeanor lazy as he gazed at the leisurely arriving Kakashi. Had I known, we should have arrived a bit later. After a long day of work yesterday, my back and legs are still sore. Taro, appearing fatigued, chimed in, prompting Jiro to nod in agreement. The discomfort from the previous day had dissipated considerably after elder brother Ishikawa reimbursed them. Though, that had indeed been their rightful share. Well, since you all seem so worn out, consider this a temporary 5-day break. There likely won't be any missions during this time, so keep practicing the ninjutsu I taught you. Kakashi halted his steps, appearing lackluster, and added, by the way, anyone with training-related questions can now come forward. I have a question. Me too, Kakashi-sensei. Taro and Jiro eagerly stepped forward, their excitement palpable as they struggled to fully master the C-rank ninjutsu. With this lazy teacher offering assistance, how could they possibly hesitate? How come you didn't come to me with questions? Are you that confident? Kakashi mused, absently responding to the two while discreetly observing Ishikawa with mild surprise. His primary motivation for initiating this dialogue was Ishikawa. I still need to train, so I won't trouble Kakashi-sensei. Ishikawa remained oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts, tossing a remark over his shoulder before turning to leave. He already possessed the Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall Experience scroll from the youthful Kakashi. And consulting with him further would be of little use. It was far better to maintain the persona of a civilian prodigy, thereby catching Kakashi and the third Hokage's attention in a manner that commanded greater respect. Was this fellow truly confident, or merely arrogant? As he watched Ishikawa's retreating figure, a flicker of disappointment crossed Kakashi's eyes. If Ishikawa's talent did not match his pride, perhaps the boy's future would be limited to that of special jonin. Meanwhile, Ishikawa remained unaware of Kakashi's covert evaluation. Swiftly making his way to a training ground, he swiftly completed the hand seals for Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, and with a firm clap of his hands against the ground, he intoned deeply that in an instant. Ishikawa followed the techniques from Kakashi's scroll, synchronously infusing chakra into the earth. In a flash, a formidable earthen wall erupted from the ground before him. Though Ishikawa's delight, the dog-headed statue at the center of the wall appeared endearingly charming. Alas, it was a tad small, thin, and rather unappealing. Otherwise, it could indeed have been impressive. After scrutinizing it closely, Ishikawa shook his head in mild regret. Although this iteration of the Earth Flow Wall exhibited tremendous improvement compared to the last, it still fell short for practical combat. There was much more training to be done. He plopped down beneath a tree, leaning back and gazing at the azure sky and white clouds to recuperate his chakra. While the previous Earth Flow Wall didn't drain all his chakra, it had still consumed a notable amount. I must also work on my speed in forming hand seals. Even with the same 3 seals, I'm still leagues behind Kakashi. Under the tree's shade, Ishikawa's soft murmurs resumed. While Ishikawa diligently trained, in another world, Nohara Rin had just acquired a sofa and water balloons, moving them into her home. After the evening's transdimensional connection, Ishikawa observed Rin, fully prepared and ready to give her all. It appeared that we both must strive diligently. They exchanged affirming glances and promptly commenced their training. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away, and before long, a month had passed unnoticed. During this period, Ishikawa and his companion successfully completed another D-rank ninjutsu, but no further missions followed. The trio spent their time either refining ninjutsu or honing chakra control techniques. Taro and Jiro had both mastered tree climbing, water walking, and the techniques of Great Fireball and Water Whip. As for Ishikawa, his days were decidedly more fulfilling. Day, he practiced ninjutsu and trained his speed in forming hand seals. By evening, he applied the medical ninjutsu materials Rin had provided, preparing for the palm healing technique. The hour of connection in the middle of the night allowed for concentrated training in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. Although he had not learned any new ninjutsu, he had seamlessly integrated the Earth Flow Wall and Lightning Arrow into his repertoire. His physical prowess and chakra reserves had also seen significant advancement through rigorous training. Though the increase in chakra wasn't monumental, it had nearly doubled, now approximating Kakashi's 2/10 of chakra. Meanwhile, Rin's progress was astonishing. Thanks to a month devoid of missions, she had finally completed her training in the Rasengan. Albeit like Naruto, she required the assistance of shadow clones to form it with one hand. Nevertheless, this did not dampen her spirits, for both Kakashi and Obito had yet to master the Rasengan. Furthermore, her physical strength and chakra had more than doubled. enabling her to unleash the Rasengan twice at maximum capacity while also granting her greater mastery over the palm healing technique than on this day. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhaled a plume of smoke from his pipe, finally confirming, "Is it decided, Kakashi? This mission may accelerate their growth, but could also lead to their ruin." Kakashi interjected resolutely. "My point is, can we not wait a little longer? How long should we wait? Whether now or later, this hurdle must be overcome. Rather than waste time, it is better to take the initiative." A flicker of emotion crossed Kakashi's eyes. If they were indeed to be ruined because of this, it would merely signify that their existence had reached its conclusion. "Is that so? I understand." Seeing Kakashi's determination, the third Hokage nodded and handed over the mission assignment on the desk. "Even so, I still wish for their safe return. Kakashi, I care not what your intentions are. Those 3 children must not come to harm." Suddenly, as Kakashi turned to leave, the third Hokage imparted a heartfelt final instruction. "Of course, they are my acknowledged students." Kakashi paused for a moment, then exited the Hokage's office without looking back. Watching Kakashi's retreating form, the third Hokage took another draw from his pipe, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Kakashi, you are finally beginning to resemble a teacher, gradually stepping out of the shadows of his heart. However, precisely for that reason, those 3 little rascals must not be allowed to fall into peril." At the meeting point for Team 7, a C-rank mission to eliminate bandits? "Kakashi-sensei, are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" Upon hearing the details of the mission, Ishikawa's expression shifted to one of skepticism. How could we receive a C-rank mission so quickly, especially one involving such bloody combat? For a novice team, this was evidently unusual. Kakashi nodded affirmatively, confirming there was no error. He then squinted his left eye. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "How could that be? I just wanted to make sure there was no mix-up," Ishikawa replied, his expression stern and resolute. "Scared? Not at all. This is our first mission outside the village, and we must complete it." Taro and Jiro quickly chimed in, attempting to mask the trepidation lurking within as they swallowed hard. "That's the spirit. Now, return to prepare, and we shall gather at the village entrance in half an hour." Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at the 3, vanishing in a flash. With a thud, Ishikawa hefted his backpack, then suddenly threw a shuriken that embedded itself into the door, nodding in satisfaction before exiting. That mark was an agreed-upon signal with Nohara Rin. Whenever someone needed to leave the village for a mission, they would pin a shuriken inside their home. Thus, at the moment of their transdimensional connection, each would be instantly aware of the other's whereabouts, alleviating any concerns that if a message needed to be conveyed urgently, but one was not home, they would leave a note at a prearranged location, doing their utmost to safeguard each other's secrets. That a few minutes later, at the gates of Konoha, Ishikawa, "Here is our mission assignment for leaving the village." After regrouping, Kakashi led Ishikawa and the others to the renowned Konoha gate to register. One moment, Shinkazuki Izumi, not daring to be negligent, swiftly took the documents and began a thorough inspection, ensuring his partner, Genko, completed the registration. "Kakashi, I didn't expect you to lead a team out of the village so soon. I thought it would be a while longer before you took them out." While Genko registered, Izumi chatted amiably, his curious gaze flitting over Ishikawa and his companions. Hati piqued his interest to know what distinguished these 3 youngsters to have earned Kakashi's endorsement. "Well, there's no helping it. The tasks within the village are too scarce. It's about time these rookies gained some experience," Kakashi replied languidly, causing Ishikawa and his companions to scowl simultaneously. Previously, he had described them as excellent genin. How had they so swiftly devolved into novices? Did they have no pride? Meanwhile, Izumi and Genko exchanged knowing glances as the registration concluded. "Well then, the 3 of you, do your best. Your teacher is a legendary ninja of Konoha. Do not bring him shame," Genko encouraged, drawing puzzled expressions from Taro and Jiro. This lazy teacher, who was often late and carried around questionable publications, was a legendary ninja of Konoha? What a joke. Kakashi paid no heed to their astonishment, securing the mission assignment with a grand gesture. "Let us depart for the land of the Cedars." The land of the Cedars? Another obscure country without a ninja village? Ishikawa mused inwardly, hastening to keep pace with his companions. "Kakashi-sensei, Did that person just say you were a legendary ninja of Konoha? Is that for real? After a few steps, Taro could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Jiro, though silent, cast a questioning look at Kakashi. Awaiting a response, oh, that? Ha! They were just joking. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, touching the back of his head. After all, proclaiming one's own title seemed nothing short of self-aggrandizement, and he was not so trivial as to indulge in such behavior. The man, reputed to have replicated over 1,000 jutsu, resonated throughout the ninja world as the illustrious copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. This indeed was the legendary moniker of his illustrious mentor. You two are truly at a loss. As students of such a teacher, how could you be unaware of his legendary status? Just as the two young disciples intensified their skepticism, Ishikawa, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up to clarify. In no way. Are you joking, big brother? They exclaimed, their voices stumbling over one another in disbelief at the seemingly grandiose title. It wasn't just them. Even Kakashi, relieved by the distraction, cast a questioning glance at Ishikawa. Don't look at me like that, Kakashi-sensei. It's not my fault that you're perpetually tardy and preoccupied with adult novels. I had no choice but to consult our former homeroom teacher, Hokubo-sensei, to gather intel on your situation, Ishikawa retorted, feigning indifference, having prepared for this moment that Kakashi's reputation in Konoha was hardly a secret. Not only the Chunin instructors, but even many genin were well aware of his exploits. However, such knowledge remained limited to the most basic and widely known information. Ahem, Kakashi cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, then adjusted his tone to look ahead. Quickening his pace, we must reach the town of Tsukumu-Yokotan in the land of trees by noon tomorrow. With that, Kakashi took the lead, hastening his steps. Taro, Jiro, keep up? Ishikawa urged with a resigned shrug as he followed closely behind Kakashi-sensei. Is he really that formidable? The two young disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting their shared skepticism, before silently trailing after him. In the town of Tsukumu-Yokotan, the morning sun bathed the gradually bustling settlement, casting elongated shadows of two slender figures on the wide street. Look, over there in front of that casino. One of the young disciples, still bleary-eyed from sleep, suddenly exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Could it be that they are the legendary other half? He panted eagerly, unable to hide the greed and ecstatic joy in his gaze. The two shared a fervent look before they turned and shouted in unison, Big brother, come out. What in the world is all this commotion? Honestly, I asked you two to clean, not to bicker. The casino boss, who had been dozing, grumbled as he was roused from his slumber. Yet, due to the nature of his profession, he quickly emerged, wielding clubs and blades alongside a few of his subordinates, ready to quell any disturbances. Big brother, look over there. As soon as he stepped outside, the casino boss was shoved aside by the two eager cleaners, who directed his attention elsewhere. Just one glance sent the furious boss into a trance. His eyes widened, and his face flushed as he struggled to swallow, overwhelmed by disbelief and excitement. There, in the middle of the street, two captivating figures strode forth, radiant in the morning light. On the left, a woman with flowing golden locks casually tied into a ponytail, her fair complexion adorned with delicate brows, rosy lips, and brown eyes, exuded an air of exquisite beauty that resembled a porcelain doll. Yet, the most striking aspect was her voluptuous figure, which rendered onlookers breathless. The other woman, cradling a pink piglet, though not as statuesque, possessed a charming and innocent allure. Especially captivating was the black leather case she held, which ensnared the avaricious gazes of all, including the casino boss, a figure draped in a robe emblazoned with the character for gamble. The golden-haired woman was none other than the fabled fat sheep. Gazing at the approaching duo, the casino boss and his subordinates felt a surge of fervor, unable to believe that fortune had graced them today. Ha ha ha, you two have done well today. Hurry up and prepare to host our esteemed guests. Who would have thought this would be my lucky day? The casino boss exclaimed excitedly, patting the messenger on the back as he scampered forward, eager to greet them. The town boasted multiple casinos, and he was determined to retain that fortune within his establishment. Esteemed guests, how may we serve you? We have every gambling apparatus at your disposal. The casino owner stepped forward, his heart racing with anticipation as he regarded the golden-haired woman with utmost respect. His eyes, glistening with greed, fixated on the black case, pondering just how much wealth he could win today. "Let us go with this one," the golden-haired woman declared, pointing enthusiastically at the casino entrance. "As you wish." The dark-haired woman tightened her grip on the money box, casting a reluctant glance back, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "In 2 days, no, perhaps by today, this money may no longer belong to us." The next noon, in the land of trees. Finally, we have arrived. This is the destination of our mission. Sukumayokotan .4 figure stood at the entrance of the quaint town, panting heavily as they gazed at the 5 large characters above the gate. Of course, it was primarily Yamada Taro and Benkei Jiro who were exhausted. Kakashi, being an elite J-nin, remained unfazed by the arduous journey. Ishikawa, having improved his physical capacity, was merely slightly breathless, unlike the 2 young disciples who looked quite disheveled. "We need to head to the mayor's office for detailed information and to recuperate our energy. If all goes well, we shall commence our operation tonight." Kakashi cast an appreciative glance at Ishikawa, who had surprised him with his prowess and physical techniques, prompting him to reassess his earlier judgment of Ishikawa's potential. Remember, the land of trees is not devoid of ninja villages. However, they seem to have been impeded for some reason, which is why the mayor entrusted this bandit extermination task to us from Konoha. While one might typically assume that the client has the freedom to delegate tasks to any ninja village, it is an unwritten rule among nations that as long as there exists a ninja village within the country, the local ninjas should undertake the missions unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, should you encounter any ninjas from the land of trees, do not be alarmed. There are still ninjas in the land of trees, Ishikawa queried, his voice laced with apprehension, sensing an ominous turn of events. He had initially believed this obscure little nation lacked ninjas, which was why they had entrusted Konoha with the task. However, this revelation indicated that trouble was undoubtedly brewing. The 2 young disciples, though silent, exchanged anxious glances with Kakashi, their unease palpable. Don't worry about it. It's merely a C-rank mission. The ninjas from the land of trees wouldn't dare challenge us from Konoha. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed. "If anything does arise, I will ensure your safety." Did he truly believe his title of copy ninja was mere embellishment? A little-known ninja village, even if their leader were to intervene, would not instill fear in him. "I trust you, Kakashi-sensei," Ishikawa replied, reassured by Kakashi's confidence, the lingering anxiety in his heart dissipating entirely. With Kakashi present, as long as they did not encounter an enemy of Hokage level or multiple elite J-nin squads, their safety was assured. Meanwhile, on the other side of Sukumayokotan, a burly man with dark skin, clad in a white cloak and a golden belt, carried a sweating, groaning man into an abandoned building. "Karai, just hold on for now. Amai will arrive tonight, and with his medical ninjutsu, he will surely save you." He spoke soothingly to his subordinate, whose abdomen was swollen in a spiderweb pattern, agony etched on his face. Those despicable ninjas from the land of trees. They even hired the mercenaries, Xianyuan Zhong and Aikai. And Aikai sacrificed everything for our protection, leaving no trace behind. "We must avenge him." The man, trembling and drenched in sweat, bore the title of Rakage, recalling the painful memories of the previous night. It was truly absurd that the Rakage, one of the 5 great nations, could not ensure the safety of his comrades, resulting in 1 dead and 1 injured. Yet, the enemy's capabilities were indeed formidable. They had managed to deliver a bomb into his subordinate's body without detection, truly a feat that was nearly impossible to guard against if he could not ascertain the enemy's abilities. Even he might find himself in peril of a self-detonation. How frustrating. Having successfully seized the secret ninja techniques of Sharon Village, the situation had now devolved into this. Karai lay on the stone slab, gazing mournfully at the bulge in his chest, a grim reminder of his companion Nika's explosive demise. It struck him that they, who had resorted to forceful plunder, were somehow the true victims. That "I am sorry." Karai.my lightning release is countered by the Xianyuan clan, and no matter how swift or powerful my strikes, they yield no results against them. Their smoke-like ability to disregard physical attacks and their explosive prowess are simply too bizarre. The fourth Raikage seethed through clenched teeth. The mercenaries of the Xianyuan clan must perish. However, he resolutely reminded himself not to act rashly until he had confirmed the enemy's intelligence. Otherwise, not only would he fail to avenge his comrades, but he would also be offering his own life in vain. Raikage-sama, I am confident you will exact your revenge. But now, you must leave this place. My condition could lead to an explosion at any moment, endangering you. Observing the Raikage's demeanor and knowing his temperament, Karai bit his lip, determination flashing in his eyes that he could perish, but the Raikage must not come to harm. Do not worry about me. I will be fine. The fourth Raikage firmly rejected, his tiger-like eyes wide, with resolve. As the leader of the Raikage, how could he abandon his subordinates for the sake of self-preservation, even if the worst came to pass? His lightning release armor would only sustain minor damage. Raikage-sama. Karai trembled at his words, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Such a devoted leader is rare indeed. Within the 5 great nations, only the Raikage could exhibit such loyalty. If he survived this ordeal, Karai vowed to follow the Raikage to the ends of the earth for the sake of Kyomogakure. Meanwhile, as the bond between master and servant deepened in the mayor's office, Kakashi stood up after a discussion. I have gathered the pertinent intelligence. Now, may I request the mayor to arrange accommodations for us? The subsequent matters will be entrusted to us. The mayor, eager to comply, promptly rose and led the group to their guest rooms, his joy palpable at having secured the legendary copy ninja Kakashi for what was merely a C-rank mission. The name of Sharingan Kakashi reached even the ears of the mayor of the Land of Trees. This expenditure was undoubtedly a worthy investment. Soon, Ishikawa and his companions were ushered into a lavishly prepared suite, with the mayor kindly providing meals, fruits, and bathing water to welcome them. The mayor's generosity was indeed impressive. It was a pleasant surprise to find such comfort while on a mission. Indeed, I concur. Taro and Jiro devoured the sumptuous food with blissful smiles, relishing delicacies they seldom experienced as orphans. If it's delicious, then eat to your heart's content, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. But then his expression turned serious. Although they had obtained the information, it was imperative to verify its accuracy before proceeding. Therefore, I need you to gather intelligence about the bandit group in town this evening and corroborate the details. If all seems well, we shall set out to eliminate the bandits at 10 o'clock. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Ishikawa and his companions replied in unison, voicing no objections. Many ninjas had perished in the annals of history due to erroneous intelligence leading to mission failures. Kakashi imparted invaluable experience to them, necessitating their compliance. As dusk fell and the night sky emerged, Ishikawa was awakened by his exuberant younger companions, who pulled him out of the mayor's office. Is it truly necessary to rush? Ishikawa groggily patted his drowsy head, glancing at the two with a weary sigh. While gathering intelligence was essential, the nighttime mission to eradicate the bandits was of greater importance. How could they fight effectively without resting to regain their strength? Big brother, we are going abroad. Don't you want to take this opportunity to explore and witness a different country? Yes, big brother. Previously, we were always on the move without time to spare. Now we can gather intelligence while enjoying the sights of another land. The two younger companions excitedly urged, their enthusiasm palpable, as if they were eager to explore some alluring amusement. Fine. I never imagined you two had such interests, Ishikawa said, rolling his eyes and casually removing his forehead protector. Tucking it into his pocket. Big brother, why are you taking off your forehead protector? Jiro exclaimed, wide-eyed in confusion at Ishikawa's actions. Fool. We are going to gather intelligence among the common folk of a foreign land. It will be more convenient without the forehead protector, Taro remarked, giving Jiro a light smack while casting an admiring glance at Ishikawa. If it weren't for Ishikawa's foresight in removing his forehead protector, Taro wouldn't have thought of it. All right, let's commence our mission. With the two swiftly following suit in removing their forehead protectors, Ishikawa led the way toward the town's most bustling street. Bustling areas typically mean more people, making it easier to gather information. So, where to first, big brother? I have no clue, Taro exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the myriad of shops and goods lining the streets. Jiro, meanwhile, had already begun sampling various snacks, thoroughly enjoying the foreign delicacies. Let's head to the nearest casino or izakaya. We'll go wherever we find first, Ishikawa decided, having already anticipated this course of action. The more chaotic the place, the more likely they were to hear the latest news. If not for age and financial constraints, Ishikawa would have emulated certain unscrupulous sages to gather information in more questionable establishments. A casino? Oh, it seems there's one over there. Just as Ishikawa contemplated his insufficient funds, Taro's excited shout caught his attention. Even from several meters away, Ishikawa could hear the cacophony of enthusiastic shouts from within. This is the place. Ishikawa nodded nonchalantly, leading his companions directly toward the casino entrance. Compared to an izakaya, a casino was indeed more suited for their intelligence-gathering mission. After all, izakayas had age restrictions, while casinos had none. Gamblers who had lost their bets were often in a frenzy, making them easier to extract information from than inebriated patrons. Come. Bet high or low. Quickly, match your bet. Don't get it wrong. Back off, you're crowding. Even if you push, you want to win. The fat sheep belongs to our boss. You scoundrels, why is it only you who can profit? I want in too. That fat sheep isn't yours alone. It belongs to all of us. Enough. Once you place your bets, you're committed. Upon entering the casino, Ishikawa and his companions were left speechless by the sight before them. Every table was meticulously arranged and spotless, yet the private booths beside the hall were overflowing with gamblers. Hundreds of players filled the booths, some cursing and shouting, their fervent emotions palpable as they craned their necks to peer inside. Yes, oh, this is what gamblers are like. What a terrifying crowd. Taro instinctively took a step back, contemplating a hasty retreat upon witnessing the scene. Shouldn't we find another place to look? Jiro chimed in, harboring no hope of gathering intelligence amid such chaos. With that frenzied crowd, it would be a miracle to extract any useful information. But just as the two were about to pull their older brother away, they noticed Ishikawa standing still, his face alight with excitement as he stared at the throng, muttering, fat sheep, big brother. You haven't lost your mind, have you? They exchanged glances, both younger brothers thinking the same thing. Taro, Jiro, give me all your money, just as they were about to forcibly drag Ishikawa away from this den of vice. He suddenly reacted, eagerly extending his hand. His anxious expression, with eyes wide and bloodshot, mirrored that of the gamblers around him. In no way. Absolutely not. Without hesitation, the two younger brothers instinctively clutched their wallets, warily eyeing Ishikawa, as they vehemently refused. With their meager savings, they could not afford to squander their funds at a casino. They certainly did not wish to return home unable to afford even instant noodles, especially after a month of two rank missions that had brutally shattered their naive dreams of earning $5,000 a month. They had long since come to terms with their reality of a more unstable income of $1,000 a month being their norm. Well then, don't blame your older brother for not taking you to wealth. We'll meet later, Ishikawa said darkly, immediately abandoning the two and exchanging all their assets for chips as he plunged into the crowd. Taro, do you think we're being too distrustful of Big Brother? As they watched Ishikawa eagerly disappear into the throng, Jiro could not help but voice his doubts. Fool, we are helping Big Brother. If he loses everything, it's better than all of us losing it together. At least if he loses, we'll have money to bail him out. If we all lose, we'll have to resort to scavenging after returning to the village. I see, yes, that makes sense. Upon hearing Taro's explanation, Jiro nodded earnestly, resolve in his heart to lend his elder brother 500 ryo in times of need. Meanwhile, Ishikawa, who had fervently dashed to the gambling table, remained oblivious to the decisions made by the two younger brothers, his eyes burning with an intense fervor as they fixed upon that alluring figure. Particularly, the place where one's most criminally beautiful aspirations could be fulfilled. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I will lose again in this next round. As he frowned at the dice being rolled, Tsunade paid no heed to the various disapproving glances from the crowd, insisting on her refusal to accept defeat. In an instant, a wave of ecstatic howls erupted from the crowd once more. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought it would truly be her? Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. When luck arrives, it is indeed unstoppable. The coveted prize that Jiraiya had been desperately pursuing had unexpectedly crossed paths with me on my first venture outside the village. Could this be fate? Gazing at the temptation of her peak silhouette, Ishikawa swallowed hard and unhesitatingly wagered all his chips. With the god of wealth at his doorstep, how could he not take advantage of such extraordinary fortune? As for pursuing Tsunade, what a joke! He, a mere lower ninja, was hardly worthy of chasing after one of the three ninjas. Moreover, this nearly 50-year-old Tsunade was hardly his type. The reality was all about making money. First, he would stockpile a few hundred explosive tags as his trump card. The bets were locked in, and the game commenced. Soon, under Ishikawa's anxious gaze, Tsunade, as if possessed by the spirit of a gambling deity, let out a commanding cry that exuded an overwhelming confidence. Yet, while her presence was imposing, the reality was harsh and unforgiving. This time, Tsunade, seemingly cursed by misfortune, did not exceed expectations and consistently yielded a substantial loss. Damn it, why are so many people betting against me? My little funds could have been so much more. Amidst the raucous laughter of the crowd, an individual who had benefited from the chaos cursed vehemently. 3,000 Rio is not enough? He was still young. He needed 30 million. 30 million would suffice for now. The bets were locked in, and the game began. Again, a voice as fierce as a tempest resonated throughout the private room. As the dice cup was slowly unveiled, plunging the venue into a hushed, breathless silence. The next moment, thank you for your patronage. It was splendid. Ah! What difference does it make from picking up money on the road? Fool, don't voice your inner thoughts. This is a divine gift, the bounty of a plump sheep. You're not saying much either. However, the truth is as such. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers, each face radiating a sense of happiness. Naturally, this did not include the unfortunate Tsunade, her subordinate Shizen, and the little piglet, Tun-Tun, that Weave struck it rich. Weave struck it rich. Just a few rounds of betting, and I'm already over 30,000 Rio. From now on, we'll be dining at Ichiraka Ramen instead of at this inconspicuous corner of the gambling table. Ishikawa clutched his winnings tightly, his eyes glimmering with greed. It should be noted that just half an hour ago, he had been a pauper with less than 1,000 Rio to his name. Yet now, he was a minor wealthy man, boasting over 30,000 Rio. This was a reward that typically required at least 70 D-rank missions to achieve. How could Ishikawa, who barely earned 1,000 Rio a month, not feel elated and giddy? Today, indeed, was his lucky day. Enough, I shall call a day. Just as Ishikawa was licking his lips, preparing to press his luck for another 100,000 Rio, the plump sheep, Tsunade, suddenly rose, appearing utterly disinterested. Beside her, the immense pile of chips had already been depleted. Oh, wait, is this really the end? Ishikawa felt darkness enveloping him, his expression akin to someone who had lost a fortune. Though he knew Tsunade's funds were limited, he never expected her to lose it all so quickly. How extravagant. Thank you for your patronage. As the satisfied gamblers reluctantly bid farewell, Tsunade, nonchalantly indifferent, sauntered out of the private room, navigating through the parted crowd. Once again, the borrowed capital had been squandered. Observing their expressions, it was clear that Lady Tsunade had been treated as a Navi fool. Quickly following her was Shizen, whose heart was plunged into darkness. Damn it, why was I sleeping in? I should have come to the casino in the afternoon. No, right after lunch to rake in the money. No, to gather intelligence. Watching the two departing figures, Ishikawa mumbled incoherently, his heart bleeding that if only he had arrived earlier, his gains would have exceeded a mere 30,000 Rio. However, now was not the time for such regrets. With thoughts of Tsunade's whereabouts and the evening's mission and intelligence gathering weighing on his mind, Ishikawa suppressed his discontent and headed straight for the casino's exchange counter with his chips. Please convert all these chips into cash. Seizing the opportunity before others, Ishikawa presented his chips to the staff. Just moments ago, he had exchanged his entire fortune for these chips right here. Sorry, little brother. You cannot exchange these chips. Just as Ishikawa prepared to cash in and pursue Tsunade, the man at the exchange counter suddenly wore a mocking expression. Why? Ishikawa's brow furrowed, his gaze cold as he fixed his eyes on the man, radiating a chilling glare. Such a fierce gaze, little brat. Almost simultaneously, the casino boss and his entourage approached, their expressions menacing. I'm afraid that private room is not open to the public today. Therefore, the chips won their do not count that a gaunt man stepped forward, smugly proclaiming, after all the effort to encounter the so-called plump sheep, how can we let the money slip away? The man at the exchange counter chimed in again, initially thinking Ishikawa would be unable to enter and would only play outside to tease their surprise. This little brat had managed to win over 30,000 Ryo from their casino. That wealth belonged to them. Indeed, if you wish, I can return your principal and let you leave, the casino boss said with a sinister smile. Surveying the surroundings with a cold glare, don't make me resort to violence. Were it not for the casino's reputation, he wouldn't even consider returning that small amount. The private room was not open to the public. It was the gamblers who had barged in upon hearing the commotion. Did they really think he operated the casino as a charitable organization? What a farce. Damn it, we didn't even barge in. All right. Haha. Looks like that lucky little brat is about to face misfortune. In an instant, the onlookers, a mix of wandering gamblers, began voicing their opinions, their gazes filled with curiosity as they prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Only a couple of fortunate individuals, filled with both anger and fear, glared at the casino boss, their expressions reflecting their unwillingness to part with their winnings. Big brother, what is going on? Are we going to fight? Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Taro and Jiro rushed in, positioning themselves at Ishikawa's sides, united against a common enemy. I once thought I was a bit unlucky, but now I don't feel that way at all. Waving his hand dismissively at the two younger brothers, Ishikawa chuckled softly, his lips curling into a smirk as he fixed his gaze on the casino boss. Because you're the one who is truly unfortunate. Looks like you're not planning to leave. Let us fight. The casino boss, now fully aware of Ishikawa's intentions, bellowed, issuing commands. Seeing this, the casino's lackeys revealed their vicious expressions, brandishing their prepared clubs, and charged forth, just three little brats. How can they compare to us seasoned thugs of the casino? Attack. In a flash, Ishikawa let out a cold snort, leading the charge as his chakra erupted beneath his feet. With the enhancement of chakra, Ishikawa, whose physique had already been strengthened, barreled through several lackeys like a raging bull, directly confronting the astonished casino boss, though Taro and Jiro possessed only the strength of ordinary lower ninjas. Their training in tree, climbing, and water walking had significantly boosted their abilities, allowing them to effortlessly dispatch the casino thugs, who were hardly even warriors, in mere moments. Now, it's time to fulfill my bets. Gazing at the pale-faced casino boss, Ishikawa grasped his neck, his eyes sharp as blades. Right, I remember winning 30,000 Ryo. Don't get it wrong. The casino boss's pupils dilated in shock, about to protest. But as the words left his mouth, he felt a tightening around his throat, struggling to breathe, his face turning an unhealthy shade. Quick, give him his money. On the brink of life and death, the casino boss, as though staring into the abyss of hell, dared not hesitate and yelled with all his might at his subordinates. Yes, boss. The terrified lackey at the exchange counter complied immediately, hastily counting the money left by the plump sheep. Tsunade, and tremblingly presenting 30,000 Ryo to Ishikawa. 30,000 Ryo. Taro, realizing the situation, inhaled sharply, his hands trembling as he clutched the money box, unable to believe his good fortune. Beside him, Jiro wore a dazed expression, glaring fiercely at the casino crowd, his heart swirling with a storm of emotions. Very well. Now I will ask, you will answer. What is the situation with the bandits roaming near the town? Now that the money was in hand, Ishikawa released his grip and spoke nonchalantly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve his Konoha headband and placing it upon his brow. You are Konoha ninjas? Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, the casino boss's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Trembling as he gasped in horror, be why all that is sacred, he never anticipated that they would dare to bully a ninja, especially one from the esteemed Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 great nations. He was acutely aware that this was a trap he could not escape. Even seeking help from the Hokage or the feudal lord would be of no avail. Brother, are we not violating the ninja code by doing this? Taro stammered, swallowing hard as he anxiously clutched the money box, his eyes darting around in paranoia as if every passerby might leap forth to seize their fortune. Surely not. The village has decreed that ninjas must refrain from using ninjutsu for coercive theft. Yet we have not breached any prohibitions. Besides, it was they who instigated this affair, replied Jiro, his face flushed with excitement. This was a sum of 300,000 ryo, not merely 3,000 or 30,000. It was a wealth that perhaps they could never amass in their lifetime. Ishikawa nodded silently in agreement, acknowledging the unwritten rules of the true ninja world, especially regarding monetary matters. Tito maintained the stability of the ninja village system and the need for sustainable development. The consensus within the ninja realm prohibits both active and rogue ninjas from employing force to extort and seize wealth. Compensation must be earned through missions or other legitimate commercial activities, like Jiraiya's dubious novels or the Nara clan's medicinal business. After all, ninjas do not engage in production. Should they rely on brute force for plunder, this world would descend into chaos, and all industries would stagnate rather than flourish. Under such tumultuous conditions, the reduction of resources would inevitably incite even fiercer conflicts, leading to a vicious cycle of decline. Thus, even rogue ninjas, if they possess a modicum of sense, would refrain from such self-destructive actions. Regular ninjas are similarly bound by village regulations that if one wishes to avoid imprisonment or becoming a rogue ninja, it is prudent to adhere to the rules, though there are occasional fools who flout these ironclad laws. Their actions are of little consequence to the grand scheme. This is precisely why Ishikawa refrained from murder or extortion. Instead, he brandished the hidden leaf forehead protector to intimidate the casino boss. While 300,000 ryo may seem excessive, he had reason on his side, and it was Tsunade's money, which made it palatable. Should he push the boundaries further, he risked incurring the village's wrath or attracting a bounty on his head from the casino boss's formidable connections. Ishikawa harbored no illusions that eliminating the boss would ensure his troubles were over. He was also unwilling to invite unnecessary complications by attracting the attention of the underground currency exchange, especially given his status as a mere genin. Damn it, why didn't I trust my brother back then? Suddenly, Jiro slapped himself in frustration, rousing Ishikawa from his thoughts. If only I had invested at that time. I would have at least a few tens of thousands ryo now. After all, brother Ishikawa won 30,000 ryo. My capital would have surely increased. In an instant, Taro, who had been agitated, also came to a sudden realization. Right, while 30,000 ryo is substantial, it hardly pertains to us. Glancing at the money box, Taro felt as if he had lost his parents, lamenting his foolishness for not following his brother's lead. Now, you two needn't be so disheartened that we agreed to share our fortunes and face adversities together. I won 30,000 ryo earlier, so let us divide it equally, each receiving 10,000 AS for the remaining sum. That is the compensation for my mental anguish from the casino. You have no objections, I trust. Observing his distraught younger brothers, Ishikawa exhaled deeply and spoke generously. Although it pained him somewhat, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to part with some of his winnings. After all, how could he continue to be the elder brother without providing benefits to his younger siblings? What right would he have to command them, if not for something more than just his face? How foolish would that be? Really? Thank you, brother. No objections, no objections. That is rightfully yours. In an instant, the two younger brothers, who had been in low spirits, erupted in joyful exclamations, embodying the spirit of loyalty to their benefactor. That was indeed 10,000 ryo. Such an amount had previously been beyond their wildest dreams, and now, to receive it without effort was a windfall. Very well, let us return and regroup with our teacher. Casting one last glance at the money box, Ishikawa reluctantly abandoned his quest to locate Tsunade. Carrying such a large sum was neither convenient nor safe. It would be wiser to entrust it to Kakashi for safekeeping. Moreover, they had a mission to attend to that evening, and time was of the essence. Yes, brother. The two younger brothers readily complied, striding boldly alongside Ishikawa as they made their way through the town to the mayor's residence. Meanwhile, on another street, Tsunade-sama, where did you discover the gold mine? How was I not aware of this? Following closely behind Tsunade, Shizune clutched a small piglet, her excitement palpable as if a gold mine had indeed been uncovered. It would effortlessly resolve their substantial debts and yield a handsome profit without the need for furtive escapades. Not a gold mine. When did I ever mention a gold mine? I merely said I found a small nugget of gold on the mountain. And they insisted on lending me money, Tsunade replied lazily, gesturing with her hand to indicate the size of the gold nugget. What? No gold mine. In an instant, Shizun's reaction struck like a thunderclap. Recalling how Tsunade had transformed into a child and deceitfully convinced 3 debt collectors, leading them to believe she could secure millions in funding, left her pale and shaken. Fraud. You are committing fraud, Tsunade-sama. The mere thought of being burdened with millions in debt sent Shizun into a frantic outcry. Her sudden exclamation echoed through the street, drawing the attention of nearby pedestrians. What was that? As he turned the corner, Ishikawa halted in his tracks, straining to hear the commotion by the light of the street lamp. He discerned Tsunade entering an izakaya with Shizun, evidently seeking solace in intoxication. How fortuitous, since they were drinking here tonight. They would likely remain in the town tomorrow. This opportunity was not to be missed. Ishikawa felt a surge of elation as he discreetly led his younger brothers back. In a corner near their location, an elite ninja, clad in a Cloud Village forehead protector, also paused in surprise. Tsunade, could it be the legendary one? However, recalling his mission, the Cloud Ninja quickly quelled his curiosity and turned to head towards the designated meeting place with the Reikage, the mayor's residence. Did I send you to gather intelligence? Instead, you went out to commit robbery? Staring at the pile of cash before him, Kakashi was momentarily rendered speechless. 300,000 ryo was a trifling sum for him, but for Ishikawa and his cohorts, it was an enormous fortune. What on earth did these 3 do? Teacher, you must be joking. How could we possibly violate the ninja code by robbing someone? This is our winnings. Please help us safeguard it. Ishikawa retorted, rolling his eyes. He would never stoop to such a disgraceful act as robbery. Coercion under duress is a different matter, Kakashi remarked dryly. Winnings? You went gambling and won 300,000 ryo? Kakashi scrutinized Ishikawa, his expression indicating disbelief. Kakashi-sensei, brother is not lying. We encountered a woman referred to as a fat sheep at the casino. The younger brothers chimed in eagerly, fearful of misinterpretation. A casino? A fat sheep? A woman? Wait, could it be? Upon hearing this trio of terms, Kakashi's mind reeled in disbelief. Indeed, it must be that lady. Outside the abandoned houses near Shoma Hecaton town. This is the secret art passed down through generations of the ninja of the cedar. Thankfully, with Lord Reikage's support, I was able to remain unscathed upon meeting the long-awaited 4th Reikage. The Cloud Ninja promptly produced a scroll and respectfully handed it over. The anxious Reikage snatched the scroll without even glancing at it, stuffing it into his robes while summoning, Amai, come with me at once. What has happened? Seeing the Reikage's grim demeanor and hurried steps, Amai felt a sense of foreboding and quickly followed. Upon entering the dilapidated building, he was met with the sight of his agonized comrade, Karai, sprawled on the stone slab, suffering immensely, along with the grotesque, pulsating growths in his chest and abdomen. Karai. Upon witnessing this dire situation, Amai wasted no time waiting for the Reikage command and rushed forward to administer urgent aid. However, as his hands ignited with healing chakra and he assessed the condition, the Reikage's explanations plunged Amai's spirits into despair. This is a parasitic growth filled with explosive chakra, akin to a parasite, continuously siphoning Karai's chakra and growing swiftly, only to explode at a critical moment. I am truly sorry, Lord Reikage. I am utterly powerless in this situation. Not even you can help? The 4th Reikage's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Amai, who appeared ashamed and clenched his fists tightly. Of course, his anger was not directed at Amai's inability, but rather at his own impotence in saving his subordinate. What kind of Reikage was he? Feeling such shame? Ah, Lord Reikage. Upon witnessing the Reikage's demeanor, Amai suddenly experienced a flicker of joy. Although I cannot save Karai, the individual in town undoubtedly can. She is none other than Lady Tsunade, renowned as the master of healing. If it is her, there will certainly be no issue. The legendary Tsunade of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. She resides in this small town? The 4th Reikage's expression shifted dramatically as if he had grasped a lifeline. Overwhelmed with surprise, "How naive, Lord Raikage! And you, Amai, I forbid you from addressing a ninja from another village as Lord. I may perish, but the name of the Raikage of Kumogakure shall not be sullied by others." Karai, who was barely conscious, suddenly exclaimed with a fierce determination, unyielding in the face of death. The dignity of a shadow cannot be desecrated. To plead for help from a former enemy ninja, the legendary 3 of Konoha, would be a tremendous blow to Kumogakure's reputation. Even if it would be healed, he would have no face left to remain, and Kumogakure would be better to die now. This way, he would spare the esteemed Lord Raikage from losing his dignity and uphold the honor of Kumogakure. What kind of dignity remains for a shadow that neglects to save its subordinates? What am I, the Raikage? Seeing Karai's resolve to embrace death, the 4th Raikage blurted out without hesitation, "Fear not, Lord Raikage. I shall save your life. I shall also uphold the dignity of the shadow. Amai, let us seek out Tsunade." Once again interrupting Karai, the 4th Raikage, with a determined glint in his eyes, smashed his fist into the wall and urged insistently, "Yes, Lord Raikage." Amai nodded vigorously, immediately stepping forward to lead the way. The two figures vanished like the wind, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the mayor's residence, Kakashi-sensei, "Do you happen to know a woman named Fat Sheep?" Taro, noticing Kakashi's rare expression of surprise, anxiously asked while scratching his head. If he did know her, would they be able to safeguard their money? This is disastrous. It amounts to 10,000 ryo. Yes, she should be someone I know. Kakashi, suppressing his excitement, nodded and eagerly inquired, "Do you know where she is now?" Compared to Tsunade's whereabouts, that C-rank mission is utterly trivial. Even if it takes a few more days, it matters not. I believe I saw them heading to an izakaya on the way back. "Sensei, are you going to look for her?" "An izakaya?" Upon hearing Ishikawa's response, Kakashi's expression brightened, and he immediately took out a blank scroll, laying it flat atop the money box, under the astonished gazes of Ishikawa and the others. Kakashi swiftly completed the hand seals, his hands moving like butterflies in flight. "Seal." The trio watched as black sealing techniques erupted from Kakashi's palm, enveloping the box, and with a loud bang, the money box transformed into white smoke. The technique wrapping around it and imprinting it onto the blank scroll, forming a character sealing technique. This is a storage sealing technique capable of sealing away certain items or weapons, Kakashi explained while observing the trio's astonished expressions. "Deftly securing the scroll and stowing it away, but I'll hold on to this money for you. Now let's head to the izakaya to find that esteemed lady." "Find someone? Are we not executing a mission tonight?" Ishikawa exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Kakashi to be so eager as to abandon their task. "If you are willing to forfeit a record in reward for an A-rank mission for that C-rank mission. Continuing the bandit extermination is also an option." Kakashi casually shrugged, then cast a teasing glance at the three of them. How could a C-rank mission possibly compare to the whereabouts of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas? This is not even worth considering. A A-rank mission? No way. Are we really able to undertake a perilous A-rank mission? Taro and Jiro both stood aghast, struggling to comprehend this sudden delight. A-rank missions yield rewards in the tens of thousands. Who wouldn't want that? Even if it were just boasting, it would still be a resounding title. However, A-rank missions are tasks designated for Jonin or Chunin teams. Isn't that too dangerous for them? Rest assured, this A-rank mission carries no risk whatsoever. To be honest, your luck is remarkably good. Kakashi smiled again, explaining that seeking out Tsunade and Jiraiya was a rare A-rank mission from Konoha without any inherent danger. It was unexpected that the 3 of them would stumble upon it on their first outing from the village, and the reward felt as if it were a gift from the heavens. Considering that Konoha might re-establish contact with Tsunade, or even persuade her to return to the village, Kakashi dared not delay and immediately urged the trio to gather their things and depart. "Sensei, can you tell us who she really is? Why is merely finding her considered an A-rank mission?" On the streets of the small town, Ishikawa casually inquired as they walked. This was a legitimate opportunity to obtain information about Tsunade, and he certainly did not want to miss it. As Ishikawa spoke, his 2 companions also looked at Kakashi with curiosity, awaiting an answer. "That person Kakashi paused, glancing up at the shadowy night sky devoid of a visible moon. His expression filled with emotion. If it truly is that person, she is the legendary ninja of Konoha, one of the legendary three who echoed throughout the ninja world during the Second Great Ninja War. Known as Lady Tsunade, the Master of Healing. The legendary three ninjas, Master of Healing, Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing this impressive title, Taro gulped and muttered in repetition, Kakashi-sensei, is she even more powerful than you? Jiro followed up with a question. Unsure of what the legend entailed, he could only reference Kakashi as a benchmark. After all, in his elder brother Ishikawa's words, Kakashi-sensei's name was also a legendary presence known across the nations. Me? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the question, then wore a wry smile. Compared to Lady Tsunade, the gap between us is as vast as the one between you and me. What? No way. The two younger brothers exclaimed in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom the disparity. Although they had not truly grasped Kakashi's strength, they could imagine he could easily overpower them. That unfortunate woman, who loves to gamble, is truly that formidable? How humble of you, Sensei. You are the famous Hatake Kakashi. Even if there's a gap, it cannot be that pronounced. Ishikawa silently scoffed, then reached forward. Sensei, that izakaya is just around the corner, not far ahead. Inside the izakaya, in a private booth, Shizen, the alcohol has run out. Tsunade, wearing a loose, sleeveless deep V-top, had a rosy complexion and was utterly unconcerned about the intoxicating allure she inadvertently exuded, shouting in discontent. Beside her, Shizen, cradling a small piglet, was already inebriated, swaying while holding the sake bottle with a dazed expression. Lady Tsunade, why are there two sake cups? No, wait, two Lady Tsunades. Two? Really, is it that easy to get drunk after just a little? Tsunade pouted unsatisfied as she snatched the sake bottle from Shizen's hands, pouring herself another drink. You must be the legendary Lady Tsunade of Konoha. I am Amai from Kumakure. I beseech you to use your famed healing ninjutsu to save my comrade. I implore you. Suddenly, a figure entered the booth, interrupting Tsunade, and knelt down with genuine sincerity, pleading earnestly to the ninja from Kumakure. Faced with this unexpected situation, Tsunade paused, and the drunken Shizen also stirred slightly, struggling to lift her gaze. Humph, you Kumakure scoundrels dare to come to me for help? A bunch of shameless individuals scheming for the Byakugan through despicable means. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? I refuse. Without hesitation, Tsunade coldly rejected. However, that matter has already reached a reconciliation. I implore you to let bygones be bygones. Reconciliation? How brazen of you to argue! Upon hearing Amai's words, Tsunade's expression turned sarcastic. Perhaps in the eyes of those stubborn, timid old fools, it was called reconciliation. But to me, it is a disgrace to Konoha. Get lost before I lose my temper. But Amai, seeing the situation, still wanted to explain when a robust figure abruptly pushed aside the curtain. Enough, Amai. I knew she would not easily agree. This is our leader from Kumakure, the fourth Reikage. Amai hurriedly introduced, his previous respectful demeanor nowhere to be seen at all. Is that so? I didn't expect another big shot to arrive. Tsunade's slightly tipsy expression shifted, and she revealed a mock fearfulness, chuckling teasingly. Having witnessed countless grand occasions as one of Konoha's legendary three, how could she be intimidated by a mere junior Reikage? However, her lack of fear did not mean that Shizen was unscathed. The Reikage of Kumakure. Am I seeing things? Shaking her heavy head, Shizune's face turned pale as she forced herself to remain calm. She knew Tsunade's condition. Under the effects of her blood phobia, Lady Tsunade was hardly a match for the Reikage. This is bad. Tsunade, I need you to help treat my subordinate. That if you are unwilling, I will not hesitate to use force to compel your agreement. The fourth Reikage paid no heed to Shizune's thoughts. His gaze sharp as a blade fixated on Tsunade, leaving no room for doubt. This was his method of upholding the dignity of the Reikage while tending to his subordinates. Resorting to force? Tsunade scoffed, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips as she forcefully slammed her wine glass onto the table, her slightly intoxicated yet captivating eyes sharpening into a glare. You think you can intimidate us? We, The ninjas of Konoha, fear you not, even if you are the fourth Reikage. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Tsunade from the doorway. The Reikage and his subordinates turned to see four figures, one large and three small, burst through the shattered window, appearing before Tsunade and Shizen. Kakashi. What are you doing here? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the leader. Kakashi. Shizen beside her mirrored her astonishment, her sense of impending crisis dissipating significantly. I never expected to encounter you here, along with the esteemed Reikage of Kumogakure. Kakashi exchanged a wry smile with the two, feeling quite troubled by the current predicament. He had never anticipated that a seemingly harmless A-rank mission would present such a formidable foe as the Reikage. Had he known, he would never have brought along the inexperienced Ishikawa and his companions into such peril. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to step in. The secret of Tsunade's hemophobia was well known to him as a former Umbu captain. Knowing this, he could not simply turn a blind eye. I apologize, Ishikawa, Taro, Jiro. This may escalate into an exceedingly dangerous S-rank mission, and I will create an opportunity for you to escape shortly. Kakashi turned slightly, positioning himself to face the three, instructing them. This battle was beyond what those three genin could bear. Had he not been unable to send them away earlier, he would have insisted they leave first. Sensei, what are you joking about? How could we possibly abandon you? Not abandoning our comrades is the core of our team, isn't it? Ishikawa replied, his face darkened with frustration, nearly on the verge of tears at the sudden catastrophic turn of events. Damn it, I thought encountering Tsunade would be a tremendous stroke of luck. Who would have guessed it would lead to facing a shadow-level boss? What right do we, mere extras, have to enjoy this main character treatment? It's utterly absurd. As for fleeing, that thought had never crossed Ishikawa's mind. Remaining here with Kakashi and Tsunade for protection offered some assurance. Running away would be akin to courting death, unless the Reikage deemed them insignificant and allowed them to be. But who would dare entrust their lives to the mercy of an enemy on a real battlefield? Certainly not Ishikawa. We will heed our elder brother's words. Yes, we will fight together, the two younger brothers declared, their faces reflecting shame and trepidation. They had unwittingly leaned towards Kakashi's plan, which felt utterly wrong. Upon hearing the resolve of Ishikawa and his companions, Kakashi's pupils constricted as memories of the past flooded back. Bringing forth familiar faces, suddenly, a smirk crept upon Kakashi's masked face as he lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye. Fools, this is not the time for bravado. I am assigning you an A-rank mission. Escort Lady Tsunade back to Konoha. No refusals. This is an order. With that, the three-tomo in his left eye spun rapidly, leaving no room for dissent. Though their talent may have been lacking, he would not allow such disciples to perish here, even if it cost him his life. Brother, what shall we do now? Taro asked, a conflicted expression on his face, while Jiro hesitated, glancing at Ishikawa. What to do? Of course they would fight side by side. Did that even need to be said? Ishikawa cast a deep glance at Kakashi, gritting his teeth in determination. He understood Kakashi's good intentions. The mission was labeled as an escort for Tsunade, but in reality, it was about having Tsunade protect them. Moreover, they would not bear the guilt of abandoning their comrades, and could subsequently gain the favor of the third Hokage and Tsunade. It was indeed a well-intentioned plan. However, Ishikawa was all too aware of Tsunade's temperament. He did not want Kakashi to perish here. Kakashi, it seems you have become a bit too arrogant in our years apart. Just as Ishikawa's words fell, Tsunade suddenly stood up with a cold snort. In the next moment, her golden hair rose without wind, radiating a visible golden chakra that crackled with ferocity, the overwhelming chakra pressure erupting like a high-pressure air cannon. Reikage, you think that just because you have the copy ninja Kakashi on your side, you can defy my will? The fourth Reikage did not back down in the face of Tsunade's provocation. Countering sharply, as he spoke, the Reikage's eyes widened, his body enveloped in arcs of lightning, his yellow hair and beard standing on end, resembling the arrival of a thunder god. How could a dignified Reikage be outdone in terms of momentum by a mere woman? Even if she were one of the legendary Sannin, he enveloped himself in the ultimate lightning chakra, using the lightning to stimulate every cell in his body, including his nervous system, enhancing his physical defenses and reaction speed. This was the secret technique of Kyumogakure, known as the lightning armor. Said to be a rare and unparalleled ninjutsu, Kakashi's eyes widened. The three tomo in his left eye spinning rapidly as he sought to comprehend and replicate the Raikage's lightning technique. While he could stimulate the cells in his body with lightning chakra, achieving the level of stimulation that affected even the reaction nerves as the Raikage had was beyond his capability, especially given the chakra limitations imposed by his Sharingan. The reaction nerves equated to reaction speed, and combined with the lightning stimulation of his body, the fourth Raikage reaction speed could reach astonishing heights. It might even rival that of the fourth Hokage, presenting a significant threat. Oh no, a Super Saiyan Raikage. As Kakashi focused intently on copying and predicting the Raikage's attacks, Ishikawa inwardly lamented, his heart racing with anxiety. But in this state, the Raikage speed rivaled that of Naruto in his Sage mode. One misstep could see even Kakashi in peril. As for Tsunade, she appeared formidable now, but in a true battle, her hemophobia would kick in, and she would be endangered of the facade of strength. Indeed, Raikage-sama, be wary of that man's Sharingan. Suddenly, Amai, who had been silent, stepped protectively in front of the Raikage, offering a timely warning. Though it seemed a caution against Jinjutsu, the true intention was to obstruct Kakashi's line of sight with the Sharingan. Though the lightning armor was touted as a secret of Kyumogakure, its learning difficulty was only on par with Barank Ninjutsu, a testament to its ease of learning but difficulty in mastering. Should Kakashi, the technician of Konoha, manage to replicate it, it would spell trouble for Kyumogakure. Moreover, in the current circumstances, should they engage in battle, neither side would likely emerge unscathed, considering one was a Sannin of Konoha and the other a formidable technician. Both were forces not to be underestimated. To copy my lightning techniques with your Sharingan? We shall see if you live to tell the tale. The astute fourth Raikage understood Amai's intentions immediately, and he growled, electricity crackling around him. Here it comes. On the opposite side, both Kakashi and Tsunade's pupils constricted as they witnessed the Raikage move with blinding speed, nearly teleporting to Tsunade's side. So fast. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, and without hesitation, she raised her leg for a powerful kick. Heavy flow strike. Almost simultaneously with her movement, the Raikage, leveraging his incredible reflexes, concentrated his lightning chakra into his elbow, striking down with tremendous force aimed at Tsunade's calf. This is bad. Tsunade's expression shifted as she realized the dire situation. Although her strength surpassed his, her speed could not keep up, rendering her target. Missing the enemy's attack, no matter how strong, was futile, and this could end poorly. Should she be struck, the consequences could range from a fracture to a severed leg, and bloodshed was inevitable. The situation was turning grim. The Raikage, this reckless brute, truly intended to attack. Lightning cutter. Just as Tsunade braced for impact, Kakashi's voice rang out beside her. In Tsunade's astonished gaze, Kakashi surged forward with his lightning cutter, aiming directly at the Raikage from the side. Although he could not match the Raikage's speed, if the Raikage's elbow strike connected with Tsunade, he would surely momentarily halt, allowing Kakashi's lightning cutter to strike. It was a blatant and clever strategy, surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. This is the power of the Sharingan. To find such an almost non-existent opening in an instant and act upon it. The Raikage thought to himself, realizing the potential danger, in the blink of an eye. Just as his elbow was about to make contact with Tsunade, he unleashed his chakra beneath him, propelling himself like a cannonball through the roof to evade Kakashi's lethal strike. Boom! In the next instant, Tsunade's powerful kick smashed into the ground, causing a tremor that split the earth. Everything unfolded in what seemed like an eternity, but in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Ishikawa and the others merely witnessed the flickering lightning and were caught off guard as the ground cracked, and the building began to collapse. "It's going to cave in! Quick, get out!" Realizing the imminent danger, Ishikawa called out, swiftly lifting the dazed Shizune and leaping through the broken window. The terrified Taro and Jiro quickly regained their wits, channeling their chakra and following closely behind, with a resounding crash. The izakaya trembled and collapsed the moment the trio burst through the window into the vacant yard. Fortunately, The earlier standoff had prompted the other patrons and the proprietor to hastily vacate the establishment, thus preventing any casualties. Well done, kid, in an instant, as Ishikawa had just entrusted the inebriated Shizune and her little piglet to his two subordinates. Tsunade appeared, her eyes shining with approval. Without allowing Ishikawa a moment to speak, she swiftly handed him a packet of medicinal powder, an antidote for intoxication, to administer to Shizune, urging her to awaken and assist. With just the three of you, you cannot hope to contain that cloud ninja. Understood. Ishikawa quickly accepted the antidote and passed it to Taro, his gaze warily fixed on the opposing side, his mind racing with dread. Damn, that was a close call. Thankfully, his teacher Kakashi was a match for the odds, or they might have truly faced disaster. Yet, Tsunade seemed to hold them in far too high regard, assigning that cloud ninja to mere novices and a drunkard. Truly absurd. What is that? In a flash, Kakashi materialized beside Tsunade, his left eye narrowing in alarm. Had he discovered something? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued as Ishikawa immediately turned to look as well. Kakashi did not rush to respond. Instead, he activated a Sharingan. The three Tomo spinning rapidly as he scrutinized the situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Within the Raikage's body, it appeared something was absorbing his chakra. Previously, the aura of lightning chakra enveloping him had been less discernible. But at that moment, as the Raikage concentrated his chakra for an elbow strike, Kakashi glimpsed another point where chakra was being siphoned away. Teacher, are you suggesting that something within the Raikage is feeding off his chakra? Ishikawa's mind sparked with realization, though clarity eluded him. With the narrative of Naruto and the unfinished Boruto series, even as a time traveler, he could not possibly grasp every intricacy of the plot. After all, it was widely acknowledged that the Naruto storyline was lengthy and convoluted, with side plots that were a tangled mess of memories within memories. Regardless, Ishikawa's recollection of the current predicament was vague. Yet if he had some inkling, he must have encountered this subplot before. Damn it, what was it? Something was consuming the Raikage's chakra. Hearing Ishikawa's inquiry, Amai's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it must be that parasitic tumor responsible for Nakai's self-detonation, which turned Karai into a human bomb. He had previously suspected that the Raikage, traveling with the two, might also be afflicted. However, the lack of visible changes in the Raikage had quelled that suspicion. Yet the fact suggested that the Raikage too was being parasitized. It just had not yet reached the surface. Raikage, you must cease using chakra at once. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a perilous situation akin to that of Karai. Amai shouted without hesitation. Their adversaries were the legendary Konoha Sannin and the Sharingan-wielding Kakashi, far from beings that could be easily dispatched. Moreover, their goal was to compel Tsunade to provide medical aid through force. Should they proceed under such circumstances, dire consequences would surely ensue. The significance of the Raikage was far beyond that of his companion Karai, and if they resorted to coercion to make Tsunade heal him, who could predict whether she might strike back during treatment? Furthermore, who could ascertain whether it would be the parasite within the Raikage that detonated first or the Raikage who subdued Tsunade and her allies? All in all, there was no room for risk. Damn it! The fourth Raikage's face darkened at Amai's words, his frustration evident as he cast a glance at Tsunade and Kakashi, who were dispersing their chakra. Lowering his gaze to his unremarkable, dark chest, he felt a surge of rage. Those damned Xianyuan clan. I will see to your demise. To think that he had unwittingly become a host for a parasitic bomb. Infuriating. Xianyuan clan? In an instant, the Raikage's furious bellow sparked a glimmer of hope in Kakashi and Tsunade's eyes. The Xianyuan clan, was it not the mercenary organization that targeted shinobi for hunting? They had actually set their sights on the Raikage. Could the situation be turning in their favor? A smile crept across Kakashi's face as the pressure from the Raikage dissipated significantly at a Raikage unable to utilize chakra in battle, no matter how formidable in taijutsu, would reach his limits. Even if he were to occasionally unleash chakra, his strength would not suffice. So it was that Cloud Ninja had warned that the Raikage's continued use of chakra could lead to danger. The individual he referred to as Karai must be the one seeking medical assistance. This understanding clarified that the issue of the living entity absorbing chakra within the Reikage was inherently linked to the fate of Karai. In other words, Karai's condition was a foreshadowing of the Reikage's future. Tsunade nodded at Kakashi, her analysis clear and coherent. Thus, the dynamics of the situation had indeed shifted. As expected of Lady Tsunade, your intuition for intelligence remained sharp. Kakashi remarked with a grin, although he too had drawn the same conclusion, hence his assertion that the situation was set to reverse. Enough with the chatter, Kakashi, Tsunade huffed with pride, clearly unconvinced that Kakashi had not discerned these details. She then relaxed her brow, her red lips pursing slightly. Tell me the location of that entity. I wish to provide it with a modicum of chakra to see what it transforms into. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi's expression faltered, nearly exclaiming that such a course of action might be excessively ruthless, akin to kicking someone while they were down. Yet, it seemed that such a move might yield a more advantageous outcome in battle. There was truly no reason to refuse. You two are utterly insufferable. On the opposing side, upon hearing Tsunade and Kakashi brazenly plotting against him, the Reikage's fury reached a boiling point. Nevertheless, despite his rage, he was forced to confront the harsh reality in his current state, devoid of chakra. He could not hope to resist should Kakashi and Tsunade follow through with their plans. Yet, if he had unleashed chakra to contend with them, he would only be feeding that entity's growth. This was a no-win situation, where any choice he made would ultimately lead to his self-destruction. This predicament rendered the typically domineering Fourth Reikage uncharacteristically vexed. His teeth clenched in frustration as he felt utterly powerless. This the caliber of elite shinobi. To analyze and deduce so much information in an instant, compared to them, I remain woefully lacking. Simultaneously, Ishikawa observed the rapidly shifting situation with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, he possessed a narrative advantage that others lacked. I understand now. Kakashi-sensei. Their earlier plea for Lady Tsunade's assistance for their comrade must be tied to this. In other words, if we let the Reikage be, he will fall into a lethal crisis. Thus, they were the ones who sought their aid, imploring Lady Tsunade, as long as the Cloud Village did not wish to plunge into chaos following the Reikage demise. They were obliged to acquiesce to any demands made of them. Taking a deep breath, Ishikawa boldly proclaimed, "This is a perfect opportunity for extortion." A single declaration stirred a tempest of reactions. Indeed, spurred by the Xinyuan clan's reminder. He recalled a thread from a narrative of the Fourth Great Ninja War, wherein Tsunade had indeed interacted with the Reikage. Although he could not recall the specific details, it seemed that Tsunade had not gained any substantial benefit from assisting Shizen in performing the operation to remove his arm. However, today he must seize this chance to extort and simultaneously earn Kakashi and Tsunade's respect. Damn it, you Konoha brat, are you seeking your own demise? Almost as soon as Ishikawa's words fell, the Reikage erupted in a furious roar. His eyes blazing with rage, the dignified Reikage of the Cloud Village could not tolerate a mere Konoha genin's audacity to coerce him. Stop scaring us. You are no match for us now. Do you think you can still threaten us with force? Under the Reikage's imposing aura, it was impossible not to feel intimidated. However, despite the cold sweat trickling down his back, Ishikawa remained resolute, unyielding in his stance. In any case, unless we receive a satisfactory reward, do not expect Lady Tsunade to save anyone. Amidst the Reikage's seething fury, Ishikawa delivered another sharp remark before swiftly taking refuge behind Kakashi and Tsunade. Teacher, Lady Tsunade, this is a golden opportunity for extortion. We must not let it slip away. The Reikage was the leader of the Cloud Village. Treating him would require a hefty sum to reflect his status. 1 billion ryo. In an instant, both Kakashi and Tsunade gasped, their jaws dropping in disbelief at Ishikawa's audacious demand. This kid truly had the audacity to propose such a sum. Cough, cough, Ishikawa. Kakashi cleared his throat, preparing to admonish him, for this could potentially spark a conflict between the villages. Yet before he could speak, he noticed Tsunade's eyes gleaming with gold as she fixated on the Reikage. Kakashi, I believe he has a point. For Tsunade, who is currently mired in gambling debts, nothing was more pragmatic than the allure of wealth. 1 billion, and I will save you, including your subordinate. Might you consider a swift change of face? Reikage, At that moment, Tsunade beamed brightly, presenting the most exorbitant medical fee ever known to the unfortunate Reikage. Impossible! You are extorting me! Without a moment's hesitation, Reikage vehemently refused, his fierce tiger-like eyes fixed menacingly on Ishikawa. Fists clenched, nearly on the verge of eruption. 10 billion Rio. Does this little brat have any grasp of money? That's almost a year's military expenditure for Kyomogakure. And Tsunade, has he lost his mind, or has she? The audacity of demanding such a kingly sum for medical fees. Was Reikage's head truly worth that much? Unable to pay such a fee, yet displaying such ferocity. Did you think we, from Konoha, are a charitable organization? Let us not forget our adversarial relationship. Under Reikage's piercing gaze, Ishikawa gritted his teeth, forcing himself to speak, signaling for Tsunade and Kakashi to depart. The sky-high price must be countered with immediate payment. 10 billion might be excessive, but he did not believe Reikage would genuinely risk his own position at this moment. Kyomogakure, having recuperated from the Third Great Ninja War, appeared to be flourishing, yet its reality was one of weakness beneath the surface. Apart from the Fourth Reikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, there were no other formidable ninja of a shadow level in the village. Thus, even if this meant offending Reikage, Ishikawa felt compelled to extract tangible benefits for Tsunade from Kyomogakure, unable to refuse her subsequent requests. After all, fortune favors the bold. Was it easy for me to grow stronger? How I envy those protagonists in system narratives, although they are often illogical and glitch. They're truly exhilarating. Wait! Just as Ishikawa lamented in his heart, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Amai of Kyomogakure. This caused both Tsunade and Kakashi, who were about to speak, to fall silent. Their attention drawn upwards. 10 billion Rio was out of the question, but if it were for medical fees, perhaps we could negotiate further. Amai quickly interjected, casting a pleading glance towards the Fourth Reikage. Lord Reikage, Kyomogakure cannot afford to lose you. Reikage was well aware of Kyomogakure's circumstances, yet continuing this negotiation was merely a matter of how much money was involved. Such a resolution was simply not in his character. Suddenly, a fierce glint flickered in Reikage's eyes. If you wish to provoke a war between Kyomogakure and Konoha, feel free to try. Threatening me. Such tactics are beneath contempt. Tsunade scoffed, a hint of mockery in her gaze. Konoha has never feared war, but before that, it would surely be your demise. Tsunade is entirely correct. Moreover, without Reikage, Kyomogakure may not even have the capacity to declare war on Konoha. After all, your nemesis, Iwagakure, would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Kakashi chimed in, showing no regard for Reikage's threats. Following the Third Great Ninja War, the 5 great nations had entered a precarious balance of power. Should conflict erupt between Konoha and Kyomogakure, it would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, leading to the Fourth Great Ninja War. That he trusted that Kyomogakure, as long as it was not foolish, would not take the risk of war. Who could predict who would fall first in battle? Most importantly, he could not afford to show weakness, lest Reikage perceive Konoha's vulnerabilities and bring about a true crisis of war for the village. Do not push your luck. Seeing Tsunade and Kakashi unmoved, Reikage was infuriated to the point of spitting blood, yet utterly powerless. The threat of war was merely a verbal ploy. He did not dare to initiate a conflict. It was not just about losing Kyomogakure. Even if he were present, he could not guarantee victory in the war. If Kyomogakure truly possessed such strength, the previous incident involving the Byakugan would not have ended so inconclusively, but rather would have served as an excuse for Kyomogakure to declare war on Konoha. Overstepping. You were the ones who overstepped first. If you can win, you resort to force. If you cannot, you expect us to reason with you. There's such a good deal in this world. Ishikawa sneered repeatedly, then swiftly leaned towards Kakashi's ear. Sensei, let us set aside the discussion of money for now. That lightning-style secret technique of Reikage's must be obtained. I wish to learn that ninjutsu. Kakashi's pupils constricted in surprise. Ishikawa, I suddenly realize I have underestimated you. I never expected your audacity to covet Kyomogakure's lightning-style secret technique. Did you not want to possess the speed and power Reikage demonstrated earlier? Ishikawa replied, rolling his eyes, unabashedly revealing his ambition and confidence. This is a direct path to shadow-level lightning-style ninjutsu, and with it, I could stimulate my nervous system to learn and utilize your Chidori, as well as the Chidori derivatives from Sasuke. Concealing one's talents? To do so now would be foolish. With a handle to assist him, it would be sheer folly not to seize such a fortuitous opportunity. Quite confident, our wee little brat, Tsunade chuckled, regarding Ishikawa as though he were a simpleton. As strong as Reikage? What a ridiculous notion! Do you truly believe mastering that technique will make you the second Reikage? Such naive thoughts. How many ninjas in Kumogakure have mastered this technique? To our knowledge, only the third and fourth Reikage had achieved such heights. Yet even if this were a fanciful dream, it seemed to present an opportunity. Suddenly, Tsunade smiled warmly, fixing her gaze on Reikage point 10 billion or 500 million Ryo. Plus your lightning-style body technique. No haggling. With an uncompromising tone, Tsunade got straight to the point. Should you refuse, then you had better return and prepare for the selection of the fifth Reikage while you still have time. Tsunade, the fourth Reikage, erupted in fury, eager to refuse. However, as his words escaped, his subordinate Amai immediately stepped forward, silencing him with a glance. Lord Reikage, it seems this matter is beyond negotiation. Your lightning armor has likely already been copied by Kakashi's Sharingan. It would be wise to concede for now. Amai. Upon hearing the suggestion, Reikage shot an angry glare. Yet when he met the pleading and suggestive look in Amai's eyes, he begrudgingly suppressed his overwhelming wrath. Although he was uncertain of Amai's intentions, for the sake of the village, he had no choice but to make concessions that I can provide the lightning-style secret technique now, and I will prepare 500 million Ryo for the village. Thus, upon receiving the scroll, please allow me to treat Lord Reikage first. Seeing Reikage nod in acquiescence, Amai slowly turned, speaking with humiliation. As he spoke, Amai reached out to take the secret technique scroll from Reikage. Tossing it over with deliberation, "Excellent. I hope you will not engage in any underhanded dealings during this transaction." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Meanwhile, Kakashi deftly caught the scroll, quickly unrolling it for a meticulous examination. Although his Sharingan had already copied the technique to some extent, nothing could convey the essence of the secret technique like the scroll itself. Ishikawa stood by, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he gazed at the scroll in Kakashi's hands. He had not anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly, that he would truly obtain Kumogakure's lightning-style secret technique. In an instant, Ishikawa envisioned a broad path of lightning leading him to a promising future. Shadow-level strength was within reach. The technique scroll should be flawless. Lady Tsunade. Soon, Kakashi swiftly reviewed the contents of the scroll and confirmed its alignment with his prior Sharingan copy. He then nodded at Tsunade, affirming his findings. Rest assured, we are quite sincere. The Kumogakure ninja Amai wore a stiff smile, stating awkwardly that the promised 500 million Ryo would be delivered promptly, requesting Lady Tsunade to commence treatment. 500 million Ryo? I must be hearing things. Is it truly 500 million Ryo for medical fees? The intoxicated Shizen, recovering slightly, blurted out, astonished by the staggering figure. 500 million Ryo, if Kumogakure genuinely honored this commitment. Lady Tsunade's debt burden would vanish into thin air. This is what one calls a surprise. Once the money is received, it must go towards repaying debts. She must ensure that Lady Tsunade does not continue to squander. As for what remains, the remainder must be meticulously managed and strategically utilized, allowing for at least 2 years of sustenance. No, 1 year. Better yet, half a year without incurring debts. Avoiding hiding and evading would be ideal. As for the notion of never incurring debt again, what a fanciful dream. Shizen dared not even entertain such thoughts. Shizen, do not overreact and embarrass me. Tsunade furrowed her brow, feigning displeasure, while internally she sighed in relief. Shizen's timely recovery meant that the necessary surgical procedures could proceed without issue. Subsequently, Tsunade surveyed the surrounding ruins, her smile fading. Such treatments must certainly take place in a quiet environment. However, before that, you must first resolve the aftermath here. Compensation for the tavern is non-negotiable, but I shall not bear this cost. After all, this was initiated by Reikage and his entourage. No problem. Amai glanced at the tavern reduced to rubble and promptly nodded in agreement. At this critical juncture, they could not afford to falter or suffer greater losses. Indeed, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, her gaze shifting to the fourth Reikage, that, if you wish for my assistance, you must provide a thorough account of the circumstances. I need to ascertain what exactly resides within you and its purpose before I can proceed. I shall take the lead on this. Amai interjected eagerly, eager to prevent the Reikage from speaking. How can we allow the Reikage to explain this matter? This incident arose due to our attempted acquisition of the secret jutsu from the hidden timber village, Tsunade remarked, an edge of sarcasm in her tone. Is it yet another case of brazen plunder? How typical of you from the cloud. As Amai began to speak, Tsunade couldn't help but mock the audacity of the leader of one of the 5 great nations. Stooping to seize a scroll from a lesser village, only to find himself in such dire straits, so it was you who restrained the strength of the hidden timber village. Kakashi and Ishikawa exchanged glances, both taken aback before realization dawned upon them, and no wonder a mere C-rank mission had left the village so vulnerable. They had been taken by surprise by the Reikage and his forces. Let me clarify the situation further. The Reikage interjected. Sensing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, he subtly gestured for Amai to address the compensation issue regarding the tavern. Our mission commenced smoothly. However, upon acquiring the secret jutsu scroll, the hidden timber village unexpectedly hired the Xianyuan clan to pursue us. Hearing the Reikage's self-justifying tone, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Ishikawa cast him scornful glances that so it was acceptable for you to steal from others, yet you expected no retaliation? Ahem, the Reikage stammered, feeling the weight of their disdainful gazes. Even he found himself slightly embarrassed. Now is not the time for such discussions. After our encounter with the Xianyuan clan? Wait a moment. Tsunade interrupted, her expression shifting as a thought struck her. Are you saying that, following a blinding flash of white light, you found yourselves afflicted with parasitic bombs? The Reikage nodded gravely. Indeed, the bomb grows rapidly with the use of chakra until it explodes. 2 of my subordinates perished due to one self-detonating and another on the verge of explosion. At this point, the Reikage's expression darkened. This matter will be left to Amai. Tsunade, you must come with me to assist Karai. There's no rush. I need to confirm something first, Tsunade replied, unfazed as she turned her gaze to Kakashi. Tell me the location of that entity. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi replied promptly, his left eye spinning rapidly as he activated the Sharingan. In an instant, he could perceive the flow of chakra within the Reikage. Amidst the uniformity of chakra colors, a faint presence distinctly differing from the Reikage chakra emerged in his abdomen. There, Kakashi indicated, and Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals, igniting a palm technique aimed at that specific location. With a resounding clap, Tsunade struck the Reikage's abdomen, applying the palm technique. Lady Tsunade, that entity is absorbing your chakra. Kakashi warned loudly, his Sharingan intensifying as he focused on the changes in the Reikage's abdomen. That moment, a slight bulge resembling a worm began to manifest on the Reikage's lower belly, exhibiting movement as if it were alive. Just as I suspected, Tsunade remarked, her expression unruffled. As this outcome was within her expectations, she had intended to utilize this method to observe what the entity might transform into. Reikage, now utilize your lightning armor and take 2 steps back, she urged, hastily. What does that imply? The 4th Reikage inquired skeptically, yet he complied, unleashing his lightning armor, arcs of electricity enveloping him, as his chakra coursed throughout his body. The bulge in his abdomen trembled, shimmering with lightning before falling into silence. It seems that entity has been incapacitated by the lightning, Kakashi noted, his crimson left eye gleaming. Indeed, it appears that the most chakra-intensive Reikage is unharmed. Utilizing lightning release simultaneously paralyzed that entity, preventing it from rapidly absorbing sufficient chakra to grow, Tsunade concluded, observing the lifeless worm-like bulge. So, this means that entity is of no use to me, the Reikage asked, his breath catching in frustration. Had he suffered for naught? Of no use. Only if you continuously employ the lightning armor to paralyze it. Otherwise, it will persist in absorbing your chakra, albeit at a slower rate. Tsunade scoffed, her expression steely. It seems that flash of white light was the key to your predicament, The IT likely contained the cell-level explosive larvae cultivated by the Xianyuan clan, entering the body through the nostrils or mouth to absorb chakra and ultimately transform into a human bomb. What? Cell-level explosive larvae. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the others turned pale at the revelation. The cell-level entities are imperceptible to the naked eye. How could one defend against them? Have they discovered our secret? Then let us allow you to experience the might of the explosive larvae once more. What are you afraid of? Bring it. Just as the tension escalated, 5 shadowy figures with glowing crimson eyes appeared upon the nearby branches. Before anyone could react, a blinding white light erupted from the tree, enveloping the area in a dazzling brilliance. Curse Xianyuan clan, you shall perish! The 4th Raikage roared, his expression shifting as fury ignited within him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi's hands became a blur, completing the hand seals as he unleashed a searing fireball 3 meters in diameter, despite the brilliance blinding his vision. In an instant, the fiery sphere incinerated everything within its range, creating a vacuum barrier against the encroaching threat. Do you think you can utilize heat to incinerate our nanoscopic explosive larvae? Your assumptions are naively optimistic. From the shadows, a figure emerged, disdain evident in their gaze. Though the minuscule explosive larvae could not alter their flight path due to their size, their sheer numbers proved daunting. Humph, you are now all our prey. The legendary Sannin of Konoha and the Sharingan Kakashi, these two will fetch a handsome price at the underground exchange. With a rustle, a humanoid figure formed from a stream of water, eyes glinting with greed. I shall claim that Sharingan for myself. I wish to test the power of the Uchiha. With a resounding crash, another figure stepped forth, eyes filled with desire. Though this may provoke Konoha's ire, we fear not the leaf. Indeed, we shall leave none alive. The flames illuminated the surroundings, revealing a translucent figure emerging from the tree trunk, their tone chilling. You are correct. I wondered why the explosive larvae on the Raikage showed no reaction. It was paralyzed by the lightning release. We owe our gratitude to these two from Konoha for elucidating this matter. As the words fell, the 5 figures leaped into action, landing in a row, each adorned with a headscarf and a brown-tailed adornment at their waists. Damn Xianyuan clan, you shall pay for this. As the enemy revealed themselves, the 4th Raikage surged with electricity, re-entering the lightning release chakra mode. With Tsunade's previous assertion in mind, he no longer feared the explosive larvae absorbing his chakra. He would unleash his mightiest assault. In a flash, the Raikage vanished, appearing behind the Xianyuan clan, delivering a devastating blow. In the blink of an eye, the 5 members of the Xianyuan clan were violently pierced, leaving Ishikawa and the others dumbfounded. Hurry! The 4th Raikage speed is truly astonishing. Had the Raikage not been plagued by the explosive larvae, they might have faced certain doom. Ishikawa felt a surge of excitement. If he possessed that speed and strength, he would have no fear of failing to reach the conclusion. Foolish beings, have you not learned from your previous encounters? As Ishikawa reveled in anticipation, the Xianyuan clan members bore mocking expressions, dissipating into mist and reconstituting themselves. That it was as if the Raikage's thunderous strike had left no impact upon them. No, it truly had no effect. This the smoke transformation ability of the Iburi clan? Kakashi mused, recalling his youthful encounters with the Roots Tenzo, his expression shifting to one of concern. This is problematic. They are impervious to physical attacks. Kakashi, are you familiar with this? The 4th Raikage, who was already at a loss, swiftly appeared beside Tsunade with a whoosh, his voice brimming with excitement. Instantly, Tsunade and Ishikawa leaned in to listen intently. That smoke-like ability, I have witnessed it in the Iburi clan before. This ability is impervious to physical attacks, but is vulnerable to wind-release ninjutsu. Kakashi succinctly stated without reserve. Vulnerable to wind? Splendid. At last, we've uncovered these bastards' weakness. The 4th Raikage exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Although he himself did not wield wind release, he had Kakashi by his side, a man who had mastered over 1,000 ninjutsu. With him around, there was no cause for concern. How could he possibly know our weakness? The leader of the Xianyuan clan glared furiously at Kakashi upon hearing his words. Oomph, let us see about that. We'll take out the others first to draw Kakashi into using his chakra. I want to see whether he explodes first or defeats us. Another member snorted coldly, his form gradually becoming transparent as he prepared to strike. He can even use the phasing technique? Everyone be cautious, Kakashi shouted, his Sharingan allowing him to pinpoint the opponent's position as he hurled shuriken. Let us conserve our chakra. We still don't know if we've been infested by the explosive insects. Better safe than sorry. What? Could we also be infested? The two subordinates' faces turned pale upon hearing this. They had just clearly heard that the Cloud Village Jonin had exploded after being infested. If that was the case, wouldn't the CHNIN explode even faster? Ishikawa swallowed nervously, his heart heavy. Yet, knowing Tsunade and Shizun, he was not overly concerned. After all, it was just a minor operation. Could it really kill someone? You three are responsible for protecting Shizun. We'll handle the rest. Just as the two subordinates felt the first pangs of life and death crisis, Tsunade issued her command and charged toward the battlefield. Those who know their own affairs understand the stakes. Tsunade was acutely aware of her own vulnerabilities. As long as Shizun remained unharmed, they were in no real danger. Even if infested by the explosive insects, they could still let Shizun perform the extraction. As for whether Shizun might also be infested and require surgery, that could wait until after they defeated the Xianyuan clan. Understood. Ishikawa nodded, not allowing himself to be swept away by bravado that he wasn't foolish. The Xianyuan clan dared to hunt the Reikage and the legendary three ninjas, a mere CHNIN. He couldn't afford to be reckless. ILL stall the others. Kakashi, you hurry. Seeing Tsunade initiate the attack, the fourth Reikage gritted his teeth and unleashed his lightning release armor once more. Meanwhile, Cloud, Jonin and Amai rushed to join him, hoping to swiftly conclude the chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, the 5 members of the Xianyuan clan found themselves ensnared in a quagmire of combat against the Reikage, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Amai. This was troublesome. If this continued, they would either be discovered by Kakashi or caught in the explosion caused by the explosive insects. The situation was growing increasingly dire, and the leader of the Xianyuan clan murmured to himself. In the next moment, his piercing gaze fixed upon Tsunade. If he could eliminate her, the others would be left without salvation. They could then wear down their opponents while waiting for the explosive insects to mature and explode. Yes, that was the plan. What? How could this happen? I've only used 2 ninjutsu. Suddenly, Amai, who had been attacking, gasped and halted his movements, for his chest had already begun to swell with a grotesque bulge, clearly indicating he had been infested by the explosive insects. This sight caused everyone to exchange grave glances. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Kakashi sighed heavily. It was precisely this threat that had prevented him from striking and seeking an opportunity to finish the battle that I didn't expect this. Now's the time. Seeing Amai forced out of the battle, the Xianyuan clan leader immediately charged at Tsunade. Don't underestimate me. Upon witnessing the Xianyuan clan leader's approach, Tsunade shouted fiercely, instinctively prepared to unleash her immense strength. However, as she swung her fist, she suddenly realized she might be infested by the explosive insects and hastily restrained her chakra. With a resounding boom, her considerably weakened punch collided with the Xianyuan leader's fists. Oomph! Do you know why didn't he evade with smoke? The Xianyuan clan leader, enduring Tsunade's punch, transformed his fist into a claw, ensnaring her right fist with a sinister grin. Because now I have you. Without waiting for Tsunade's response, he swiftly drew a kunai with his left hand and viciously aimed for her chest. Only by eliminating this medical ninja could the tide of battle be instantly reversed. Not good. Ishikawa, who had been observing the battlefield, suddenly turned pale, immediately channeling chakra to rush forward. Yet, no matter how fast Ishikawa was, he could not match the Xianyuan clan leader's speed. The Reikage and Kakashi were also entangled with other members of the Xianyuan clan and unable to provide timely assistance. In this moment of crisis, painful heaven kick. As the situation became dire, Tsunade's beautiful eyes narrowed with determination, and she raised her foot to unleash her explosive power. With a thunderous crash, the ferocious force, enveloped by her jade-like foot, struck the Xianyuan clan leader, who had barely managed to transform his legs into smoke. You fell for it, but unexpectedly, he anticipated that he would be unable to completely evade. The Xianyuan clan leader glared at Tsunade, his abdomen swelling painfully, and he could not help but spit a mouthful of blood as he was thrown backward. Damn it, Tsunade touched her abdomen, feeling the bulge resembling an insect. And as she opened her mouth to angrily shout, she was suddenly startled by the blood that floated past her, causing her pupils to dilate and her body to tremble uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in a daze. This was the fear of blood that Tsunade had. It was over. How could this situation arise again? Instantly, upon witnessing this scene, both Kakashi and Ishikawa felt a sense of foreboding. What was even more alarming was that Tsunade had also been infested by the explosive insects. This was a dire predicament. Lady Tsunade, Ishikawa, who had already sprinted halfway, accelerated and swiftly picked Tsunade up, returning toward Shizen. Blood. How could a medical ninja like Tsunade fear blood? What had their previous agreement amounted to? How could she possibly treat them for the explosive insects? Simultaneously, Reikage's expression shifted dramatically, filled with suspicion. This was troublesome. It seemed Reikage would no longer trust them. With a whoosh, Kakashi retreated to Ishikawa's side. His expression grave, he surveyed the battlefield, swiftly analyzing the enemy and ally positions before making a decision. Shizen, take Ishikawa and the others and escort Lady Tsunade to safety. Find a way to treat her and yourselves. I suspect we may all be infested by the explosive insects that, as he spoke, Kakashi produced 2 scrolls and handed them to Ishikawa, which contained the lightning release armor and a sealing scroll worth 300,000 ryo. It was evident he was prepared to gamble everything. No way. I refuse. Ishikawa hastily declined without a moment's thought, the reasoning being the same as before, although this time, with the Reikage and Kakashi restraining the enemy. The risks were lessened. He still did not want to abandon Kakashi, relinquish 500 million ryo, or lose Tsunade as goodwill. Just as Kakashi was about to admonish him, he noticed the Xianyuan clan had already surged forward. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique, and water release. Ice shot. The 2 simultaneously formed hand seals and unleashed their ninjutsu in a surprise attack, their intention clear, to force Kakashi to use ninjutsu, thus providing the explosive insect an opportunity to absorb chakra and grow. As the earth release. Earth Wall was about to be overwhelmed by a barrage of firebirds and water bullets. Kakashi had no time for further discussion and immediately began forming hand seals to unleash the earth release to block. However, just as he was about to take the risk, Ishikawa suddenly elbowed him, interrupting his hand seals. Kakashi was about to question him when he saw Ishikawa complete his own hand seals and slam his hands onto the ground. Could it be? Seeing Ishikawa's familiar hand signs, Kakashi's expression changed. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Before the astonished gazes of Kakashi and the 2 subordinates, a heavy earthen wall, adorned with a dog's head carving, shot up from the ground as soon as the wall emerged. The enemy's ninjutsu attacks rained down like a storm upon it, causing it to tremble with each impact. Earth flow wall? You've already mastered this B-rank earth release? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Unable to contain himself, B-rank earth release? Iasin Tiat as Sarank. Ishikawa feigned confusion, looking at Kakashi with a bewildered expression, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Ahem, now is not the time for this. You all need to escape. Kakashi rubbed his nose, forcing a smile as he urged them on. Yet deep down, he was reaffirming Ishikawa's talent. This guy was undoubtedly a genius ninja who had been overlooked. Such an exceptional student must not perish here. Teacher, haven't you realized? Ishikawa did not respond, but instead pointed his chest. Huh. How could this be? Upon seeing Ishikawa's gesture, Kakashi's Sharingan turned, revealing his astonishment. Clearly, Ishikawa had also unleashed chakra to use ninjutsu. Yet, why had the explosive insects on him only grown slightly? In fact, it could be said to be negligible. One would have to look closely to even notice their presence. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Kakashi immediately glanced at Taro and Jiro beside him. Under the penetrating gaze of the Sharingan, the minuscule explosive insects within the 2 bodies became all the more outrageous. Not only were there no traces of chakra absorption, but they were also rendered nearly undetectable, as expected. Ishikawa mused, a hint of a smile breaking through his earlier concerns as he observed Kakashi's changing expression. Upon witnessing the instant the explosive insects emerged from the Cloud Ninja and Tsunade, he had patted his own chest to confirm that it remained as flat and unremarkable as ever. Coupled with the earlier experiment of the Earth-style wall, he was now entirely certain of one thing. Sensei, it seems that this insect has certain requirements for chakra in order to mature. Our chakra alone is insufficient to allow it to grow explosively. Thus, the only ones who could assist you now are the three of us. Exhaling a deep breath, Ishikawa faced Kakashi's Sharingan, both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought that a lack of chakra would fortuitously delay the growth of the explosive insect? Was this irony or mere luck? Yet this was still not enough. Even if you need not worry about self-detonation for the moment, the disparity in strength remains far too great that in battle against them, you're very likely, no, you are certainly going to die. Kakashi shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Ishikawa and the others. Oh, you not fear death? At this, Ishikawa and his companions simultaneously shuddered, their faces paling with fear. Of course, they feared death. How many in this world are unafraid of it? After a brief pause, Ishikawa shook his head, forcing a bitter smile as he met Kakashi's gaze. But sensei, what does it matter if we fear death? Our enemies will show no mercy simply because we are afraid. Instead of cowering in fear, we should focus on finding ways to defeat our foes. Well, I certainly do not wish to lose my teacher or comrades on my very first mission outside the village. Companionship, after all, is about standing firm even when one is terrified within. This, perhaps, is what Lord Hokage refers to as the will of fire. Have you truly come to such an understanding, Ishikawa? Kakashi's pupils constricted at his words, as if he saw the shadow of a once dear friend behind Ishikawa. That man had acted just like this. Despite being terrified, he had pursued the rock ninja for Rin. Ultimately, we are not afraid of death. Kakashi-sensei. Taro and Jiro exchanged glances, admiration evident on their faces as they echoed Ishikawa. Our elder brother is truly remarkable. They are still far from his level of resolve. However, with their elder brother having made a declaration, how could they dare to flee? If it came to it, they would face death together. After all, they were all orphans. Who could fear whom? Taro, Jiro, you will protect Lady Tsunade. Ishikawa, you will follow me. After a brief moment of silence, Kakashi no longer hesitated, finally making his decision that of the three, only Ishikawa could offer any assistance. The other two were better off remaining behind. Sensei, I have a battle plan. With Kakashi's agreement, Ishikawa glanced at the unresponsive Tsunade and sighed softly as he stepped forward. As expected, his words were of no use to Tsunade, since he was not the protagonist. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. To the very least, he had gained Kakashi's recognition, and subsequently gathering intelligence and learning Chidori should not pose a significant issue. As for Tsunade, Ishikawa believed that once she assumed the mantle of the Fifth Hokage, she would reap the rewards of this adventurous investment. Indeed, Ishikawa's reckless actions were not merely fueled by youthful zeal. They were part of a calculated strategy for the future. As a commoner, his resources for training were exceedingly limited. Even with the existence of the time-traveling door, he required a credible identity to gather information and engage in transactions regarding Nohara Rin. Oh, how difficult it is for me. I see. I understand now. Upon hearing Ishikawa's battle plan, Kakashi's eyes lit up. Although the plan was somewhat immature, it was not without the potential to catch the enemy off guard and turn the tables. Nodding at Ishikawa, both teacher and student simultaneously formed hand signs, invoking the transformation technique to continue pressuring their opponents into utilizing their chakra. Outside the Earth-style wall, the two members of the Xinyuan clan waited for a moment. Yet when no explosion followed, they exchanged glances and formed hand signs once more. Swish, swish, swish. Just as they completed their hand signs, several shuriken wrapped in talismans suddenly shot forth from either side of the Earth-style wall. In the next instant, Kakashi and Ishikawa surged forward from opposite sides. Not good, there are explosive tags. One of them exclaimed in alarm, quickly vaporizing into smoke to evade the shuriken and explosive tags. Simultaneously manipulating the smoke to charge straight at Ishikawa, I'll take care of this little genin first. Then we will deal with Kakashi together. Move quickly. The other did not hesitate, immediately performing a sideways roll, keeping a wary eye on Kakashi to prevent him from intervening. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xianyuan clan was recuperating from Tsunade's heavy strike, while the other two were entangled with the Reikage in an attempt to seize the scroll of the ninja technique of the cedar. After all, their mission was to retrieve the scroll that if it were to be destroyed by the Reikage self-detonation, they would receive no compensation. Ha ha ha, this little brat is still trying to show off at a time like this. Just because that Earth-style wall blocked our attack earlier does not mean he is formidable. Today, let me show you just how cruel the true ninja world is with a swift motion. A figure appeared behind Ishikawa, wielding a kunai with a sinister grin. Such a novice genin, even if he could unleash chakra, would appear to him as slow as a turtle, requiring no ninjutsu to defeat. Is that so? I beg to differ. Just as the attacker was about to strike decisively, Ishikawa suddenly turned, a calm smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, as their gazes met, Ishikawa's left eye transformed into the crimson hue of the Sharingan, activating its hypnotic ability in the blink of an eye. As the attacker fell into a daze, his throat was swiftly slashed, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Ishikawa's body erupted with a loud bang, transforming into Kakashi, who in turn morphed into Ishikawa. Transformation technique. Impossible. How can this be? The other member, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom that events would take such a turn. They had been deceived by a mere transformation technique. Lightning release. Thunder arrow. In the fleeting moment that the enemy became distracted, Ishikawa, who had secretly completed his hand signs, erupted with fierce energy in a single breath. Ishikawa formed a single hand seal, condensing a bolt of white lightning in his palm before hurling it directly at the enemy. What? Gazing at the dazzling arc of white lightning, the enemy exclaimed in shock, swiftly realizing he had to rely upon his superior shinobi prowess to vaporize into smoke. Despite Ishikawa's lightning being exceedingly swift and entirely unexpected, the gap in their respective power levels proved insurmountable. The thunder arrow failed to inflict any damage. My apologies, but I am not the main attacker. Faced with his fruitless assault, Ishikawa did not feel disheartened. Instead, a triumphant smile spread across his face. At that very moment, Kakashi on the opposite side had completed his hand signs, unleashing wind release. Great breakthrough. With his mouth slightly agape, a powerful gale surged forth towards the vaporized enemy. This sudden wind release left him no time to react. He barely managed to solidify his upper body while the vaporized lower half was scattered by the violent winds, disappearing without a trace. No, this cannot be. My legs, my legs. Watching his lower half vanish, the enemy let out a cry of despair as he crashed to the ground, blood gushing forth in an instant. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with expressions of shock plastered on the faces of those present. One party rejoiced, while the other lamented that it seemed their strength was not as formidable as the explosive insects and the vaporization technique suggested. Now, only the two enemies on the Reikage side remained. Ishikawa, suppressing his unease, quickly approached Kakashi, concern etched on his face that Kakashi's chest had begun to swell with a bulging insect-like mass, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as he frowned deeply. Unbelievably, the explosive insect had grown so rapidly. It appeared he could only utilize one more jutsu at most. Sensei, you should refrain from acting to avoid an explosion. It's up to us now. Ishikawa reluctantly pressed on, having not anticipated the explosive insect's swift growth. However, with the Reikage still able to hold off those two, the three of them, along with Shizen, should be able to handle the situation without much difficulty. Just then, the Reikage on the opposite side suddenly let out a low groan, dispelling his lightning armor as he gasped for breath, his body drenched in sweat that on his chest, the previously paralyzed explosive insect had expanded significantly, clearly having broken free from the lightning paralysis and absorbed a considerable amount of chakra. Damn it! It was not fully paralyzed. It was absorbing chakra to grow even while immobilized that I was too careless to notice in time. In an instant, the Reikage's fury was akin to thunder crashing from a clear sky, Faced with a rapidly shifting situation, Ishikawa could no longer maintain his composure, his face darkening. Damn, how can I be so unlucky? It's finally time to end this. I never anticipated that this time we would suffer the loss of two individuals, and even our leader has sustained grave injuries. The toll is indeed devastating. Facing the wreckage, the last two members of the Xinyuan faction, who had initially sensed the impending danger and were prepared to retreat, now exhibited a frenzied expression as they beheld the sudden turn of events. Although the losses are considerable, the thought of the forthcoming rewards left the two trembling with excitement. The mission's bounty is self-evident, but the heads of the wreckage and Tsunade, two heavyweight figures, hold significant value in the underground market. Moreover, there is Kakashi's bounty and that coveted Sharingan. Wreckage, will you surrender the scroll, or shall we take matters into our own hands? One of them inquired sharply, stepping back to assess the wreckage, who appeared on the verge of self-detonation. Let's not complicate matters. I will use a shadow clone to conduct a search. The other stated resolutely, forming hand seals to initiate the shadow clone technique to prevent any unforeseen complications. This is troublesome. The wreckage has already lost the capacity to resist. Once they free their hands, they will turn their attention to you at that point. Even with Shizen's assistance, you could not possibly contend with two members of the Xinyuan faction. Gazing at the unfolding situation, Kakashi inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Ishikawa, now is your chance. You three, along with Shizen, must escort Lady Tsunade away from here. Do not engage in futile resistance. I will hold them off to buy you some time. Buy time? Teacher, you can at most use one jutsu now. How can you possibly obstruct them? By dispersing our strength, we are inevitably doomed. Ishikawa shook his head with a bitter smile, harboring little hope for their survival. The enemy is not foolish. With Kakashi on the brink of explosion, they would not risk their lives recklessly. No, they seek to seize my Sharingan. Therefore, I can launch two attacks. Kakashi, mustering his strength, declared with a resolute demeanor. Are you truly willing to witness Kakashi's determined gaze? Ishikawa's heart trembled, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, I will use self-detonation as my second offensive measure. When they attempt to extract the Sharingan, I will initiate a suicide attack to at least take one of them down. Teacher, despite having suspected it in his heart, Ishikawa's heart lurched involuntarily when Kakashi uttered those words, and one remains indifferent to those who would sacrifice their lives to protect them. Ishikawa is no exception. For the first time, he was touched by the profound bond forged in life and death. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, Taro, Jiro, and Shizen all simultaneously changed countenance. Their faces pale as they looked at Kakashi, words unspoken. Experienced Shizen managed to maintain some composure, while the two younger associates were already in tears. I understand, Kakashi. Though reluctant, reason triumphed over personal emotions. After casting a deep glance at his once mighty peer, Shizen nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Perhaps her involvement in the battle could yield an opportunity to eliminate the two enemies. Yet Kakashi remained doomed. In such a scenario, further risking herself was unwarranted. The explosive insects within Lady Tsunade and Ishikawa still required her attention. The priorities were painfully clear. Moreover, after handling these matters, her own demise would be inevitable. After all, no one could perform surgery to remove the explosive insects for her. This, perhaps, is her moment to demonstrate her worth. Observing the sorrowful faces around him, Ishikawa suddenly exhaled a heavy breath, having made his decision. I apologize, teacher. Your plan entails too great a sacrifice, and the risks are substantial. It cannot guarantee our safe return. Kakashi, upon hearing this, was about to reprimand him when Ishikawa raised a hand to interrupt. Realizing that at this juncture, he had no choice but to attempt that desperate measure. Perhaps it could change the tide and spare us all from death. What? You have a battle strategy. How is that possible? In this situation, unless you can slay a Nin, it is utterly impossible to resolve the conflict. Both Kakashi and Shizen exclaimed in disbelief, unable to envision Ishikawa's strength turning the tide. You are not wrong. What can that kid accomplish? Precisely. Your only future lies in death. Almost simultaneously, the two figures who had searched the wreckage body and found the jutsu scroll sneered disdainfully. Yes, they spoke. The two men shared a chilling laugh and drew their kunai, ready to strike. There's no time for explanations. You must stop them and buy me a moment. Acting swiftly, Ishikawa urged Shizun and the two younger associates. As he swiftly retreated with Tsunade in his grasp, creating distance. Trust in your brother. Let us give it our all. The two younger associates exchanged glances and, without hesitation, formed hand seals to unleash all their chakra. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Water release. Water chaos wave. With two resounding explosions, a searing fireball and a torrent of water surged forth simultaneously. Amidst the incredulous expressions of Shizun and Kakashi, the two conflicting jutsu collided, creating a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the area. And then, there was nothing further. Ha ha ha. This is simply hilarious. Do these two idiots not understand the principle of the incompatibility of water and fire? They have nullified their own jutsu. What purpose does that serve? It's not without effect. At least this mist obscures our vision and somewhat hinders our movements. Though, only just a little as the mist enveloped the area. The two men's unabashed laughter echoed, leaving Taro and Jiro exchanging awkward glances, their expressions flushed with embarrassment. How embarrassing. In their eagerness to support their brother, they had completely overlooked this detail. Kakashi, is this really your student? Shizun also found herself at a loss for words, unable to believe that the prodigy Kakashi would have such foolish disciples. Cough, cough. In truth, Ishikawa is my most esteemed disciple. Kakashi hastily clarified, his gaze filled with disappointment as he avoided looking at the two fools. What a waste of precious chakra at such a critical moment. It is utterly humiliating. Ishikawa. Shizun instinctively turned her head, but just that glance left her frozen in shock. Seeing Shizun's stunned expression, Kakashi frowned slightly and turned to see. I have offended you. Lady Tsunade. Yet now, aside from this potential solution, I have no other options. Ishikawa gazed at Tsunade's tear-filled eyes, steeling himself before leaning in to kiss her. In an instant, Tsunade, who had been trembling in sorrow, gasped as her brown eyes widened in disbelief at the proximity of the dark-haired boy. How dare he? How could he? He forcefully kissed me. Is this your plan? You little brat. Are you sure this isn't just an opportunistic move? Almost simultaneously, Shizun and Kakashi erupted in outrage, their fury evident in their eyes. Especially Kakashi, who felt utterly humiliated in front of the entire shinobi world. The thought of having referred to Ishikawa as his prized disciple made his face burn with shame. No, I'm a self-destruct. I'll drag that shameless brat down with me. Ha ha ha. This is truly hilarious. That little brat is quite amusing. I thought he was going to do something serious, but it turned out to be this. To forcibly kiss one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, is a feat that would cause a stir throughout the ninja world. Who would have thought that a mere Leaf Village brat could accomplish this? Was this his final act of madness? Ha ha ha. Just as they emerged from the mist, the two members of the Xianyuan faction burst into mocking laughter, questioning the efficacy of breaking a blood phobia with a kiss. Damn it. I was looking forward to seeing what he could do to it. Seems there is no choice but to resort to that. The fourth Reikage growled menacingly, slowly reaching for the bulging insect-like mass on his chest. Knowing what lay within his body, the solution was straightforward. He would extract it directly. However, lacking the skills of a medical ninja, the only method available to him was a violent removal. He extracted the insect. Blood poured forth, and he would use his final strength to take down the remaining members of the Xianyuan faction. This was the pride of the Reikage. Seeing the Reikage's actions, the Amai felt a sense of shame, realizing how dire the situation had become. Although he too was aware of the gravity of the situation, he simply could not act quickly enough to launch an attack amidst the bloodshed. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. You two, hurry up and move, lest we face unforeseen complications. At that moment, the severely injured leader of the Xianyuan faction summoned the last of his strength to urge them forward. The two Xianyuan members exchanged glances and immediately charged toward Shizun and Ishikawa. As for Taro and Jiro, the two had long since been drained of chakra and lay there, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of strength to resist. There is no way out, As Kakashi observed that no one was launching an attack against him, his expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he utilized his lightning release chakra to stimulate his entire body, intending to paralyze the explosive insects and buy himself some time while accelerating his movements. At that very moment, Ishikawa, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of the rapidly approaching Xinyuan crowd, his face turning a sickly shade of green as he hastened his actions. However, despite exerting all his efforts, Tsunade remained in a state of shock, her complexion paling to an ashen hue, trembling yet remaining utterly motionless. Her body felt increasingly feeble. What on earth? Why is there no reaction? This shouldn't be happening. Under normal circumstances, a woman's sense of shame would compel her to act fiercely in such a situation. Moreover, this was the legendary Sannin, the esteemed Tsunade. Yet, why was she unresponsive? Good heavens! Could it be that Tsunade possesses a facade of toughness while being internally fragile? No, that's implausible. Thus, only one possibility remained. A Haven Tea provoked her enough. With the Xinyuan crowd now less than 10 meters away, a fierce glint flashed in Ishikawa's eyes as he extended his right hand. Life and death are predetermined. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. I'll fight with all I have. What is that brat planning to do? Upon witnessing Ishikawa's movements, Tsunade's face abruptly flushed crimson, her eyes widening as if they might pop from their sockets. Yet, despite the myriad thoughts racing through her mind, her lips were sealed by Ishikawa's actions, rendering her unable to speak. Her body quaked uncontrollably, leaving her utterly unable to evade. In that fleeting moment, Ishikawa felt an unprecedented sensation of bliss coursing through him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Women should be like this. At that instant, Ishikawa even felt a surge of gallantry akin to that of a flower falling beneath the moonlight. In stark contrast, Tsunade trembled as if struck by lightning. However, the seething shame ignited her fury, enabling her to suppress her fear of blood and regain control of her body, her fists clenched tightly. Die, you lewd little brat from Konoha. Just as Ishikawa was about to meet his doom, a Xinyuan member suddenly accelerated behind him, brandishing a kunai. In an instant, the sound reverberated like thunder, causing Ishikawa's body to shudder, his hair standing on end, and his breath caught in his throat. Instinctively, Ishikawa tightened his grip on the unspeakable object. Oh no, there's no time. At that very moment, Kakashi, filled with anger and shock, could not fathom why the enemy would suddenly employ a body flicker technique to accelerate. Big brother, his two younger companions cried out in despair, unable to believe that their once dominant leader Ishikawa was on the brink of death, just as life and death hung in the balance. A furious voice erupted from Ishikawa's grasp. Enough! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, causing the previously menacing Xinyuan members to be hurled away like ragdolls. The violent force carved deep gorges into the ground, extending over 100 meters before crashing into the base of a large tree, leaving them unconscious. Tsunade, witnessing the delicate fist protruding from Ishikawa's side, widened her mouth in astonishment and delight. Meanwhile, both Kakashi and the Raikage, who had already unleashed their powers, stood frozen in shock, their gazes filled with exhilaration as they looked at Tsunade, who would willingly embrace death when survival was a possibility. No, do not underestimate her. She has already been infected by the explosive insect, and the recent attack has only accelerated its growth that IT will soon detonate. The Xinyuan member, engaged in combat with Tsunade, was about to flee. He heard his leader's frantic shout and turned to look. Sure enough, in his line of sight, Tsunade's abdomen swelled once more, indicating that the explosive insect was nearing maturity. You little brat. You seem to enjoy yourself just now. Ignoring the leader's cries, Tsunade revealed a sinister smile as she focused her gaze on Ishikawa, her eyes glinting with malice. Cough, cough. I was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. My lady Tsunade, please do not overthink it. This is merely a tactic, just a tactic. Oh, just a tactic? A hint of barely perceptible indignation flashed in Tsunade's beautiful eyes, followed by a frostiness in her expression. Once I deal with them, I will settle the score with you. Without allowing Ishikawa a chance to refute, Tsunade casually tossed him aside, but if you are referring to that insect, you shall be disappointed." Pointing to her own abdomen, Tsunade tilted her head back with a dismissive smile. In the next moment, under the horrified expressions of everyone, Tsunade rapidly formed hand seals, igniting her right hand with a blue chakra surgical knife. Without hesitation, Tsunade swung the chakra knife, piercing through her clothing to violently sever the explosive insect within her body. Utilizing her masterful medical ninjutsu and her control over her own body, a white insect-like bomb was swiftly extracted and landed on the ground. This is impossible. She must be insane. In an instant, witnessing such a clean and decisive surgical procedure, the Xianyuan leader and the remaining companions gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Tsunade's ruthlessness in performing surgery on herself. Moreover, with that much blood loss, wouldn't she die? Even Kakashi and the Raikage exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Tsunade's self-mutilating procedure. Indeed, this action had averted the threat of self-detonation. However, even if she were a medical ninja, such an injury could not heal quickly, and what awaited Tsunade was an inevitable demise. At that moment, Tsunade gazed at her bloodied abdomen, her lips curling into a smile, as expected. Her hemophobia seemed to be suppressed. Therefore, Seal release, ninjutsu, creation rebirth. Crackling sounds echoed through the night as the moonlight illuminated Tsunade's forehead, which shimmered with a purple sealing technique. The gruesome wound on her abdomen began to emit smoke and rapidly healed at a visible pace. As Tsunade unsealed the technique, the wound on her abdomen emanated life-giving white smoke, and Shizune's expression shifted, filled with mixed emotions. She had managed to stimulate cellular regeneration with a large amount of chakra in an instant. Utilizing rapid cellular division to reconstruct and recover from her injuries. Is this the power of the Sannin? Kakashi widened his left eye, the three tomo spinning. But while this technique could quickly heal injuries and ensure her strength, the downsides were glaringly evident. Cellular division has limits. This action undoubtedly consumed her lifespan. You are correct, Kakashi. Hearing this, Shizune bitterly nodded, but in the current situation, there was no other option. Surely, Lady Tsunade had no choice but to make such a decision. Kakashi silently agreed. Indeed, compared to the uncertain unknown of lifespan, survival in the present was paramount. Even if it meant shortening her life, it was a worthwhile trade-off. In stark contrast to their astonishment, the remaining Xianyuan members were bereft of hope. What is this? Impossible. How could there be such terrifying regenerative abilities? Quick, run. Staying here will cost us our lives. Trembling in fear, the two Xianyuan members immediately turned to flee, ready to abandon their mission. However, Tsunade, who was already seething with rage and on the brink of explosion, would not allow them to escape unscathed. If it weren't for them, would she have been taken advantage of by a mere genin brat? Heavenly, painful leg. Without warning, Tsunade raised her right leg high, unleashing a fierce attack. With a resounding boom, the ground fractured, creating a straight fissure that swallowed the severely injured Xianyuan leader whole. Simultaneously, Tsunade's relentless assault continued as she appeared beside another member, whose expression was a mix of terror and despair, delivering a crushing punch that erupted with the force of a collapsing mountain. The sound of bones snapping echoed, and the unfortunate member screamed as he was sent crashing into the woods, colliding with a tree trunk, his fate uncertain. Gulp. Watching the massive tree trunk and the terrifying fissure from a distance, Ishikawa swallowed hard, drenched in sweat. Good heavens, Tsunade wouldn't he do the same to him? Would she? His small frame could hardly withstand such torment. Contemplating the terrifying force, Ishikawa quickly sidled up to Kakashi. Sensei, are you all right? Feigning concern, realizing he was now scared. Seeing Ishikawa's pale face and forced smile, Kakashi understood his thoughts all too well. Don't expect me to plead for you. I'm still waiting for Lady Tsunade to come and save me. Please, Kakashi-sensei. I only did that to save everyone. You cannot abandon me in my time of need, oh. Upon hearing Ishikawa's pitiful cries, Shizune couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Serves you right for being so arrogant and daring to take liberties with Lady Tsunade. Although the outcome was favorable, the fact that he took advantage of her was unforgivable. Lady Tsunade, please perform surgery on the Reikage immediately. The previous conditions remain unchanged. We will uphold our promises. Over there. Witnessing Tsunade unleash her might against the enemies, Amai promptly shouted. The Reikage was on the verge of exploding at any moment, and it was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Tsunade, please save Amai first. The fourth Reikage hurriedly chimed in, knowing that for the greater good of Kumobikure, he should prioritize his own rescue, yet he chose to save his subordinate first. Lady Tsunade, please save Kakashi first. His situation is also perilous. As Tsunade grappled with her mounting frustrations, the voice of Shizune emerged from behind her. Instantly, Tsunade cast a glance at the 3 human bombs poised to detonate at any moment, and, exasperated, she pressed her forehead with her palm, realizing that simultaneous action was the only recourse left. While speaking, Tsunade casually dabbed at the still damp bloodstains on her abdomen, her hands swiftly forming seals. With a resounding bang, she summoned a gigantic blue and white slug, the size of a house, to materialize beneath her feet. Live slug, wrap them up and bring them along. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The enormous slug responded promptly, its body rapidly splitting into 7 smaller versions, which rushed towards the group. Teacher Kakashi, what is that? Ishikawa feigned ignorance while gazing eagerly at the approaching slug clones, his 2 companions beside him also displaying curiosity, their ears perked up at a slug. This is Lady Tsunade's summoning beast. Once revered as one of the 3 fears. Lord Slug Point 3 fears. Ishikawa pretended to be astonished but refrained from further inquiry, for by now, his lower body was already enveloped by the slug's clone, swiftly whisking him away. The others soon found themselves in a similar predicament, and within moments, the 7 of them were integrated into the body of the great slug, now perched atop its head. There's no time for pre-surgical preparations, so I must resort to unconventional means to extract the explosive bugs from your bodies. Tsunade exchanged glances with the group and formed seals again, her hands igniting with a blue chakra surgical blade. Since you lack my regenerative abilities, the slug will assist in healing your wounds afterward. Not resist. Without further ado, Tsunade approached Kakashi, her hands flashing as she made 2 swift cuts. With a thud, Kakashi let out a muffled groan as the bugs within him were excised and fell away that moment. His body sank into the slug, leaving only his head visible, while the wounds healed rapidly with the slug's assistance. Such an impressive summoning beast. It even possesses medical ninjutsu. Ishikawa feigned indifference, but his desire for the slug peaked at that instant, in a world of ninjas where danger lurked at every turn. Possessing a medical summoning beast was an unparalleled source of security. Moreover, the slug was not merely proficient in medical techniques. It could also split, relay messages, launch corrosive attacks, and was impervious to physical assaults. Holding the legacy of one of the 3 great holy lands, the Wet Bone Forest, this was an irresistible allure for Ishikawa. Humph, you speak too freely. Upon hearing Ishikawa's words, Tsunade let out a cold snort, deftly extracting the explosive bugs from Amai before moving on to the Reikage. I almost forgot about this. Just as the Reikage eagerly awaited Tsunade's actions, she suddenly remembered something, her right hand dispersing the chakra surgical blade to retrieve a blank IOU. To prevent you from defaulting, I'll draft an IOU that I have absolutely no faith in the credibility of your Cloud Village. What? Tsunade, isn't that going a bit too far? Upon hearing such a blatant insult, the Reikage's face flushed with rage. While it was true that their Cloud Village had a history of breaching contracts, to state it so openly was tantamount to public humiliation. Suit yourself. A fair trade ensures no deceit. Tsunade retorted dismissively, having already shown considerable leniency by not demanding the Reikage pay a consultation fee up front. Lady Tsunade, why not just extract the explosive bugs without healing? Just keep the Reikage alive until payment is made. Just as the Reikage fumed, Ishikawa suggested, shifting the atmosphere dramatically. Brat, how dare you? Great idea, let us do it that way. With 2 affirming responses, the chakra surgical blades swiftly descended to remove the explosive bugs. All right, now only the 3 of you remain. Ignoring the Reikage's disgruntled expression, Tsunade assisted Shizune in extracting the explosive bugs before turning her gaze to Ishikawa and his companions. Due to your insufficient chakra, The bugs within you are likely no larger than natto. However, don't rejoice too soon, because the bugs are too small for surgery. I must use the slug chakra to facilitate their growth. At least until they become discernible. With a knowing glance at Ishikawa, Tsunade explained, and the three of them felt the warm chakra from the slug flow into their bodies, in a single breath. The chakra they had expended and their fatigue were swiftly restored. Simultaneously, the infusion caused the explosive bugs within them to grow rapidly. They've appeared. Lady Tsunade, I too. Before long, Ishikawa's two companions hastily lifted their shirts to reveal their chests, exclaiming that on their torsos, bulging, fist-sized lumps writhed with vigor. Quiet, Tsunade admonished in a hushed tone, her chakra blades slicing through the air with precision as she swiftly severed the two explosive larvae. I too. Ishikawa hurriedly called out, as the lump on his chest had begun to take on the contours of a bug, its size exceeding that of his companions by more than double. I almost forgot about the other one. At Ishikawa's exclamation, Tsunade seemed to have an epiphany, clapping her hands together. Right, there's Karai. Karai is still waiting for rescue outside the town. The Reikage, not yet fully healed by the slug, hastily interjected, pointing out the location to Tsunade. All right, I'll head there now. Tsunade nodded quickly, her chakra surging beneath her feet as she vanished from atop the slug's head, leaving Ishikawa in a state of disarray in the wind. Deliberate. You must have done that on purpose. Lady Tsunade, I truly did not mean to earlier. Moments later, the town echoed with Ishikawa's heart-wrenching wails. Humph, serves you right for speaking out of turn. The fourth Reikage scoffed, though his chest wound ached and his breathing was labored. His mood was akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Prepare for your 500 million. Ishikawa replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm, causing the Reikage to momentarily halt his breath, and then the thought of that exorbitant consultation fee made him wince in pain. How infuriating! While Tsunade merely intended to frighten that insufferable brat, I'm the one who must cough up 500 million Rio. It's utterly vexing. Happiness doesn't vanish. It merely shifts, observing the Reikage's expression of frustration. Ishikawa couldn't help but burst into laughter, despite the pain in his chest. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having left the town, suddenly came to a halt. Has the side effect already begun? Raising her hand to inspect her rapidly aging arm, she touched the wrinkles on her face, murmuring to herself, creation and regeneration come at the cost of cellular consumption. The drawback of this technique is that after consuming a large quantity of cellular energy, one cannot maintain the youthfulness of their body. After all, this isn't merely restoring the body to its true age. It's a far worse scenario. It was due to sensing a faint change in my cells that I decided to leave that place temporarily. This pertains not only to a woman's vanity, but also to the substantial consultation fee of 500 million Rio. Tsunade could not be certain whether the Reikage would seize the opportunity to strike back upon witnessing her weakened state. Furthermore, how could she allow him to discover such a crucial weakness in her ninjutsu? It appears I must replenish my protein reserves before returning to rescue him. Whether he can survive depends on that fellow's endurance until I arrive. With that thought, Tsunade promptly altered her direction and sprinted toward the town's meat shop. Soon after, as the town regained its tranquility and time passed, the darkness at the horizon was gradually dispelled by the rising sun. Meanwhile, the two companions, having undergone surgery due to their minor wounds, were expelled from the slug's body half an hour later. Following them, Shizen, Kakashi, and Amai were also healed and freed from the slug. Once Shizen confirmed that Ishikawa was temporarily unharmed, Kakashi gave Ishikawa a knowing glance, immediately taking Taro and Jiro to clear the battlefield. In the world of ninjas, even mere corpses are a valuable treasure. However, handling corpses is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, especially those of enemies. Kakashi was determined to seize the opportunity to personally teach the two and gather spoils. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninja Amai, under the Reikage's orders, went to recover the ninja scroll from the village of the Cedar, as their sacrifices would be in vain if they failed to obtain that scroll. Here she comes. Lady Tsunade has returned. Suddenly, two figures approached rapidly from the distance, catching Shizen's attention and eliciting an exclamation. Instantly, Ishikawa and the Reikage, who had been anxiously waiting, turned their gazes simultaneously. Karai. It's Karai. Wonderful, he still alive. Observing the figure behind Tsunade from afar, the Reikage couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of joy. He had been worried about Karai's safety due to Tsunade's prolonged absence, but it seemed his concerns were entirely unfounded. Tsunade, you were just toying with that Konoha brat, the Reikage nearly shouted. Karai, hearing the voice, immediately quickened his pace in less than half a minute. The two appeared almost simultaneously atop the slug's head. Brat, do you understand your mistake now? Without mentioning the situation over at Reikage's side. Tsunade, with her arms crossed and a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, gazed at Ishikawa. I admit my mistake. I shall not dare again. Ishikawa realized that Tsunade was graciously giving him a way out, and he nodded vigorously as if he were pounding garlic. Although he was acutely aware that his life was not in jeopardy, who could say whether the parasitic explosive bugs inside him might lead to an unforeseen explosion? Ishikawa dared not gamble on such luck. After all, he had never been particularly fortunate in that regard. Humph, I doubt you'll dare to act that way again. Tsunade nodded with a satisfied haughtiness, swiftly forming hand seals as a chakra scalpel ignited in her grasp. In a swift motion, two blue flashes sliced through his chest before Ishikawa could even react. Instantly, a searing pain surged through his mind, cold sweat pouring down his forehead and back, nearly causing him to faint. But just a heartbeat later, he felt as if he had fallen into a hot spring. His body was enveloped in a sensation akin to a massage, with the wound on his chest feeling both numb and warm. As the flesh beneath, unseen, rapidly regenerated. Hey, you too, Tsunade called back to the Reikage. I give you 1 day to provide the medical fee. Otherwise, I possess the means to remove that bug, and I can just as easily put it back. What? 1 day? That's far too tight. Amai, who had just arrived, paled at her words, instinctively seeking excuses to extend the deadline. However, Tsunade would not grant him such leniency. As long as Kumobikira agreed, 1 day would suffice. Just 1 day that if I don't see the money by tomorrow, I will reinsert the bug. With that, Tsunade turned her back and strode towards Kakashi without a glance. Did they truly believe her title as one of the legendary 3 was unearned? Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Such a simple truth was not lost on Tsunade. Go, send an urgent communication. Amai, glancing at the constrained Reikage, gritted his teeth and turned away. Kakashi, thank you all for your assistance this time. Tsunade approached Kakashi, her gaze landing on a freshly repaired earthen grave, speaking lazily. If it were not for Kakashi's sudden appearance, they might have faced significant trouble against the Reikage and the Xinyuan clan. It was even possible they would have perished here. After all, once the fighting commenced, the outbreak of blood phobia was inevitable, and given her status and value, survival was anything but guaranteed. You flatter me. Lady Tsunade, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, feeling unworthy of such praise. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is Ishikawa and you, Lady Tsunade. To be honest, I thought it would end there. The memory of the earlier situation sent a shiver down Kakashi's spine. Had it not been for Ishikawa's unexpected heroism, they might very well have found themselves in that grave. Thank that lecherous brat? Tsunade pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. While it was true, she felt taken advantage of. After all these years from girlhood to middle age, it was the first time someone had taken such liberties with her. How that little rascal had squeezed her. Ahem, nonetheless, the outcome is quite favorable from now on. You need not worry about blood phobia. Kakashi cleared his throat, tried to lighten the mood, then turned serious. So, having left the village due to blood phobia, will you consider returning with us this time? The third Hokage is quite eager for you, or perhaps Jiraiya, to assist. Return? Tsunade paused, her beautiful face momentarily stunned as an array of warm memories flooded her mind. Humph, I have no intention of doing so. That village, which sacrifices individuals for the protection of the community, is no longer the Konoha I wish to defend. Let the old man and those stubborn fools deal with it themselves. After a brief moment, Tsunade let out a cold snort, resolutely declining it because of the Byakugan incident and the Uchiha. Kakashi's expression reflected his expectation. He was not surprised. While he understood the third's predicament, having lost his teacher, the fourth Hokage, the village could not withstand another war and needed to bide its time. He could not deny that these two events had severely tarnished the third's reputation. Many, including Kakashi himself, held significant reservations about the third's ineffective governance. Now, let us not discuss these vexing topics, Tsunade remarked, noticing Kakashi's heavy demeanor. By the way, how did you all end up here? Eliminating bandits, Kakashi replied succinctly, then smiled ruefully. Originally, I intended this C-rank mission to be a training exercise for Ishikawa and the others, to let them experience what it truly means to be a ninja. However, it seems this mission is no longer necessary. Their performance has far exceeded my expectations, whether in talent, strength, or the resolve of a ninja. That's so. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, recalling that she had undertaken similar missions in the past. It was nothing more than slaughter. A transformation through blood and tears into a true ninja. Let us return and rest for now. Observing the time, Tsunade promptly turned to call out to her companions. As she did so, her gaze met that of the slug. Sending a signal, years of cooperation allowed the slug to understand immediately, its body swiftly splitting to push Ishikawa and the wreckage away. With a puff, they vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Silence. Take the wreckage back to the inn to rest, Tsunade instructed directly, then strode over to Ishikawa, whose wounds had healed significantly. As punishment for the earlier incident, you shall rely on your own strength to recover from your injuries. Is this not over yet? Ishikawa exclaimed, his face contorted in despair. Would he be left to recuperate for 10 days or even half a month? Was Tsunade truly so petty? As she observed Ishikawa's pain expression, Tsunade's mood brightened, her smile radiant. However, in light of your assistance in resolving my blood phobia and the 500 million Ryo medical fee, I shall grant you one request as a reward. What? Such a boon. Upon hearing this, Ishikawa felt invigorated, as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. Instinctively, his gaze fell upon the first Hokage's necklace that hung between Tsunade's breasts. This was the crystallization of wood release that could suppress tailed beasts. Should he acquire it, he might secure a powerful ally in Konoha, allowing him to capture the three tails and leave Kyomogakure and Madara at a loss. Hey, what are you staring at, you little brat? Tsunade's voice snapped him back to reality. I can agree to one reasonable request, but there are limits. Following Ishikawa's gaze, Tsunade's anger flared, and she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his head. Ouch! Ishikawa yelped, rubbing his sore head and hastily apologizing. It was a misunderstanding. I was merely admiring the necklace. The necklace, Tsunade pondered, finally realizing what he meant, her grip on the necklace relaxing somewhat. A reasonable request, Ishikawa murmured to himself, casting a furtive glance at the exquisite curves that had previously brought him such delight. Before lifting his gaze with newfound determination, that I want that summoning beast from earlier. What? You wish to contract with the slug? Tsunade blurted out, taken aback by his request. She had not anticipated him to ask for such a thing. Were it not for his considerable assistance and his status as Kakashi's disciple, with promising talent and awareness, Ishikawa would not have even had the audacity to make such a request. This demand was not merely excessive. It was downright outrageous. Do you understand the significance of contracting with a slug, little brat? Only disciples whom I approve can establish such contracts. Tsunade bit her lip, looking troubled as she turned down Ishikawa's request. Contracting with a slug essentially equated to inheriting the legacy of the legendary three. Even her longtime partner, Shizen, had not been granted that privilege. How could a mere Ishikawa dare to ask for it? Then I will just become your disciple. Ishikawa shamelessly proposed, his expression portraying that he had been wronged, doubt a student-teacher relationship, perhaps? Is that so? I wouldn't mind that, he thought, a grin spreading across his face. Get lost. I have no intention of taking a lecherous brat as my disciple. Choose another request. Unsurprisingly, Tsunade flatly rejected him without a hint of hesitation. Seeing her on the verge of exploding, Ishikawa's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a fierce reaction for her. This is the plight of being a side character, I suppose. Then how about that regeneration technique you mentioned earlier? It sounded impressive, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries. He mustered the courage to suggest, sensing Tsunade's increasingly unfriendly demeanor. Good heavens! With Tsunade's limited repertoire, it would be quite challenging for him. Take it or leave it, Tsunade declared, unable to tolerate Ishikawa's excessive demands any longer, tossing him a scroll as she turned to leave. Not to mention whether Ishikawa possessed the talent for it. His frail chakra reserves could hardly support summoning techniques or regeneration, even if he had the Ein seal to store chakra. What significance would it hold if his own chakra was insufficient? A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Tsunade had a clearer view of Ishikawa's future than he did. Senju's immense strength, Ishikawa exclaimed as he opened the scroll, captivated by the title. Perhaps this technique would suit you better. You are eager to learn the Reikage body techniques, yet speed alone without power is insufficient. As Ishikawa pondered, Kakashi's voice echoed in his ears that key the Yokotan in a certain room. Despite the unexpected turn of events, our mission to eliminate bandits must continue. You are aware that the commotion last night was quite significant. To prevent the bandits from becoming alert and taking precautions, we must take action tonight. Kakashi sat cross-legged, his gaze serious as he looked at the three members of Ishikawa. But sensei, does my brother really have to fight when he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries? Taro asked worriedly, with Jiro beside him wearing a similarly puzzled expression. Observing the trio, a faint smile curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask. Of course, on the battlefield, injured enemies will not grant you time to recuperate. Before the two younger brothers could voice further concerns, Kakashi interrupted with a wave of his hand. Oh, not worry. This time we're only dealing with ordinary bandits, far less dangerous than last night. Upon hearing this, the two younger brothers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although their elder brother Ishikawa bore wounds, his strength far surpassed theirs, and they believed he would be fine. Rest now. We will set off when night falls. Noting their silence, Ishikawa did not oppose Kakashi's firm decision. Taro and Jiro exchanged glances before promptly exiting to their room to rest. They each occupied separate twin rooms, with Kakashi and Ishikawa sharing one, while the two younger brothers took the other. Ishikawa, you should take this opportunity to rest as well. Why Sharingan requires time to recover its power too. Watching the two depart, Kakashi lay down and casually called out. Although the slug's healing had restored his chakra and energy, preventing him from having to lie in bed for days due to excessive ocular strain, the recovery of his eye's power was not so swift. Yes, I should rest a bit. Sensei, how did you come to possess the Uchiha Sharingan? Ishikawa feigned curiosity as he lay on his bed, seizing the moment. As far as I know, the Sharingan is a bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Moreover, wasn't that clan annihilated by Uchiha Itachi? The Uchiha massacre had stirred considerable turmoil in the village, and even as an orphan, Ishikawa had heard whispers, thus he feared no missteps in his inquiries. He needed a well-founded source of information to ensure that when confronting Nohara Rin or even Minato's team, he would not falter. Yes, possessing the ability to traverse dimensions, Ishikawa must learn to navigate between realms. And who knows, Nohara Rin may come to investigate as well. Thus, without absolute strength, merely relying on words would not suffice to deceive those astute individuals. This is a gift from a dear friend. Kakashi, who was closing his eyes to recover his ocular power, felt a tremor in his gaze at the sound and instinctively touched his left eye, sighing heavily. Sensei, may I hear your story? Ishikawa pressed on, adopting an innocent demeanor. Well, about that, Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Despite having accepted Ishikawa after the Shinyuan incident, he found it difficult to discuss his past failures. Should he let his disciple know that he had once been so pitiful, forsaking his comrades for the sake of a so-called mission? No, he absolutely could not reveal that as a mentor, he still had his pride. Perhaps I will share that in the future. For now, I need to rest and regain my energy. Kakashi sought an excuse to evade the topic, closing his eyes to feign sleep. This nearly provoked Ishikawa to unleash a swift attack, pondering why he needed this brief recovery time. Ahem, then you rest. I shall seek Sister Shizen for treatment. With a quick thought, Ishikawa pivoted and dashed out the door if Kakashi would not divulge the information. Perhaps Shizen could. As Kakashi's contemporary and a friend of Nohara Rin, it would be unreasonable for Shizen to be unaware. Treatment? Shizen would not defy Lady Tsunade's orders. Kakashi rolled over, not harboring much hope regarding this. Obito, Rin, if only I could have one more chance to choose. His gaze drifted towards the ceiling, and Kakashi's consciousness gradually sank into bittersweet memories. Meanwhile, in another room, "What? You wish to know about Kakashi's past?" Upon hearing Ishikawa's request, Shizen exclaimed in surprise. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the young, genius Kakashi, who had been their dreamboat, a dazzling prodigy. He just mentioned that Sharingan was a gift from a dear friend. And now I am curious about what transpired. However, since Kakashi-sensei would not tell me, I must turn to the gentle and beautiful sister Shizen. He, you little rascal, certainly knows how to flatter. Shizen laughed heartily at Ishikawa's compliment, feeling quite pleased that Kakashi's past was not exactly a secret. He likely refrained from discussing it to avoid reliving painful memories. After saying a kind word for Kakashi, Shizen became serious. Kakashi's disciple. Knowing these matters might help you assist him in overcoming his psychological barriers more swiftly. So, I shall tell you, all right. Ishikawa nodded eagerly. All ears. Kakashi and I were once comrades of the same generation, so I know quite a bit about him. Kakashi is the disciple of the late Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His other two companions were Uchiha Obito from the Uchiha clan and my friend, Nohara, as she spoke. Shizen delivered a pleasant surprise to Ishikawa, directly revealing the members of Minato's team, which made him elated and breathless. Seeing this reaction, Shizen assumed Ishikawa was thrilled by the mention of the Fourth Hokage and was not surprised. After all, he was the hero who sealed the Nine Tails to save the village. Many years ago, around the 46th year of Konoha, when Kakashi was 12 years old, he was promoted to Jonin. Their team was assigned a mission that could influence the course of the war, to destroy the Kanabi Bridge and cut off the supply line to Iwagakure. 12 years old and promoted to Jonin. Ishikawa feigned astonishment, his expression one of disbelief, as if hearing it for the first time. Indeed, Kakashi holds the record as the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history. Unfortunately, I was not in the village at that time, following Lady Tsunade, and I missed the chance to prepare a promotion gift for him. Shizen spoke with a mix of pride and regret before her tone shifted. Although I learned of this later, it was during the mission to destroy the Kanabi Bridge that Kakashi accidentally lost his left eye, and then Obito awakened his Sharingan. The specifics were unclear to her, but she knew that Obito had been struck by a rock technique while saving Rin and Kakashi, and then he gifted his Sharingan to Kakashi. That day, the heroes of Sharingan were born. One was the deceased Uchiha Obito, and the other was the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi. Is that so? Ishikawa lowered his head, feeling a sense of melancholy as he took a few deep breaths, then looked up to inquire. What about Nohara Rin? Why haven't I heard about her from the teacher? Could she also be Rin? Shizen's eyes shimmered as a radiant, cheerful girl floated before her mind's eye. Caw. As night fell, the hoarse cawing of crows echoed across the sky. Amidst the scattered mountain villages, wisps of smoke danced in the wind. Hey, did you hear? It seems there was a ninja battle in town last night. They say the noise was tremendous, with houses left in ruins and the ground devastated. Is that true? Are ninjas really that powerful? Of course, I heard there was even a monster the size of a house involved. Terrifying. This morning the chief personally took people down to check, and when he returned, he looked as pale as a ghost. Why? You fool. Don't you know what kind of business we're in? Of course he's afraid those ninjas might come after us. That's true. We've committed all kinds of heinous acts, murder, arson, and plunder. Last time, when the chief led us to rob and encounter the town mayor, didn't he just run away without a word, leaving everything behind? Exactly. We must let that old fool know who truly rules this town. Hey, stop talking. It's precisely because of this that our boss is worried those ninjas are coming for us. After all, we just robbed the mayor, and now ninjas show up. What a coincidence. What are you afraid of? Do you really think our village's powerful crossbow is a joke? It took our boss a lot of effort to acquire it, just to prepare for ninjas. That's right. Stop worrying and think about. Boom! Just as the band of thieves was laughing and joking, a deafening explosion suddenly shattered the village's tranquility. Everyone turned to see their proud armory engulfed in flames, with thick smoke billowing. Run! The ninjas are here! A loud shout startled everyone, and the previously boisterous bandits scattered in panic. Resistance, with the armory taken, what could they use to fight back against the ninjas? Their swords. Such things merely serve to intimidate the average person. As the bandits frantically fled through one of the two narrow paths leading to the village, several shurikens shot forth from the thicket with a swift whoosh in a mere instant. A few unfortunate souls were struck down. The remaining bandits, their souls gripped by terror, recalled the horrific scenes they had previously witnessed and immediately sank to their knees, trembling. "Spare us. Oh, great ninja! Have mercy! Grant me my life. I have an elderly mother of 80 and children who depend on me." Silence. Ishikawa emerged from the underbrush, momentarily at a loss for words. Could they not come up with a different script? This was far too cliché. He then regarded the panicking crowd with growing irritation. Feeling a slight headache. Their mission was to eradicate the bandits completely, of course. However, he was not a heartless monster. To kill those who had surrendered would be no different than acting like a beast. If you wish to live, cast aside your weapons and wait over there. After a pause, observing the weeping crowd, Ishikawa pointed to a nearby large tree. Such troublesome matters should be left to Kakashi to handle. Whether they lived or died was now in their own hands. Yes, oh great ninja. The bandits, having already lost their will to fight, dared not utter another word and immediately dropped their weapons, scurrying to crouch beneath the tree. Without needing Ishikawa's instruction, they instinctively tied their hands with their own belts, fearful of misunderstandings that might lead to their demise. Is this how you define yourselves as bandits? Ishikawa watched the crowd, who were now so adept at this that he could only shake his head before vanishing into the thicket. What transpired next left Ishikawa utterly astonished. The subsequent bandits, upon witnessing the fate of their comrades, with the exception of a few dimwits who attempted to attack and were swiftly dispatched by Ishikawa, immediately threw down their weapons and bound their own hands with tears in their eyes, rejoining their ranks. This scene, while leaving Ishikawa speechless, also inspired a sense of reflection. In the presence of a ninja, civilians resembled ordinary people held at gunpoint. Even a mere genin could easily overpower these bandits, rendering them helpless. However, this was the proper execution of a C-rank mission. The task they faced last night was far beyond the capabilities of fledgling genin like themselves. Smiling wryly, Ishikawa touched the blood-soaked wound on his chest, murmuring to himself. Indeed, due to Tsunade's intimidation, he had not received the treatment he needed. She had merely administered a special painkiller to temporarily alleviate his suffering and hasten his recovery. A.S. for Rin's intelligence. He had gleaned some information, though it was as rudimentary and hearsay-ridden as what Kakashi had received. Big brother, big brother. Soon, as the clamor within the village began to fade, Taro rushed over, calling out, even from several meters away. Ishikawa could smell the stench of blood and detect the subtle shifts in Taro's expression. It was a palpable aura of killing intent. This was the true ninja world. Even a mere extra bore no excessive emotional turmoil after their first kill. However, upon reflection, who among the newly minted genin would lack the resolve to kill? The so-called bonds of youthful fervor were merely a fade, concealing the brutal reality faced by the protagonists. Is it over, Taro? Despite the torrent of thoughts raging within him, Ishikawa maintained an outward calm. Yes, we were worried about your injuries, so Jiro is there cleaning up the battlefield. I came to check on you. As he said this, Taro quickly assessed Ishikawa, and his gaze fell upon the bloody chest wound. Indeed, it was too much to ask of Big Brother to engage in battle. Do not worry. My wound is nothing, Ishikawa replied nonchalantly, then gestured toward the captives beneath the tree. Signal Kakashi-sensei to come and see how to deal with these fellows. Yes, Big Brother. Taro cast a surprised glance at the trembling captives. Swiftly sending up a signal, a firework exploded in the sky, and within a minute, Kakashi appeared in an instant. Well, it seems the mission went smoothly. Kakashi surveyed the area, quickly grasping the situation with a leisurely demeanor. This was all thanks to Big Brother's meticulous planning. First, we used explosive tags to destroy their armory, then split into two teams to block the exits and trap them. Taro eagerly praised, speaking on behalf of his brother. Is that so? Although Kakashi had already known this from observing discreetly, he nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Ishikawa, how do you intend to deal with these fellows? Ishikawa's expression darkened. He had not expected Kakashi to pass the responsibility back to him so directly. Let the client handle it. After all, They will need assistance transporting the spoils. We can leave them for now. All right, let's proceed with that. Kakashi did not express anger at Ishikawa's decision to spare the bandits. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile of relief crossed his lips. If they were to follow whatever the client instructed, then what purpose did ninjas serve? Were they merely emotionless tools? At least in Kakashi's view. A true Konoha ninja, inheritor of the will of fire, was one who possessed independent thought and humanity. So let's head down the mountain, considering that they would need to negotiate with Tsunade for their reward the following day. Kakashi called out with a raised arm. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The next day, outside the town of Yatsuki. The time is drawing near. I wonder what the village is thinking, only allowing us to provide coordinates and have us wait here. Do they not wish to rescue Lord Raikage? Ka-Lai craned his neck, scanning the surroundings like an ant on a hot skillet, filled with anxiety. Impossible. The village cannot afford to lose Lord Raikage. Perhaps they have been delayed. Amai, standing on the opposite side of the rooftop, shared the same level of anxiety as his companion Ka-Lai. If we miss the opportunity to pay and Tsunade has to reinsert the explosive bugs, then Lord Raikage will truly be in grave danger. Damn it, we have sacrificed so much for this useless ninjutsu scroll. After a pause, Amai pulled out the bloodied scroll, cursing in frustration, while he had indeed obtained the scroll. Tsunade's overwhelming power had caused it to become intertwined with the flesh and blood of the Xinyuan clan, rendering it utterly inaccessible. It was nothing but a worthless piece of paper that we can't wait any longer. We must go rescue Lord Raikage. Though the chances are slim, it is better than sitting here doing nothing. All right. Upon hearing Ka-Lai's suggestion, Amai hesitated for a moment before stowing the scroll and grit his teeth in agreement. Just as the two were about to leave, a heavy object suddenly fell from the sky, crashing down in front of the abandoned building. This unexpected scene startled both of them. However, when they turned to look, they saw an iron chest bearing the symbol of the Cloud Village, and the large lock was one that could only be opened by Cloud Village Jainin with a universal sealing technique. This is the heavenly delivery technique of Mabu-E. In an instant, Ka-Lai, who had accompanied Lord Raikage on numerous missions, realized what had happened, leaping down and forming hand seals release. This is 500 million RY. As the lock clicked open, Amai's eyes widened with joy at the sight of the neatly stacked banknotes inside. However, the thought that this wealth belonged to the Cloud Village and would soon be taken away by Tsunade caused his heart to ache immensely. What is that? Suddenly, Ka-Lai noticed a letter tucked away among the piles of money and quickly picked it up to read. After skimming through it, a long-lost smile of relief appeared on his face. It stated that after the transaction, they were to immediately heal Lord Raikage. Reinforcements would arrive shortly, and they must ensure Lord Raikage could recover the 500 million Ri in medical fees. I see. If it's only external injuries after the procedure, I can guarantee that Lord Raikage will regain his combat capacity within an hour. Amai nodded in agreement, beaming with joy, exchanging a furtive glance. The two no longer hesitated. One remained to guard the money chest, while the other went to negotiate with Tsunade. Meanwhile, at the Yatsuki Inn, I never expected those guys to be sitting on such a fortune. I ended up with 8,000 Ri. In his room, Taro excitedly counted the money, his face flushed with excitement. This is all thanks to Big Brother. Without those guys helping to carry things down, we wouldn't have received this bonus on top of our mission reward. Jiro chimed in, equally exhilarated, as they finally experienced the lucrative efficiency of being a ninja. 8,000 Ri was an amount they could not hope to earn in several months. It's just 8,000 Ri. Is it really worth getting this excited over? Ishikawa remarked dismissively, rolling his eyes. For the eradication of a bandit group, this amount was rather paltry. Had those fellows not spent a fortune acquiring their powerful crossbows, their haul would have been far greater. As for the captives, naturally, they were ordered by the mayor to be shackled and turned into free laborers. Ishikawa, come with me. After a moment of silence, Kakashi suddenly beckoned to Ishikawa. Ishikawa nodded silently, disregarding his two eager companions, and followed Kakashi out of the room. Next, they were to negotiate with the Cloud Village. If all went well, that would be ideal. However, should misfortune strike and a battle ensue, he was to promptly withdraw Taro and Jiro from the fight. In the corridor, Kakashi regarded Ishikawa with utmost seriousness. If the Cloud Village truly decided to take action, they would undoubtedly be well prepared. With the prowess of Ishikawa and his companions, advancing recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Yesterday's fortunate circumstances would not repeat themselves, of course. Withdrawing from battle does not equate to abandoning the fight. Before Ishikawa could speak, Kakashi interjected, producing a small vial from his grasp. "Teacher, what is this?" Ishikawa inquired, his curiosity piqued by the diminutive, thumb-sized bottle gleaming with a pearly luster. Kakashi squinted slightly, revealing a cryptic smile. "This is a nano-explosive bug I extracted from the treasure trove of Xuanyuan's shinobi gear. If Yunin truly has a change of heart, both Tsunade and I will undoubtedly find ourselves targeted. Therefore, once you withdraw, I need you to seek an opportunity to unleash these explosive bugs." "Understood," Ishikawa replied, his eyes alight with excitement as he accepted the vial. He had not anticipated that this was a nano-explosive bug invisible to the naked eye. Initially concerned about the possibility of unforeseen complications, he felt reassured now. With Tsunade and Shizen among their ranks, the enemies would not stand a chance to go and have Taro and Jiro prepare. The time is nearly upon us. Kakashi glanced at the clock, issued a brief command, and turned to head towards Tsunade's quarters. Ishikawa, not daring to delay, promptly secured the vial and set out to gather his two subordinates a few minutes later. As Ishikawa and his companions arrived at Tsunade's side, they witnessed Yunin Zanmai escorting Tsunade and her team out. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage was being forcibly escorted by Kakashi and Shizen, who followed closely behind. Without exchanging words, Ishikawa and his companions merely shared a glance and trailed after them as they left the inn. The journey was uneventful, and they soon reached the designated meeting point. 500 million Ryo. "It truly is 500 million Ryo," Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy after Shizen swiftly verified the amount and its authenticity. "At last, we can settle our gambling debts. It has been quite the struggle." "Very well. Then the Reikage is in your hands," Tsunade affirmed, nodding with satisfaction. However, before proceeding, she swiftly retrieved a vial of medicine and forced it into the Reikage's mouth. The speed was so astonishing that everyone, including the Reikage, was caught off guard. "Tsunade, what are you doing?" The Reikage bellowed, his face draining of color as he realized he had been forcibly administered a substance. "If this is poison, will I not be forever at the mercy of others?" Relax, relax. It is merely a special sleeping drug. You won't be able to gather chakra or exert any strength for a day," Tsunade remarked nonchalantly, causing both the Reikage and the Yunin shinobi to turn pale. Especially Amai and Karai, who had been preparing to cooperate with the Reikage to recover the medical fees. If the Reikage was unable to participate in the battle, they would hardly stand a chance against the legendary Sannin Tsunade, let alone Kakashi. Even with reinforcements arriving, it would be futile unless the village dispatched the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. But was that even a possibility? Seal. Just as they hesitated, Shizen swiftly formed a series of hand seals, sealing the money box within a storage scroll, effectively placing them in a predicament once more. "Well then, Reikage, this is where we part ways." Observing Shizen's actions, Tsunade waved her hand, signaling Kakashi with a glance as they made their exit. It was evident that Yunin would not relinquish 500 million Ryo easily. If not now, then when? "Ishikawa, Taro, Jiro, let us depart." Kakashi nodded in understanding, unhesitatingly leading the three of them to hasten their departure. "Damn you, Tsunade!" The Reikage roared, about to unleash his fury, only to feel a sudden heaviness in his head, his body succumbing to weakness and collapsing to the ground. Amai rushed to support the Reikage. "Should we pursue them? If we track them for a day, there may still be a chance that a day," the weakened Reikage scoffed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "She is one of the legendary three of Konoha. With just a day as time, you would never catch up to her. Moreover, who can say if the effects of that potion truly last a mere day?" "What? Are we not pursuing them? That is 500 million Ryo?" Karai exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he gritted his teeth. "We cannot let 500 million Ryo slip away like this. If we cannot catch Tsunade, let us seek out the shinobi of the Sugi village. Did they not wish to reclaim that worthless scroll? Once the reinforcements arrive, we can negotiate with them for the money. Upon hearing the Raikage's shameless proposal, Karai and Amai exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. While this might allow them to recover their losses, it would be far too humiliating. Summoning technique. At the border of the land of Sugi, Kakashi called out, and with a resounding thud, a brown ninja dog adorned with a Konoha forehead protector appeared. "Hey Kakashi, long time no see." The ninja dog greeted in a surprisingly human voice, prompting Taro and Jiro to stare in disbelief that a dog can talk. "Idiot, don't compare a ninja dog to those ordinary mutts," Parker the dog snapped back, baring his teeth in dissatisfaction. He then scratched his head, suddenly captivated by the sight of the legendary Sannin Tsunade. "Kakashi, what brings you here? I hope it's not a dire situation. Just so you know, I am more of a tracker type and not particularly skilled in combat." "Yes, that's so," Tsunade teased, causing Kakashi to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Ahem, he cleared his throat to mask his discomfort. "Parker, I need to know if we are being pursued." "Just gathering intel." "You startle me," Parker replied, visibly relieved as he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. This revelation left Kakashi speechless, while Ishikawa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Parker, Kakashi's renowned tracking summon, was famous for his keen sense of smell. Not only could he detect enemies, but he could also ascertain their numbers and approximate strength, rivaling even basic sensory techniques to some extent. Lacking access to the slug, perhaps he could settle for a ninja dog for now. Without the Byakugan or sensory abilities, a ninja dog would be the best supplementary tool for gathering intelligence. "I can confirm that there are no other ninja scents within a 2-kilometer radius," Parker announced. "Kakashi, what on earth are you doing?" As Ishikawa pondered, Parker sniffed the air and activated his tracking technique. The astonishing ability to gather information left Ishikawa and his two companions momentarily breathless, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "It seems they have not followed us, Tsunade-sama." Kakashi exhaled a breath of relief and nodded at Tsunade. "Ah, it appears the situation has been resolved splendidly," Tsunade exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she rose to clash her fists together. "Now, Kakashi, we shall take our leave." The thought of that unprecedented sum of 500 million ryo ignited a fervent desire within Tsunade to showcase her prowess. "Tsunade-sama, even if you are reluctant to return to the village, please leave a method of contact," Kakashi hastily requested, realizing how fortunate it was to encounter Tsunade. If he failed to secure a means of communication, it would be as though they had never met. How would he report to the third Hokage? As for not reporting, impossible. Such a grand scheme to extort 500 million ryo from Yunin could not go unnoticed by the third Hokage. Should Yunin seek retribution, Kakashi would be unable to withstand it. Furthermore, the matter of the blood phobia required reporting to the Hokage as well. This was pivotal for the A-rank mission evaluation of Team 7. They could not allow everyone to bleed and take risks without receiving due recognition. Ugh, what a hassle. Tsunade paused momentarily before tossing a small, crimson vial to Kakashi. "This contains my blood, should you need to summon the slug. It will lead you to me. However, Kakashi, I hope you do not pass this on to that old man." "Understood, Tsunade-sama." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of bitterness flashing his eyes as he secured the vial and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, suddenly, after taking just a few steps, Tsunade turned around, her beautiful brown eyes fixed intently on Ishikawa. "Kid, if you wish to contract the slug, you must train diligently. If upon our next encounter, your monstrous strength impresses me, I shall grant you the opportunity for a contract." "Really?" Ishikawa blurted out instinctively. Overwhelmed with joy, he had prepared to seek out Tsunade in the time-space of the Fourth Great Ninja War for a contract with the slug. And now he found himself unexpectedly presented with an opportunity for failing in training? Nonsense. With the aid of a handle and external boosts, he would not be so inept as to fail at learning a technique of monstrous strength from the Senju. "Of course, I am one of the legendary 3 of Konoha," Tsunade chided, observing Ishikawa's ecstatic expression. She then nodded at Kakashi, taking a surprise shizen with her as they departed. "Until next time, which will likely be 2 years from now." As the 5th Hokage gazed at the swiftly retreating golden ponytail, Ishikawa's gaze flickered with ambition. With the Raijin armor and the Senju's monstrous strength, he felt confident he could surpass the likes of the small fry and become the foremost among Naruto and Sasuke. "Let's be off, Kakashi-sensei, sensei." Upon hearing Ishikawa's address to Kakashi, Parker's expression instantly turned peculiar. Kakashi, of all people, has taken on the role of the caretaker as we set off back to the village. Parker, you are in charge of keeping watch along the way. Kakashi responded to Parker with a deadpan stare, then led the charge across the border of the land of trees. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lady Tsunade, are you truly going to give Ishikawa a chance to form a contract with the slug? Why did you refuse him previously? In the picturesque earthen path, Shizen nervously inquired. The slug contract signifies becoming a disciple and inheriting the legacy of the Sannin. Does Ishikawa truly possess that kind of talent? The legacy of Lady Tsunade encompasses not only martial prowess, but also unparalleled medical ninjutsu. Oh, I was merely teasing him. Don't read too much into it, Shizen, Tsunade casually replied, a cunning smile playing on her lips, revealing the satisfaction of her scheming. That little brat has taken advantage of her so greatly, yet wishes to contract a slug? Dream on. However, what if Ishikawa successfully masters that monstrous strength, observing Tsunade's gleeful demeanor? Shizen mourned for Ishikawa, yet again posed a question. Didn't I mention? He must at least meet my expectations. Ah, are you implying that no matter how impressive his strength is, you will never be satisfied? This is too deceitful, Lady Tsunade. Haha, don't say that, Shizen, and I'm merely providing him with a motivation to grow stronger. It's for his own good. Not at all. You're simply retaliating for his earlier antics. Ahaha, how could I possibly be so petty? Let us not dwell on that. There seems to be a town nearby. With ample funds, let us head there for a bit of fun. No, we must first repay our debts. Pay our debts? Shizen-chan, Tsunade protested. We must clear the gambling debts first. We still have plans to follow. Ah, isn't that rather dull? No, we will do as I say. No, you will listen to me. The sounds of their arguments echoed along the grassy paths, intertwining with the songs of birds and insects, painting a beautiful scene. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Kakashi succinctly recounted the entirety of Team Kakashi's mission, then fell silent, awaiting the third Hokage's verdict. Meanwhile, Ishikawa and his companions had already been disbanded and sent home to rest upon entering the village. I can't believe you encountered Tsunade and helped her overcome her blood phobia. The third Hokage, ignoring the rest of the details, beamed with excitement, his wrinkled face unable to hide his joy. In this transitional period for Konoha, Tsunade overcoming her fear of blood was undoubtedly a morale booster. At least in critical moments, she indeed had the capability to uphold Konoha's reputation for extorting 5 billion from the Hidden Cloud Village and the body techniques of lightning release. Though it presented some pressure, if the Hidden Cloud were to insist, this old man could certainly hold his ground. It seems the Hidden Cloud may indeed suffer a silent defeat this time. Kakashi, keep the matter of Tsunade overcoming her fear of blood confidential within your team. Additionally, I shall grant you an extra A-rank mission record and rewards. Pausing for a moment, the third Hokage continued somewhat awkwardly. Though the ninjutsu from the Hidden Cloud is your team's spoils, I would like you to transcribe that technique into the sealing book. Of course, I shall not make it difficult for you. I will allow you to learn one ninjutsu from the sealing book in return, regardless of its rank. Hearing the third Hokage's final offer, even Kakashi couldn't help but feel moved. However, realizing that it was a technique Ishikawa had fought for, he shook his head. I need to consult Ishikawa about this first. If he agrees, I would be willing to vouch for him to exchange for a ninjutsu in the sealing book. Are you serious, Kakashi? The third Hokage's expression grew stern upon hearing this. Although he was already aware of Ishikawa's impressive performance from Kakashi, he felt it necessary to treat the matter regarding the sealing book with caution. I, Hatake Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha, vouch for Ishikawa. Kakashi replied without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. If such a disciple cannot be trusted, who then is worthy of trust? Very well, bring him to see me tomorrow. Upon hearing Kakashi's declaration, the third Hokage nodded in agreement without further deliberation that if the young lad truly possesses exceptional talent, he would not mind adding another civilian genius to Konoha, especially since Ishikawa was also his disciple. Meanwhile, as Kakashi advocated for Ishikawa's interests, Ishikawa himself lay in bed, gazing at a money chest filled to the brim with wealth, his eyes gleaming with greed. After setting aside 20,000 for Taro and Jiro, along with the 8,000 acquired from defeating bandits and the 2,000 from C-rank reward, I now have 290,000. If I factor in the potential reward from tomorrow's A-rank mission, I could easily reach 300,000. Hee. Tomorrow I'll arm myself, starting with 100 explosive tags to ease my nerves. Next, I'll stock up on ninja-exclusive recovery potions, soldier pills, and healing pills. And perhaps a few weapons and ninja gear. After indulging in a delightful daydream, Ishikawa's gaze turned to the two scrolls beside the money chest. Point one was the Thousand Hands monster strength given by Tsunade, and the other was the Raikage's lightning release armor. The so-called Thousand Hands monster strength is essentially the technique of precisely controlling chakra and then unleashing it in an explosive moment. While it sounds simple, it is no less challenging than mastering the single-handed Rasengan. On the other hand, the lightning release armor involves enveloping the entire body, including the nervous system, with lightning chakra to enhance cellular activation, thereby significantly improving attack speed and defense. That IT may appear light, yet one must first achieve the transformation of lightning nature to utilize it even marginally. These two techniques are indeed powerful, and combining them would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, the difficulty of training them is exponentially greater, requiring an equally formidable physique and chakra. I've really brought back two demanding fathers, he mused, yet the fire in Ishikawa's eyes did not diminish. Rather, it burned even brighter. The greatest fear in life is not a lack of effort, but rather wandering aimlessly without a clear direction. Therefore, to ensure I can do as I please in the future, I must give it my all. With a fervor-filled battle cry, Ishikawa secured the scrolls and the money chest before collapsing onto his bed, ready for sleep. Yes, sleep, to have ample energy for training tonight. He must conserve his strength. Time flowed gradually as Ishikawa fell into a deep slumber, and the night outside shifted with the changing skies. In the midst of his muddled dreams, the silent arrival of the time-warped room materialized once more. Ishikawa? As the ethereal girl appeared, the faint sound of snoring reached her ears. Her face lit up with a brilliant smile, and she hurried forward to greet him. However, before she could utter a word, her eyes were drawn to the bandaged wound on Ishikawa's chest, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Is this an injury? She murmured, delicately unwrapping the bandage. With her hands forming seals, a green glow ignited as she pressed it against him. How soothing. In his dream, Ishikawa suddenly felt a wave of coolness and relief spread across his chest, banishing the pain that had previously felt like a swarm of mosquitoes. Wait, this is not a dream. Suddenly, Ishikawa realized something and opened his eyes wide. In the next moment, a youthful and radiant girl's face filled his vision. Rin, it really is you. Ishikawa, I scented a peaceful era over there. How could a low-ranking ninja sustain such serious injuries on a mission? Nohara Rin nodded slightly before asking curiously, "It was an accident. We inadvertently encountered Jonin." Ishikawa replied succinctly, then flashed a bittersweet smile. That's why I wish to learn sage art as soon as possible, so I can have some assurance when facing dangers in the future. Ishikawa did not intend to disclose the details of their encounter with the Jonin to Nohara Rin. It was unnecessary and meaningless. A Jonin. Upon hearing that Ishikawa had encountered a Jonin, Nohara Rin exclaimed in surprise, quickly realizing if it was a Jonin, then these injuries truly were not significant. You've grasped the theory of sage art over the past few days. So let us begin your training tomorrow night. Remember to prepare a few small animals in advance. All right, no problem. Ishikawa beamed with joy, eagerly nodding. The training for sage art is akin to mastering chakra control techniques. Once I learn this, it will make mastering monster strength easier. As for the lightning release armor, that technique will certainly require a little extra help. By the way, we received a Chunin exam application from teacher Minato today. We might be away for a few days, so I want to give you a heads up. Chunin exam? Upon hearing Nohara Rin's words, Ishikawa instinctively blurted out. Finally, Rin is going to become a Chunin. What do you know about our upcoming Chunin exam? Noticing Ishikawa's gaze wandering, Nohara Rin asked with concern. Could it be that something unexpected happened? No. Ishikawa quickly shook his head, then revealed a smile. "That I was just thinking how happy I am for you that you'll be promoted to Chunin." "I am going to be promoted to Chunin. Is that true?" Upon hearing this delightful news, the expression on Naira Rin's face transformed as she exclaimed with surprise, "Of course. I heard it from Shizen." Ishikawa nodded with certainty, and the mention of that name caused Rin's gaze to sharpen. "Shizen? You know Shizen. There was no other option. To gather intelligence about you, I had no choice but to seek out your contemporaneous ninjas. Kakashi-sensei is not exactly easy to communicate with." Ishikawa shrugged nonchalantly, causing Rin's elation to plummet. Kakashi, the thought of how their deaths had affected him, made Rin wish she could transport herself to the past alongside Minato-sensei and Obito to confront the youthful Kakashi. Yet, she could not. She could not alter the future for her own selfish desires, risking upheaval in the world where Ishikawa resided. By the way, I've already learned from Shizen about the intelligence concerning your and Obito as sacrifices. Miss Rin, would you like to know? Observing the despondent expression on Naira Rin, Ishikawa's tone shifted dramatically, akin to thunderclaps in a clear sky. "Nanny!" Rin gasped, momentarily breathless, taken aback by how quickly Ishikawa had unearthed the information she yearned for most. Without hesitation, she nibbled her lip and nodded gravely. "Quickly, tell me. This is information I absolutely need to know." Rin's eyes bore into Ishikawa's, her excitement palpable as she urged him on. This was crucial intelligence that could change the fate of their entire class. How could she remain indifferent? "Please, try not to get too excited," Ishikawa soothed, choosing not to withhold any further information, his gaze filled with sympathy. The story begins with Kakashi-sensei's promotion to Jonin. "Miss Rin, do you recall the birthday gift I mentioned earlier?" "Of course I remember. Kakashi was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12, and then Obito gifted him his Sharingan." As Rin recalled Ishikawa's previous words, she nodded vigorously, even assigning the title of dear friend directly to Obito in her mind. "Then allow me to be straightforward." Ishikawa nodded in agreement, his expression turning solemn. "According to Shizen, after Kakashi-sensei's promotion, your team was assigned a mission that would change the course of the war." "That a mission that would alter the course of the war?" "Indeed, to destroy the Kaminari Bridge and sever Iwagakure's supply lines." "Kaminari Bridge?" Rin's breath quickened at the mention of the bridge's name, though it was the first time she had heard it. Just the thought that this bridge could alter the fate of Minato's team filled her with trepidation. Ishikawa nodded to continue to in this mission. Minato's team would split into two groups. One led by the Yellow Flash, Minato, would head to the front lines to draw fire, while the second group, consisting of you three, would be led by Kakashi-sensei. "That it is said that you were captured by Iwagakure, leading to a conflict between the two, and ultimately, during the battle to rescue you, Kakashi-sensei lost his left eye. That guy named Uchiha Obito awakened his Sharingan as a result." "What? Kakashi lost his left eye while saving me?" At this revelation, Rin could no longer contain herself and interrupted. While she was happy for Obito awakening his Sharingan, the fact that Kakashi had lost his eye because of her filled her with guilt. "Exactly so," Ishikawa confirmed with a knowing glance. "Without a little pressure, how could you possibly strive to grow stronger for the sake of your comrades? If you do not grow, how can I ensure the stability of the double-crossing gate?" Thus, Ishikawa had taken the risk of divulging details that even Shizen was unaware of. Realizing this, Ishikawa no longer hesitated. Because of the loss of Kakashi-sensei's left eye, his combat ability was affected, and during the rescue of you, he was inadvertently caught in Iwagakure's jutsu. In a moment of crisis, Obito pushed Kakashi out of the way, only to be struck by a boulder that crushed the right side of his body. At death's door, Obito requested that you transplant his left eye to Kakashi-sensei. Thus, during the battle at Kaminari Bridge, two heroes with Sharingan emerged from Konoha. One was the buried Uchiha Obito, and the other was Kakashi, the copy ninja, renowned for replicating countless jutsu across nations. Obito. At this point, Rin could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls as she choked back sobs. She had never imagined that Obito's death ultimately stemmed from his desire to save her. How could Rin, who placed such importance on her comrades, not be moved and feel guilt-ridden? How infuriating. Why was she so weak? What kind of medical ninja was she, unable to even protect herself? let alone save her comrades. In an instant, Rin began to question the conviction she had held to this point. The pride she had felt from mastering the Rasengan dissipated silently amidst her tears. Not enough. Her strength was insufficient. If only she could be like the legendary Tsunade, a master of medical ninjutsu and formidable in combat. Then the tragedy of the Kaminari Bridge would never have occurred. Well, Miss Rin, let us leave it at that for today. The time is nearly up, and I still need to train my jutsu. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Rin's delicate face, Ishikawa sighed, exhaling a breath of frustration. Time had passed for several minutes. He needed to focus on experimenting with the feasibility of training the lightning armor. Wait. Just as Ishikawa was about to rise, Rin interjected suddenly, regaining her composure. I need to know. How did I die? Did I die here alongside Obito? Or, are you ready for this, Miss Rin? Slowly turning, Ishikawa regarded the girl whose eyes were swollen and whose chest rose and fell erratically, concerned for her well-being. Would revealing such significant information all at once overwhelm her? Yes, I can handle anything at this point. Rin gritted her teeth, resolute. Having come this far, she could not retreat. For Obito, for Kakashi, for Minato-sensei, and for herself. She, Naira Rin, must be strong and brave enough to face any difficulties head-on and then change that painful fate. Then, what if he were killed by Kakashi-sensei? Just as Rin thought she was prepared for anything. Ishikawa's light, yet heavy words struck her like a thunderbolt. Kakashi? No, it's impossible. Rin's face fell, her mind racing as disbelief flooded her senses, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapsed onto the floor. How could it be Kakashi? That's impossible. As it turned out, Rin, you indeed still have room for growth. Casting a glance at the dazed girl slumped on the floor, Ishikawa sighed inwardly as he turned toward the doorknob. Is she already so rattled? If she knew that Madara was lurking in the shadows, would she be so frightened that she couldn't even stand? Indeed, some crucial information should not be disclosed lightly. As for comforting Naira Rin, such matters must be faced alone for true strength to develop within. Ishikawa sought a reliable partner to guard the double-crossing gate, not a fragile vase that would cause him constant worry. This is not a system story. Ishikawa lacked the power and resources to shield Rin from every danger. Crack! With a familiar crackle of electricity, Ishikawa's eyes widened as he toppled onto the sofa he had prepared. Damn it, this is completely uncontrollable. Feeling the sudden surge of energy within him and his body's inability to comply, Ishikawa lamented silently, feeling deeply disappointed. He had intended to use the doorknob to train in lightning release. But the reality proved otherwise. The bolt of lightning struck like a flash, leaving him unable to seize the fleeting energy, rendering him paralyzed on the spot, let alone utilize it for training. 5 minutes later. What is this? As he felt the enhancement of his chakra and physical form, alongside the residual lightning energy coursing through him. A smile broke across Ishikawa's face, though the residual lightning was weak. It could still assist him in training the lightning armor, as long as it was helpful. Even a small boost would suffice to instill confidence in Ishikawa as he began his training. Just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future, once he reached a level where he could stimulate his cells with his own lightning release chakra. He should be able to harness that fleeting lightning energy for exponential training. Ishikawa believed that this moment would not be too far off. That it had taken Sasuke roughly half a month, if not less. He was willing to dedicate 6 months to ensure success. Though he was unclear as to why Kakashi would kill him, he believed that Kakashi had his reasons. I need you to do me a favor. Oh, a favor. Just as Ishikawa prepared to practice lightning armor, a decisive voice from behind interrupted him. I want to meet your teacher, Kakashi. What? You want to meet Kakashi-sensei? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Rin's audacious request, Ishikawa swiftly rejected her without a second thought. What nonsense! He was currently in a developmental phase. He had connections with Kakashi and Tsunade, and his powers were steadily progressing with the strength of lightning armor. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Allowing Rin to appear in Konoha at this time would be akin to placing him on a pyre. Ishikawa had no intention of exposing himself to the Third Hokage and Danzo's scrutiny, risking his life in the process before becoming nothing more than a background character. Please don't refuse just yet. I merely wish to confirm something that I want to proactively reveal myself and meet Kakashi. I just want to observe from the shadows. Observing from the shadows? That is even less acceptable. Before Yohara Rin could finish her words, Ishikawa shook his head vigorously again, adamantly refusing that Kakashi-sensei is now an elite jonin. Do you really think your abilities are sufficient to pry into his affairs? If our secret were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly trigger upheaval in both worlds, potentially leading to my own demise or that of Konoha. Given Kakashi's ninja prowess, any initial surprise upon seeing Yohara would quickly turn to suspicion, as he would undoubtedly use his Sharingan to hypnotize her and extract the sordid details about the scoundrel who dares to defile his comrades. In such a scenario, how would Ishikawa find himself? What if it were a shadow clone? Observing Ishikawa's resolute demeanor, Rin clenched her teeth and spoke with unwavering determination. Although she trusted Ishikawa, the information was simply too horrifying. As a ninja, while she possessed a naturally kind disposition, she was not so naive as to take another's word at face value, especially when it pertained to the fate of Minato's team and even Konoha itself. She felt compelled to verify the truth of the information. Moreover, Ishikawa's attitude would serve as a subtle confirmation of its authenticity that if he were unwilling, it would indicate he was lying. A shadow clone? Upon hearing this, Ishikawa hesitated, realizing the gravity of the situation as he looked at Rin, who appeared resolute that if he declined this proposal, it would surely jeopardize the trust between them, and a lack of mutual trust would render their connection through the dimensional gate utterly meaningless, transforming what was once a boon into a harbinger of doom. While he felt a sense of satisfaction at Rin's growth, there was an unsettling feeling accompanying it. Why couldn't this dimensional gate be centered around him? With a resigned sigh, Ishikawa ultimately nodded in agreement. Being cautious is commendable, yet excessive caution could lead to problems. If he refused, it would inevitably create a fissure in their delicate relationship, and that was far from ideal in the ninja world. A breach of trust heralds impending calamity. Ishikawa did not wish to witness such an event. After all, it was merely a shadow clone. Even if something went awry, the risks were minimal, and this trust transaction could proceed. Thank you, Ishikawa. Upon hearing Ishikawa's consent, Rin was overjoyed and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. At the same time, she secretly sighed in relief, realizing that perhaps her concerns were unwarranted. If Ishikawa were truly lying, he would never have allowed her to verify the information on that side. However, since he had agreed, it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity to explore. 14 years in a Konoha's future. What transformations awaited? This time, however, even if it were a shadow clone, she vowed not to take such risks again. Remember your promise. Act discreetly and do not engage with anyone. After issuing this final warning, Ishikawa turned to head toward his own home. Understood, Rin replied cheerfully, harboring no resentment toward Ishikawa's stance, given that they were traversing interconnected worlds. How could she not comprehend the inherent risks? Empathizing with him, she realized that if she were in Ishikawa's position, she too would be reluctant to entrust the fate of herself and her village to an outsider. With a hint of apology, Rin made the hand signs to activate her jutsu, shadow clone technique. As soon as Ishikawa opened the door, Rin's clone swiftly darted out, vanishing into the night. Although her chakra had significantly strengthened during this period, the shadow clone could not endure for long, so she needed to act quickly. Miss Rin, shall we make a deal? Ishikawa suddenly thought of something, his heart stirring as he gazed at Rin's expectant expression. A deal? What kind of deal? The simplest way to alter fate is to enhance one's own strength. I will provide you with Lady Tsunade's training method for the Senju's monstrous strength, enabling you to bolster your abilities. In exchange, I require your guidance in mastering this strength once you have learned it, as well as assistance in acquiring a sealing technique. What? You possess Lady Tsunade's strength training method? In an instant, Rin exclaimed in surprise, completely overlooking Ishikawa's subsequent words. After all, she was referring to one of the legendary three of Konoha. Just moments ago, she had pondered how advantageous it would be to possess such power. And now, such a surprise had appeared before her. Yes, this is the training method given to me by Lady Tsunade, that if you doubt it, you may verify with Kakashi-sensei. Ishikawa shrugged, casually retrieving the Senju strength scroll from his cabinet. Regarding this seemingly unequal transaction, Ishikawa felt somewhat helpless. He needed to learn sage techniques, Rasengan, lightning armor, and the Senju's monstrous strength, all four being high-difficulty primary ninjutsu. This overwhelmed Ishikawa, whose chakra was merely average, even with the assistance of a training scroll. He found it challenging to manage. Thus, to alleviate the burden of learning, he needed to delegate certain ninjutsu. Naturally, the Senju's monstrous strength was an ideal choice for Rin to help him shoulder the pressure. This arrangement not only enhanced Rin's strength, providing more security for the dimensional gate, but also allowed Ishikawa to benefit from her expertise once she mastered the technique, resulting in a win-win situation. You can keep this, I agree. Rin hurriedly accepted the training scroll, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at Ishikawa. Nearly moved to tears, she had never anticipated that Ishikawa could produce such a high-level ninjutsu training method, eliciting profound gratitude from her, as she felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. You mentioned a sealing technique. What kind of sealing technique do you need? Suddenly, Rin recalled something, her hands momentarily pausing as embarrassment washed over her. In her excitement, she had completely overlooked this detail. It was rumored that the sealing techniques of the Fourth Hokage were formidable. To protect our secret, I need your help in obtaining a sealing technique that can safeguard the mind from memory probing. Ultimately, the higher the level of the sealing technique, the better. A glimmer of determination shone in Ishikawa's eyes. What he sought was not merely the Fourth Hokage's technique, but rather the last known representative of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. However, Kushina's identity was a closely guarded secret in both this era and the previous one, so he had to approach the matter with caution to ensure both his and Rin's safety. Kakashi-sensei possesses sealing techniques? Rin gasped in surprise, her heart brimming with joy that if she could acquire a sealing technique to protect her memories, it would enable her to traverse the future world with ease. Meanwhile, atop a building in Konoha, a shadow swiftly traversed the darkness, illuminated by the interplay of moonlight and clouds. At the T1 moment, the moonlight fell upon the visage of the Fourth Hokage, and a petite figure's pupils dilated, body trembling slightly. The Fourth Hokage, it truly is Kakashi-sensei. Is this Kakashi's home? Rin's clone muttered in astonishment as she beheld the house, which was unrecognizably different from her memories. If it weren't for the Hitaki insignia on the door, she might have believed she had arrived at the wrong place. Feeling her chakra dwindling, Rin's clone did not overthink it and leaped to the second-floor window. So, this is 25-year-old Kakashi. Through the glass. The moment Rin's clone appeared at the window, she spotted the sleeping figure on the bed, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Bathed in moonlight, she clearly discerned the jagged scar above Kakashi's left eye. It seemed Ishikawa's claims were indeed true. Kakashi's left eye had sustained injury. However, she needed final confirmation, just as Rin's clone prepared to shatter the glass to awaken Kakashi and verify whether that eye was the Sharingan. Kakashi's figure suddenly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Not good. I've been discovered. In an instant, Rin's clone's expression changed, and she prepared to dispel the technique. But just as she was about to act, a sharp kunai pressed against her neck. Don't move, unless you wish to die. Hearing that familiar voice, laced with laziness and chill, Rin's clone hesitated, halting her intention to dispel the technique. She had not anticipated Kakashi's reflexes to be so swift. He had sensed her presence before she even realized it, and had used a shadow clone to camouflage himself, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. Was this the prowess of the young Kakashi? Perhaps this could be an opportunity. Who are you? Why are you here? Kakashi, suspicious, scrutinized the strangely familiar silhouette with a cold question. Was this a spy from another village? Or a root ninja? No, neither seemed plausible. Who would be foolish enough to send a Chunin-level ninja to confront him? With such heavy breathing and footsteps, any Jonin would have sensed it, let alone the famed Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, it has been a long time, just as Kakashi slightly loosened his grip on the kunai. The girl facing away from him suddenly turned, revealing a face that left him utterly stunned, a visage he had not seen in a millennium. Rin, how can this be? No, it's impossible. In an instant. Kakashi's mind spiraled into chaos, as if confronting a nightmare, leaving him momentarily frozen in shock, his kunai slipping from his grasp. Why? Why did you have to die, Rin? Kakashi! Kakashi! Upon witnessing Kakashi's crimson left eye, Rin's shadow clone felt a profound sense of dread. Though she maintained a direct approach, seizing the opportunity to inquire. Despite having promised Ishikawa to avoid any engagement with Kakashi, how could Rin's clone so easily relinquish the chance to validate the intelligence presented to her? Little did she realize the emotional impact of her words on Kakashi. The very moment she posed her question, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, as if he were gazing upon the blood-soaked figure of the girl who had fallen at his hands. Her eyes reflecting a blend of despair and faint hope. Gasping for breath, Kakashi, with a cold and piercing gaze, struggled to speak, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Kakashi, Rin's clone instinctively called out. Her expression a tapestry of complexity as she began to grasp the veracity of Ishikawa's intel. Yet at that precise moment, Kakashi abruptly lifted his head, his left eye swirling with a hypnotic crimson glow. No, you are not Rin. The audacity of someone daring to assume the guise of his most cherished companion infuriated him. We shall meet again, Kakashi. Witnessing Kakashi's deep concern for her, Rin's clone offered a fleeting smile, which dissipated into wisps of smoke under the weight of his burgeoning fury. Shadow clone? Kakashi's poised demeanor faltered, akin to a heavy punch landing in midair, leaving him unsettled. Who could it be? Who dared to mock him with shadow clones and transformation techniques? This was no mere prank. It was an affront to his comrades. Even more audacious was the declaration of a future reunion. Rin, I shall not allow anyone to tarnish your name. Next time, I will ensure that scoundrel kneels before you in apology. With a fierce growl fueled by indignation, Kakashi, burdened with guilt, departed without a moment's pause. His destination was the Konoha Memorial Stone. The following day, at 8 in the morning. Wow. I'm becoming increasingly handsome, gazing at the increasingly chiseled features reflected in the mirror. Ishikawa smugly praised himself. After nearly 2 months of rigorous training, his appearance had ascended to new heights. While he may not rival Sasuke's breathtaking allure, he had certainly secured a place among the ranks of attractive individuals. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any missions today. However, Ishikawa had a more pressing task at hand. With a gleam in his eye, he patted his ninja tool pouch, eager for the day ahead. Spend money. With thoughts of his shopping spree after the morning meeting, the affluent Ishikawa promptly locked the door and hurriedly made his way to the rendezvous point. 3 hours later. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei arrived yet? Ishikawa lamented, his face contorted in disappointment, the excitement for spending money having dwindled significantly. They had planned to wrap up early for a lavish meal, but now he found himself breakfastless, as Kakashi was 2 hours late. Even more than usual, I was looking forward to purchasing ninja tools and clothing today. Taro chimed in, his head drooping, prompting Jiro beside him to widen his eyes in surprise. Huh. I was thinking the same thing. The two young brothers exchanged knowing glances, chuckling as they turned to their elder brother Ishikawa. Big brother, you wouldn't be thinking the same, would you? Of course, Ishikawa replied nonchalantly, and the three shared a hearty laugh. Their camaraderie evident. Indeed, they were good brothers, sharing the same thoughts. Just as the trio was engaged in fervent discussion about their desired purchases, the tardy Kakashi called out lazily, Kakashi-sensei, you've gone too far today. Three in unison, the trio expressed their collective discontent, their frustration palpable. Well, I had to visit the Hokage Tower, Kakashi casually fibbed, and without allowing any room for doubt, he produced 3 envelopes containing their payment. This is your reward for the A-rank mission, 10,000 ryo each. Additionally, an A-rank mission record has been added to your task history. What? 10,000 ryo? An A-rank mission record? Taro and Jiro exclaimed in astonishment, utterly surprised by their swift acquisition of such a substantial reward. Double the joy. All right, there are no missions today, so you're free to do as you wish. Ishikawa, come with me. With a brief instruction to Taro and Jiro, who were preoccupied with counting their money, Kakashi gestured for Ishikawa to follow. What is going on? Did Rin's clone cause some trouble last night? Ishikawa's heart raced with apprehension, though he maintained a facade of calmness as he followed. Are you saying that the third Hokage intends to record the lightning armor technique in the sealing book? Ishikawa exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry. Truthfully, he was already grateful that Kakashi had allowed him to train in the lightning armor technique. So how could he dare to hope for anything more? Thus, did this truly require his input? Without Kakashi and Tsunade, Ishikawa would be utterly incapable of even approaching the Reikage techniques. You can decide. Sensei, there's no need to ask me, he hastily affirmed, scratching his head in feigned curiosity. By the way, what exactly is this sealing book? The sealing book. It is a comprehensive compendium of forbidden techniques meticulously recorded since the time of the first Hokage. Kakashi paused, then fixed his gaze on Ishikawa. So, Ishikawa, do you wish to learn the techniques contained within the sealing book? Techniques within the sealing book? Ishikawa's expression soured instantly. Sensei, that joke is far from amusing. How could a technique classified as forbidden by the Hokage be within reach of a mere genin like me? It was a ludicrous notion. He struggled to master even his own techniques, let alone aspire to those of a forbidden nature. Moreover, techniques like the Senju's immense strength, lightning armor, and Rasengan were all classified at the highest tiers. Why would he seek distant aspirations when he was barely competent with his current skills? Indeed, with your chakra levels, mastering forbidden techniques would indeed prove challenging. Kakashi remarked with a hint of understanding, then scratched his head as he began to walk toward the Hokage Tower. This complicates matters. I've already vouched for you to learn one technique from the sealing book as a condition for recording the lightning armor. Wait. Upon hearing this, Ishikawa shouted, his eyes ablaze and breath quickening. I am willing to relieve you of this burden, Sensei. Such a troublesome matter is better left to me. We will gather at the Hokage Tower shortly. I'll return to fetch the scroll now. With that, Ishikawa's chakra surged as he swiftly made his way home. What a joke! Why would he not seize the opportunity of a forbidden technique presented to him? Previously, he had assumed Kakashi was joking due to his lowly status. But now that Kakashi had guaranteed it to the third Hokage, failing to appreciate it would be sheer folly. As for not having time to train, who cared? Securing the benefit first was paramount. Practicing was one thing. Possessing the knowledge was another entirely. That guy, Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Ishikawa's rapidly departing figure before continuing toward the Hokage Tower. The sealing book held little allure for him. Even with his Sharingan, what he truly lacked were chakra and physical prowess, while jutsu took a back seat. Perhaps it was time he also delved into the lightning armor point 10 minutes later in the Hokage's office. This is the sealing book. You may select one technique to learn from it. The third Hokage presented the long-prepared sealing book to Ishikawa after reviewing the lightning armor. Yes, Lord Hokage, Ishikawa promptly responded. Opening the sealing book under the watchful gazes of both the third and Kakashi, as the scroll unfurled. The first forbidden technique that caught his eye was the protagonist's cheat, multi-shadow, clone technique. Ishikawa merely feigned interest as he quickly flipped past it, devoid of any desire to learn. Indeed, while the multi-shadow clone technique was an invaluable aid in both combat and training, its drawbacks were equally apparent: chakra consumption and memory feedback. Ishikawa did not possess the luxury of wasteful chakra, nor did he know if he could withstand the impact of memories from shadow clones. Thus he bypassed it entirely as Ishikawa continued to peruse the scroll. The second forbidden technique from Konoha appeared before him. This was an illusion technique, dark walking technique, recorded by the second Hokage. Its effect was to deprive enemies of their vision. Noticing Ishikawa's pause, the third Hokage began to explain. An illusion that deprives vision? Kakashi murmured softly upon hearing this, surprised to learn of such an illusion. Judging by its effects, it appeared to be a high-level illusion specifically designed to counter eye techniques. Ishikawa, having patiently listened to the third's explanation, suddenly found his pupils narrowing. The third Hokage stole a glance at him, his expression reflective. The S-class forbidden technique, the art of spiritualization, once shown brilliantly during the Second Shinobi World War as a formidable soul assassination technique. Its effect is the separation of the soul from a body, transforming it into a spiritual entity that can possess the enemy to engage in battle or directly assault their psyche. Furthermore, the practitioner, now in a spiritual form, can sense the whereabouts of familiar companion souls, regardless of the distance, and can swiftly reach their physical bodies. This allows for the transmission of intelligence, confirmation of life or death, and even the provision of chakra. As the third Hokage continued his explanation, Ishikawa's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. "This is what I wish to learn," he exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the art of spiritualization. He had never anticipated that Kato Dan's tome of soul secret techniques would contain such a record. With this, he could inhabit Nohara Rin during the Third War, significantly enhancing his safety. To pass on this opportunity would be utterly unconscionable. However, the technique demands a considerable strength of soul. The stronger the soul, the easier it is to cultivate, whereas a weak soul would find it exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to master, due to its connection with the soul. It is classified as an S-class high-difficulty forbidden technique. The third Hokage kindly advised Ishikawa to consider another ninjutsu for his training. Although the strength of the soul cannot be assessed, mental energy serves as a reference for soul strength. And chakra, composed of mental and physical energy, is the most direct proof of it. Thus, this S-class soul-forbidden technique is reserved for those of Jonin rank. Having promised Kakashi, the third Hokage resolved to cultivate Ishikawa. Not wishing to let such a promising and unblemished junior waste time on this. "No, I want this," Ishikawa declared resolutely, meeting the third Hokage's gaze. "Isn't it merely the strength of the soul, though it may seem boastful? As a traveler from another world, I do not believe my soul's strength is lacking, that if the locals can succeed, why should I not?" Seeing the third Hokage still in contemplation, Kakashi's eyes glimmered with insight as he spoke slowly. Now that Ishikawa possesses the strength of the Senju and the lightning armor to train, perhaps selecting this technique is more advantageous. He had previously worried that Ishikawa might choose an exceptionally powerful forbidden technique and become distracted. Yet he did not want Ishikawa to abandon this rare opportunity. Choosing the art of spiritualization would mean that if Ishikawa failed, he would likely give up and fully focus on mastering the Senju's strength and lightning armor. There would always be time to practice the art of spiritualization once he became a Jonin. Seeing Kakashi and Ishikawa aligned in their opinions, the third Hokage sighed in resignation. "Very well. Let us use the art of spiritualization to test whether Ishikawa is truly a genius." "I'm so hungry." Upon exiting the Hokage Tower, Ishikawa lamented, clutching his growling stomach. He had not felt the pangs of hunger amidst the excitement of ninjutsu. But now that he had relaxed, he was besieged by cravings. "It's just noon. Did you not eat breakfast?" Kakashi queried, glancing at the sun high in the sky. He then pointed, "There's a Ichiraku ramen over there. You should give it a try." "Ichiraku ramen." Ishikawa's eyes sparkled at the mention. Previously, he had refrained from indulging due to his financial constraints, but now that he was affluent, he was determined to feast. "Oh, by the way, please inform Taro and Jiro that for the coming week, you are free to engage in activities," Kakashi added, his gaze flickering with resolve as he thought of the lightning armor. "The week. Sensei, do you want to?" Ishikawa turned to invite Kakashi to join him for ramen. But his words were abruptly cut off as Kakashi vanished in an instant. "Are you afraid I will ask you to treat me?" Ishikawa muttered indignantly, having planned to express his gratitude over a meal. He hastily made his way to Ichiraku Ramen, and oh worries. This way, I save money. After traversing 2 streets, Ishikawa soon spotted the renowned sign of Ichiraku Ramen. "Welcome," a melodious voice greeted him as he stepped inside. "What flavor of ramen would you like? Here is the menu." Without waiting for Ishikawa to respond, the young girl pointed to a prominent chart on the wall. Ishikawa glanced at it, where the prices were clearly displayed. Regular ramen, 60. Special ramen, 70. Vegetable ramen, 65. Tonkatsu ramen, 75. Miso ramen, 70. Seafood ramen, 75. Additionally, there was a price list for drinks and side dishes, with each side ranging from 5 to 30. I'll have a supersized special miso tonkatsu vegetable chashu ramen. And add an order of Naruto rolls and a sausage, along with a bottle of juice. Ishikawa declared grandly, surveying the menu with an air of extravagance. "Certainly, sir," the ramen chef responded with a broad smile. Recognizing Ishikawa as a valuable customer, "Here is your drink," the girl, cheerfully handed him the beverage while beginning to prepare the side dishes. Ishikawa took a few hearty gulps of his drink, glancing at Ayam's lovely face. And couldn't he help but admire her beauty? Truly, the quality of two-dimensional beauties is unparalleled. While Ishikawa had no intentions beyond mere admiration, he found it a delightful experience. Here is your ramen. Soon, the father-daughter duo presented a steaming bowl of luxurious ramen before Ishikawa within 3 minutes. Having been ravenous, he wasted no time and eagerly picked up his chopsticks. This tastes quite good. No wonder it's a favorite of the protagonist, only slightly inferior to my homeland's cuisine, he mused as he savored the delicious dish. Feeling his hunger dissipate rapidly. Sir, I would like a large bowl of ramen. Just as Ishikawa was engrossed in his meal, a bright voice rang out from the entrance. No problem. The chef responded, but Ishikawa paused momentarily at the mention of the name. Naruto. What a coincidence. He instinctively turned to see the familiar blonde boy with goggles sitting 2 seats away. Though his appearance seemed a bit youthful compared to what he remembered, the radiant aura of positivity was unmistakable. This is the protagonist, Naruto. Hey, why are you staring at me? Do we know each other? Naruto, irritated by Ishikawa's gaze, inquired. Damn it, not again with that look? Ishikawa thought, though he felt there was no malice in Naruto's gaze. The distinct difference was still irksome that I merely recalled a certain underperforming junior from the Ninja Academy. I wondered if it was you, Ishikawa replied casually while swallowing his noodles and gesturing to his forehead protector. Underperformer. Naruto's face stiffened at the mention, and he instinctively glanced towards the chef and You must be mistaken. I am an elite of the Ninja Academy. How could I be someone like that? Ahaha. Is that so? Perhaps, Ishikawa replied non-committally, continuing to eat without exposing the L.I.T. this moment. Naruto was particularly sensitive. It was best to avoid further interaction. Ishikawa did not wish to draw the attention of the third Hokage or Danzo and invite trouble upon himself. Seeing Ishikawa remain silent, Naruto, feeling the pressure, refrained from speaking further, fearing that the chef and his daughter might discover his academic shortcomings and be disappointed. Naruto endured his anxious moment. The chef soon placed a bowl of ramen before him. I ordered the regular ramen, not the special miso tonkatsu ramen, he exclaimed, staring at the lavish bowl before him, pulling out a crumpled ramen coupon. That's a complimentary item, Naruto, the chef replied nonchalantly, causing Naruto's eyes to shimmer with gratitude. Is this the bond between Naruto and Ichiraku ramen? Ishikawa mused meaningfully as he swiftly finished his meal and settled the bill. Dining with Naruto was too perilous. It was wiser to leave early. Who exactly is that guy? Naruto murmured to himself, scratching his head in confusion as he watched Ishikawa depart, unable to recall such a junior. Whatever point one day, Naruto Uzumaki, will become a ninja. Absolutely. Meanwhile, Ishikawa, having disregarded Naruto's puzzlement, conveyed Kakashi's message to his 2 juniors before promptly embarking on his planned activities for the day. 2 sets of ultra-durable, anti-stab ninja attire worth 1,000 Ryo. Purchase 100 explosive tags at 300 Ryo each. Order high-quality steel standard long knives, steel shuriken, steel kunai, premium steel wire, military rations, healing pills, smoke bombs, and so forth. In summary, anything that can enhance his safety and is linked to strength is simply a matter of purchasing without hesitation. Oh, I almost forgot this. Passing by the fresh produce street near his home, Ishikawa patted his head as he gazed at the limp, lifeless fish to avoid raising suspicion. Ishikawa simply bought a barely breathing carp. Struggling home with his heavy bags, with a bit of time to spare, he decided to experiment with the spirit transformation technique. As he looked out at the twinkling stars, Ishikawa murmured to himself after finishing his grooming. Although confident, he was not arrogant. If it proved too difficult, there would be no need to waste precious time on mastering this S-rank forbidden technique. Thus, the first step, channeling chakra to resonate with the soul. Reflecting on the training steps for the spirit transformation technique, Ishikawa clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and focused his mind out. Of course, he had no training scroll. He had spent so long in the Hokage, memorizing the spirit transformation technique. And the third Hokage had ordered that no training materials be kept, allowing him to request clarification on anything he couldn't remember. Recently, The third Hokage had also instructed Kakashi to transcribe the lightning release armor into the sealing scroll. Was it really that simple? Suddenly, Ishikawa opened his eyes wide, gazing in astonishment at his hands, which glimmered with a radiant light that, in the reflection of the mirror, he saw not only his hands glowing white, but his entire body seemed to emanate a faint whiteness, as if something were about to burst forth. This phenomenon was exactly as described in the sealing scroll. It was indeed the most crucial and challenging aspect of the spirit transformation technique, soul resonance. Ishikawa had thought that even as a transmigrator, he would have to engage in profound meditation like in fantasy novels to finally communicate with the soul, yet he felt no such sensation and merely followed the steps to successfully perform the technique. This sudden protagonist-like treatment caught Ishikawa off guard. However, it also aligned perfectly with the ninja archetype. Regardless of strength, they charged ahead without any sense of enlightenment or natural understanding. With a sigh of anxiety, Ishikawa quickly composed himself and began forming seals. The previous gesture was merely the initial imprint for soul resonance. The next step was the true hand seal for spirit detachment, spirit transformation technique. Swiftly completing the hand seals, Ishikawa confidently called forth the jutsu that, in an instant, as his chakra erupted, a white radiance transformed into a soft blue glow surrounding him. Immediately, a spirit projection identical to Ishikawa appeared behind him like a shadow. Almost the moment the spirit materialized, Ishikawa's consciousness detached from his body and transferred to the spirit form. Instantly, he felt an unprecedented lightness and freedom, a sensation of ease from a different dimension. Although he had never tried it, he felt that he could chase the light now. Just as Ishikawa was about to take flight to test his newfound abilities, the spirit, which had already detached partially, suddenly collapsed and retracted back into his body. Damn it, just when I needed it, I ran out of chakra. Ishikawa's original form awakened, powerless to complain, and with a roll of his eyes, he fainted. As Ishikawa fell unconscious, the room descended into silence, and time flew by. When the temporal space arrived, Nohara Rin, upon appearing, was greeted by the sight of Ishikawa sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog. He had exhausted his chakra. What on earth was this guy doing? Rushing over to check, she confirmed he had no injuries, but she couldn't help but wondered, in this state, Ishikawa would likely remain unconscious until the following afternoon, leaving Rin somewhat troubled. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she glanced at the door handle behind her. Clicked, a familiar crackling sound erupted, causing Ishikawa to stiffen, his limbs rigid, as he collapsed onto the sofa, emitting wisps of white smoke. I am doing this for your own good, Ishikawa. Rin smiled sweetly at him before turning to the opposite door handle. Before coming over, she had nearly exhausted her chakra practicing the thousand hands technique. And now was the perfect time to replenish and strengthen her training. Click! Another crackling sound followed, and Rin also rolled her eyes and fainted onto the sofa she had purchased. 2 minutes passed in silence before Rin slowly regained consciousness and began to peruse the scroll of the thousand hands technique. 3 minutes later. Thank you, Miss Rin, Ishikawa called out as he regained his energy, fully aware of what had transpired. Reflecting on everything that had happened earlier, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After overcoming the most challenging hurdle, he found himself stumbling over the most basic aspect of chakra. What could a spirit transformation technique that couldn't detach from the body achieve? Would he have to wait for the enemy to crash into him for an opportunity to attack? Ridiculous. Indeed, he was merely a supporting character, devoid of any protagonist's halo. Ishikawa, what's wrong with you? Is there anything I can do to help? Seeing Ishikawa's fluctuating expression, Rin couldn't help but ask with concern. After verifying the intelligence from last night, alongside Ishikawa's trust in the thousand hands technique, she had fully accepted him as a partner from another timeline. Naturally, as a partner, she wanted to show her concern. Right, if enemies were unfeasible, allies could be trusted. Hearing Rin's concern, Ishikawa suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing. Indeed, the spirit transformation technique relied on the unavoidable high-speed spirit invasion to attack the enemy's body. However, if not treated as an offensive maneuver, merely possessing someone else's body should pose no issue. He had thought the same before, hadn't he? Miss Rin, I wish to possess you and venture into the third great ninja war era. Ishikawa exclaimed, his eyes shining with fervor as he looked at Rin. Possess? Rin's pupils widened as she stared at Ishikawa, as if he were a fool. Did he think he was a ghost? Playing a possession? Watch closely, don't be too surprised. Without further explanation, Ishikawa immediately demonstrated with his actions, forming the seals, spirit transformation technique. As Ishikawa completed the hand seals, the white-blue spirit glow re-emerged, leaving his body. Of course, this time it was only the upper half, in the blink of an eye. As the spirit detached, Ishikawa's spirit rapidly approached Rin's body, much to her shock, almost instantaneously upon contact. Ishikawa's upper half spirit dove into Rin's body, that very moment. Ishikawa's original form felt as if half of his soul had been lost, collapsing to the ground, yet in Rin's consciousness. Ishikawa's upper half spirit materialized. It worked. Though only the upper half, I truly invaded another's body through the spirit transformation technique. Looking down at his ethereal upper half supported by mist, Ishikawa was filled with exhilaration. Now, through Rin's perspective, he could see the external world. Although he hadn't yet attempted to control Rin, this already proved the success of his spirit transformation technique. Ishikawa, how did you end up in my body? Just as Ishikawa was basking in his triumph, Rin's voice abruptly interrupted. Almost simultaneously with her words, Rin's figure reappeared before Ishikawa's eyes, a chakra consciousness. Ishikawa did not respond, but swiftly floated closer to Rin to scrutinize her. Oh, what is that mist below? While Ishikawa examined Rin, she looked at him with curiosity, her expression filled with intrigue. Gazing at the mist-like lower half of Ishikawa's spirit, Rin could not resist reaching out. In an instant, almost the moment her fingers made contact with Ishikawa's spirit, it shattered into starlight, returning to his original form. Damn it, not again. What kind of fragile spirit is this? Upon returning to his consciousness, Ishikawa felt a wave of dizziness, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, causing him to faint once more. Was it the training of that jutsu that caused this? Realizing this, Rin was suddenly certain and determined, pulling Ishikawa back towards the door handle. Now, she was particularly interested in that technique that could invade other bodies. Ishikawa, what was that technique you just used? 5 minutes later, as Ishikawa regained consciousness again, Rin immediately pressed for answers. Hearing this, Ishikawa's expression darkened, and he looked dispirited. Don't bring it up. I initially planned to possess your body and take a look over there. But who would have thought my useless spirit couldn't even withstand a single touch from you? Making it utterly ineffective. Briefly explaining, Ishikawa completely abandoned the idea of venturing into the third great ninja war era. With a spirit that crumbled at a mere touch, who could know if it would be safe to venture over there? And how long could his chakra sustain him? He didn't lack for jutsu training. Going there was merely to satisfy his curiosity, and in this situation, it was safer to remain cautious. Is that so? Then let us begin our training in mastering sage techniques. Seeing Ishikawa's lack of enthusiasm, Rin, despite her curiosity, chose not to press further and shifted the topic. Time had already been delayed for quite some time. They needed to act swiftly. After all, she would eventually learn about that technique, so there was no rush. Well, this is the carp you asked me to prepare. Ishikawa immediately perked up, placing the prepared fish on the table, temporarily setting aside his cultivation of the spirit transformation technique to focus exclusively on mastering the healing arts. This technique could indeed be a lifesaver in battle, and it was imperative to learn it. Having already grasped the theoretical lessons and chakra control techniques, the next step was to convert his chakra into healing chakra through hand seals, as Nohara Rin solemnly instructed, her hands moving gracefully to form the seals. Ishikawa dared not slacken his attention for even a moment, fixated on Nohara Rin's hands as she completed the seals, igniting her palms with a vibrant green healing chakra. Under Ishikawa's watchful gaze, Nohara Rin pressed her hands against the barely alive carp, initiating the healing process that, in less than 3 seconds, the fish that had been on the brink of death sprang back to life. Full of vigor. However, fortune was fleeting. Before the lively carp could savor its new lease on life, Nohara Rin swiftly extracted a kunai and dealt it a grievous wound. This was the healing arts, utilizing the energy of healing chakra to swiftly mend injuries. Ishikawa, now it's your turn to attempt healing the carp that has once again slipped into a near-death state, Nohara Rin encouraged with a nod. Miss Rin, I didn't realize you possessed such a side, Ishikawa remarked, his admiration deepening as he observed her swift and efficient movements. What a stark contrast! Her ruthless actions were entirely incongruous with her sweet demeanor. And no wonder she was a seasoned ninja, far surpassing those who merely whined over their emotional resilience. Oh, you know me well. Nohara Rin shot him a rare, exasperated glance before forming the seals anew. Next, I will use a shadow clone to guide your training. I also need to study the thousand hands technique. Absolutely, Ishikawa replied nonchalantly, stepping forward to clumsily mimic the hand seals he had just witnessed. Healing arts. As he completed the seals, he felt his chakra surge into his hands, rapidly transforming into a soft green luminescence. Just as he was about to place his hands on the carp, the glow suddenly flickered chaotically and dissipated. The healing arts at A-rank difficulty won't be easily mastered, Nohara Rin remarked with a smirk, observing Ishikawa's wide-eyed expression. However, the fact that you managed to convert healing chakra on your first attempt is commendable. Let's try again, Ishikawa exclaimed, determination igniting within him. Healing arts. Once more, he activated the technique under the guidance of Rin's shadow clone, his hands coalescing healing energy anew. This time, his focus was slightly more stable, but still just a fraction. Puff! Almost the instant he pressed his hands onto the carp, the healing chakra extinguished once again. I need to recover my chakra, Ishikawa mused, undeterred, promptly turning to the door handle. Indeed, as Nohara Rin stated, if it were that easy to master, it wouldn't be an A-rank ninjutsu. Previously, he was able to barely grasp the spirit transformation technique due to his unique circumstances as a traveler, but he could hardly consider that his true talent. It was merely a hidden benefit of his reincarnation. Suddenly, as he grasped the door handle, an epiphany struck him, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind as he glanced at the nearly lifeless carp, while his fragile spirit body was incapable of invading foes for combat. What if he could infiltrate the souls of weaker creatures? For instance, this very carp before him, or perhaps birds and beasts. The thought electrified him, causing his eyes to shimmer with excitement, his heart racing. In the world of ninjas, no battle or mission could proceed without intelligence gathering. Thus, ordinary ninjas, lacking bloodline limits or family secrets, endeavored to enhance their abilities in this regard. Kakashi's Pakin was a prime example. Yet, if he could directly invade animal bodies to control them for intelligence gathering, it would be an unparalleled advantage, and one that would go unnoticed. 5 minutes later, Miss Rin, let us continue. Rejuvenated, Ishikawa once again formed the seals to cast the healing arts, refraining from immediately testing his newfound notion of animal invasion. For the art of intelligence gathering was a closely guarded secret. If others were to discover its intricacies, it would lose its value as a unique technique. Thus, even Nohara Rin would remain oblivious to this capability. Had it not been for his prior intention to inhabit her body, he wouldn't have practiced the spirit transformation technique in her presence. As time passed during Ishikawa's diligent training, his progress with the healing arts was modest, yet he remained undeterred, mentally preparing himself for 2 to 3 months of rigorous practice. Approaching the session's conclusion, he made an excuse to Nohara Rin, requesting her assistance in healing the carp under the pretext of wanting it to live for another day. Naturally, he maintained his peak condition throughout. Finally, the moment of experimentation had arrived. As he watched Nohara Rin's figure fade from sight, Ishikawa hurriedly approached the basin, his gaze fervent upon the carp. If this plan succeeded, his safety would elevate to unprecedented heights. Without hesitation, he concentrated intensely, rapidly forming the seals' spirit transformation technique. As the familiar white-blue luminescence enveloped him, Ishikawa's spirit body plunged into the carp submerged in the basin. With a resounding thud, Ishikawa's physical form staggered, as though his soul had been momentarily dislodged. Collapsing to the ground, simultaneously, his fragile spirit body swiftly penetrated the depths of the carp's consciousness. Despite its inherent weakness, incapable of enduring even Nohara Rin's casual touch, Ishikawa's spirit body easily overwhelmed the carp's meager soul. seizing control of the body. In an instant, a completely new underwater perspective unveiled itself before Ishikawa's eyes. This was the vision of a fish. I have succeeded. Emerging to the surface, he gazed at his own dazed yet handsome youthful visage and felt an overwhelming surge of joy. It had not been easy. Finally, he possessed a trump card that was anything but trivial. The following afternoon, ugh, my head aches, Ishikawa lamented, rubbing his throbbing temples, a consequence of chakra overexertion. After washing up, he grumbled to himself as he rose to prepare for the day. Last night, after inhabiting the carp, he had taken the opportunity to test his limits. Through experimentation, he discovered that maintaining control over the carp as it swam for approximately 20 minutes would push him to his limits, causing the technique to automatically dissolve and return his spirit body. That if he merely drifted along to minimize energy expenditure, he was confident he could sustain possession for around an hour. An hour seemed ample time. But considering the necessity of conserving energy and chakra during combat, Ishikawa concluded that his intelligence-gathering window could not exceed 10 minutes. In scenarios of significant energy drain, he would need to dissolve the technique within 3 minutes. Of course, this duration would extend as Ishikawa's skills and the spirit transformation technique evolved, ultimately metamorphosing into an S-rank technique capable of allowing his soul to traverse vast distances to strike down enemies. Poor creature, you may very well be the first fish to drown, Ishikawa murmured softly, gazing at the fish belly up in the basin after completing his morning routine. The carp had perished due to soul collapse. Rendered a mere plant fish, it could not breathe independently after Ishikawa vacated its body. Though he felt a twinge of regret, his predominant emotion was joy. Now, even if he were to be discovered, his departure would leave enemies unable to extract any intelligence from the creature. Checking the time, Ishikawa gathered his wallet and rations before heading towards the Konoha marketplace. After a quick lunch, he hastened with some provisions towards the Forest of Death. With the newfound ability to inhabit animals, Ishikawa was determined to leverage this advantage. The carp had merely been the first test subject, not the last. The keen sight of hawks, the infrared vision of snakes, the agility of weasels, and the camouflage of chameleons. All these capabilities were essential for ensuring accurate intelligence gathering and his own safety. Ishikawa needed to capture suitable birds, beasts, and fish to stockpile for unforeseen circumstances. Now was not the time to rely on luck during battles. Hoping for nearby animals to appear, he was far too astute for that. Creatures would scatter at the slightest disturbance, and it would be foolish to expect them to wait for his control. Moreover, who could say whether he would even encounter the specific animals he required? Most critically, Ishikawa needed to ascertain which types of animals he could control to avoid unexpected complications during actual combat. After all, while they were all creatures, the spiritual strength of a mouse differed vastly from that of a crow or a bear. This will suffice. Venturing too deep would be unnecessary and might attract trouble. Ishikawa resolved. Eyeing the shadowy canopy of the forest, he nestled into a tree hollow, ensuring his defenses were in place. Once he activated the spirit transformation technique, he would be detached from his physical form, necessitating thorough preparation, were it not for the abundance of wildlife in this area. Enabling him to avoid prying eyes, Ishikawa would not dare to venture into the Forest of Death, surveying his surroundings. Ishikawa soon fixated on a nearby bird, in the face of the prowess of elite lower ninjas. Capturing a bird was, of course, a matter of mere seconds. The spirit transformation technique swiftly conjured a fleeting white-blue glow within the trap-laden hollow of a tree. Unnoticed amidst the shadows of the deathly forest, in the next moment, a brown-feathered bird wobbled into the air, soaring toward the sky. What a sensation! Is this what it feels like to fly? I, too, feel as free as a bird. Bursting forth from the forest, while Ishikawa cast his gaze over the vast expanse of the Death Forest and the map of Konoha, his spirit soaring with vigor. He flapped his wings for a moment, savoring the experience, but reluctantly settled back onto a tree to dispel the technique. Although he had prepared soldier pills, he needed to be cautious to avoid excessive consumption that might leave his true body unconscious. Almost at the very instant the technique was dispelled, a fine blue light shot forth from the bird's body, darting into the hollow. The next moment, regaining his consciousness, Ishikawa swiftly swallowed the soldier pill he had held in his mouth to restore his chakra. Well, How shall I put it? This concoction is indeed as notoriously unpalatable as the legend suggests. Would it kill the damn boss to add a bit of flavor? Onward. After a brief 10-minute respite, Ishikawa promptly regrouped his focus, setting his sights on a massive python that, if one is to play, one must play to win, while Ishikawa devoted himself to rigorous training. In another realm, Team Minato officially commenced the Chunin exam. How vexing! Why must it be a written test? At the examination venue, the valiant and spirited Obito was momentarily elated, only to be left pale and stammering in shock at the content of the exam. What to do? He had intended to impress Kakashi with his prowess while also garnering admiration from the goddess Rin Nohara. Who would have thought, utterly unexpected, that the Chunin exam would include a written portion? This is absurd. Are they expected to battle enemies with knowledge on the battlefield? I truly wonder what Lord Hokage was thinking. Examiner, I've completed my test, just as Obito was agonizing over the exam questions that seemed like celestial scripts. Kakashi's nonchalant voice sent his anxiety skyrocketing to the maximum. Damn Kakashi, I will not be bested by you. With a frustrated growl, Obito immediately lowered his head, preparing to scribble furiously. But I really can't do this. Obito trembled, nearly on the verge of tears, as the feelings of frustration, helplessness, and jealousy drove him to madness. Just as Obito was teetering on the brink of despair, Rin Nohara walked past him, a crumpled piece of paper silently landing on his desk. Rin, upon seeing this, Obito realized immediately what it was, gripping the paper tightly as tears welled in his eyes with gratitude. Indeed, that rascal Kakashi could never compare to Rin's kindness and concern. What a farce. This so-called genius ninja, selfish and devoid of any team spirit. Rin, I will not let you down. Nodding with a quivering voice, Obito carefully unfolded the paper and began to copy. Ishikawa said I would pass the Chunin exam this time. So surely Obito should as well. Yet, how could these two, currently at odds, strengthen their relationship and come to recognize one another? Upon exiting the classroom, Rin contemplated as she gazed at Kakashi leaning against the window. She did not wish for them to only appreciate each other during the Battle of Canopy Bridge. By then, it would be too late. Kakashi, how about we celebrate with Teacher Minato after Obito finishes? After a moment of deliberation, Rin resolved to strengthen their team's spirit starting today. She would also invite Teacher Minato to bring his girlfriend Kushina along. That sister was an exuberant and amiable kunoichi, sure to play a crucial role. Furthermore, she could casually inquire if Minato knew of any advanced sealing techniques for the brain. Celebrate. Do you genuinely believe that Obito will pass? Kakashi lifted his deadpan gaze, coldly retorting, utterly unimpressed by the notion of celebration. Kakashi. The moment those words left his mouth, Obito, who had just stepped out of the classroom with elation, exploded in fury. How dare this guy disrespect Rin and belittle him? What an infuriating situation. Do you really think that loser could pass the written test? He probably won't be able to answer even a single question, Kakashi retorted with disdain, further igniting Obito's rage. And he rolled up his sleeves, ready to brawl. Enough, you two. Follow me. Rin interjected, rushing forward to separate them, one hand grasping each of them as she pulled them out of the corridor. Celebrate. While I have faith in your abilities, the exam results will only be revealed tomorrow. Isn't it a bit premature to celebrate now? Upon hearing Rin's intentions, Minato was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head with an awkward chuckle. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted to the flustered Obito. If Obito were to fail the written test tomorrow, he would surely resent the premature celebration. What a hassle. Why must even Rin be so impulsive? Teacher Minato, what kind of look is that? I have Rin's answers. I will definitely pass this trivial written test. The already irritable Obito flared up at Minato's unusual scrutiny. How infuriating. Rin's answers cannot possibly be wrong. Oh, no wonder that loser is so confident. It turns out he is resorting to shameful cheating. Minato's expression stiffened before he could speak, as Kakashi chimed in with another round of disdain. Cheating? What nonsense are you spouting, Kakashi? That was assistance, mutual support among comrades. Mutual support? Then what have you done to assist Rin? Loser! Damn you, Kakashi! Obito felt as if his cover had been torn away, unable to refute, cursing himself for speaking the truth. If teacher Minato were to deem it cheating, would the examiner nullify his and Rin's exam results? This is bad. That infuriating Kakashi. Thinking of this, Obito turned with a pitiful gaze toward Minato. Teacher Minato, please don't inform the examiner about this. Even if it is cheating, it is solely my affair. Please do not let Rin's scores be affected. Well, the written exam is also a form of intelligence gathering. No matter the method, as long as the examiner does not find out, it is acceptable. Minato smiled reassuringly, though a subtle frown creased his brow. While this perspective holds merit, if the method of cheating is too clumsy, one would still be eliminated. However, given the current state of affairs in the ninja world, it is likely that they will turn a blind eye, allowing more lower ninjas to pass the written test and proceed to practical evaluations, ultimately confirming whether they qualify for promotion to Chunin. It seems that the team spirit of the three truly requires enhancement. Therefore, I shall preemptively wish you all success in your exams. Today, I will treat you. After a brief pause, Minato flashed a sunny smile and nodded in agreement. Rin's face lit up with joy at his words. Teacher Minato, it has been a while since I last saw Sister Kushina. Shall we invite her to join us? Kushina? Hearing Rin's request, Minato glanced at Kakashi and Obito before nodding in agreement. It seems that his fiery-tempered girlfriend Kushina would be better suited to deal with these two troublesome students. Perfect timing, too, as it would give Kushina a chance to unwind at that violent red-haired woman. No way, Obito's eyes widened in shock, recalling their first encounter with Kushina, which left him trembling in fear. Although Kakashi said nothing, the slight quiver in his breath revealed his inner turmoil. You two follow me. Teacher Minato, could you please go fetch Sister Kushina? Rin would not allow Obito to have his way and promptly called out to lead both of them toward their usual dining spot. Rin, it seems you've really changed a bit. Watching the trio depart, Minato murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with intrigue. What has happened to this child? Night in the space-time room, T last, I have endured until now. Gazing at the reappearing space-time portal, Ishikawa, with beads of sweat on his brow and a pallid complexion, approached with trepidation, as if crushed by dozens of beautiful women. Although consuming soldier pills for training was akin to gaining an unfair advantage, the side effects were equally prominent. Frankly, had it not been for the golden opportunity presented by the doorknob, Ishikawa would never have resorted to such a physically exhausting method of training, with a familiar sound of crackling electricity. Feeling the rapid replenishment of cellular energy, Ishikawa broke into a satisfied smile as he collapsed onto the sofa. Although he was still uncertain whether this body refinement was a result of the doorknob's energy conversion or a self-destructive act of exhausting his lifespan, he could not refuse this rapid path to strength. Life can be replenished, but without power, he might truly meet his end. Just as Ishikawa sank down for less than 2 minutes, the portal beside him suddenly swung open, and Rin Nohara appeared hastily. Phew, I finally made it back. Gazing at Ishikawa, who sat beside her with wide eyes and paralyzed limbs, Nohara Rin patted her small chest, drenched in fragrant sweat. After a gathering, her rigorous training to develop immense strength had left her utterly exhausted. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin promptly approached the opposite door and grasped the doorknob. That a few minutes later, Ishikawa, now rejuvenated, remarked, Miss Rin, you are tardy today, as he prepared to retrieve the carp he had purchased for training. Ishikawa, the sealing technique you asked me to find has encountered a problem. Rin quickly interjected, displaying an awkward expression that caused Ishikawa to pause. A problem? What sort of problem? Well, today I asked Master Minato to teach me the anti-scrying sealing technique under the pretense of protecting Konoha's intelligence from being captured during war. However, he said that learning sealing techniques was a waste of time and refused. If it's merely to prevent enemies from prying into memories, he could have just set the seal for me. I had no choice but to agree. Subsequently, Master Minato entrusted this matter to his sister, Kushina, who was more proficient in sealing techniques. So, the sealing technique you desired may be unattainable. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Ishikawa exhaled a sigh of relief. His worries considerably alleviated. Minato's reasoning was sound, making it difficult to refute. He realized that he had been overly naive. Advanced sealing techniques would not be easily taught to a mere genin during wartime, It was possible that Rin was now under suspicion or even surveillance by Minato. Yet, thankfully, as Rin maintained her integrity and had not engaged in any actions harmful to Konoha, Minato's suspicion would likely remain discreet, ensuring her safety. This served as a reminder for Ishikawa to never underestimate ninjas. He needed to remain cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. Setting aside the sealing technique, he decided to commence today's training. Nodding at Rin, Ishikawa approached the table to place the fish, forming hand seals with both hands. Regardless, as long as Rin was subjected to the sealing technique, his safety would be assured. After all, Rin had endured the trials of a Wagakure, Kirigakure, and even the Jinjutsu interrogation by Madara in the original storyline. Seeing that Ishikawa was not angry, Rin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stepped forward to guide him in mastering the sage art. Meanwhile, not far from their training, a golden-haired figure with a furrowed brow observed them clandestinely. Is he truly attempting to learn the anti-scrying sealing technique? Is it merely a figment of my imagination, or has Rin encountered some unforeseen circumstances? After monitoring for over an hour without any signs of Rin leaving, the golden-haired youth suddenly had a revelation, activating his sensory perception. There's only Rin in the room. Am I overthinking this? The next day, Ishikawa awoke feeling refreshed and, out of caution, purchased a few bottles of soldier pills and cages from several ninja tool stores before heading back to the Forest of Death. He needed to seize the time to complete the practical application of the transformation technique and stockpile animals within the next few days, while Ishikawa was engrossed in rigorous training in the Forest of Death. Rin discovered the announcement board displaying the results of the written examination, confirming that everyone had passed. Although Obito had qualified as an alternate, it did not affect his participation in the upcoming second exam. What? The second exam is a group battle by class. Kakashi, please do not hold us back. Upon hearing the examiner's orders, Obito cast a disgruntled glance at Kakashi, who appeared overly self-satisfied. That line is mine. You know, Kakashi muttered with an eye roll, ultimately refraining from voicing his last remark. This elicited a satisfied smile from Rin, as it seemed the previous night's gathering had indeed had some effect. Yes, let us keep up the momentum that we will meet 3 days from now at the exam site. Obito, Kakashi, give it your all. With that encouragement, Rin promptly turned and departed, determined to utilize the limited 3 days for intensive training. Focusing on the one-handed Rasengan. Having grasped the essence of the technique after studying the Senju's immense strength, she was confident that, with the support of the doorknob, she could achieve results comparable to half a month's worth of training within 3 days. That night, as they entered the time-space room once more, the two weary figures exchanged knowing smiles. Upon learning of Rin's intent to hastily master the one-handed Rasengan for the second exam, Ishikawa's lips twitched in amusement, as he thoughtfully declined to assist her in training the sage art, urging her to concentrate on her special training. 3 fleeting days passed, with Ishikawa and Rin both dedicating themselves to relentless training. Rising early and returning late each day. 1 morning, Ishikawa mused, "It's time for me to seek out Kakashi." Leaving his home, he did not head towards the Forest of Death, but instead made his way to Kakashi's residence. His training in the transformation technique was nearly complete. Apart from large ferocious beasts, he could successfully possess ordinary medium to small-sized animals across land, sea, and air. Furthermore, during his training, he confirmed that medium-sized animals did not suffer soul collapse due to his possession. Rather, their souls merely weakened, rendering them less intelligent. As for large animals, they could resist Ishikawa's spirit possession, recalling the memory of his spirit being entangled and shattered by a giant python. Ishikawa felt a shiver run down his spine. The experiment was no longer necessary. He merely needed to complete the final step. The means to summon or seal animals. The IT was impractical for Ishikawa to carry every animal with him on missions. However, his hopes were high, even if reality often proved disappointing. Not home. What on earth is Kakashi doing sleeping in so late? Ishikawa grumbled darkly, irritated that his early visit had yielded no results. This is illogical. Was he to wait a couple of days? No, he must take advantage of Rin's participation in the Chunin exams to expedite his training for this technique. After a moment's contemplation, Ishikawa promptly turned and sprinted away. If 3 days prior, finding someone in the vast Konoha would have posed a challenge, now it was a different story. Minutes later, woof, 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 a wild dog emerged from the bushes and approached Kakashi's doorstep. Sniffing vigorously, found it. Although the scent was faint, it unmistakably belonged to Kakashi. Sensing the familiar odor amid numerous others, Ishikawa swiftly memorized the scent and commanded the wild dog to search within Konoha. A wild dog does not equate to a ninja dog. While it possesses an innate keen sense of smell, asking it to search the sprawling expanse of Konoha, spanning several dozen square kilometers, was akin to chasing a dream. Thus, Ishikawa resorted to this rudimentary method of tracking Kakashi's scent. Unless Ishikawa could enhance the wild dog's sense of smell with chakra, his transformation technique was too rudimentary to allow him to infuse his chakra into the dog's nose. However, there were advantages to this approach. At least while gathering intelligence, he would not draw the attention of other ninjas. With a minuscule amount of chakra in the animal's brain, it would be challenging for ordinary individuals to notice, aside from those with dojutsu like Byakugan or Sharingan. There it is, the back mountain of Konoha. As Ishikawa traversed the path leading from the village to the back mountain, he finally detected Kakashi's scent once more. Without further pursuit, Ishikawa immediately dispelled the technique, transforming into a beam of white-blue light and swiftly vanishing. Under the sun's rays, the ethereal glow, thin as a hair and swift as lightning, was nearly imperceptible. Konoha's back mountain. Kakashi, his expression grave, activated his lightning-release chakra. As his cells were stimulated and energized, blue arcs of electricity crackled around his body, illuminating his spiky, silver hair, which stood on end, radiating with lightning's brilliance. Yet despite this impressive display, Kakashi bore no smile, instead wearing a frown tinged with bitterness. Although he possessed the Sharingan's copying ability and the training methods for the lightning armor technique, he still could not achieve the level of stimulation to his nervous system that the Fourth Hokage could. The primary reason for this limitation was not a lack of experience, but rather chakra. If it were merely a matter of experience, he was confident he could reach the Fourth Hokage's level within 3 to 5 years. Nonetheless, it was not without its benefits. Suddenly, Kakashi inhaled deeply, his figure transforming into a blue afterimage as he vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, a tree 100 meters away was struck by lightning, its trunk instantly charred and collapsing like a thunderbolt. His speed, defense, and even basic strikes had significantly increased, surpassing the previous 5-fold enhancement he had achieved through the activation of his lightning attribute cells. Truly, the ninjutsu of Kumigakure has been passed down through generations. Kakashi mused with a sense of awe, quickly dissipating the lightning chakra, panting heavily. If there were a single drawback to this technique, it was the tremendous chakra consumption. Who goes there? Suddenly, Kakashi pivoted sharply, his gaze piercing as he focused on a nearby tree. That it is I, Kakashi-sensei. Seeing Ishikawa's arrival, there was no surprise on his face. He greeted him with a casual wave, his eyes alight with excitement as he strode forward. His astonishment. Kakashi was actually training in the lightning armor technique here. A revelation both unexpected yet entirely within the realm of possibility. Kakashi, being an expert in lightning release, could hardly overlook the presence of the lightning armor. This was fortuitous. It meant he had someone to assist him in honing his skills. Ishikawa, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired, a hint of disbelief in his tone that he found it hard to accept that such a coincidence could occur. Although this training ground had been established on a whim, it was nestled deep within the forest, certainly not an easy place to stumble upon. Ishikawa would not allow Kakashi to harbor doubts, so he spoke plainly. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to learn the summoning technique you used to call upon your ninja dog last time. You want to learn summoning? Kakashi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Ishikawa had set his sights on his faithful companion, Pakin? While Ishikawa was indeed a recognized student of his, such a request was rather burdensome. Pakin was a crucial partner he had worked alongside for many years. However, how on earth had Ishikawa located this place? First, tell me how you found me. That I haven't disclosed this location to anyone, Kakashi countered, genuinely intrigued by Ishikawa's ability to track him down. It was quite absurd for a mere genin to discover the whereabouts of an elite J-nin like himself. Was Ishikawa perhaps a genius in tracking ninjutsu? Through the spirit transformation technique, I possessed a wild dog and relied on its sense of smell to locate you, Ishikawa replied with a smile. Dropping a bombshell revelation. What? The spirit transformation technique. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock as he regarded Ishikawa, as if he were a creature from another realm, utterly incredulous. That was an S-rank forbidden technique. It had only been 5 days since Ishikawa acquired it, and he had already mastered it. Don't be so astonished, Kakashi-sensei, I haven't exactly mastered it. It's more like a work in progress, Ishikawa shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. He had deliberated extensively before deciding whether or not to inform Kakashi. While it was generally advantageous for a ninja to keep their trump card secret, the circumstances warranted an exception. Firstly, both the third Hokage and Kakashi were aware of his acquisition of the spirit transformation technique. Secondly, it would be impossible to conceal its use from Kakashi and his 2 subordinates in the future. Ishikawa couldn't simply abandon his physical body while he possessed animals to gather intelligence. Nor did he want to invite unnecessary complications by being evasive. Thirdly, if he wished to practice summoning techniques or sealing techniques for animals, he would need Kakashi's guidance. Without a valid reason, Kakashi would not teach him freely, a lesson Ishikawa had learned from his experiences with Nohara. Lastly, and most importantly, Ishikawa aimed to use this to prove his capabilities to the third Hokage, thereby establishing himself as a prodigious commoner. He was a mere commoner, lacking bloodline limits, family secrets, or a complicated background. Now he was aligned with the rightful lineage of the Hokage. What did he have to fear? The prospect of someone coveting his spatio-temporal room. Ridiculous. To others, it appeared to be nothing more than a dilapidated shack of no value. Rather than shrouding himself in secrecy and inviting suspicion, he preferred to embrace the persona of a commoner prodigy in the current transitional phase of Konoha. If the third Hokage recognized him as a genius, he would undoubtedly invest in his development, an outcome that could only be beneficial. Thus, even if he were to inadvertently attract the attention of Danzo, the third Hokage would stand as a bulwark in his defense. With such considerations in mind, Ishikawa found it impossible to think of any reasons to conceal the truth that a work in progress. Kakashi regarded Ishikawa skeptically, perplexed. Hadn't he just claimed to possess the ability to inhabit a wild dog? Why was he now calling it a work in progress? This is something I can only share with you, so please keep it confidential, Ishikawa said, producing a small squirrel he had prepared earlier and handing it to Kakashi, before forming hand seals with both hands. What is this? Kakashi's instinctive reaction was to unveil his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Spirit transformation. Under Kakashi's watchful gaze, Ishikawa initiated the spirit transformation technique right before him. Kakashi observed as the blue-white essence of Ishikawa's spirit surged into the squirrel's body, and then, to his shock, Ishikawa's eyes glazed over as he collapsed to the ground, if it weren't for the steady rhythm of his breathing. Kakashi might have thought Ishikawa had perished. Just then, the squirrel in Kakashi's grasp suddenly wriggled free, landing on the ground and blinking its anthropomorphic eyes at Kakashi. "Are you Ishikawa?" Kakashi immediately asked, now fully understanding the situation. The little squirrel nodded vigorously before tipping over onto the ground, that a stream of white-blue luminescence shot out from the squirrel's form, entering back into Ishikawa's body in an instant, all of which transpired before Kakashi's Sharingan could fully comprehend the event. "That hurts." Ishikawa jolted awake, hastily retrieving a soldier pill from his pocket and chewing it without hesitation. Without that, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness within mere minutes. "So you wish to learn summoning because of this?" Kakashi's mind raced, piecing together Ishikawa's request. "Yes, this technique currently cannot be used to harm enemies. It can only possess animals. Thus, I need summoning or sealing techniques to prepare birds, beasts, fish, and insect for future intelligence gathering during combat." As expected of Kakashi-sensei, he immediately discerned my intentions, Ishikawa thought, eager to explain while also offering a compliment. Utilizing an impractical spirit transformation technique for intelligence gathering was indeed a clever idea. Kakashi nodded in approval, offering high praise. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that an ordinary squirrel could serve as a tool for intelligence collection, unless, of course, he employed a Sharingan. But was that feasible in a real battle? The blood contract within summoning techniques could satisfy your requirements, but the number must not exceed 3. The living creature sealing technique could be a viable option. However, learning it would pose some difficulty for you. How about this? I will first help you establish a blood contract, allowing for a maximum of 3 animals. Then, I will seal a few of these small creatures for you as reserves. When needed, you can simply unseal them .as for learning the living creature sealing technique. We can take our time with that, Kakashi proposed, eliciting a look of delight from Ishikawa. Ishikawa had no objections and promptly nodded in agreement. Although summoning techniques were merely of C-rank difficulty, they still required practice to avoid errors in summoning. Ishikawa, go find 3 animals now. I will prepare the blood contract seals, Kakashi added, urging him further without waiting for a response. Yes, sensei, Ishikawa replied eagerly, turning on his heel and dashing off. A genius. Indeed. With such a secret technique, it seemed he would be better suited for Umbu missions, Kakashi murmured to himself, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. The Umbu's environment was far too dark and brutal. He could not allow his beloved student to venture into such a place. It was simply inappropriate. Only 3 animals for the contract, as Ishikawa swiftly made his way into the forest. He chuckled softly, quickly weighing the pros and cons of his choices, the keen eyesight of hawks, the acute sense of smell in dogs, and the infrared perception of snakes. These 3 common animals were the most suitable for gathering intelligence without drawing attention. With the species determined, Ishikawa set out to find appropriately sized targets based on his experimental data. Medium-sized animals that could withstand his possession without their souls fracturing, meaning they could be repeatedly utilized. Thus, Ishikawa needed to find animals of a neutral size for the blood contract. Next, he sought out smaller creatures like mice, bats, and owls, animals with unique abilities to serve as disposable vessels for possession. He was planning ahead. For the sake of his future happiness, Ishikawa was unafraid of any trouble. You seem to have prepared a bit much. In the afternoon, Kakashi observed the numerous cages of animals trailing behind Ishikawa. His mouth twitching in disbelief. He had asked Ishikawa to bring 3, yet he had ended up with a plethora of smaller creatures. Was he trying to exhaust his teacher? These are just some extras. I wasn't in a hurry. I just wanted to be thorough and avoid inconveniencing you later. Ishikawa scratched his head with a goofy grin, prompting Kakashi to roll his eyes in exasperation. However, it must be said that Ishikawa was indeed well prepared. All 3 animals possessed commendable abilities. Kakashi examined the medium-sized hawk, dog, and snake with a silent approval as he unfurled the blood contract scrolls he had prepared. As Kakashi laid the 3 scrolls, adorned with intricate seals on the ground, Ishikawa instantly understood what to do and positioned the bound hawk, dog, and snake in the empty spaces between the seals. Kakashi was succinct and direct, gesturing for Ishikawa to proceed with the bloodletting. Ishikawa had anticipated this moment and wasted no time in using a kunai to slash his finger. That's too little, Kakashi exclaimed, shaking his head at the meager droplets of blood, before Ishikawa could respond. Kakashi swiftly seized the kunai and made another quick incision across Ishikawa's palm. Ugh! Ishikawa winced at the sudden sting, unable to suppress a groan of pain. Seeing this, Kakashi smirked, unfazed. Do you know what a blood contract entails? This is it. As Kakashi deftly wielded the bloodied hand of Ishikawa, inscribing intricate seals upon the creatures, Ishikawa suddenly comprehended the reason behind his mentor's decision to assist him in contracting only 3 animals. Gazing at the continuously inscribed crimson symbols, his complexion turned pale as the realization struck him. Goodness, had he attempted to contract 10 or 8, wouldn't he have bled to death? Was the blood contract truly such a perilous endeavor? You are overthinking it. I merely feared that your chakra might be insufficient. Moreover, in the case of an excessive number, it becomes exceedingly easy to err during summoning, Kakashi retorted with a teasing tone, guiding Ishikawa toward the second creature. Ishikawa, with wide eyes, soon found himself in awe as Kakashi completed the blood contract seals in less than 15 minutes. The moment the seals were finalized, Ishikawa hastily popped a healing pill into his mouth to restore his vitality. It seems you spent quite a sum on ninja tools. You're quite the clever one, Kakashi remarked, offering praise. For a ninja, Medicinal items, weaponry, and summoned beasts are all considered tools of the trade. Without waiting for Ishikawa's response, Kakashi swiftly formed the hand seals, his hands becoming a blur. Impressive. When will I attain such speed in forming seals? Ishikawa thought, filled with envy, and silently resolved to practice his seal speed whenever he wasn't mastering ninjutsu. With Ishikawa's keen attention, Kakashi rapidly completed the hand seals and, focusing intently, intoned a low command that I in the next instant. The crimson seals on the three creatures surged back into their bodies, akin to living entities, as black and red symbols flowed back, emitting a blood-like glow before vanishing entirely. Now, you can summon them using the summoning technique. Each creature requires a different amount of chakra, and this is something you must learn to control yourself. Kakashi remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. For inscribing seals continuously was indeed taxing that I see. Ishikawa nodded, his face slightly flushed as he observed Kakashi's actions. This is too much for you, Kakashi-san. Yet he felt a sudden wave of gratitude. Honestly, Kakashi had proven to be a remarkable teacher, and he pondered how to reciprocate this kindness, perhaps by alleviating the side effects of Sharingan. This is the hand seal for the summoning technique. After this, you need only place blood on your thumb to summon, Kakashi continued, unaware of Ishikawa's thoughts as he demonstrated the hand seals once more. This time, however, he did not summon Pakin, but merely showcased a standard teaching demonstration. Understood, Ishikawa replied with fervor, his eyes gleaming at the 5 hand seals of the summoning technique. Seizing the opportunity while his hands were still stained with blood, he began forming the seals: boar, dog, snake, monkey, ram, with the seals meticulously completed. Ishikawa shouted, channeling nearly all of his chakra, which erupted in a flash of energy. With a resounding poof, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and the hawk, dog, and snake sprang forth, liberated from their bindings and materializing before Ishikawa. Bark, bark, hiss, chirp. The 3 creatures, overjoyed by their newfound freedom, immediately scattered in various directions. Having been forcefully captured by Ishikawa earlier, they would not be foolish enough to attack him and risk being recaptured. Success, not bad. However, they are merely ordinary animals. Such a large expenditure of chakra is unnecessary, Kakashi commented, satisfied but not surprised. Ordinary animals lack chakra and cannot resist a ninja's summoning that I will practice diligently, Kakashi-sensei, Ishikawa replied, slightly breathless, refraining from pursuing the 3 contracted animals. After all, he could summon them at will. Why chase after them? Once he successfully possessed them, they would become docile and would no longer flee. Well then, that shall suffice for today. The intricacies of the blood contract are too cumbersome to delve into any further, Kakashi stated, glancing at the small creatures in the cage behind Ishikawa, and in a moment, he vanished without a trace. Several small animals. It was enough to wear him down. Huh, is that it? Ishikawa stood dumbfounded, watching Kakashi's sudden departure. Just when he felt so touched, he vanished. You can run from the monk, but not the temple. Just wait, Kakashi-sensei. With a disgruntled shout, Ishikawa hurriedly dragged the cage of small animals down the hill toward Kakashi's home. Due to excessive chakra expenditure and significant blood loss, by the time Ishikawa arrived at Kakashi's home, it was already nighttime. In response to Kakashi's speechless expression, Ishikawa unceremoniously tossed the small animals into his yard from outside and turned to leave. This marked the first time Kakashi felt the burden of a troublesome child. That evening, as Ishikawa had anticipated, Nohara Rin did not return, participating in the second round of the CHNIN exams within the Forest of Death. Without Rin by his side, Ishikawa promptly entered a mode of relentless training. Utilizing the advantage of the doorknob, he successfully grasped the practical application of the summoning technique that very night. Additionally, he subjected the 3 creatures to a brutal transformation jutsu, rendering them docile and compliant. In truth, they were not obedient. Rather, their diminished faculties made them incapable of evading human presence, allowing Ishikawa to possess them with ease. On the second night, Nohara Rin still had not returned. That night, Ishikawa once again practiced the transformation technique, making the possession of the animals even smoother and more fluid. On this day, at the 7th Squad's assembly point. Wait, how did they end up here? Ishikawa thought, his pupils narrowing in surprise as he arrived at the assembly point in a leisurely manner. Hey, hurry up! We've been waiting for you. Today we must show them what we've what if it's the genius Hyuga Neji. Our 7th squad will not be outdone. Upon seeing Ishikawa, his 2 companions exclaimed, as if they had found their anchor. Across from them stood the equally defiant members of the 3rd squad, Team Guy. Yo, Kakashi, is this the so-called genius, the hidden prodigy, Utaka Ishikawa? Upon Ishikawa's arrival, the tall, muscular, and thick-browed Might Guy called out excitedly, his eyes fixed intently on Ishikawa, as if attempting to discern something to a hidden genius. Am I truly that impressive? Ishikawa's lips twitched, gazing in confusion at Kakashi, who had surprisingly not arrived late today. What was Kakashi up to? Was he trying to establish a reputation as a genius to garner attention? Yet, with the top genius Neji standing right beside him, how could he pull that off? Ishikawa, I never expected you to be a hidden genius. How cunning of you to pretend to be an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy. Before Kakashi could utter a word, Lee stepped forward eagerly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Come on, let us have a duel between genius and underachiever. I want to see if you possess the qualifications to be called a genius. How dare you think you can challenge my brother? Yamada Taro interjected, stepping forward to defend Ishikawa. Just moments ago, the opposing side had Neji backing them, but now that their brother was present, he felt emboldened. That's right, my brother is as much of a genius as Neji, Taro's companion. In no way Jiro chimed in, looking disdainfully at the boastful Lee. What are you, an underachiever, to boast about testing the genius? If defeating you makes one a genius, then everyone in our class must be a genius. Such a contemptible fellow. You shameful lot. Lee felt his face burn with embarrassment. Yet the reality rendered him speechless. To be honest, with his lack of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he currently lacked the confidence to defeat Taro or Jiro. If an underachiever can't do it, what about me? Just as Lee fell silent, Neji, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up directly. Regardless of how one viewed it, Lee was still his teammate, and bullying him was akin to striking a blow against their 3rd squad's pride. Moreover, he was quite interested in Kakashi's so-called genius, Ishikawa. Neji, this is not the Ninja Academy. Our brother is quite strong. Be mindful of your words. Exactly. Don't think you're the only genius here. Our brother is too. Upon hearing Neji's challenge, Taro and Jiro gulped nervously, but immediately pushed Ishikawa forward, their actions fluid and seamless, leaving Ishikawa reeling and nearly toppling over. This is so embarrassing. They're just top students. And they're already this intimidated without even fighting. Cough, cough. May I inquire what exactly is happening here, Kakashi-sensei? Ignoring Neji's piercing gaze, Ishikawa turned to Kakashi, still bewildered by the situation. What is going on? Well, Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. Did he really need to recount how he had reported Ishikawa's talents to the 3rd Hokage that morning to secure more missions for their team? Only for Guy to overhear the word genius. And thus, he had been caught in a rivalry with his lifelong rival, leading to this class competition. The 3rd generation tacitly approved of this matter, refraining from assigning them any tasks. Allow me to elaborate. Young one, noticing Kakashi's prolonged silence, Might Guy eagerly interjected, raising his thumb to speak candidly. First, let me introduce myself. I am your teacher Kakashi's eternal rival, the Leaf Village Jonin. Might Guy, upon hearing this, Ishikawa and his 2 companions nodded vigorously, signifying their respect for the Jonin. Witnessing this, Might Guy grew even more animated, revealing a dazzling grin that could blind, and confidently proclaimed, on the path to becoming a ninja, mutual competition and shared achievements constitute the finest growth relationship. To foster your flourishing, I propose to pass on the fiery bond between Kakashi and myself to you, the new generation. Therefore, today your task is to engage in a class duel. Oh ho, are you feeling your blood boiling, young ones? I can already sense the fervor of youth igniting once more, burning with an unbearable intensity. With the final shout, Guy's exuberance caused Kakashi to instinctively step back, creating distance, leaving Ishikawa and the others momentarily stunned, disoriented by the wind. Even Guy's disciples, Neji, Rock Lee, and Ten, wore expressions of incredulity, stepping back in embarrassment. Clearly, they had yet to acclimatize to such fervent displays, with Lee notably lacking the fiery spirit and green jumpsuit of Guy. Teacher, may I refuse? Observing the suddenly awkward silence, Ishikawa tentatively inquired to Kakashi. Class duel? Such a trivial affair. Why would he want to participate? He had no desire to become the second Kakashi, living in fear of even a trip to the restroom. No way. Before Kakashi could respond, Might Guy vehemently rejected the notion, then turned his fiery gaze towards Kakashi, stating, previously, we had a record of 48 victories and ties. Thus, today's class duel will be our 49th battle to determine a victor. So serious? It seems there's no escaping today. Kakashi, observing the solemnity in his opponent's eyes, sighed in resignation and nodded in agreement. Although Guy could be quite bothersome at times, Kakashi had to admit he was right. On the ninja's path, one must have one or several competing partners that is both competition and mutual support, a presence to entrust one's back. Ishikawa and the others also needed such a bond. Oh ho! Now, I hereby declare the class duel officially commenced as a penalty for the losing team. They shall run 10 laps around the Leaf Village, and I will accompany and supervise. Might Guy exclaimed with the enthusiasm of a charged-up individual, causing the pupils of all 6 to constrict in shock and trepidation. Running 10 laps around a village spanning over 10 square kilometers? Good heavens! Is this a challenge any human can undertake? This is life-threatening. The first round. Speed. The first group to reach the summit across the mountain wins. Without waiting for any protests, Might Guy waved his hand excitedly and shouted. Almost instantaneously, as his words fell, Ishikawa seized his bewildered companions and dashed off like arrows released from a bow. Nonsense, he did not want to run 10 laps around the village. As for evading punishment, don't be ridiculous. With Guy's stubbornness, Ishikawa's small limbs could not resist. You 3 are too cunning. After a moment's hesitation, Lee, unwilling to be outdone, sprinted after them. Neji and Tenten exchanged wry smiles, quickening their pace to follow closely. If Ishikawa and his crew lost, they could potentially evade punishment. However, if they lost, Guy would undoubtedly make them face the consequences. This was the understanding they had formed over more than 2 months of camaraderie with Guy Dada. This is youth. Oh ho! Today is the moment for you to showcase your passionate spirits. Go on. Kakashi, watching the 6 dart away, Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Huh. Were you speaking just now? Got on the rooftops. Their heights varying, 3 figures zipped past, chasing each other like 2 gusts of wind sweeping through the Leaf Village. Darn it, they're catching up. Glancing back, Taro's expression changed as he hurriedly warned, although he had been somewhat dazed before. Now that the duel had commenced, they had to give it their all. What does it matter if Neji is the top student? With his older brother around, they had no fear. Ishikawa cast a sidelong glance at the relentless Neji trio behind them, feeling little concern, and smirked at I recall, from here to the target summit, there's a small lake along the direct route. Let us tread through the water and avoid detours. They had all completed the training of climbing trees and walking on water, so they were truly unafraid of Neji and his crew. The very least, Lee, who lagged behind, was unlikely to have mastered water walking. Perhaps even Tintin had not mastered it. I see, my brother is indeed remarkable. Jiro chuckled in agreement, exchanging knowing glances with Taro that if we traversed the lake by walking on water, we could gain at least half a minute, a considerable advantage in a speed contest. Accelerate. Neji, unaware of Ishikawa's plan, shouted as he unleashed chakra to hasten his pace. The so-called genius top student. How could he possibly be outpaced by 3 mediocre contemporaries? Use chakra. Observing Neji's acceleration, Ishikawa called out, unleashing chakra beneath his feet to increase his speed. His 2 companions naturally would not lag behind, similarly igniting chakra to speed up. However, compared to Ishikawa and Neji's precise control, their chakra bursts appeared somewhat wasteful, lacking that smooth finesse. This guy's chakra control is surprisingly on par with mine. How is that possible? Behind him, Neji felt a surge of shock as he assessed Ishikawa for the first time, but he had honed his chakra control through the gentle fist technique. Yet this commoner ninja surprisingly managed to achieve the same. This guy, could he truly be a hidden genius? How infuriating. I will surely unmask your facade. Suddenly, Neji's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening. It wasn't jealousy over Ishikawa's talent that fueled his anger, but rather his frustration at Ishikawa's concealed abilities. This guy with such outstanding talent had performed so averagely at the Ninja Academy. What did that make him, the acknowledged top student? This fellow must be viewing him as a mere monkey on stage. How infuriating, utterly unforgivable. Why has that guy's gaze suddenly turned so fierce? Is the top student really this petty? Perhaps sensing Neji's resentment, Ishikawa glanced sideways, silently mocking. However, he did not dwell on it, quickly urging his two companions onward. As they sped along, they soon arrived at an irregular oval-shaped lake, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Without any reduction in speed, Ishikawa and his companions dashed across the lake's surface as if it were solid ground. Propelling themselves forward out of course, Neji followed closely behind, also treading the water's surface. What are we supposed to do? They actually walked across the water. Behind them, Lee and Tintin skidded to a halt, exchanging bewildered glances. Neither of them had learned to walk on water. What were they to do? Darn it! Neji, now at the center of the lake, finally comprehended and shouted in frustration, forced to retrace his steps across the lake. Teacher Guy required teamwork, not merely individual competition. Follow me. Casting a disgruntled glance at his two lagging teammates, Neji steeled himself, the veins at his temples bulging as he activated his Byakugan in an instant. A black and white panorama of a kilometer radius flooded his mind. Observing Ishikawa and his companions, Neji scoffed and immediately led Tintin and Lee to pursue along the most direct route. Yet, every moment of delay cost them dearly. Even with Neji's Byakugan granting shortcuts, they could not match Ishikawa's direct speed. Over 10 minutes later, when Neji and his companions reached the summit, Ishikawa and his friends are already standing with Kakashi and Might Guy, awaiting their arrival. You are about a minute late. Thus, the first round of the duel goes to Kakashi's team. Observing the panting Neji trio, Might Guy, with an expression of stern yet heartfelt pride, announced loudly, truly, his eternal rival. Even his disciples are so outstanding. The second round, a practical match point 3 against 3, best 2 out of 3. Kakashi nodded approvingly at Ishikawa and his friends, speaking on behalf of the melancholic Might Guy. The two teams reached the summit only a minute apart, their physical exertion having been identical, rendering rest unnecessary. Ishikawa, allow me to witness your true strength. Almost the moment Kakashi announced this, a pinned-up Neji immediately spoke up. Clear in his intentions that he was the opponent I wished to duel, Neji, Lee, sensing the shift, hurried forward, displaying none of the self-awareness of being a mere side character. Indeed, that was also Ishikawa's sentiment. Presently, Lee was woefully inexperienced. Even his two sidekick companions could easily handle him. As for the sidekick, do not even entertain thoughts of defeating a genius. That is an impossibility. Neji coldly rejected, shoving Lee aside to confront Ishikawa directly. As you wish, I also wish to test the strength of the top student. Ishikawa showed no signs of weakness in the face of this challenge. After a period of rigorous training and enhancement, he had not only mastered the art of semi-finished spiritual transformation and summoning techniques, but had also significantly improved his chakra control and physical prowess through his studies of celestial techniques. Thus, he felt compelled to gauge the current disparity between himself and the prodigious Neji. He hoped that his strength would indeed align with the esteemed judgment bestowed upon him by the elite shinobi. Upon hearing Ishikawa mention the chief student once more, Neji's brows furrowed in displeasure, and he let out a cold huff. If he were to triumph over Ishikawa today, it would be satisfactory. However, should he inadvertently suffer defeat at the hands of this individual, the title of chief student would become a bitter mockery. Had Ishikawa truly become so embittered? Ishikawa, unfazed by Neji's surly demeanor, stepped forward with a slight smirk. After all, Neji had lost his father at the tender age of 4. While he himself had become a caged bird, his fate dictated by the main family. If the roles were reversed, it was likely that Ishikawa would harbor even greater resentment than Neji. Observing this, Ishikawa's companions swiftly retreated to widen the space between them, while Tion pulled Lee aside to create a fighting arena. Now, According to the traditional protocol for ninja battles, they began to form opposing seals. As the two prepared for confrontation, Kakashi called out that Kakashi's words held truth. Afterward, they would need to form a seal of reconciliation. Combat is combat, but do not let the emotions of battle spill over beyond the arena. Might Guy enthusiastically chimed in, his gaze filled with eager anticipation for the impending clash. How tedious. This is not a mere game of ninjas at the academy, Neji remarked, his rare bout of sarcasm evident. Though his actions were sincere as he formed a single-handed seal. Observing this, Ishikawa mirrored the gesture, forming the opposing seal reminiscent of the first Hokage's and Madara's single-handed hand signs. Thus, the battle commenced. With his Byakugan activated, Neji swiftly adopted the opening stance of the gentle fist, opening with the Byakugan right away. Neji, what have I done to warrant such animosity? Ishikawa retreated immediately upon witnessing Neji's eyes activate, internally lamenting the predicament he found himself in. Under the watchful gaze of the Byakugan, every movement he made was laid bare before Neji, leaving him no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. "Prepare yourself," he exclaimed, swiftly retrieving 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, which he launched in a triangular formation. As the projectiles hurtled toward him, Neji, with a dismissive glance, evaded the shurikens at an acute angle, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball. "Here it comes." Ishikawa's pupils dilated as he once again hurled kunai and shurikens at breakneck speed, determined to thwart Neji's advance. Bang, bang, bang. Neji remained unfazed by Ishikawa's standard genin-level assault, deftly producing a kunai with which he blocked the incoming projectiles. In the presence of my Byakugan, I see through your attacks with absolute clarity. If this is all you can muster, then this game shall conclude here." With a disdainful snort, Neji skillfully deflected all of Ishikawa's ninja tool attacks, sending a kunai hurtling toward Ishikawa's face in an attempt to disrupt his movements and buy himself some time. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. Ishikawa sighed inwardly, channeling chakra beneath his feet to evade the incoming kunai. But what if the attack was unseen? Almost simultaneously with Ishikawa's landing, he yanked an invisible wire with confidence and a sardonic smile. "What?" Neji's expression shifted as he noticed Ishikawa's movement, his Byakugan intensifying with ferocity. In that instant, the kunai that had been deflected earlier were ensnared by the nearly imperceptible wires, which coiled around Neji. Gleaming with silvery light, these were specially crafted wires, finer than fishing line. Thus, it became apparent that from the outset, Ishikawa had no intention of directly attacking Neji with ninja tools. He was setting a trap. Observing the unfolding scene, Tion suddenly understood, her heart swelling with concern. These nearly invisible wires were not only as thin as hair, but also incredibly resilient. Even the Byakugan would struggle to detect them. Neji was in peril. The essence of ninja battles lies in intelligence. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist is renowned throughout the ninja world. There was no way he would allow you to get close. Ishikawa nodded with a smile. Tightening his grip on the wires to restrain Neji, he engaged in combat by leveraging the intelligence he possessed about Neji, preemptively obstructing the potential for a gentle fist assault. Such clarity of thought. Kakashi, I can almost see your shadow within him. Is that so? However, I doubt that the chief student of the Hyuga clan will prove to be so easily subdued. Might Guy chuckled, before his expression turned serious. Though it may sound somewhat boastful, Neji truly is a genuine genius. Even if your disciple is a genius, he could never hope to surpass Neji. My guy's words fell. Neji's expression softened, his gaze steely. "I see. You fear the name of the Hyuga clan." However, it seemed he had overlooked a crucial detail that moment. A visible blue chakra erupted from Neji's palm. "I previously stated that in the presence of my Byakugan, I perceive your attacks with absolute clarity, including these wires. Your clever little tricks have led you into my Bagua domain." "Bagua domain," Kakashi gasped, his right eye fixated on Neji's hands ignited with chakra. The gentle fist, has he truly mastered the Hyuga clan's secret technique, the 8 trigrams palm? As Kakashi was still recovering from shock, Neji deftly twisted his body at an acute angle, using the gentle fist to sever the wires as he charged at Ishikawa. "Of course, I am aware of this." Thus, the wires were merely a means to buy time and secure your position. In a flash, Ishikawa shouted, swiftly forming hand seals as Neji made his move. Lightning release. Thunderbolt, arrow. In the blink of an eye, as Neji closed the distance to less than 2 meters from Ishikawa, he unleashed a concentrated bolt of lightning from his palm. The crackling arcs of electricity intertwined. The white lightning became a blur as it surged toward Neji, the situation becoming dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Neji made a snap decision to abandon his attack, channeling chakra beneath his feet to evade. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ishikawa's other hand tugged at the severed wire, causing it to connect with the lightning. Crackle! The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Just as Neji leapt into the air, a net of electrified wires formed above him. Striking him with a jolt, Neji felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, his body involuntarily succumbing to gravity. With a whoosh as Neji's body fell, Ishikawa unleashed a surge of chakra, appearing beside him. A kunai pressed against his throat that I apologize, but I am the victor. I have lost? Upon hearing Ishikawa's calm declaration, Neji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had yet to unleash the gentle fist techniques he had diligently trained in, and yet he found himself defeated in such a ludicrous manner. But the cold sensation against his neck reminded him that had this been a real battlefield, he would already be dead. This was the harsh truth, an agonizing reality he could not accept. Now, let us form the seal of reconciliation. Ishikawa, indifferent to Neji's astonishment, reached out to complete the seal and conclude the battle. He understood that his victory today was solely due to intelligence and an element of surprise. In terms of raw power, he could not hope to defeat Neji, not to mention that the impending release of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, would be far beyond his capacity to endure. You forced the seal of reconciliation. Neji finally reacted, his face a mask of frustration. He had come to understand the reason for his defeat. At its core, it stemmed from his utter ignorance of Ishikawa. He was entirely unaware that his opponent possessed lightning release techniques. And what of Ishikawa? As contemporaries, he was undoubtedly privy to all the intelligence regarding Neji, and he had seized the opportunity to execute a cunning plan. Moreover, even when Ishikawa had pressed the kunai to his throat, he had not been without means to retaliate. If he had quickly channeled chakra through his neck, he would have sustained no more than a minor injury. This maneuver was hardly difficult for one well-versed in the gentle fist. Yet Ishikawa, the crafty fellow, had declared his victory at that crucial moment, causing Neji to falter and allowing him to impose the seal of reconciliation. That scoundrel, he even resorted to psychological warfare. Whether it was a lack of experience or a moment of carelessness, ultimately, a loss was a loss. There were no opportunities for regret on the battlefield. Just as Neji felt the pent-up frustration threatening to explode, Might Guy appeared at his side with a complex, in a moment of melancholy. Might Guy suddenly extended his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Congratulations, Neji, you have found a true rival worthy of competition. At the very least, Ishikawa has provided you with a valuable lesson today, has he not? Humph. Next time, I shall deliver him a thorough lesson. Neji's expression fluctuated between dark and light for a brief moment before he disdainfully fixed his gaze on Ishikawa, coldly proclaiming, "Next time, I shall surely let you experience the might of my Bagua palm." With a meaningful glance at Ishikawa, Kakashi stepped forward to inquire, "So, who shall take the stage for the second round?" Ishikawa's unexpected victory over the prodigy Neji was beyond Kakashi's expectations, considering that his opponent was a master of the gentle fist technique. However, the fact that Ishikawa managed to triumph through intelligence and strategy, despite the odds, showcased a hint of true ninja prowess. Indeed, he was worthy of being Kakashi's acknowledged disciple. "That I will go," exclaimed Lee, brimming with excitement, his gaze fervently directed at Taro and Jiro. "You at the tail end wish to chase after a genius. How naive." "Lee," Jiro retorted, stepping forward. Lee, renowned as the infamous underachiever of their cohort, felt it was his duty to teach Jiro a lesson, reminding him of the insurmountable chasm that lay between genius and mediocrity. The underachiever should content himself with his status. If genius were so easily attainable, the very notion of genius would not exist. "Do you think you are our elder brother Ishikawa? Stop dreaming," Taro chimed in disdainfully. dismissing Jiro's eagerness to compete. After all, it was a best 2 out of 3. Their elder brother had already secured victory, sealing Lee's fate in this match. Damn it. Even if I am an underachiever, I will strive with effort and sweat to catch up to Neji and Ishikawa, that I will prove to you all, through action, that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I can become an outstanding ninja. Lee declared, his face flushed with anger at the mockery from the two. That child seems to possess a bit of your spirit, Guy. Kakashi remarked, glancing back, memories of Guy's youthful exuberance flashing through his mind. Who knows, he might actually win. Are you acknowledging Lee? Guy asked, his voice filled with excitement. For Lee was his most cherished disciple. Kakashi offered no response, instead moving to stand before Lee and Jiro. The two formed opposing hand seals. Begin. With the completion of their seals, Kakashi swiftly departed. Almost the moment he left, Lee launched a powerful side kick, taking the initiative. Too immature, Jiro casually blocked, showing no sign of being fazed, but as their limbs collided, his expression suddenly changed. In the next instant, he was sent flying back several steps by an overwhelming force. What immense power! Jiro exclaimed, grimacing in pain as he felt a sharp ache in his arm. This spectacle caused Taro Ishikawa's pupils to contract and his expression to shift noticeably. Having foreseen the events, Ishikawa was filled with astonishment. Could it be that Lee had undergone weighted training? No, that seemed incorrect. It appeared that Lee had garnered Guy's attention during his time at the Ninja Academy and had been honing his physical prowess for years. Yes, you have said, perhaps I am not an outstanding ninja due to my lack of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yet, this allows me to pour all my energy tenfold into my physical training. Today is the moment I showcase the fruits of my labor, Lee suddenly proclaimed with conviction, without giving Jiro a chance to respond. He pressed forward, unleashing a powerful strike. An underachiever is still an underachiever. No amount of effort can alter reality. Jiro seethed in frustration as he distanced himself, chakra flaring beneath his feet, forming hand seals. This is the insurmountable gap between us. Upon completing his hand seals, Jiro shouted in anger, unleashing water release. Water surge. It's over, that fool, Ishikawa thought, covering his face as he braced for the inevitable outcome. Do you think you were the second Hokage? Using water release in a dry area? As long as Lee can withstand this technique, the outcome is clear. And indeed, as Ishikawa predicted, Jiro's water release, while normally effective, was grossly disproportionate in chakra consumption to the volume of water produced in such an arid environment. Although the 5-meter-wide water column was intimidating, it failed to harm Lee in the slightest due to his speed. It merely served as a momentary hindrance, leaving Lee slightly damp. Meanwhile, Jiro, having exhausted his chakra, found himself swiftly on the defensive as Lee seized the opportunity, relentlessly pursuing him until he was left bruised and ultimately surrendered. This outcome was unexpected not only for Jiro and Taro, but even for Lee himself. Initially, he believed that despite years of physical training, he would not stand a chance against Jiro, yet he was taken aback by Jiro's weakness once his chakra was depleted. In that instant, the deep-seated self-doubt within Lee crumbled, replaced by a fervent confidence in the power of effort. You truly lack the essence of a ninja's battle, Kakashi observed, shaking his head at Jiro and Lee before announcing the commencement of the third round. Compared to the clash between Ishikawa and Neji, their skirmish resembled a child's play. Far too juvenile. The previously certain victory had transformed into this spectacle. Jiro, you have greatly disappointed both me and our elder brother. It seems I must now take it upon myself to salvage our dignity. With a bemused expression, Ishikawa silently prayed that Tenten wouldn't bring an excessive amount of ninja tools to the match. What could possibly go wrong? After several exchanges of physical techniques, Tenten retreated, creating distance to unfurl a scroll, unleashing her financial prowess. In an instant, a torrent of gleaming ninja tools rained down upon Taro, forcing him into a frantic series of evasive maneuvers. After barely escaping one wave, upon witnessing Tenten retrieve another scroll, Taro hastily surrendered without a second thought. He hadn't even had the chance to utilize his signature fire release technique. And he found himself outmatched by Jiro. I'm sorry, elder brother, Taro admitted, his face pale as he approached Ishikawa, his head bowed in shame. It was not that he lacked the will to continue, but rather that Tintin's attacks were far too intimidating. This is not a real battle. Such danger is utterly absurd. With 3 rounds, the second match goes to Team Guy, resulting in a tie. Guy, shall we call a day? Kakashi gently suggested, turning to address Taro as he expressed his embarrassment that a tie. How can a competition end so abruptly? Guy responded without hesitation, his gaze fervently fixed on Kakashi. Oh no. The moment Guy's fiery gaze fell upon him, Kakashi's expression shifted, sensing impending trouble. Kakashi, since this is a class showdown, let us as instructors engage in a final duel. Speak your mind. Whether it be a physical contest, a sprint, or even diving, I can accommodate your request. As he beheld the fervent enthusiasm radiating from Guy, Kakashi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that he was indeed trapped by the spirited youngsters. So, a battle between Jonin? How exhilarating, Tintin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at the impending duel between Kakashi and Guy. Oh ho, I suddenly feel the fiery youth of Teacher Guy, Lee shouted, invigorated and awakened by the spirit of youthful fervor. Not only were they two, but even the so-called genius Neji gazed at Kakashi and Guy with eager anticipation. Although Ishikawa and his companions shared in the anticipation, they remained comparatively subdued, having participated in battles against shadow-level opponents. Then, let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the victor, Kakashi declared, surprising the anxious crowd, including Guy, nearly causing them to stumble. Indeed, I should not have expected Teacher Kakashi to exhibit any enthusiasm. Ishikawa grumbled under his breath. Having initially thought that Kakashi would take the challenge seriously, it seems I was overly optimistic. Is this your instructor? To avoid confrontation is rather pathetic, Tintin criticized from the sidelines, prompting Lee and Neji to nod in agreement. They were convinced that fear of defeat motivated such behavior. What do you know? Kakashi-sensei is a powerful ninja capable of battling the 4th Raikage. How could he possibly be afraid? Though Kakashi had a penchant for tardiness and laziness, his strength was indisputable. The Raikage of Kyumogakure. Upon hearing Taro and Jiro's rebuttal, Neji's expression shifted drastically, his fists clenched as painful memories of his father's demise at the hands of the clan and Kyumogakure resurfaced. In that instant, Neji's gaze towards Kakashi transformed, imbued with newfound respect. Although he was unaware of the specifics, Neji recognized Kakashi's prowess as a jonin based on his confrontation with the Raikage alone. Meanwhile, Tintin and Lee stood with mouths agape, incredulous at the sight of the nonchalant Kakashi scratching his head. Are you joking? The Raikage is indeed a ninja of the same caliber as the Hokage. How is it possible that this individual could engage the Raikage in combat and still escort Ishikawa and the others back to the village safely? The 3, lost in astonishment, completely overlooked the grammatical error in Taro and Jiro's statement, which implied that Kakashi had fought the Raikage, but did not specify that he had emerged victorious or reached a stalemate. This was an unavoidable situation, as the 3rd Hokage had already issued a directive for Team 7 to keep confidential the information regarding Tsunade's battle with her fear of blood. Naturally, the 2 subordinates could not divulge the fact that Tsunade had also participated in the confrontation. What a predicament! Upon hearing his own impetuous disciple's revelation, Kakashi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Realizing the impending trouble, sure enough, when he turned to look, he found his old rival, Might Guy, eagerly preparing for a bout, his fighting spirit ablaze. Roar! He had managed to engage the Raikage in battle. Truly, he was my eternal adversary. Let us engage in a spirited contest today and revel in the sweat of our exertions. Kakashi, no. I refuse, Kakashi swiftly retorted without a moment's hesitation. Before Might Guy could counter, Kakashi continued, while individual strength is indeed significant, one must not underestimate the role of fortune. Rock, paper, scissors is a manifestation of both luck and skill. Otherwise, let us declare today's encounter a draw. Upon witnessing Kakashi's stance, Might Guy clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. Is luck a form of strength? Very well. Let us engage in rock, paper, scissors. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Fool! You've been duped. Neji rolled his eyes in exasperation, taken aback by his overly passionate teacher's naivety. No, luck is indeed vital. Much like our recent battle, Ishikawa stepped forward with a faint smile, placing a hand on Neji's shoulder, much to his astonishment. You? Neji's face paled as he attempted to shake off Ishikawa's arm, only to hear Ishikawa quietly add, "If we were friends, perhaps I could share some information about the wreckage." Instantly, Neji suppressed his impulse to break free from Ishikawa's grasp, staring at him in disbelief. Did this individual know of his vendetta? How else could he have made such a statement? Despite not understanding the nature of your grievances with the Cloud Village, your reaction upon hearing about the wreckage was markedly different. Thus, Neji, if our adversary is indeed the Cloud Village, I believe we could become allies. Observing Neji's astonishment, Ishikawa continued, as the saying goes, a good man has three helpers. In the world of ninjas, even protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke rely on one another for support. Why not seek out a genius to have at one's back? Genius Neji, you are undoubtedly qualified. Rock, paper, or scissors. Just as the two locked eyes, Kakashi and Might Guy, launched into their spirited contest, in an instant. With a clear declaration, a fist and a pair of scissors were laid down. "Ha ha! Brother, we have won!" Taro exclaimed, relief washing over him, as if he had just received an adrenaline rush. Heaven knows how tense he had been. If they had lost, they would have been forced to run 10 laps around the village. 10 laps. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. In stark contrast to Taro and Jiro's elation, Tion and Lee paled, their legs trembling. Not only them. Even Neji, standing beside Ishikawa, wore a stiff expression, his mouth twitching. Each their own, Might Guy declared, his eyes glistening with tears as he called out, Tion, Lee Neji, come join me in the exuberance of youth. Without hesitation, he dropped into a handstand, proclaiming, "As your teacher, I shall accompany you in this endeavor." Handstand? Impossible. Just running on our feet is already a challenge. How can one run on their hands? Jiro gasped in disbelief. While Taro stood dumbfounded. Go. Might Guy disregarded the astonished expressions of his two disciples, shouting as he took off with Lee and Tion in tow, "I will find you, Ishikawa." Neji gritted his teeth, leaving behind a parting remark as he quickly pursued. Though running 10 laps around the village was a formidable task, nearly impossible, he was eager to witness the limits of this Jonin instructor, who could stand as Kakashi's equal. Finally, he had managed to evade a calamity. With such a passionate teacher, even slacking off was out of the question. Those three were truly in for a rough time. Watching Guy's team sweat profusely under the scorching sun, Taro and Jiro exhaled deeply, secretly relieved that Kakashi's laziness sometimes bore fruit. Yes, that's so. Kakashi remarked with a hint of amusement, casting a sidelong glance that made Ishikawa and the others feel a sense of foreboding. While it was true that luck could sometimes be deemed a form of strength, to equate luck with one's own abilities was sheer folly. You three, fall in behind them and run until exhaustion. Do not even think about slacking off. I will be watching you, Nanny. The two disciples paled, their faces drained of color upon hearing Kakashi's command. Quit your chatter and run. Ishikawa chided, if you two hadn't blabbed, we wouldn't be in this mess. How unfortunate it was. Consider it an extreme training session. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, as Ishikawa and the others were forced into training, the scene shifted to the battlefield of the Chunin exams in the Death Forest. To think our opponents would be you, Kakashi remarked, observing the synchronized competition before him. Guy, Genma, and Ebisu. With a candy in his mouth, Obito scoffed, Today, I will show Kakashi the might of Obito and earn Lin's admiration. The second round of the preliminary team battles begins now. As Obito's words fell, the Chunin examiner signaled for the match to commence, stepping back. Determined to impress, Obito quickly formed hand seals and, unable to contain himself, shouted, fire style. Great fireball technique. However, just as Obito completed his hand seals and opened his mouth to unleash the technique, he abruptly felt the candy lodged in his throat, interrupting his jutsu. Suddenly, as confusion washed over him, a massive foot struck him squarely in the face, and then the formidable Obito lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. What was that guy planning to do? Might Guy pondered, scratching his head in bewilderment at the sight of his opponent, who had collapsed with candy spilling from his mouth. What an idiot, Kakashi muttered, watching his teammates blunder with exasperation as he stepped forward to confront the enemy. Kakashi, leave him to me. At that moment, Lin suddenly shouted, raising her fist. With a swift motion, she propelled herself off the ground, her delicate fist aimed directly at Might Guy. Without hesitation, Might Guy executed a swift lateral kick to counter her strike. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm. He was well aware of Might Guy's prowess and taijutsu that Lin's strength alone would not suffice to withstand him. Not only Kakashi, but even Might Guy's teammates, Genma and Ebisu, shared the same sentiment that now's our chance. In an instant, Genma and Ebisu exchanged glances and surged toward Kakashi, aiming to prevent his intervention. As long as Guy could defeat Lin, the three of them would ensure that even the genius Kakashi would face defeat. In the blink of an eye, just as Kakashi prepared to spring into action, a thunderous collision echoed through the air as fists and legs clashed. Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Might Guy's face turned pale as he was sent flying by Lin's punch. Though he was only propelled a few meters, the astonishing scene left everyone slack-jawed. How is this possible? This must be a joke. Genma and Ebisu stood frozen, momentarily stunned. You lose, Kakashi responded, seizing the opportunity in the midst of their astonishment, pressing a kunai to Genma's chest. Beside them, Ebisu glanced between Guy and Genma, then at the watchful Kakashi and Lin. Pretending to adjust his sunglasses and wipe the sweat from his brow, he awkwardly turned away. Examiner, I concede. If he couldn't handle Kakashi alone, adding the explosive Lin into the equation rendered further combat pointless. To his surprise, the typically gentle Lin revealed an unexpected side to her strength. Meanwhile, at the observation tower, "Is that your student?" Minato remarked, intrigued as he observed Lin on the monitor. "I seem to see a reflection of Tsunade in that child." The ever-vibrant Furutobi gazed intently at the screen, genuinely impressed. While Lin's technique surprised me, it pales in comparison to the strength of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Minato, modest as ever, had a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Could Lin have conceived this technique due to her connection with the Rasengan? Such a clever girl. You remain as humble as ever, Minato. Hiruzen chuckled, taking pride in the formidable students of the Leaf Village. They were the current pillars of Konoha, though it was unfortunate that Tsunade was no longer with them. Initially, I believed that only Kakashi would pass this Chunin exam. Now it seems that this child is also quite promising. Minato, for the third round of individual matches, I propose we arrange a duel between her and Kakashi to assess her eligibility for promotion to Chunin. With a dry cough, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic. And the suggestion he made left Minato agape to have Rin face off against Kakashi. One could easily surmise that Nohara Rin would be utterly defeated. After all, Kakashi is a prodigious ninja. Nightfall in the hyperdimensional room. Ding, ding, ding. When Ishikawa was abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of an alarm, he gazed at the familiar surroundings of his room and couldn't help but smile wryly. He never anticipated that his extreme outburst could allow him to circle the village of Konoha thrice. It was simply astonishing for how he returned after fainting. It was evident that Kakashi must have brought him back. Fortunately, he had lost consciousness in the evening. Otherwise, being returned by Kakashi in the dead of night would have been quite the predicament. In this hyperdimensional connection, Ishikawa was uncertain whether outsiders could open the door from the outside. Regardless of the answer, it raised suspicions. If it could be opened, the secret of the hyperdimensional space would be revealed. If not, it posed an even greater issue. How could a distinguished elite shinobi be incapable of opening a mere door? It would be incredulous if this were to be disclosed. No, an experiment must be conducted to avert such a crisis. Gazing at the hyperdimensional room, which had once again overlapped, Ishikawa felt his legs weaken and his body unwell as he reached for the doorknob. Creak, the familiar sensation of electricity coursed through him. Ishikawa felt all the cells in his body frantically absorbing energy, each one rapidly regaining vitality. This feeling was more intense than he had ever experienced before. The refined chakra he possessed had apparently increased by about 50%. Was this the benefit of extreme training? After 5 minutes, Ishikawa, reveling in his newfound condition, was filled with delight. Previously, he hesitated to claim the strength of his chakra, but now he was confident that he possessed 20% of Kakashi's chakra, equating to 0.2 units. Although still inadequate, this represented a significant improvement for Ishikawa. At the very least, he was nearing the threshold of mastering the Rasengan technique. With 0.3 units of chakra, Ishikawa could commence his training in the Rasengan. Achieving 0.5 units would enable him to confidently execute the spirit transformation technique. However, before that, he needed to hone his mastery of the Sage technique. Speaking of which, had Rin not yet concluded her second round of the CH exams today? Without her assistance, the progress of his Sage technique was exceedingly slow. Muttering to himself, Ishikawa promptly commenced his training. Creak. Just as Ishikawa placed the fish on the table, the inner door swung open abruptly. In Nohara, Rin entered. Phew! He had nearly missed her arrival. What a close call. Seeing Ishikawa's astonishment, Rin quickly shut the door and, with a playful grin, stuck out her tongue, recalling the results of the afternoon's team battle. Rin approached with cheerful enthusiasm. Ishikawa, I knocked Might Guy away with a single punch using my super strength technique. Teacher Minato even said that the third Hokage praised me. Ishikawa replied, You're saying that Obito got stuck in candy. Allowing Guy to kick him unconscious, and then you, out of frustration, punch Guy away. As Rin chattered on about the sequence of events, Ishikawa felt his mouth twitch. Good grief, wasn't this the iconic scene from the CH exam featuring my dear Obito and Guy? So, it seems that in this CH exam, only Kakashi advanced, while Obito and Rin did not pass. Generally, the CH exams are held twice a year, once mid-year and once at the year's end. It appears he had misremembered. Rin likely wouldn't be promoted to CH this time, but rather would advance alongside Obito in the next round. However, given Rin's fierce performance, she might alter the narrative and achieve her promotion ahead of schedule. Indeed, it seems he must exercise greater caution in divulging information to avoid complications. Might Guy? Noticing Ishikawa's contemplative demeanor, Rin blinked her large eyes curiously. Wasn't Ishikawa Kakashi's student? Why was he referring to Might Guy as a teacher? Well, Guy and Kakashi were indeed close friends who relied on each other. Thus, their respective teams often collaborated for mutual improvement. After all, Guy was also an exceptionally powerful taijutsu shinobi, possessing strength rivaling that of Kakashi, and was known as the proud Azure Beast of Konoha. Guy's team. An elite shinobi, the proud Azure Beast of Konoha? Upon hearing this, Rin's adorable face widened in disbelief. How could Might Guy even be compared to the genius Kakashi? It wasn't that she held any disdain for this once underperforming peer. It was merely astonishing to hear that the least capable member of their class had caught up to the most formidable genius. That aside, I have a few questions regarding the Sage technique that I need to trouble you with, Miss Rin. Ishikawa waved his hand, redirecting back to the main topic. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste it on trivial matters that, no problem. The final individual match begins in 3 days, so I have time to help you train now. 3 days, huh? Ishikawa nodded nonchalantly, privately contemplating whether he should possess an animal during that time to witness the event. Given the chakra he could currently refine, maintaining a low energy state for 3 to 5 hours should pose no issue. However, this hinged on a critical condition. Ishikawa must cross through the temporal gate to enter the Third War's timeline. Otherwise, should the technique fail and his spirit be unable to return to its original form, Ishikawa would be doomed. No, this was still too risky. After a moment, Ishikawa suppressed his curiosity about witnessing the event of the narrative and resolved that preserving his life was paramount. If something were to go awry, he would lament his choices far too late. Knock, knock. Just as Ishikawa firmly resolved to adhere to the principle of self-preservation, a series of crisp knocks echoed from outside the door. Instantly, this unexpected occurrence caused both Ishikawa and Nohara Rin to change their expressions simultaneously. What should they do? Should they open the door? Rin, filled with a mix of panic and anticipation, felt extremely apprehensive about this sudden surprise. There was a dual concern, one for the potential revelation of the hyperdimensional room's secret, and the other for the curiosity regarding an individual from another future era. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. You hide in the bathroom for a moment. I'll go check. Taking a deep breath, Ishikawa exchanged a glance with Rin and approached the door. He had anticipated such a situation. After all, ninjas could be summoned for urgent tasks, or friends might seek them out at any hour. But he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Thus, there was no better day than today. The door is unlocked. You may enter. Reaching the door, Ishikawa called out after confirming that Rin had hidden in the bathroom. As he spoke, Ishikawa kept a vigilant eye on the door gap, his heart racing that if the visitor managed to open the door, he would need to push them out immediately and close it behind them. However, should that occur, the most undesirable outcome would materialize. The hyperdimensional room was not a sanctuary and required precautions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and beads of sweat formed on Ishikawa's forehead. The tense silence stretched on. With no sounds from outside, nor any indication that the door had opened. Were they asleep? That would make sense, given the day's exertion. Even he had reached his limit, let alone the other person. Just as Ishikawa was about to speak again, a deep sigh emanated from outside the door. That voice. Hinata Neji. Why would he come here? Ishikawa's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected to find Neji at the door. Previously, the latter had stated he would seek him out, but he hadn't anticipated that he would arrive so eagerly that very night. It seemed that Neji was quite invested in the information regarding the wreckage of the Cloud Village. Wait, since Ishikawa could clearly hear Neji's murmurs, how could Neji not have heard his earlier shout? Could it be? Creak. Hearing footsteps approach from outside, Ishikawa hesitated no longer and swiftly opened the door. Neji, why are you looking for me so late at night? He quickly exited, shutting the door behind him as he called out to the turning Neji. While speaking, Ishikawa feigned yawn, appearing lethargic and unenergetic. I was hoping to see you, Ishikawa, Neji replied, his tense demeanor relaxing. However, just as he completed half of his sentence, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged into his brain, causing him to lose consciousness. I asked this guy here to be comedic? Observing the utterly exhausted Neji, Ishikawa felt speechless. He understood that Neji was eager to learn about the wreckage information, but there was no need to rush so fervently. Glancing at the sky, Ishikawa resignedly supported Neji against the door, preparing to let him rest outside until the hyperdimensional connection concluded, at which point he would bring him inside to sleep on the floor. Wait. Just as Ishikawa was about to step inside, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. Previously, he had wanted to see if others could open the door from the outside. Now, with the unconscious Neji, wasn't he the perfect experimental subject? Under normal circumstances, Ishikawa's spirit transformation technique would be utterly ineffective against Neji. However, faced with a Neji who was utterly exhausted and on the verge of unconsciousness, it would be uncharacteristic of Ishikawa not to test his limits. The spirit transformation technique was something he could wield at will, and without hesitation, Ishikawa formed the necessary hand seals to activate his jutsu. In an instant, a substantial portion of the spiritual entity surged forth, penetrating Neji's body with an astonishing speed that could rival a thief in the night. The next moment, the seemingly unconscious Neji suddenly opened his eyes, radiating an intense brilliance. Indeed, when confronted with an unresisting target, I found I could exert control. Trembling, Ishikawa watched as Neji rose unsteadily, his hand reaching instinctively for the doorknob. Although he could manipulate the unconscious Neji, time was of the essence, and he had mere seconds to act. With a series of clicks, the doorknob rattled, yet the unlatched door remained immovable, as if it were broken. This was fortuitous. While there were still suspicions, the existence of the time-space room would not be exposed. Ishikawa felt a surge of joy and, sensing the remaining chakra within him, unleashed it without hesitation. The Byakugan activated. With a creak, the door lock turned, and through the gap, Nohara, still bewildered by the unfolding events, witnessed Ishikawa collapse dramatically at the threshold. Ishikawa, she exclaimed, rushing forward to pull him back into the room. In the process, she caught a glimpse of the equally unconscious Hinata Neji outside. However, out of caution, Nohara hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to ignore Neji and firmly shut the door with her foot. Quickly, charge me up, Ishikawa gasped, a smile creeping onto his lips as he silently praised Rin's steadfast attitude. As long as she wasn't a Na'vi savior who rushed to help anyone in distress, their safety would be well assured, at the very least. He had confirmed that this time-space room was impervious to the Byakugan's gaze, revealing only the ordinary black and white visage of the apartment building. Sound from within could not escape, and the door was locked to anyone but him. I trust Rin's situation is similar. Charging up, What a metaphor. Do you think you're a human battery? Yawahara Rin chuckled softly at Ishikawa's insistence. Yet her actions were earnest as she positioned him before the inner door. With a crackle of electricity, 5 minutes later, Ishikawa, now revitalized to his peak, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Rin. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly exited, dragging the unconscious Neji inside. Who is he? Why did you bring him back? Yawahara Rin asked, taken aback by Ishikawa's audacity. Did he not fear that the man might awaken and discover the truth? This is Kai-sensei's disciple, our generation's foremost genius, Hinata Neji. Ishikawa replied confidently, his gaze fixed on the motionless Neji. Previously, he had feared such a scenario, intending to bring Neji back only after the time-space connection concluded. However, after employing the spirit transformation technique, Ishikawa felt Neji's profound fatigue, as this jutsu was designed to assail an enemy's very soul. If he could not even sense the state of his target soul, how could he hope to assassinate or control them, causing their spirit to shatter and perish? Furthermore, Ishikawa discovered an unexpected turn of events. So, I apologize, Neji, but I require your assistance to confirm one final experiment. He sighed inwardly, glancing at the unconscious Neji. This is the disciple of Might Guy, Yawahara Rin remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Neji before refraining from further inquiries. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to squander it on trivial matters. Soon, Ishikawa and Yawahara Rin resumed their focus on the issue of mastering the sage arts, as time hastily slipped away. They soon arrived at the moment when the time-space connection was about to conclude. Now is the time. Observing the gradually fading furniture and Yawahara Rin, Ishikawa directed his attention back to the unconscious Neji. Under Rin's astonished gaze, he seized Neji's right hand and, with astonishing speed, grasped the doorknob. With a click, familiar electricity surged through Neji's body, rendering him unconscious once more. Indeed, no one else could open that door. Watching as Yawahara Rin vanished along with the door, Ishikawa exhaled a long sigh of relief. This experiment was crucial for him, should an unforeseen circumstance arise where someone entered the time-space room. This door would serve as his ultimate means of self-preservation. Heaven help me, I hope I never have to resort to this. With a resigned sigh, Ishikawa began to feign waiting for Neji to awaken. 3 minutes later, where am I? In a daze, Neji suddenly regained consciousness, staring up at a completely unfamiliar ceiling in confusion. Wait, my body. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Neji sprang up in shock. Is this the reward for my extreme training? His physique seemed to have enhanced by at least 10%, which was nothing short of miraculous. Did you notice? I was quite exhausted saving you, just as Neji marveled at his newfound strength. A weary voice from behind startled him. Whirling around, he saw Ishikawa, pale and seemingly on the verge of collapse, slumped against the sofa with a disgruntled expression. Ishikawa, why are you here? Why wouldn't it be me? I should be asking why you're trespassing in my home at this hour. Ishikawa retorted, feigning indignation. If it weren't for my medical ninjutsu, you'd be in serious trouble. Neji's pupils dilated at Ishikawa's words. After a brief moment, Neji recalled the events leading up to his fainting to obtain information regarding the wreckage and to clarify his suspicions about Ishikawa. He had detached himself from the team in exhaustion and swallowed a soldier pill to seek out Ishikawa. Little did he know, he would collapse before he could say a word. How embarrassing. It was utterly humiliating, but I'm sorry for the trouble, he said, glancing at Ishikawa's pale face, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. However, he was surprised to learn that Ishikawa possessed medical ninjutsu. He truly was a hidden genius. No wonder his condition had changed so drastically. It was Ishikawa's medical ninjutsu that had aided in his recovery. Well, as long as you help me keep my medical ninjutsu a secret, that will suffice. It's my trump card, my hidden ace. Ishikawa waved his hand dismissively, attempting to cover up the extraordinary nature of the doorknob. After all, this was only a one-time occurrence, and given Neji's exhausted state, he likely wouldn't notice anything amiss. That's no problem, Neji quickly agreed, his gaze toward Ishikawa now devoid of the previous hostility and coldness. For Ishikawa to reveal such a life-saving secret to rescue him, how could Neji remain indifferent to such trust? Are you an orphan? After a brief pause, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, Neji glanced around, searching for conversation. Isn't it obvious? Ishikawa shot Neji a look, exasperated. Who is family living here? I reside in this single apartment provided by Konoha. Upon hearing this, Neji felt another wave of awkwardness wash over him. Yet he regarded Ishikawa with a hint of newfound respect. This guy could understand his solitude and pain. Today, you said as long as the enemy is from the Cloud Village, we would be friends. Why? Neji couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and directly inquired. This was even more significant to him than the information regarding the rakeage. Well, Ishikawa replied leisurely, gazing intently at Neji the moment their eyes met. His expression intensified, because I extorted the rakeage. In an instant, Ishikawa's words hit Neji like a bombshell, causing his body to stiffen and his scalp to tingle. Extorted? How could that be possible? The rakeage of the Cloud Village. And you, a mere genin, dare to extort him? What's so impossible about that? If it weren't for the fear of inciting a war, the fourth rakeage would already be dead. Ishikawa's nonchalant tone only deepened Neji's disbelief, leaving him speechless. You think I would lie? It's absurd enough to say I extorted the rakeage, but now you're telling me it was to prevent a war. Who do you think you are? Hokage? No, even the Hokage wouldn't possess such power. Otherwise, Neji's father wouldn't have met such a fate. Naive, he was far too naive. How could he so easily believe this guy's outrageous claims? In an instant, Neji lost interest in Ishikawa. He had no desire to further pursue the so-called information regarding the rakeage. I must take my leave that I will keep your medical ninjutsu secret, Neji declared, turning to exit. This man, full of exaggerations, was unworthy of being his ally. Genius Neji. His character was rather limited indeed. However, upon reflection, what insight and ambition could a caged bird, unable to escape its fate, possibly possess? What did you say? As he reached the threshold, Ningxi's body trembled violently, his eyes betraying a ferocious glare. I do not know how you came upon this information, yet it does not justify your insult towards me. Individuals like you, who merely boast without understanding despair or fate, are utterly ignorant. In the end, Ningxi nearly roared, his once proud and confident demeanor shattered. If you're referring to the ceiling technique in my mind, that sort of despair pales in comparison to true despair. Ishikawa dismissed it disdainfully, causing Ningxi's pupils to contract with excitement. Do you, perchance, have a method to liberate the caged bird? Swiftly removing his forehead protector, Ningxi pointed at the green swastika mark on his forehead, filled with anticipation. Although he too deemed it improbable, Ishikawa's confident demeanor stirred a flicker of hope within him. If Ishikawa could aid him in breaking free from the confines of a caged bird. Then, not at the moment. You are overly optimistic. Just as Ningxi's imagination soared and his heart raced with unprecedented fervor, Ishikawa's cold admonition plunged him into an icy abyss. Silence enveloped the air, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Bastard! After a brief mental freeze, Ningxi, feeling duped, erupted in fury, his veins bulging as he glared with white-hot anger. This guy, does he truly fear retribution? What a detestable scoundrel! Why so agitated? Although I currently lack a means to resolve the caged bird predicament, there is indeed a way to tackle the issue. What? Ningxi, on the verge of explosion, halted his breath, his flushed face exhibiting a tumultuous blend of colors as he gazed at Ishikawa with eager anticipation for an answer. What are you looking at? Ultimately, it's your branch family that is too foolish. Since you cannot solve the problem, why not eliminate the source of the problem? Do not utter the nonsense that the branch family cannot resist the main family. If you cannot, you can always hire other ninjas. With the cooperation of your branch family, the main family would surely meet their demise, regardless of their numbers. Although the death of the main family would not lift the curse marks. At least in the next generation, the tragedy of the caged bird would not recur within the Hyuga clan. Ishikawa's words left Ningxi in a daze, provoking a sigh of regret from him. Look at the Otsutsuki on the moon, who ruthlessly slaughtered the entire main family to create the Rinnegan. Thus, Ishikawa harbored high hopes for the talented Ningxi. With proper nurturing, Ningxi could be a formidable ally, rivaling the protagonists Naruto and Sasuke. Were it not for his lack of Otsutsuki blood and his desire to avoid becoming a second Kakashi, Ishikawa would have seized the power of the Rinnegan without hesitation. Ahem, that method is merely a violent approach, and the risks are considerable. Not let your imagination run wild. Observing Ningxi's increasingly bright and hopeful gaze, Ishikawa quickly interjected. That was merely hypothetical. He had no intentions of annihilating the main family. Not to mention Hinata and Hanabi. Just the requirement of a pure Byakugan to cultivate the Rinnegan is a hurdle. Humph, I'm well aware of that. Ningxi scoffed, uncertain of the feasibility. He too understood the risks of hiring an assassin against the main family. However, the thought of freedom for himself and his descendants ignited a malicious eagerness within him. Seeing Ningxi's silent yet flickering eyes, Ishikawa understood his thoughts all too well. However, that was not the outcome he desired. Ningxi, if I can assist you in lifting the curse mark on your mind, can I trust you with my back? What? Did you not say there was no way? In an instant, upon hearing Ishikawa's words, Ningxi's expression drastically changed, exclaiming involuntarily, "What is this guy planning?" What I meant was that there is no solution at the moment, but perhaps in a year or two, things may be different. Ishikawa smiled, recalling the caged bird technique he had glimpsed through the spirit transformation technique. Indeed, the caged bird curse mark is not only intertwined with the neural pathways of the brain, but is also deeply rooted at the soul level. Even if Ishikawa truly mastered the spirit transformation technique and comprehended the curse, it would be quite challenging to dismantle it. However, with the addition of a healing mechanism, Ishikawa felt confident in his ability to assist Ningxi in breaking the curse. Really? In a year or two, can you help me lift the cage bird curse? Ningxi swallowed hard, anxiously inquiring that if Ishikawa could indeed assist, it would be far safer and more reliable than attempting to obliterate the main family. Should any mishaps occur during an assassination attempt, his life would hang by a thread at the whim of the main family. The allure of freedom is tempting, yet the risks are not to be underestimated. After a moment's pause, Ningxi looked at Ishikawa, suddenly recalling something, his expression serious. If you are sincere, I will protect your back with my life. Of course. I feel the same way. Ishikawa nodded solemnly. If we can rely on each other, even in death, I will bring us both back. You can bring us back even in death? Gazing at Ishikawa's enigmatic smile, Ningxi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, questioning his sanity for so readily placing his trust in this boastful individual. All right, let us return to the main topic. Observing Ningxi's incredulous expression, Ishikawa ceased his banter and directly addressed the matter at hand. Setting aside Tsunade's fear of blood, Ishikawa detailed his grievances with the Raikage and all pertinent intelligence to Ningxi. Naturally, there was a touch of personal interest woven in. For instance, when Tsunade and the Raikage discussed the death of Hinata, he gleaned the history of animosity between the Hyuga main and branch families, as well as the cage bird curse mark. And oh wonder you believed we were natural allies. Yet, you were quite audacious to dare extort the Raikage's ninjutsu. Upon hearing how the Raikage had been outmaneuvered, Ningxi's spirits lifted, unable to resist teasing. However, deep down, he harbored unspoken anticipation. Ishikawa had not lied about that, so surely the matter concerning the cage bird would be no different. The era of the main family is already counting down. My dear Ningxi, you must not let me down. To me, you're not only someone I can rely on, but also my final trump card in this era, of course. This is your only chance to alter your fate. Minutes later, Ishikawa stood at the doorway, watching Ningxi's retreating figure, sighing inwardly that to survive until the conclusion is not an easy feat for a mere side character. The next day, at Team 7's assembly point. Oh, you all seem quite spirited. I thought yesterday's training would leave you unable to rise this morning. The tardy Kakashi teased, his gaze falling on Ishikawa. Compared to Taro and Jiro's listlessness, Ishikawa appeared remarkably composed. This guy truly possesses exceptional talent. After exhausting himself to the point of unconsciousness last night, he still looks invigorated today. Kakashi-sensei, we do not have a mission today, do we? Taro, lacking the energy to reprimand Kakashi, eagerly inquired, hoping for a chance to return home and rest. Jiro beside him gazed at Kakashi with equal longing, never having anticipated a day so eagerly awaited for a lack of missions. Well, Today our team indeed has a mission that AS expected. Kakashi lazily scratched his head, speaking with a hint of amusement in his eyes. This time it is a D-rank mission to assist in procuring supplies from a photo street. Procure supplies? Ishikawa is right, I twitched. An ominous feeling creeping in that he was familiar with a photo street, having passed through it on his last village outing. It was said to be the most prosperous town near Konoha. Approximately only 10 kilometers from Konoha. If it were merely for simple procurement, a mission would not have been issued. Could it be? Yes, roughly 10 tons of supplies need to be transported back by our team. Without fail, Kakashi delivered a shocking revelation to the trio: 10 tons of supplies. What will our mode of transportation be? Feeling sore all over, Jiro suddenly sensed impending doom, looking at Kakashi with a feeble inquiry. Tools? What tools? Naturally, you will carry it back yourselves. If you run fast, you should be able to complete it before nightfall. What? To carry back 10 tons of supplies from a photo street? How many trips will that entail? Taro immediately lamented, his face clouding with despair as his legs began to weaken involuntarily. With the physique of a ninja, even a low-ranking ninja could manage to carry back 300 pounds of supplies without issue, totaling 900 pounds for the three of them. However, 10 tons of supplies equates to 20,000 pounds, necessitating at least 22 trips for each person, covering several hundred kilometers. Heavens, this rivals yesterday's extreme running. Calculating the distance made even Ishikawa feel faint, his calves weakening. Teacher, can we rent a bullock cart for transport? Ishikawa swallowed hard, causing Taro and Jiro's eyes to light up. You may do as you wish. But the cost of renting a bullock cart far exceeds the mission reward you would receive. Kakashi replied lazily, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. If renting a bullock cart were more economical, the client would not have issued this D-rank mission that in the vicinity of the hidden village. Ninjas are regarded as the most cost-effective and reliable labor force. Well, let us just consider it a form of weight training. Ishikawa exchanged glances with his two companions, gritting his teeth in resignation as he accepted the task. Naturally, they were not short of funds, but the situation was not so easily navigated if they set a precedent of using the client's money for their assignments. Would their Team 7 retain any dignity in the future? Not to mention the mockery from others. The subjective impression of being deceitful would be an indelible mark upon them that it would also adversely affect the trio's future careers as ninjas, making it a fruitless endeavor. Very well, let us set forth. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction at this, and with a command, took the lead, sprinting towards the village exit. Ishikawa and his companions quickly followed suit. The journey of over 10 kilometers was swift under the ninja's pace, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at a photo street. Let us begin. Deliver the goods to this address. Kakashi handed Ishikawa a piece of paper and then nestled into the shade of a tree, leisurely perusing a dubious publication. Get to work. Tonight, I'll treat you both to Ichiraka ramen. Ishikawa sighed, hefting 2 packages weighing 200 pounds each as he set off. The 2 younger members mimicked him, quickly shouldering 2 bundles and gritting their teeth to keep up. With the aid of chakra, the trio returned to Konoha in less than 20 minutes, delivered the goods according to the address, and then repeated the process that as the sun dipped in the west. The clock soon struck 3 in the afternoon. It seemed they would need to assign them some challenging C-rank missions in the future. Such tasks were no longer beneficial for their training. Observing Ishikawa hastily departing after finishing his lunch, Kakashi shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. This was already the most challenging D-rank mission he could find. Yet it appeared to have minimal impact on Ishikawa, serving only to benefit Taro and Jiro. At last, it was over. When Ishikawa delivered the last package, Taro, utterly exhausted, plopped down on the ground, panting and drenched in sweat. Boss, let us skip the ramen today. Tomorrow, I need to go home and rest. Jiro beside him was equally out of breath, shaking his head emphatically. Taro nodded in agreement, his fatigue rendering him devoid of any appetite. Fine, then tomorrow it is. Ishikawa had no objections to this, nodding at Kakashi, who was handing over the items to the client before turning to leave. Given how tired he was, his appetite was also quite diminished. Perhaps a soak in a hot spring to relieve his fatigue. It seemed that mixed bathing was permitted here. Wait a moment, Ishikawa. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. What is it, sensei? Did you forget this? Noticing Ishikawa's perplexed expression, Kakashi produced a neatly bound scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This is the small creature you previously asked me to seal. Kakashi tossed the scroll over, indicating that he had marked it, and the method to unravel the sealing technique was quite simple. As Kakashi demonstrated how to dispel the technique, Ishikawa's eyes lit up with understanding. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, I wish to learn the storage sealing technique. Do you have time today? Noticing Kakashi seemed in good spirits, Ishikawa seized the opportunity. Storage sealing? What prompted this sudden interest? Kakashi scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Although the storage sealing technique was merely a C-rank sealing technique, teaching it was still quite cumbersome, because of today's task. Ishikawa pouted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. If I had known the storage sealing technique today, this mission would have been much simpler. Moreover, my technique requires this kind of ninjutsu for synergy, that technique. After a brief pause, Kakashi quickly grasped Ishikawa's implication, which referred to the transformation technique. The storage sealing technique is not limited to sealing inanimate objects. It can also be applied to living creatures if you are not averse to some fatigue. Then follow me. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi did not refuse and beckoned him to follow home. If Ishikawa mastered this, he would no longer need Kakashi's assistance for sealing small creatures in the future. Besides, this was a sealing technique he had previously promised to teach Ishikawa. Thank you, sensei, Ishikawa exclaimed with a bright smile, quickly following suit. Learning was far more important than soaking in a hot spring. Sensei, I am truly eager to improve. Come in. With Kakashi's call, Ishikawa stepped into Kakashi's home for the first time. He had only visited twice before. Once to recognize the place, and once a few days ago when he was loitering outside, looking for Kakashi. To learn the storage sealing technique, one must first understand what sealing techniques are. Here is the fundamental knowledge of sealing techniques. Take a look. Kakashi led Ishikawa to the bedroom, pointing to a row of scrolls and books. Ishikawa glanced around, noticing that the shelves not only contained knowledge related to sealing techniques, but also various elementary analyses and theoretical applications concerning chakra and elemental techniques, even touching upon the customs of different nations. Although these were merely foundational materials, they were knowledge that only Chunin or Jonin were qualified to comprehend. For someone like Ishikawa, who lacked a family background, this was indeed invaluable. However, sensei, you aren't expecting me to self-study sealing techniques. Are you? Seeing Kakashi turn to leave, Ishikawa couldn't help but inquire. Although being trusted felt wonderful, this seemed rather dismissive. I still need to prepare dinner. Jot down your questions for later. Kakashi replied without looking back. By the way, do you like mackerel? Hee. Then I thank you for your hospitality. Sensei. Ishikawa's eyes brightened, showing no signs of embarrassment as he readily agreed. To savor Kakashi's culinary skills was not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Wait a moment, could that person be? Just as Kakashi reached the doorway, Ishikawa suddenly exclaimed, prompting Kakashi to instinctively turn back. Following Ishikawa's gaze, Kakashi noticed two picture frames atop his bedside cabinet. One naturally featured Team 7, while the other He is my teacher, the esteemed Fourth Hokage of Konoha. A flicker of complex sadness crossed Kakashi's eyes as he sighed and stepped out of the bedroom towards the kitchen. His teacher was, after all, the hero who once saved the village, the Fourth Hokage. Ishikawa feigned excitement, calling out dramatically, but refrained from pressing further. The information about Minato was somewhat sensitive for Kakashi. It was better not to pry. Waiting for a more appropriate moment to discuss it, casting a glance at Kakashi busy in the kitchen, Ishikawa set aside his thoughts and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge surrounding sealing techniques. That night, when Ishikawa left Kakashi's home, he was fatigued yet satisfied, the clock reading 10 o'clock. The gains from tonight were considerable. He had smoothly acquired foundational knowledge of sealing techniques, and Kakashi had addressed all his subsequent queries. Indeed, Kakashi's mackerel was delicious, living up to the praise from both Nohara and Tsubaki. After washing up at home, Ishikawa continued to train in the sage technique with Nohara after the time-space arrival. A peaceful night passed. The next day, following the morning meeting and without any assigned missions, Ishikawa, along with his two younger companions, persistently persuaded Kakashi to allow them to join him at home. Those foundational lessons were invaluable treasures for the two younger members. How could Ishikawa progress alone? Kakashi, albeit with some symbolic grumbling, ultimately acquiesced. He also did not wish for the gap between Taro, Jiro, and Ishikawa to widen too much, as it would not be conducive to the growth of their team. On the third day, in the Hokage's office, do you wish for them to undertake tasks of C rank or higher in the future? Kakashi, I assent that a bit hasty. Upon hearing Kakashi's request, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hesitated. He acknowledged Ishikawa's remarkable talent and intended to cultivate this child diligently. However, with two lackluster companions, bypassing D-rank missions seemed rather risky. At that moment, Sarutobi felt a pang of regret for not having recognized Ishikawa's potential sooner. Having assigned him rather ordinary teammates, but Hokage-sama, Team 7 is progressing rapidly. I believe D-rank missions no longer serve to train them effectively. Hence, I stand firm on my earlier proposal. Kakashi remained undeterred, holding his own opinions on Ishikawa and his companions. After this period of observation, he was convinced of Taro and Jiro's mediocrity. But what of it? Ishikawa's extraordinary talent, combined with the two's elder brother status, would continuously inspire them to strive harder and unlock their potential. C-rank missions not only offer generous rewards, but also provide superior training benefits, allowing 1 month for execution and leaving ample time for the trio to cultivate their skills. Surely, this was a far more efficient use of time than languishing in tedious D-rank missions. Very well then, here lies a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Crafts, entrusted to your team. Witnessing Kakashi's resolute demeanor, the third Hokage could only nod in agreement. With Kakashi's presence, safety should not be a concern. The previous encounter with the Reikage and the Xinyuan clan was merely an unfortunate coincidence. Surely, not every C-rank mission would be so ill-fated. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Upon receiving the mission scroll, Kakashi promptly expressed his gratitude and sought out the client. It seems that with this, the 7th squad will possess both strength and qualifications to participate in the Chunin exams 2 months hence. I wonder if that child Ishikawa will be able to pass the assessment and become a Chunin. This is the only Chunin exam of the year. The conference has already decided to cancel the one scheduled for the latter half of the year in preparation for the joint Chunin exams next year. Observing Kakashi's departing figure, the third Hokage murmured with eager anticipation. Whether Kakashi will be able to lead the new 7th squad next year hinges crucially on Ishikawa's promotion to Chunin. At the 7th squad's assembly point, a C-rank escort mission. Upon hearing Kakashi outline the new task, Taro and Jiro were instantly elated. No matter how one looks at it, this is far superior to yesterday's perilous D-rank delivery task. I've already informed the client. We will convene at the village gate in half an hour. Now, let's return and prepare, Kakashi succinctly announced. Ishikawa and the others nodded and promptly returned home to gather their belongings. The Land of Crafts? What a splendid place. It is the perfect opportunity to acquire a stockpile of weaponry and equipment. Back home, Ishikawa's eyes sparkled as he immediately withdrew a substantial portion of his savings. In a world of ninjas, almost all weapon procurement from the majority of ninja villages, including the 5 great nations, comes from the Land of Crafts. Their reputation for quality and affordability is no mere boast. And Ishikawa intends to seize this chance to make some purchases. Coincidentally, he has just completed the theoretical knowledge of the storage ceiling technique and plans to practice it on the way. Ready to package his acquisitions. My apologies, Lin, that it seems I cannot witness your potential promotion to Chunin firsthand. Having donned his ninja attire, Ishikawa sighed softly, leaving a note indicating his departure for the mission before closing the door behind him. Simultaneously, in the Third War timeline, the third individual match of the Chunin exams, Nohara Rin versus Hatake Kakashi. Contestants, please step forward. With the proctor's command, the examination venue erupted in a flurry of whispers. It is Kakashi and Rin. Goodness, they are from the same squad. How will this battle unfold? Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is inevitably Kakashi's victory. Thus, even if sentiment plays a role, Rin cannot escape a thorough beating. Poor Rin, to face the most formidable opponent all contestants dread, Kakashi. Indeed, Rin, being merely a medical ninja, stands no chance against the prodigious Kakashi. Fortunately, With Kakashi as her opponent, we are assured safety, if you ask me. Surrendering would be wise to avoid a needless beating. After all, they are teammates, so who wins is inconsequential. Yes, that Kakashi is an unyielding, rule-abiding, cold-blooded ninja. Even if they are comrades, he might not show any mercy. How can this be? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Obito clenched the railing, his teeth gritting in frustration. How did things come to this? The thought of Rin potentially being injured, especially at the hands of his arch-nemesis Kakashi, sent Obito into a rage. Kakashi, I don't care what your intentions are. You must not harm Rin, or I will never forgive you. Rather than worrying about that, he should focus on how to defeat his own opponent. Kakashi scoffed dismissively, leaping into the dueling arena with a single hand slapping the railing. Rin, even if you're my opponent, I will not hold back. This is both a mark of respect for you and a responsibility towards the Chunin exams. Damn it, hearing Kakashi's taunts from the sidelines, Obito turned to Rin, ready to urge her to surrender. The mere thought of such a delightful Rin being injured by that scoundrel Kakashi made his heart ache to the point of breathlessness. Rin, this is not the time for me to back down. Observing Obito's anxious demeanor, Rin took a deep breath, offering him a confident glance to preemptively silence his concerns. I understand your worries. However, Obito, we are no longer children. We are independent ninjas now. Kakashi is right. Not holding back is his way of showing respect for me and the Chunin exams, without giving Obito a chance to respond. She leaped into the arena to face him. Moreover, I wish to see for myself the gap in strength between Kakashi and me. Gazing at Kakashi across the arena, Rin's face hardened with determination as she declared with unprecedented seriousness. The tragic battle at the Kanabi Bridge is imminent next year. I can no longer afford to retreat in fear. To alter the dismal fate of Minato's team, I must confront reality and strive for growth. For this reason, even if my opponent is the genius Kakashi whom I have admired since childhood, it cannot hinder my progress. This is the resolve of Nohara Rin. Kakashi, gazing at the resolute Rin. Obito murmured, momentarily unable to reconcile the familiar, yet unfamiliar visage of this lovely girl. Not only him, but even Kakashi and Minato beside him were taken aback. When did Rin become so strong-willed? Furthermore, she now possesses greater confidence, confident enough to confront Kakashi without flinching. This is Rin's growth that it seems that she has not disappointed me. I see the will of fire in her steadfast eyes. As long as she upholds this strength, she will not fade into obscurity. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adjusted his Hokage hat with a satisfied expression, pleased with the unfolding match. Next, it will be time to witness this child's true strength. The battle begins. The Chunin proctor paid no heed to the spectators' thoughts, promptly announcing the start of the match after confirming both contestants' identities. Rin, I will end this battle swiftly. Almost the instant the proctor declared the match to commence, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he transformed his hand into a blade, launching his attack. They were familiar partners, so there was no need for trivial weapon tests. A taijutsu battle, is it? A smile graced Rin's lips as she immediately gathered chakra in her right hand, ready to deliver a punch. Is he employing that technique again? But I'm not that fool guy. Kakashi's eyes glinted with determination, and as he lunged forward, he executed a swift turn like a shooting star, aiming a palm strike towards the back of Rin's neck, evidently intent on a quick victory. As expected of Kakashi, had this sudden change occurred previously, I would have been caught off guard. However, Rin's pupils constricted, and with a burst of chakra from her right foot, she swiftly pivoted to counterattack. Surprised, Kakashi hadn't anticipated Rin's rapid response. Yet geniuses are indeed geniuses. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed chakra beneath his feet and retreated while forming hand seals. Earth release, earth wave. As he distanced himself, Kakashi completed his hand seals, slapping his palm against the ground. Just as Rin prepared to strike, she felt the ground beneath her surge like turbulent waves. Destabilizing her footing, you cannot escape this next technique. Surrender, Rin. Observing Rin being swept away by the earth waves, Kakashi formed seals once more and called out, "That is the tiger seal. Yuval Kakashi, you've dared to use fire release ninjutsu against Rin." On the spectator's stand, Obito's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the familiar hand seals. Without hesitation, he turned to Rin, shouting urgently, "Surrender, Rin! In this situation, you cannot evade the fire release. Indeed, under the influence of the earth wave, whether I am airborne or on the ground, I will be exposed to Kakashi's fire release. However, it is not only Kakashi who possesses ninjutsu." A confident smile spread across Rin's face as she unleashed chakra from her feet, leaping into the air and rapidly forming hand seals. Here it comes. Seeing Rin's movements, Kakashi's lips curled upwards as he unleashed fire release. Great fireball technique. In an instant, a swirling blaze coalesced into a 2-meter-wide fireball that hurtled towards Rin, engulfing the air around her. Water release. Water chaotic waves. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Rin narrowly managed to confront the approaching fireball, exclaiming with determination. With a splashing sound, a torrent of water erupted from Rin's mouth, colliding directly with the fireball. In that moment, fire and water clashed, sending a thick mist billowing upwards, obscuring the view of the spectators. Now, it's time to finish this. Almost as soon as the mist began to rise, Kakashi's eyes gleamed sharply as he unsheathed his short blade from behind, vanishing in an instant. That is the blade technique inherited from his father, the Leaf's white fang, Kakashi. Seeing this scene, Obito was infuriated. He hadn't expected Kakashi to employ his most proficient sword technique without holding back. This is bad. Blades have no eyes, and with a mist swirling, something terrible might happen. Damn it, Rin, please don't get hurt. As the situation unfolded with alarming speed, just as Obito was consumed by worry, Rin Nohara also discovered Kakashi's sudden appearance before her. Gazing at the glimmering blade, so close and radiant, she understood Kakashi's intentions all too well. It was a demand for her surrender through the mightiest of strikes. Otherwise, given Kakashi's formidable swordsmanship, he would not merely be attacking head-on. Indeed, her power had grown, yet still paled in comparison to the serious Kakashi. So this is the extent of my strength. Even in defeat, I want you, Kakashi, to witness my growth. In silence. Rin finally recognized her resolve. In the next moment, just as Kakashi was about to retract his white fang short blade, Rin's right hand erupted, a sphere of blue chakra coalescing in her grasp. What is that? Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief, and in that instant of distraction, Rin shouted, "Rasengan." Her voice resonated throughout the arena, marking the first manifestation of her arduous training. The Rasengan, the erranked jutsu of Minato. Watching the brilliant blue sphere, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gasped in astonishment. Another prodigy, that technique is not something an ordinary genin can master. Indeed, Lord Third, little did we expect that Rin would be the first to complete the Rasengan. An equally astonished Minato nodded in affirmation. His heart stirred as he beheld the Rasengan colliding fiercely with the white fang short blade. Though he had taught this technique to Rin and Obito, he never believed either would achieve mastery. After all, it was a high-difficulty ranked jutsu that even the genius Kakashi had not perfected. Who would have thought? Just as their conversation continued, the true power of the Rasengan unleashed its devastating force upon the white fang short blade. The concentrated ferocity of the blast was far beyond what the short blade could withstand, and under the astonished gazes of Kakashi and Rin, the white fang shattered with a resounding crack. This unexpected turn of events left Rin in shock, while Kakashi's composure faltered. Instantly, the remaining force of the Rasengan pressed against Kakashi's chest. This is bad. Rin was struck with panic, her face paling. She merely wished to showcase her growth to Kakashi, to validate her strength. Little did she anticipate that the white fang would be obliterated by the Rasengan. Now that the attack had been unleashed, retraction was impossible. It's over. Kakashi will be injured. Whoosh! Just as Rin desperately attempted to withdraw her jutsu, a flash of gold signaled Kakashi's instantaneous disappearance. In the next moment, boom! As the exploding Rasengan crashed against the ground, a crater 5 meters wide emerged before the eyes of the crowd. The Rasengan, Minato's Rasengan. And that guy, Kakashi, he actually, staring at the elegant figure within the crater, Obito was left dumbfounded. How could it be that Rin's strength had suddenly surged to such heights? How can I protect her now? Damn it, how could this happen? So unwilling to accept defeat. The victor, Rin Nohara. Just as Obito gripped the railing tightly, his eyes nearly bulging, the Chunin examiner suddenly appeared to announce loudly. Beside him, Kakashi stood before Minato, staring blankly at the broken blade in his hand. It was evident that Minato had intervened just in time to whisk Kakashi away. Consequently, the examiner deemed Kakashi the loser. I'm sorry, Kakashi. Rin picked up the shattered white fang, rushing to Kakashi's side to apologize. Had she known the Rasengan would sever the white fang, she would never have used it to prove herself. Kakashi remained unmoved by Rin's apology, still lost in thought as he stared at the broken blade, his expression vacant. How could this be? Why does the shattering of the white fang cause him such anguish? This was merely the relic of a failure. Its breakage only attested to the failure of both his blade and his Nindo. Yet why? Why does his heart ache? Why do memories of that person flood his mind? Why does he hear the lament of the white fang, filled with sorrow and regret? Kakashi, observing Kakashi's dazed state, Rin again called out apologetically, wishing to comfort him. However, as her words escaped, she noticed Kakashi's gaze shift coldly. No need for apologies. This blade, like that person, should have been discarded long ago. With that, Kakashi tossed aside the broken blade and turned away towards the spectator stands. He must not repeat that man's tragedy. This failed blade is not his future. The Rasengan? Hatake Kakashi shall develop his own Rasengan. Absolutely. Kakashi, watching Kakashi's solitary and resolute figure, Rin hastily picked up the broken blade. Her gaze complex and words unspoken. For the first time, she beheld the genuine yet fragile side of the genius Kakashi. The boy once shrouded in the brilliance of talent was unknowingly stripped bare. In the next match, Uchiha Obito versus Might Guy. Minato's eyes flickered, about to speak, when the Chunin examiner abruptly interrupted him. I at that guy from last time. Fine, I shall put on a good show. I will undoubtedly impress Rin and Kakashi. Upon hearing that his opponent was the same Might Guy who had kicked him unconscious previously, Obito's determination surged, quelling the tumult of emotions within him. After defeating my opponent, I shall train diligently, ensuring I master the Rasengan before Kakashi. Such fierce determination. Do we have some unresolved grudge? On the sidelines, observing Obito's disgruntled expression as if gazing at an enemy, Might Guy questioned with bemusement. He was always warm-hearted. Had he ever crossed paths with this guy? Unforgivable. How dare you claim to have no memory of that kick? Enraged, Obito pointed an accusatory finger, unleashing a torrent of indignation. Might Guy? Obito, go for it. As the two faced off, Rin returned to the spectator stands, cheering for Obito. Instantly, upon hearing the encouragement from his goddess, Obito felt as if his very soul had melted. Rest assured, I will. Just as Obito turned to reply, the examiner's voice rang out. Duel, begin. As the examiner announced, Obito barely had time to turn before a familiar Ada echoed. With a resounding thud, the familiar force of a powerful kick collided with his left cheek, sending him sprawling. How could this happen? Not again. This is infuriating, especially in front of the impressive Rin. Overwhelming shame and frustration, coupled with the realization of the disparity in their strengths, flooded Obito's mind, causing him to faint from the sheer mental strain. Obito, seeing Obito knocked unconscious in an instant, Rin covered her mouth in disbelief. Fool. Kakashi scoffed disdainfully, closing his eyes to concentrate on developing new techniques. Obito truly was a bit unpredictable. Minato scratched his head, feeling awkward as he exchanged an uncomfortable smile with the third Hokage. Setting that aside, I have decided to allow both Kakashi and Rin to advance. The third Hokage, not overly concerned, shifted the conversation, leaving Minato in surprise. Meanwhile, no one noticed the flicker of crimson in Obito's pupils as he succumbed to unconsciousness in the land of fire, along the southwestern coastal line. Oh, wow. This is the ocean. It's my first time seeing the sea at such a grand scale. How magnificent. Soon we will set sail to the land of crafts, an experience unprecedented. This mission is simply fantastic. Taro and Jiro gazed at the vast, rolling ocean, excitement bubbling within them. This was no mere escort mission. It was an all-expenses-paid vacation. Not only them, even Ishikawa felt elated. This escort mission had been surprisingly smooth sailing, with nothing amiss from the moment they departed from the hidden leaf to the coastal border. During this time, Ishikawa seized the opportunity to learn storage sealing techniques from Kakashi and could now independently seal individual items, though still not proficient and only able to seal inanimate objects. Ishikawa was immensely satisfied with this progress. Even though they were about to set sail directly to their destination, everyone knew to remain vigilant. Taro, Jiro, accompanied the client to load the cargo onto the ship. Ishikawa, come with me to inspect the ship for any suspicious individuals. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and issued timely reminders. Although the chances of encountering enemies here were minimal, it was not entirely impossible. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Taro and Jiro responded in unison, promptly turning to stride towards the client's convoy. This particular mission saw the client laden with an impressive haul, comprising no less than 10 carts of goods. This substantial load accounted for the long journey of over 10 days to reach the border. The convoy's pace was exceedingly sluggish, Kakashi-sensei. Approximately how many days will it take to reach the land of crafts from here? Ishikawa inquired casually, glancing around as he followed Kakashi. Days of travel? Kakashi replied, his steps steady as he spoke. Although the land of crafts is somewhat isolated due to its unique military significance, its location is not overly distant from our land of fire. If all goes smoothly, we should arrive in about 3 days. 3 days, you say? Ishikawa murmured, falling silent as he mentally calculated the return trip. 3 days, coupled with their journey from Konoha, a round trip would take approximately half a month. Adding in the time spent procuring goods in the land of crafts, if everything goes well without any unforeseen events, this C-rank mission would likely consume at least a month of their time. What a significant loss. How much precious training time would this waste? No, I must seize the opportunity to train in other ninjutsu. Ishikawa resolved to initiate an intensive training regimen. Practicing sage techniques was off the table. In attempting to forcibly train in the 1,000 hands immense strength and Rasengan with his current chakra and control would yield little benefit. Thus, he would have to start with the lightning release armor. With this thought, Ishikawa's gaze turned toward Kakashi. Do you need something? Kakashi, sensing the intense gaze behind him, turned around with a hint of suspicion. Sensei, I wish to practice the transformation of chakra into lightning nature. Upon hearing Ishikawa's request, Kakashi's pupils narrowed, immediately understanding Ishikawa's true intention. You want to train in the lightning release armor? Precisely. Sensei, you are aware that mastering the lightning release armor requires achieving the transformation into lightning nature. So, I must ask for your guidance. Ishikawa nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Kakashi. Ishikawa's knowledge. Kakashi's Raikiri was a perfect blend of both the transformation of lightning nature and its form transformation. Thus, if Kakashi agreed, there was a possibility for him to learn. Transformation into lightning nature, you say, as Ishikawa's expression oscillated between joy and excitement. Kakashi swiftly flipped his palm, revealing visible lightning chakra. Indeed, to stimulate the activation of all cells and even the nervous system throughout the body. One must undergo the transformation into lightning nature. Here it comes. Here it comes. Whether it's called Raikiri or Chidori, it's on its way. Ishikawa's eyes sparkled with excitement, barely able to contain his anticipation to learn an A-rank ninjutsu, while simultaneously practicing the transformation and form of lightning nature. How could Ishikawa possibly refuse such a boon? Then start by attempting to alter your chakra into an electrical nature and infuse it into this kunai. Ignoring Ishikawa's increasingly perplexed expression, Kakashi swiftly drew out a kunai and enveloped it with lightning chakra. Is this it? After a moment of shock, Ishikawa persisted, staring at Kakashi. Where's Chidori? I was prepared for it, and you bring out a kunai? Is this some sort of joke? What else did you expect? Kakashi rolled his eyes, waving his hand as he began to walk away. And remember, you naturally possess both lightning and earth chakra natures. Do not mistakenly convert her chakra into earth nature, or it will lead to complications. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Ishikawa grumbled through gritted teeth, feeling somewhat resentful. Fine, if you won't provide it, then so be it. After all, with my current chakra, I couldn't even perform a single Chidori. It wouldn't be of any use anyway. Thinking of the lightning nature transformation, Ishikawa promptly pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and began channeling chakra into it as he walked. Why not use the kunai? Well, due to his limited chakra, it was prudent to conserve it, and the kunai was smaller, making it relatively easier to manage. Before long, amidst Ishikawa's earnest training, the client completed loading the goods, and the cargo ship set sail, officially venturing into the sea. What is my brother doing? Why is he struggling with the kunai? Hearing Kakashi-sensei mention something about practicing nature transformation, Jiro couldn't help but marvel at his brother's diligence. Practicing? It looks to me like he's merely staring down a kunai. Is that really what one would call practice? Jiro scoffed, but his legs moved dutifully towards Kakashi to date. He had only learned a single Su-rank water release technique, and with the advantageous circumstances at hand, he needed to seize the opportunity to learn another ninjutsu to enhance his strength. Seeing this, Taro immediately followed suit, unwilling to be left behind. Meanwhile, a figure watching the cargo ship depart the port displayed a glint of greed. With over 10 carts of goods and Konoha ninja providing protection, their destination was the land of crafts, where they seemed poised to engage in the trade of ninja tools, a lucrative venture indeed. It was imperative to inform the boss to prepare in advance. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself as he swiftly opened a prepped cage, releasing a carrier pigeon. With a few flaps, the gray pigeon soared into the sky, cutting through the sea breeze, heading southeast. There lay the island chain of the Land of Water, home to the mist village on the vast, undulating waves of the ocean. A cargo ship bravely faced the setting sun, leaving behind a long trail of white foam. That Mr. Kakashi, dinner is ready. Please come down to eat. Suddenly, as Ishikawa and the others diligently practiced, the client's voice rang out from the ship's cabin. Well then, let us conclude today's training and head for dinner. Kakashi quickly seized the opportunity, having been compelled to teach for much of the day due to Ishikawa and his companions that a break was in order to balance work and rest. Upon seeing Kakashi head toward the ship's dining area, Ishikawa and his companions exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. After such an extended period of training, they were all ravenously hungry. What a feast! As soon as they entered the dining room, Jiro was captivated by the array of delectable dishes, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. Ishikawa's eyes widened in delight as well. Such a lavish spread would be unattainable in Konoha for less than 1,000 RY. By the way, why does Mr. Nagaki show such respect towards Kakashi-sensei? This preparation seems excessive, Taro questioned, puzzled by the client's overly polite demeanor, struggling to comprehend. Although Kakashi-sensei was a jonin from Konoha, the client, as their employer, need not be so obsequious. Haha, you are mistaken. Seemingly hearing Taro's bewilderment, the client Nagaki turned with a broad smile that Mr. Kakashi is a renowned elite ninja across the nations. How could I not extend a warm welcome to you all for hiring him for this C-rank escort mission? In truth, there was a deeper reason behind his enthusiasm. Kakashi's esteemed reputation had prompted him to double the cargo load from 5 carts to over 10, along with a substantial amount of cash, all in anticipation of making a significant profit in the land of crafts. Thus, how could the client not generously host the one who would bring him wealth? Ah, I see. I can't wait until I have my own illustrious title, Taro expressed with evident envy, while Ishikawa and Jiro had already buried their faces in their meals. What titles and legends! It was far more practical to fill their bellies first, soon after a hearty meal. And with Kakashi overseeing the rotation of the watch, Ishikawa and his companions returned to the cabin to recuperate their chakra. Naturally, the first to take the watch would be Kakashi. Meanwhile, on a certain island affiliated with the Land of Water. Who would have thought that before leaving the Land of Water, we would encounter such a lucrative target? Konoha ninjas escorting their goods. The burly man with dark green hair and thick brows grinned wickedly as he surveyed the intelligence in his hand. Let's seize their supplies as our initial capital for establishing ourselves in the land of rivers. Of course, boss, we don't intend to linger in this wretched Land of Water, so we might as well take the plunge. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. Besides, Konoha ninjas are no saints. Killing them would provide those mist ninjas a chance to tear each other apart, the muscular man agreed. This way, we can also gain time for our escape. Behind the burly man, 3 imposing figures clad in black cloaks echoed their agreement, their murderous intent evident in their eyes. Suddenly, the burly man let out a startled exclamation, the bulge behind him trembling like a frightened fawn. You scared my friend? The burly man whipped around, his voice low and fierce, silencing his subordinates. "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you," he murmured softly, patting the bulge behind him with a sharp gaze. "Konoha ninjas, you say? This time, your lives will serve to avenge the humiliation of the last war." On the other side, Ishikawa and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that they had already been targeted. They continued their routine of vigilance and training, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. This truly the land of crafts. A small island nation boasting a village of craftsmen. Ishikawa couldn't help but gaze curiously at this unique realm at first glance. Even at the coastal port, one could see an array of dazzling ninja tools being hawked, beyond the usual kunai and shuriken. Even the cold weapons of yore, such as swords, spears, axes, and halberds, were plentiful. This spectacle not only captivated Ishikawa, but also opened the eyes of his companions, Taro and Jiro. Next, Mr. Nagayoshi would be seeking buyers and sellers for supplies in the land of crafts. And the safety of him would be entrusted to the three of you. Meanwhile, I will remain at the warehouse to guard the goods until we are ready to set sail again. Do you understand? Understood. Upon hearing Kakashi's arrangements, Ishikawa and the others responded immediately. Protecting the client was far more exhilarating than guarding the goods. Just in time, Ishikawa also intended to procure some ninja tools for his reserves. And of course, he was more than happy to bring along his 2 juniors. "Then I shall leave my safety in your capable hands." The client, Nagayoshi, nodded to Ishikawa and led the way to the prearranged merchant. Under the guidance of the client, the trio quickly arrived at the commercial center of the crafting ninja village in an instant. As they walked, they were inundated with the incessant calls of vendors. Kunai and shuriken at half price, swords and long blades at 70% off. Even the chakra metal ninja tools, which were rare in the Hidden Leaf Village, were available for sale here. Taro, Jiro, keep an eye on things while I purchase some items. After watching the client enter a shop to negotiate business, Ishikawa promptly instructed his companions and turned to the counter. "Excuse me, how much for that chakra blade?" He pointed directly at a short sword forged from chakra metal. "Are you referring to this short sword that conducts chakra due to the inclusion of chakra metal? The boss has stated that it is not negotiable, priced at 100,000 ryo." "What? You want 100,000 ryo for a mere blade?" Ishikawa almost spat blood upon hearing this. His entire fortune amounted to just 20,000 ryo, and he never expected a simple chakra blade would cost him half of it. Being well informed, Ishikawa knew that ninja tools made from chakra metal could vary greatly in quality depending on the metal content. This blade was merely the standard chakra weapon akin to what Naruto had when he traversed the Lulon. It paled in comparison to Asuma's Hien, and yet they dared to demand 100,000 ryo. With that amount, he could purchase over 300 explosive tags. Was he out of his mind to consider this purchase? "Forget it, just give me a kunai made of chakra metal instead." Considering the unfinished training for his lightning attribute transformation, Ishikawa settled for a lesser option. This would expedite his training, and he could later employ the kunai in battle. After all, a weapon capable of attaching chakra transformations would significantly enhance his combat prowess. "I'm sorry, customer. Due to the rarity of chakra metal, such kunai are not available in regular shops. They must be custom-made, and it will require an additional fee." "Ugh, my 100,000 ryo." Ishikawa lamented as he stepped out of the weapon shop, still feeling a twinge of pain in his heart for the chakra blade in hand. If not for time and financial constraints, he would never have purchased this chakra blade. The audacity of the craftsman to charge 100,000 ryo for a custom-made kunai with a similar metal content was outrageous. With a wait time of 1 month, to enhance the chakra metal ratio would cost anywhere from 200,000 to 1,000,000 ryo, and they claimed it was already at a discounted price. How ridiculous! Nevertheless, there was a rationale behind the expense. With the chakra blade, I can convert chakra into an electronic state in an instant, Ishikawa thought as he exhaled, and the chakra blade shimmered with a faint electric current. Although this current was so weak it was nearly undetectable and possessed no offensive capability, it represented Ishikawa's breakthrough from 0 to 1. This was precisely why he resolved to purchase the chakra blade. In comparison to his own strength, he would not hesitate to spend money to accelerate his training. Furthermore, this chakra blade could serve not only as a training aid, but also as a powerful weapon should he encounter a puppet master from the Sand Village. With the remaining funds, he decided to procure some essential consumables. Sighing, Ishikawa recalled the weapon wholesale shop they had passed earlier and promptly turned around. As Ishikawa and the client busied themselves, time swiftly passed. And soon 2 days had gone by. During this time, Ishikawa had squandered his funds down to just 1,000 ryo for living expenses, having spent the rest on ninja tools and weapons. Under his influence, Taro and Jiro found themselves in a similar predicament, having depleted most of their savings of over 10,000 ryo on weaponry. Consequently, without even mentioning the 20 or so carts of supplies from the client, the weapons alone amassed enough to fill an ox cart. This led the client to regard Ishikawa and his companions with newfound respect. Transporting these goods back to the Hidden Leaf would surely double their profits. You three are quite bothersome, seizing the opportunity to engage in such activities at the docks of the Land of Crafts. Kakashi looked at Ishikawa and his companions in disbelief. He had tasked them with protecting the client. Yet they had conspired to purchase weapons while taking advantage of the client's shipping fleet? If it weren't for the client's regard for his status as a Leaf Village ninja, how could they have easily agreed to this? The weapons here were simply too cheap. I couldn't resist. Ishikawa scratched his head in a feigned innocent manner, eliciting a sigh from Kakashi. Fine, let be. Now you three stay here to protect the supplies and Mr. Nagayoshi while I step out for some fresh air. Kakashi waved his hand helplessly, nodding to the client as he exited the dock. Having been cooped up guarding the supplies for 2 days had left him feeling quite suffocated. Ishikawa, Taro, and Jiro had no objections, as they were set to transfer the goods for loading, which would likely take until nightfall to complete. By the way, I recall there's a storyline in the Crafting Ninja Village about resurrecting the progenitor. Kayamizu, those 4 unnamed supporting ninja tools are quite formidable. Since we're here, should we not give it a shot? Bored while watching the cargo ship, Ishikawa suddenly had a revelation and felt a surge of excitement. Though he knew that facing any one of those 4 supporting characters might lead him to kneel, the allure of those 4 ninja tools was undeniable. While he couldn't quite remember their names, he knew those tools were excellent equipment for mid-level ninjas, especially suited for a team like theirs, lacking in bloodline abilities and chakra reserves. Forget it. Let's just give it a try, Ishikawa resolved after much deliberation. Taro, Jiro, I leave this to you. I will rest in the ship's cabin. He tossed a quick remark to his juniors before swiftly returning to the cabin. Within a minute, a wild figure burst from the cabin window and dashed toward the Crafting Ninja Village. According to the storyline, those 4 supporting characters would require about 2 years to prepare to resurrect the progenitor Kayamizu, using the power of the One Tail. Therefore, even if they weren't currently in the Crafting Ninja Village, the villagers would surely be aware of their whereabouts. Even if luck was not on his side, and he couldn't find those 4 supporting characters to obtain their ninja tools, Kayamizu's corpse would undoubtedly be present. While ninja tools were indeed vital, the resurrection technique that Kayamizu employed using a tailed beast was quite extraordinary. Surely, I too shall become a grave robber today, just like Uncle Snake, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. Ishikawa stealthily plotted his course. The ability to resurrect the dead was simply too tempting for him to ignore. Soon, after a swift half-hour journey, Ishikawa arrived at the Crafting Ninja Village. Utilizing the camouflage of the wild, he boldly strode into the village, leaping effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop. Lacking any leads, Ishikawa resorted to a thorough search for information. In less than 10 minutes, he located the ancestral tomb that was revered in the Crafting Ninja Village. Confirming the location of Kayamizu's remains, Ishikawa did not linger and immediately headed toward the village's opulent residence in search of clues about the 4 individuals, though referred to as a grand residence. It was merely a notch above the homes of ordinary villagers, slightly larger and more robust. Upon arriving at the front of the residence, Ishikawa's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the stone carvings adorning the walls. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. How dare you supporting characters utilize the 4 symbols to ward off evil? Ishikawa silently scoffed as he stealthily slipped into the residence. I heard that a prominent merchant from the Leaf Village has come to procure weapons, along with Leaf ninjas guarding the shipments. Humph. Those profits should have been ours in the Land of Crafts, yet they have now been handed to the merchants of the Leaf Village for free. This is an inevitable circumstance. After all, We are isolated and sanctioned by the 5 great nations, compelled to trade weapons according to their demands. Those nefarious 5 nations. One day, our craft nation shall shatter their sanctions and restore the normal order of trade. I firmly believe that day is not far off. Your confidence is quite striking. Could it be that the esteemed Master Bugaway has made progress in crafting the ancestral ninja tools? I have heard from Lord Shuei Tiger and the others that the flying twin swords and the Yali Dart Blade have already been completed. Although the infinite whole armor and the light sword are yet to be finished, I'm certain they will be ready within a year or two. So, does this mean we will soon restore the dignity and glory of the craft nation under the leadership of the 4 celestial beings? Splendid. I can hardly wait to witness that day. I share your anticipation, but we must ensure that the 5 great nations do not uncover our plans prematurely. Huoli, you ought not to be speaking of such matters today. Fear not. The concerns that plague your mind are utterly unfounded. For the sake of confidentiality, Lord Shuei Tiger and the others left the craft nation years ago to forge the ancestral ninja tools in secrecy. Even I am unaware of their whereabouts. Had it not been for Lord Shudager's return a month ago to obtain forging materials, I would remain oblivious to these details that I see. It seems the dawn of hope is soon to grace our craft ninja village. The 4 celestial beings, the peacock flying twin swords, the dragon Ayali dark blade, the Shuei Tiger infinite whole armor, and the dragon turtle light sword. These are the names of those 4 and their ninja tools. Alas, they are not present in the village. What a pity! Shurchuan sighed with a flicker of his eyes, promptly dispelling the technique, transforming it into a fleeting glimmer that traversed the vast sky as evening descended. And the setting sun painted a splendid canvas upon the sea. The client's cargo ship finally completed its loading and set sail from the port. After a hearty meal, Shurchuan steeled himself and ascended to the top of the ship's cabin. Savoring the sea breeze to rejuvenate his spirit in his hand, he toyed with a chakra short blade valued at 100,000 Ryo, the chakra blade. You say, it utilizes the property of chakra transmission to alleviate the cultivation difficulties associated with lightning release. Shurchuan, you truly spare no expense. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice emerged from behind, startling Shurchuan. TSK, could you refrain from appearing so silently and unexpectedly, Kakashi-sensei? Shurchuan retorted, preparing to sheath the short blade. Yet in the very instant he moved, he perceived a blur before him as Kakashi seized the short blade into his grasp. Once I too possessed a short blade of similar length, Shurchuan began, only to be interrupted by Kakashi's wistful gaze and somber sigh. Almost simultaneously, as Kakashi spoke, the chakra blade erupted in a dazzling display of white and blue luminescence. What is this? Shurchuan could not help but inquire, a faint suspicion creeping into his mind. This is a family technique that enhances attack power by overlaying the lightning attribute chakra's nature onto the blade. A technique renowned during the Second Shinobi World War. Shurchuan, I have long desired to speak with you. With your chakra, you are ill-suited to become a ninjutsu-type ninja, at the Senju's monstrous strength. Lightning release armor, or the technique of etherealization, all require a substantial chakra reserve to sustain. Therefore, to prevent you from straying down a misguided path and squandering your potential, I recommend that you primarily focus on lightning release armor and etherealization, while also utilizing the speed of the lightning release armor to supplement your swordsmanship. Coincidentally, I can also guide you in your training in this regard at AS for the Senju's monstrous strength. You may attempt to cultivate that only after you ascend to the rank of Jounin. For now, it is best not to spread your focus too thin. Listening to Kakashi's well-reasoned analysis, Shurchuan could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, he had accumulated too many valuable resources, causing him to disperse his energy excessively. Were it not for the support of the external enhancement, he would not be so at ease at this moment. Nevertheless, his time and training progress had suffered significant setbacks. Kakashi-sensei, it seems I must make some choices. Taking a deep breath, Shurchuan's gaze intensified as he focused on Kakashi, having reached a decision. One must eat a meal one bite at a time. While simultaneous advancement is indeed tempting, in order to rapidly grow and acquire practical combat abilities, he must first set aside the training of the Rasengan and the Senju's monstrous strength. However, waiting until he becomes a Jounin to learn would be too late. A year A year hence would not be too late for learning. With the external enhancement, Szechuan felt confident that he could master the Rasengan and the monstrous strength during the collapse of Konoha's plan. Excellent. Then upon our return to the village, I shall guide you in your swordsmanship training. How troublesome. I never anticipated that I would willingly engage in such mundane activities. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, somewhat perplexed by his own actions. Could this be the consciousness of being a mentor? TSK, who would have thought he would become so proactive one day? Ultimately, it is still the reluctance to witness Szechuan, his disciple, squander his talents. Moreover, it presents an opportunity to ensure the legacy of his father's swordsmanship endures. Kakashi-sensei, or perhaps I should now refer to you as master. Gazing at Kakashi's languid demeanor, Szechuan's expression turned serious. Although he did not receive the Chidori, Kakashi's intention to pass on the White Fang sword techniques to him warrants the honor of calling him master. This is a true mentor who considers his future, rather than merely instructing him as a jounin. You may call me as you wish, but I still prefer you addressing me as sensei. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, then rose to depart. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Szechuan spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Have such a mentor is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, even with the advantage of a golden finger and narrative benefits, he would not have progressed so smoothly to IT as decided. I must find a way to help Kakashi free himself from the burden of a Sharingan. The time has come. I can initiate a plan to strike at the root. Gazing at the moonlit sky, Szechuan popped a soldier pill into his mouth before biting his finger. Summoning technique. With the completion of the hand seals, Szechuan slammed his palm onto the ground, and with a resounding thud, a black hawk appeared before him. Observing the seemingly dim-witted Black Hawk, Szechuan swiftly produced a kunai wrapped in explosive tags and placed it in the hawk's talon. Then he formed hand seals once more. Etherealization technique. With a whoosh, a blue-white ethereal form emerged and entered the Black Hawk's body, its previously dull and lifeless eyes instantly becoming sharp and alert, spreading its wings to soar into the sky. Is that Szechuan's reconnaissance hawk? What on earth is he up to? Kakashi, making his way to the cabin, turned with suspicion but did not inquire further. Whether Szechuan was merely indulging a fleeting whim to experience flight or was scouting for any unusual occurrences, either was quite normal. Meanwhile, what is that ship doing? As Szechuan controlled the Black Hawk, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the small ship closely trailing them from the southeast with a hint of suspicion. Through the hawk's keen vision, even in the darkness, he could clearly discern the imposing figure upon the small ship's deck. Although he could not make out the person's expression, it was undeniable that their gaze was fixed upon their cargo ship. No matter, I will prioritize the task at hand and address the rest later. Silently admonishing himself, Szechuan flapped his wings and swiftly flew straight towards the craft ninja village in a direct flight. Szechuan arrived at his destination, the ancestral Qingming cemetery of the craft ninja village, in under 20 minutes. Why now? Night had fallen, and the villagers guarding the cemetery had long retreated to their homes for a peaceful slumber. Taking aim, Szechuan hurled the kunai wrapped in explosive tags into a corner of the grave, and with a thunderous boom, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the cemetery, rousing the guards and nearby villagers. A minute later, as the nearest guard arrived at the ancestral cemetery, they beheld the Qingming ancestor's grave violently shattered. Who could it be? Who has stolen the remains of the ancestor? Gazing at the coffin from which the Qingming corpse had vanished, the guard was immediately struck with terror and disbelief. Yet, no matter how much he bellowed in vain, it could not affect the shadow soaring back into the clouds. I shall simply take the Qingming corpse. I refuse to believe this old fool can still resurrect under these circumstances. Watching the desiccated corpse of Qingming in his claws, Szechuan chuckled softly as he flew towards the sea. Crack! After hurtling through the sea for a kilometer at breakneck speed, Szechuan gripped tightly with his talons, causing the fragile remains of Qingming to separate and plummet into the ocean. There was no need to bring back the entire corpse, as it would be a waste of energy and risk exposure. Szechuan had no intention of doing so. If it were merely for the purpose of impure reincarnation, these remains would suffice. Atop the ship, Szechuan formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the sealing scroll. exclaiming, as the head of Qingming transformed into a puff of white smoke and was sealed away. Having completed these tasks, Shichuan did not rest, but immediately grabbed the scroll and dashed towards the cabin. With the enhancement of 0.2 chakra and soldier pills, the after-effects of his etherealization were not as severe as before the AS for the Blackhawk. It had long been dismissed and returned to Konoha's back mountain. Standing by for orders, Sensei, we have a situation. With a heavy push, Ishikawa swung the cabin door open, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he urgently called out to Kakashi. You said. Kakashi, leaning against the headboard, was jolted to attention, his gaze keenly fixed on Ishikawa, awaiting an explanation. Ishikawa vividly recalled their earlier sortie with the Blackhawk. It was still fresh in his mind. A small boat in the southeast is tailing us closely. We must be under surveillance. Without further ado, Ishikawa exhaled and spoke plainly. Regardless of the intentions of that vessel, he intended to use this information to divert attention from his mission aboard the Blackhawk. Are you certain? Kakashi inquired. Absolutely. I've been watching them for half an hour. Upon hearing Ishikawa's affirmative response, Kakashi finally adopted a serious demeanor. Inform Taro and Jiro to prepare for battle. I will seek out Mr. Nagayoshi. With a swift admonition, Kakashi rose and headed to the client's quarters. Ishikawa, not one to linger, promptly followed suit to summon Taro and 0.5 minutes later. In the cargo ship's bridge, Kakashi ordered, change course. I need to ascertain whether the cargo ship is indeed being targeted. With the client's consent, the helmsman executed the command with remarkable speed. In this vast night, how do we confirm if we are being pursued? Even if we change direction, they won't be able to see us. How can we ascertain their presence? Taro, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, expressed his confusion. Indeed, Kakashi replied, this must be why the enemy is tracking us under the cover of darkness. Nothing can be discerned at this hour. Jiro chimed in, his face paling as he spoke. While he had faith in Kakashi's abilities, the peril of being ambushed at sea weighed heavily on his mind. A successful attack could spell financial ruin for him. Rest assured, if we are indeed being pursued, I believe they possess methods to track us. Moreover, I have discovered a way to detect them. Kakashi reassured the client with a confident smile. Though he was uncertain of the enemy's tracking techniques, he was convinced they existed. After all, if they were unable to locate the ship, how could they even contemplate a robbery? As this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi's expression darkened. If the adversaries were confirmed, they would likely launch a nighttime assault, for by dawn, we would undoubtedly identify them. After providing a precautionary warning to the group, Kakashi bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning the ninja Hound Pakin with a resounding bang. Pakin, ascertain whether we have any tails following us. My tracking skills are not particularly effective at sea. Pakin grumbled, taking in the salty sea breeze. Nonetheless, he took his task seriously and dashed to the deck to sniff the air intently. There is indeed a ninja's scent. However, due to the ocean winds, I cannot confirm the number or strength of the enemy. Only that they are approximately 2 kilometers behind us. 2 kilometers? Kakashi murmured, prompting the helmsman to alter their course once more. Predictably, the small boat adjusted its course to follow suit. They caught up. It confirmed they are the enemy. Pakin sniffed again, ultimately affirming, causing both Kakashi and Ishikawa to frown simultaneously. Kakashi had not anticipated the enemy's tracking skills to be so formidable, while Ishikawa was taken aback that the pursuing vessel was indeed hostile. This is bad. We've alerted them. Ishikawa suddenly realized, his complexion shifting as he raised his voice in warning, that as they altered course to test the enemy's resolve, they inadvertently signaled their own exposure. Thus, as the exposed party, the only options left for the enemy were to retreat or launch a preemptive strike under cover of darkness. I am well aware of this. Such actions serve to intimidate and gauge the adversary. Ideally, they would withdraw, but should they press forward, it would indicate their true strength may not be so easily dismissed. Kakashi regarded Ishikawa with a tone of reluctant admiration, then turned his gaze towards Pakin. Seeking further insight. Apologies, Kakashi. You may be in trouble, Pakin remarked, shaking his head in a human-like manner, indirectly indicating that the enemy had indeed closed in that case. We must take the initiative. We cannot engage aboard the cargo ship to avoid unnecessary losses. Ishikawa's eyes narrowed. He was keen on protecting the precious ninja tools he had purchased for a hefty sum. Indeed, this young man speaks wisely. The client quickly concurred, his eyes brimming with gratitude towards Ishikawa. While he understood the concern for his cargo, any mishap would result in his greatest loss as the client. Taro Jiro, you will remain with Pakin to guard the cargo ship as a precaution. Ishikawa, come with me to intercept the enemy. We must prevent them from boarding the vessel. Kakashi decisively assigned roles, knowing that any calamity aboard the cargo ship would spell the end of their mission. Kakashi-sensei, I can use water release techniques. Allow me to assist in intercepting the enemy. As Kakashi and Ishikawa prepared to depart, Jiro rushed forward, volunteering eagerly. This gesture warmed the hearts of both Kakashi and Ishikawa. No, it is precisely because you can use water release that you must remain for defense. Kakashi firmly rejected the request, signaling for Ishikawa to leap from the ship and hasten to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, a division of forces, is it? Upon hearing a whisper from behind, the green-haired brute snickered, arriving at a decision. You two will infiltrate from beneath the waves to eliminate the crew aboard the cargo ship. Then steer the vessel towards the port of the country of rivers. Once we dispatch those two, we will rendezvous with you. Understood. Boss Point 2 of the four subordinates promptly dove into the sea, heading towards the cargo ship. Do not underestimate them, Raiga. They're elite Konoha shinobi with ocular techniques. The legendary copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Just as the two underlings departed, a clear voice rang out behind the green-haired brute. Did I.S. that Kakashi with the Sharingan? How could his ocular techniques possibly compare to your abilities, Ramaru? Raiga, the green-haired giant, dismissed the notion with derision, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes barely concealed. Today, I will use Kakashi's head to wash away the humiliation that his comrade brought upon me in our last battle. I will assist you, Raiga, that we are with you. Boss Kirikiri. Upon hearing the shouts from his comrades, Raiga's confidence surged as he formed hand seals. Let us show the Konoha ninja the might of the Kirikiri clan. Ninja art. Hidden mist technique. Mist? How can such dense fog arise so suddenly? On the surface of the sea, Ishikawa's expression shifted as he observed Kakashi's swiftly vanishing figure. Such an obvious and abrupt fog could not be a natural phenomenon. This is the signature technique of the hidden mist assassins, the hidden mist jutsu. Ishikawa, stay close to me and do not act recklessly. Kakashi abruptly halted, quickly lifting his forehead protector to reveal the crimson three-tomo Sharingan. In this situation, only the inside of the Sharingan could unveil the enemy's movements. This is troublesome. The enemy has already detected us and is preparing to block our path or launch an assassination. Ishikawa gripped his chakra, short blade, tightly, his tension palpable. Impossible. Standard wind techniques cannot disperse such a vast area of fog. Even if I were to expend chakra to clear the mist, the enemy would likely employ the same tactics again. It would be a waste of chakra with no meaningful outcome. Kakashi shook his head in resignation. He did not possess the luxury of chakra to squander. If he wasted chakra and lacked the strength to defeat the enemy, it would be utterly absurd. Kakashi's response left Ishikawa speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. Kakashi, with his dwindling chakra, seemed perpetually caught in a precarious balance. For the first time, Ishikawa truly felt the harrowing boundary between life and death. Even when facing the wreckage, he had not felt such terror. All his fears stemmed from the lethal atmosphere enveloping them in the white mist. Faced with unseen attacks and enemies, Ishikawa felt unprecedented psychological pressure. The perils and unpredictability of the ninja world were once again starkly laid bare before him in a more brutal reality. Be careful. Suddenly, as Ishikawa's focus wavered in his tension, Kakashi shouted and kicked him away. Ishikawa was propelled several meters, still reeling from the impact, when the clash of metal rang sharply across the sea. Impressive. You managed to block my assassination attempt, Kakashi of the Sharingan. It seems you have earned the right to be my final gift. Raiga, observing Kakashi as he parried the dual-blade assault with his kunai and protective gear, was taken aback. With Ramaru's warning, Raiga was confident that his assassination technique had revealed no flaws, yet Kakashi had still managed to deflect it. So, this is the power of the Sharingan. Raikiri. Fong. Unexpectedly, the fugitive ninja from the hidden mist, Raiga, had abandoned his title as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What? After defecting from the hidden mist, have you discarded your reputation to raid a merchant vessel? Kakashi feigned jest as he gazed at the burly man before him. Yet inwardly he lamented the dire situation. The 7 ninja, Swords of the Mist, each one a formidable elite genin, posed an insurmountable challenge. This was troubling indeed. What? The Black Ho Thunder Fong, one of the 7 ninja swords. Ishikawa, who overheard Kakashi, instantly paled, his expression darkening to that of a soot-covered pot. What terrible misfortune was this? First the Raikage, and now the 7 ninja swords. How could a mere supporting genin like him endure such a protagonist's fate? Oh heavens, was fate conspiring to prevent his survival? Ah, I'd almost forgotten there was a mere fish over there. Just as Ishikawa gasped in shock, Thunder Fong appeared to have a sudden realization, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned his head, in the next instant. His Sharingan discerned 2 figures surging from beneath the water, one in front of the other, charging toward Ishikawa. "Beware the water!" Kakashi instinctively shouted, his face a mask of alarm. Upon hearing Kakashi's urgent warning, Ishikawa was jolted awake and, without hesitation, unleashed his chakra, leaping to escape his position. But in a heartbeat, as Ishikawa surged upwards, the 2 figures emerged simultaneously. With a resounding thud, the first figure was struck by Ishikawa's chakra-infused short blade and fell into the water. However, the second figure, with a swift motion, plunged a kunai deep into Ishikawa's back. Ugh! In that moment, as the kunai pierced his flesh, Ishikawa let out a gasp of blood and plummeted into the sea. Lifeless .1 down, the assailant chuckled, reveling in his success as he watched Ishikawa sink, devoid of strength, a mere genin, and yet he was so easily dispatched by a seasoned former genin of the mist. Ishikawa. Kakashi's heart shattered at the sight, his fury igniting as electrical energy coursed through him, amplifying his presence. Be careful. Thunder Fong, sensing the impending storm, was about to intervene, but a sudden warning from behind halted him. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing almost instantaneously behind the genin. With a swift motion, Kakashi's kunai sliced through the air, claiming the genin's life as blood gushed forth. I once vowed never to let my subordinates perish before my eyes. Yet now, you have slain my most cherished disciple, and this shall not be forgiven. Like a man possessed, Kakashi turned, his crimson left eye fixed menacingly upon Thunder Fong. Brimming with killing intent, he had only just begun to acknowledge and prepare to pass on his swordsmanship, only to be met with this tragic separation. Such an affront was beyond his capacity for acceptance. Is it not a common fate for a ninja to confront death? Thunder Fong sneered, disdain dripping from his words. Kakashi, it seems your reputation is nothing more than a facade, bastard. Kakashi roared, unleashing his fury as he wielded his kunai, creating a blur before Thunder Fong's eyes, in an instant. Just as Kakashi swung his weapon, Thunder Fong vanished in a flash. What the Kakashi furrowed his brow, recalling the sound he had heard just before the disappearance. It seemed someone had warned Thunder Fong to evade. There, I see it. Kakashi's left eye flashed crimson as he locked onto a specific location and dashed forward. But what was this? He had clearly sensed chakra emanating from that direction. A signal that could not be mistaken. Confounded, Kakashi found his attack, striking nothing but air. Yet before he could ponder further, another chakra signature surged from the mist, advancing towards him. Naturally, Kakashi reacted without hesitation. But once again, it was an empty phantom that met his strike. What on earth was happening? Could it be the entity I observed earlier? Kakashi's mind raced as he recalled a detail he had previously noted. Behind Thunder Fong, there appeared to be another chakra signature. Just as he reached a critical realization, another attack erupted from the dense fog. This time, it was a genuine assault. With a resounding crash, caught off guard, Kakashi was sent sprawling. Even with the protection of his lightning armor, he found himself ensnared in a web of confusion amidst these deceptive attacks. Was this the power of the red-eyed one? It seemed his teacher was in dire straits. The only option left to survive was to go all in. Beneath the surface, a venomous serpent glided swiftly, its eyes aglow with intent. At last, I have found you, the red-eyed youth behind Thunderfang. Utilizing the infrared vision of the serpent, Ishikawa confirmed the intertwined heat signatures. Aware that his opponent was the Black Ho Thunderfang of the Seven Ninja Swords, Ishikawa was no stranger to the intelligence surrounding them. The reason they were relentlessly pursued across the pitch-black sea was due to the boy named Ranmaru. Ranmaru's eyes, akin to the Byakugan, possessed the ability to perceive objects, and even more alarmingly, they could sense and surpass the observational prowess of the Byakugan. Yet that was not the end of it. The red eyes also held the terrifying ability to create deceptive chakra images to confound enemies. The lifelike chakra pathways made it impossible for the Byakugan to discern reality from illusion, leaving even the Sharingan within the fog unable to penetrate the ruse. However, these illusions, so convincingly deceptive, were rendered ineffective under the infrared detection of the serpent. I nearly met my end just now. You wretched beings will soon learn the wrath of a traveler. As he recalled the close brush with death, Ishikawa couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. Had he not utilized his medical knowledge to avoid a fatal blow and pretended to be dead, he might very well have met his demise. Yet, even having narrowly escaped, his physical form was gravely injured. Barely clinging to life underwater. Determined, Ishikawa swiftly propelled himself toward Thunderfang, using the ocean's cover to his advantage. Meanwhile, Kakashi, realizing he could no longer afford to remain in this stalemate, unleashed a scroll. Hastily forming seals, he needed to resolve this quickly and ascertain whether Ishikawa could still be saved. Prolonging this conflict served neither of them well. Ditto. You intend to attack with ninjutsu? Alas, your eyes are incapable of locating my position. Thunderfang scoffed, having gleaned Kakashi's intent through Ranmaru's revelations. Is that so? However, you seem to have overlooked that one can also track a target by scent. Unperturbed, Kakashi's bloodstained fingers swiftly traced the surface of the scroll. Summoning, 7 ninja dogs, pursuit technique. In a breath, a black summoning sigil erupted from the ocean, 7 ninja hounds howling as they charged toward Thunderfang, skimming the water surface, unable to discern their target's scent underwater. The hounds did not attempt a stealthy ambush, but rather advanced with full force. Thunderfang, beware the ninja hounds. They're coming from all directions, Ranmaru warned, exposing their position. There, Kakashi shouted, fueled by the hounds' barks confirming their presence. Swiftly forming seals and racing forward, his gaze fierce as he concentrated his chakra into Chider. Oh, what if you've discovered us? Do not underestimate Black Ho Thunderfang with a savage roar. Thunderfang brandished his dual blades, unleashing a devastating attack. Lightning release. Thunderfang. In an explosive clash, he crossed his blades, summoning 2 massive arcs of lightning that surged forth in an X-shaped burst, wreaking havoc across the ocean's surface, sending Kakashi and the hounds into disarray. What an opportunity! Initially concerned about being detected by Ranmaru, now with my teacher and the hounds distracting Thunderfang. Victory seemed assured. Underwater, Ishikawa beamed at the sudden turn of events. While water conducts electricity, amplifying Thunderfang's lightning attacks, it equally diluted their potency due to the vastness of the least, submerged 10 meters down. Ishikawa remained unaffected by the lightning as he swam toward Thunderfang with unwavering resolve. 12 o'clock ahead. Trouble. I hadn't anticipated the opponent's sensory capabilities to be so acute. This was disastrous. In this scenario, I could not hope to approach swiftly. Hearing Ranmaru's continuous warnings, Kakashi adjusted his path, dodging the strikes, his expression one of bitter frustration. The remaining hounds had already been repelled by the relentless lightning. With only 4 left to endure, why Ranmaru? Just as Kakashi prepared to temporarily withdraw in search of Ishikawa, Thunderfang's sudden outcry from the mist caused Kakashi's expression to shift in alarm. There, Thunderfang fixated on a venomous serpent that had leapt from the depths, sinking its fangs into Ranmaru. Damn it! Where did that serpent come from? Without a moment's hesitation, Leia immediately abandoned his attack, yanking the venomous snake away with the intent of reducing it to mere ashes with his electric power. Yet, at the very instant he tore the serpent free, the snake, as thick as a human arm, suddenly opened its fearsome jaws wide, revealing several explosive tags crackling ominously within. What? Upon witnessing this, Leia's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly cast aside the poison Lan Wan while unleashing a defensive ninjutsu, Armor of Lightning. In a thunderous roar, almost in the blink of an eye, the explosive tags within the serpent detonated, erupting into a colossal water explosion. The force of this blast was far beyond what Leia had anticipated from merely a few explosive tags. It must have had the explosive power of at least dozens. It was abundantly clear that more hidden explosive tags lay concealed within the serpent's body. Wow! Almost instantaneously after the explosion, Shi Chuan, the true form submerged beneath the water, suddenly opened his eyes wide, swiftly swimming to the surface and expelling the seawater from his stomach, observing the towering plume of explosive mist 100 meters away. Shi Chuan couldn't help but smile through the searing pain in his back, hastily swallowing 3 medicinal pills, a soldier's pill, a painkiller, and a blood-replenishing pill. Humph, I have sacrificed a contracted poisonous snake for a self-destructive assault. This should be enough for you to consume an entire jar. Considering that the damage from 50 explosive tags could amount to 15,000 taels, Shi Chuan felt a pang of regret. However, despite this heartache, he harbored no feelings of remorse, instead feeling fortunate for his foresight. Initially, in order to maximize the potential of the spiritual transformation technique, he had chosen a highly toxic snake as his contracted companion, and subsequently invested a fortune in concealing 50 explosive tags within it as a contingency planned out of course. The same treatment was afforded to the Black Hawk and the Wild Dog. Spending money was preferable to losing one's life. This was Shi Chuan's unfortunate predicament at this stage. Ah, that guy. Suddenly, Shi Chuan recalled the direction in which he had sensed Lan Wan being thrown through the snake before the explosion, and he immediately dove underwater, swimming toward that position. Having finally separated from Lan Wan, he could not afford to let Leia find him again and reunite. As for the thought of killing Leia, Shi Chuan had never entertained such an idea. It would be fortunate enough if he could injure him unexpectedly. To think of annihilating an elite Jonin with such an attack was utterly implausible. The poisonous snake? The explosive tag's grand detonation. How enlightening. Kakashi muttered to himself, observing the chaotic scene, his eyes narrowing with delight. How could an ordinary poisonous snake dare to appear here and incite such a massive explosion? Thus, it was evident that only Shi Chuan, possessing the spiritual transformation technique, could accomplish such a feat. Shi Chuan's summoned poisonous snake was one he had personally aided in forming the blood contract. Go for it. Realizing the hard-won opportunity for a decisive strike, Kakashi wasted no time in calling forth the remaining ninja hounds to charge. The recent explosion had already dispersed the thick fog, allowing Kakashi to easily see the exposed Leia. How infuriating. I never expected to fall prey to such a clumsy ambush. Observing Kakashi and the 4 ninja hounds charging toward him, a disheveled Leia was instantly consumed by rage. Although he still couldn't fathom why Lan Wan hadn't detected the snake's ambush in time, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. Having hastily tossed Lan Wan into the sea, he needed to employ overwhelming force to swiftly eliminate Kakashi before searching for Lan Wan to assist him in detoxification. Lightning release. Lightning dragon tornado. Realizing Lan Wan's life hung in the balance, Leia brandished his dual blades, summoning a ferocious surge of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the lightning coursed through him as he spun his blades at incredible speed, instantly forming a dragon-shaped lightning vortex that churned the sea into chaos. In a matter of moments, the 4 ninja hounds were repelled by the roaring lightning dragon, their summoning dispelled. Not only the hounds, but even Kakashi at this moment relied on his Sharingan to maneuver and evade, daring not to clash head-on. At this moment, Leia, harnessing the might of heaven and sea, was terrifyingly powerful. Sensei, you must hold your ground. If you can just hold on a bit longer, I'm sure you can handle this. An unassisted Leia should pose no problem, right? Gazing at the calamity of the lightning dragon wreaking havoc, Shi Chuan swallowed hard, shouldering his black pouch and retreating. Absurd! How could a mere Chunin like him participate in such a battle? This was not how one sought death. It would be wise to return to the ship and regroup with my 2 subordinates. At worst, I could risk it all again, possessing the Black Hawk to launch a suicidal aerial assault against Lei Wai and Omor Zabuza. You say Kakashi once defeated the demon Zabuza? Just as Shi Chuan dashed across the surface of the sea under the cover of night and lingering mist, a weak, urgent voice suddenly emanated from the black pouch on his back. This voice undoubtedly belonged to the red-eyed youth, Lan Wan. Faced with a powerless and poisoned youth, Shi Chuan had no difficulty in subduing him effortlessly. You are so preoccupied with your own survival that you still have the energy to worry about him? What a pitiful creature, Shi Chuan scoffed coldly, quickening his pace to retreat through the water. As for Lan Wan, the accomplice who nearly led to his and Kakashi's demise in the sea, Shi Chuan harbored no fondness for him, even with knowledge of the plot. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel and irresponsible to oneself and one's comrades. He was no saintly protagonist, capable of effortlessly persuading bloodied foes to switch sides. Even in the original storyline, the protagonist Naruto had not managed to convince Lan Wan in a timely manner. Rather, he had been deceived and manipulated into resurrecting Leia, plunging them into a more perilous situation. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, perhaps Neji and the others would have been dragged down by Naruto, leading to their total annihilation. Therefore, Shi Chuan had neither the qualification nor the inclination to fawn over Lan Wan. The only reason he had not yet killed Lan Wan was due to that bloodline limit, his red eyes, which surpassed even the Byakugan. Prior to today, Shi Chuan had never considered acquiring a pair of Byakugan or Sharingan for himself. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he dared not. Not to mention the sources of the eyes or the various side effects of transplantation. Even if he were to overcome such obstacles and successfully transplant the Byakugan or Sharingan, he would surely attract the attention of Danzo, the third Hokage, or the Hyuga clan by the very next day. The risks outweighed the benefits. However, now, with a pair of red eyes, not inferior to the Byakugan, presented to him, how could Shi Chuan afford to ignore it after being thoroughly beaten into realizing the truth? As for the side effects, although the red eyes were said to be the nemesis of the Byakugan, they had their limits. Were the ocular techniques of those who were not of the Otsutsuki clan truly more detrimental than the side effects of the Sharingan? At worst, he could try transplanting one, and, if it didn't work out, simply revert. In the ninja world, exchange surgeries were smoother than USB connections in his past life. There was no need to hesitate. No, Leia is everything to me. He cannot die. We still have 2 individuals to ambush the cargo ship. If you wish to return swiftly to save him, just abandon me. Hurry, leave me behind. As Shi Chuan's thoughts surged, Lan Wan once again opened his mouth to betray his comrade for Lei Wai as long as he was discarded. He could swim in the sea and use his red eyes to create chakra illusions to assist Leia in battle. Otherwise, without his help, Leia might very well perish. What? You still have allies? Instantly, upon hearing Lan Wan's revelation, Shi Chuan's expression changed drastically. The 2 subordinates of Leia he had encountered earlier were both missed shinobi of Chunin rank. He had relied on surprise to injure one, while the other had been slain by Kakashi to be why extrapolating from their strength, the other 2 should be of a similar caliber. This is bad. The strength of Itaro and Jiro is insufficient for resistance. Realizing this, Shi Chuan, already wounded, felt a decisive glimmer in his eyes, no longer hesitating that I'm sorry, but I cannot continue to carry you. With a swift motion, he yanked off the black pouch, his chakra blade unsheathing in an instant. And without a moment's hesitation, he executed a clean and decisive strike. Before Lan Wan in the black pouch could even revel in joy, he felt a chill at his neck, his world spinning. In the final second before losing consciousness, he glimpsed Shi Chuan's cold, eerie, youthful visage through the severed black pouch. Initially, I had planned to keep you alive until we reached Konoha to perform an eye transplant. Now I must take a risk. Gazing at the youthful, astonished visage of the severed head, Shi Chuan swiftly produced a blank scroll, forming seals with great speed. Seal. With the completion of the hand seals, Lan Wan's head was sealed away with a resounding thud, and Shi Chuan's chakra erupted beneath him, transforming into a shadow that darted toward the cargo ship. It was not that he was ruthless, but rather that this cruel world did not allow the weak, self-important saints to survive. This is the way of a ninja. Lan Wan, as if sensing something, almost at the moment Shirchuan severed Lan Wan's head. The enraged Leia behind him roared like a madman. In an instant, the devastating lightning dragon ravaging the sea dissipated, replaced by the black-clad Leia, wielding dual blades and summoning nature's lightning. As he lost his mind, such a degree of lightning attack on the surface of the sea could spell disaster even for the caster, gazing at the impending storm of terrifying lightning. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, this seemed to present a rare opportunity to strike down his foe in one decisive blow, observing the rampaging lightning that pierced the heavens. The crimson hue in Kakashi's eyes transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, hurtling towards Raiga, while his palm shimmered with intertwining lightning. "Raikiri, die, you scoundrel of Konoha!" As Kakashi approached like a flash of lightning, Raiga bellowed furiously, swinging his dual lightning blades with all his might. Lightning release. Thunder burial. With Raiga's eruption of power, the natural lightning in the sky instantly intertwined, forming a colossal lightning sphere with a diameter of 10 meters that hurtled down towards Kakashi. Faced with this seemingly cataclysmic lightning sphere, Kakashi did not flinch or evade. Instead, he thrust his right palm forward, donning a lightning armor as he charged straight ahead. To Raiga's astonishment, Kakashi boldly plunged into the disaster that was the lightning sphere. Seeking death. After a brief moment of shock, Raiga spat out these words, his gaze filled with disdain and a sinister grin. Initially, he had feared Kakashi might evade, causing this sure-kill technique to falter. Now, it seemed that the rumors surrounding that individual were utterly unfounded. Even as the caster of such a natural lightning sphere, facing it directly with his lightning blades would be a gamble with death. Moreover, Kakashi, who was unarmed, stood no chance. Then, I must seek out Lam. That sensation earlier was troubling. I am gripped by an ominous premonition. A thought flashed through Raiga's mind, prompting him to glance towards the location where he had abandoned Lamru. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the colossal lightning sphere was abruptly bisected at its center with a resounding crack. Nanny! He actually severed the lightning sphere with lightning release? Upon hearing the commotion, Raiga was instantly filled with horror. Disbelief etched across his face. In the blink of an eye, as Raiga instinctively turned his head, a streak of lightning appeared before him like a flash. Jinja! Sharingan! Raiga's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to counterattack. But with a cold scoff, he felt his eyes blur, his body ensnared in a momentary stupor. In that brief pause, a lightning-infused hand pierced through his chest with lightning speed. The Sharingan? So that is how it is. I never expected such an END. As he gazed at Kakashi, who was now so close, Raiga regained his awareness, bitterness lacing his words. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, the shattering of his chest and the paralysis enveloping his body rendered him powerless to reverse his fate. Your demise has long been predetermined. Dying here is the most fitting end for your traitorous existence, Kakashi retorted coldly, while secretly exhaling in relief. Thankfully, there were no unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, with his dwindling chakra, he would have become the one to meet death should the enemy have evaded. "Ha! Are you mocking me, Kakashi?" Raiga grinned menacingly, his eyes ablaze with rage. "But do not rejoice too soon. Even in my defeat, my subordinates will ensure your comrades accompany me to the grave, on the road to hell. I'm not alone. Aha! What? You have accomplices." Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically at Raiga's taunting, and as he kicked Raiga away, he seized the lightning blades, turning to dash towards the cargo ship. Damn it, Taro, Jiro, and Ishikawa, they must not come to harm. Kakashi thought, Lamuru, this is where I can assist you no further. Watching Kakashi vanish like a fleeting shadow, Raiga's eyes glimmered with hope as he gazed towards a certain direction, slowly sinking beneath the waves. If Kakashi had not discovered Lamuru, that individual should still be alive in the water. All he could do was hope that the ominous premonition he felt was merely a figment of his imagination. Meanwhile, aboard the cargo ship, Dodo, it seems the battle on Black Ho's side has concluded. We should also deal with these nuisances thoroughly. On the deck, a young man clad in black robes glanced at the vanishing flashes of lightning, a sinister grin forming on his lips. Indeed, Otherwise, if the boss learns we were hindered by two low-ranking shinobi and a dog, we would surely face his wrath. Another individual, with a dark and cold gaze, looked disdainfully at their opponents. If it weren't for that dog, how could they have discovered us and delayed our operations for so long? Damn it, I'm not a dog. I'm a ninja hound. A ninja hound, Parker, bloodied and bruised, was filled with indignation, though internally he felt bitter. Faced with two Nin, commanding two genin to hold their ground until now had been his utmost effort, Taro and Jiro had already exhausted their chakra and sustained injuries. In this condition, they could not withstand even a casual attack from their opponents. That it's over. Parker, you must return. Remaining here is nothing but a futile sacrifice. It is utterly meaningless. Yes, if you die, no one will know of our Team 7's last stand. Even in sacrifice, we must ensure our names are inscribed on the memorial stone. Taro and Jiro exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding of their resolve to meet death evident in their expressions, though they were uncertain of Kakashi-sensei's and their brother's situation. The recent thunderstorm and colossal lightning sphere indicated the terrifying foes they faced. They had exhausted all means to combat these two Nin, and without the weapons they had procured earlier, they would never have held out until now. Thus, in this dire situation, they bore no complaints, only a sense of helplessness in their own abilities and lamenting their ill fate, encountering the wreckage during their last C-rank mission. They now faced adversaries far beyond their capabilities. It seemed the Grim Reaper had come to claim them. Fate had deemed this their inevitable calamity. Apologies, I am a tracker, not a fighter. That I will convey your valiant sacrifice to the Third Hokage. Parker sighed helplessly. Having made the decision to dispel the summoning and return to Konoha, he wondered how his old friend Kakashi was faring, and whether he could survive this mission. Thinking of fleeing? We'll see if we allow it. This is where it ends, brat. Almost as soon as Parker spoke, the two individuals opposite him surged forward towards Parker and Taro and Jiro. Each drew their long blades. The cold steel aimed directly at the two young men and the dog, clearly intending to deliver a lethal blow. Key. In the blink of an eye, just as Parker prepared to dispel the summoning, a sudden eagle scream erupted in everyone's ears. Before Taro, Jiro, and Parker could react, a shadow appeared like lightning, lunging towards the two Nin. Caught unawares, the two were violently hurled aside by the unexpected force. Though shocked, their training as former Kurigakure Nin allowed them to react swiftly. Instantly, they swung their blades left and right towards the shadowy black eagle, but as their blades struck, the eagle's form erupted in blinding white light. Boom! Before they could comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion resounded across the sea, tearing the two apart and sending them to their watery graves. What? Witnessing this sudden and shocking turn of events, Parker, having narrowly escaped, stared in disbelief. Taro and Jiro were equally slack-jawed, unable to fathom that in the face of despair, a twist of fate had emerged. Parker, are you all right? Just as the three of them exchanged bewildered glances, a voice called out from the darkened sea. They turned towards the sound to see Kakashi sprinting across the shimmering surface of the water, carrying Ishikawa with him. Bathed in moonlight, that figure appeared so warm, so beautiful. 1 minute earlier. Lightning release, thunder burial, Raikiri. As Raiga and Kakashi unleashed their final attacks, the enormous lightning sphere illuminated the night like a giant spotlight. This is bad. There's no time. Utilizing that fleeting flash of lightning, Ishikawa's gaze sharpened as he perceived the scene at the bow of the ship 1,000 meters away. Though he could barely see clearly, he certainly noticed that someone was fighting at the ship's front. Given the strength of the opposing Nin, the two genin could not possibly hold out until he returned. Moreover, even if he did return, he could not reverse the tide of battle against two Nin. 20 seconds. I can only manifest for 20 seconds at most before I faint. This time, he thought, if I survive, each of you will owe me 10,000 ryōd. If I die, consider it my farewell gift to you. Swiftly forming hand seals, Ishikawa summoned the Black Eagle, his eyes filled with determination as he formed the seals once more. Spirit transformation technique. In the next moment, as the spiritual entity entered his body, the Black Eagle spread its wings once more, transforming into a blur under the cover of night and diving towards the cargo ship. As he rapidly descended, Ishikawa instinctively glanced in the direction of his original body. Through the eagle's night vision, he could clearly see a familiar figure rushing towards him, directly in line with his own body, which was gradually sinking into the sea. Seeing this, Ishikawa felt unburdened and immediately launched a full-speed aerial assault. With an explosion, Ishikawa's spiritual form returned to his body, and he promptly lost consciousness. Kakashi-sensei, I hope my brother is all right. Gazing at Ishikawa, who lay unconscious with his back drenched in blood, Taro hurriedly approached. His concern palpable. Though Jiro was also battered and bruised, he endured the pain and grimaced as he retrieved medicine and bandages, preparing to tend to Ishikawa's wounds. Fine, you all get ready. I will assist him in stitching the wounds and performing emergency hemostasis, Kakashi stated, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the frown etched on his face dissipating. Fortunately, everyone is merely injured, and there have been no casualties. Despite his own exhaustion, Ishikawa's condition could not be neglected. Mr. Nagaki, please expedite our departure from this maritime region. Given our current predicament, encountering pirates again could prove perilous. While washing his hands and disinfecting, Kakashi turned to give orders. Yes, I'll urge the crew at once. The client Nagaki dared not delay and promptly dashed towards the cockpit. The recent battle had startled him. Had it not been for Kakashi and the others escorting him, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. No, once we return, I must reward my saviors. An A-level reward may be excessive. A B-level reward should suffice. With the cargo ship accelerating and Kakashi administering urgent care. Time swiftly passed, ushering in the afternoon of the following day. Ishikawa murmured, groggy as he furrowed his brow and rubbed his head, slowly opening his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, he was met with Jiro's worried visage. Big brother, you're finally awake. How long have I been asleep? Ishikawa inquired, attempting to rise but immediately wincing from sharp pain in his back. Damn, I nearly forgot about my injury. Big brother, you're hurt. Team move. Just command me if you need anything, Jiro insisted, rushing to support Ishikawa, entirely disregarding his own bandaged form. This display of concern warmed Ishikawa's heart. It seemed his younger brother did not go unappreciated after all. Very well. How are Sensei and Taro? Is everyone all right? Ishikawa resumed his reclining position, continuing to question that he had fallen into unconsciousness after the explosion and was completely oblivious to what had transpired thereafter. He was even unaware if the two Chunin had survived the blast. However, seeing Jiro without any sorrowful expression suggested that things were not dire. Sensei remains unconscious, and Taro is attending to him. Big brother, last night, Jiro began, immediately detailing everything in meticulous fashion. The situation unfolded as Ishikawa had anticipated. Team 7 had suffered no casualties, and the cargo ship was unscathed, although Taro and Jiro had sustained injuries. They were merely superficial. It turned out that Ishikawa bore the most severe wounds, while Kakashi had exhausted his ocular powers and chakra, succumbing to unconsciousness, lacking the assistance of a slug for recovery. Ishikawa estimated that Kakashi would need at least a week of rest before awakening. All right, you go fetch something to eat to replenish my strength. Then do not worry about me. Rest is what you need as well. Ishikawa waved Jiro off, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the adjacent ninja tool pouch. Within it lay the sealing scroll containing Lamuru's head. While the sealing scroll could preserve the head from decay, he was uncertain whether the eye's vitality could be maintained for a successful transplantation. Therefore, he needed to distract Jiro while employing his unrefined palm sage technique to ensure the eyes remained viable. Though Ishikawa's current mastery of the palm sage technique could not heal his injuries, it could at least delay decay. Well, it's better than doing nothing at all, with no other options available. This was his only course of action. Yes, big brother, Jiro, unaware of Ishikawa's intentions, tearfully replied before turning to leave. Big brother truly was remarkable. Still concerned for his well-being, even in such a state, he realized he had to care for his elder sibling even more diligently. With the door closing behind Jiro, Ishikawa gritted his teeth and forced himself upright, unrolling the scroll and immediately forming seals to perform the unpracticed palm sage technique on Lamuru's head. After a continuous 10 minutes of nurturing, He sealed it away once more and reclined on the bed, contemplating the impending eye transplantation. It was a certainty that he would proceed with the transplantation, but only his time-traveling roommate, Nohara Rin, would perform the surgery. This was not only to maintain secrecy, but also to avoid complications in case the transplantation failed. Just as the rebus of his past life had stated, when undertaking a task, do it quietly. If you succeed, it's splendid. If you fail, consider it as never having attempted it. Now the question arose, how should he approach Nohara Rin about this matter? Big brother, it's time to eat. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiro's voice resounded from outside, interrupting Ishikawa's musings as he observed the feast Jiro carried in. Ishikawa, already ravenous, ceased his futile thoughts and transformed into a voracious eater. As time flowed on, Ishikawa's recuperation and the secret nurturing of the red eyes progressed day by day. By the third day, they disembarked in the land of fire, forming a lengthy convoy as they began their return to Konoha. Initially, the client hesitated to leave in haste due to Kakashi's condition, but Ishikawa, determined to preserve the eye's vitality, insisted on an expedited departure, compelling the client to comply. To this end, the client, Nagaki, arranged for a luxurious carriage for Kakashi, while Ishikawa and the others were tasked with protection. The journey proceeded smoothly until the 7th day, when Kakashi finally stirred back to consciousness. Sensei, may I have that Thunderblade? Once he confirmed that Kakashi was all right, Ishikawa pointed eagerly at the Thunder Fang twin blades within the carriage. The Thunderblade? Why the sudden interest in that? Kakashi paused, visibly troubled by Ishikawa's request. The Thunderblade was a symbol of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. It was far too significant to be casually bestowed upon a mere genin. The implications were vast, and it was a burden Ishikawa could not bear. Well, you did mention wanting to teach me swordsmanship, and I think that blade would be quite fitting. Ishikawa feigned innocence, though his heart sank as he anticipated Kakashi's response. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, he knew his chances were slim. Yet he pondered. The Thunderblade was a weapon capable of diminishing the strength of the mist and altering the balance of power among the great nations. How could the third Hokage possibly agree to hand it over to him? If that is the case, I strongly advise you to abandon that notion. While this blade is well suited for sword training, it also comes with considerable trouble. As anticipated, Kakashi deliberated briefly before declining Ishikawa's request. Prepared for this outcome, Ishikawa felt no disappointment, but rather shifted his approach. Sensei, if your concern lies with the mist, then just give me one of the blades. The complete Thunder Fang cannot be taken, but surely I can forge my own Thunderblade from one. Meld it down? Kakashi was momentarily speechless at Ishikawa's audacious claim. Melt the Thunderblade? The audacity of this kid was astonishing. Would a single blade still hold the status of the Thunder Fang? You shouldn't even entertain that thought if you wish to craft your own Thunderblade. I have a broken sword at home that you can melt down and forge anew. After all, it's made of special chakra metal, which should suffice for you. A broken sword? Ishikawa murmured skeptically, but a glint of excitement sparked in his eyes. He knew only of one broken sword. White Fang. Could it be that Kakashi intended to give him the broken White Fang? Thank you, Sensei. Grateful for the unexpected boon. Ishikawa no longer coveted the Thunderblade and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He merely desired a suitable chakra-infused weapon to enhance his strength. The specific identity of the blade was of little concern to him. What an insufferable fellow! Kakashi regarded Ishikawa, who had swiftly changed his demeanor, with bemusement, lazily waving his hand as he reclined to rest. In response, Ishikawa simply grinned and promptly exited to arrange provisions with the client, while also coordinating a watch rotation with Taro and Jiro. Time sped by like a fleeting shadow. Following Kakashi's awakening, the next half-month passed smoothly and uneventfully. This period not only allowed Kakashi to fully recover, but also saw Taro and Jiro's injuries heal significantly. Only Ishikawa, with a wound on his back, required at least another half-month of recuperation to last. Under the eager anticipation of Ishikawa, Taro, and Jiro, the lengthy convoy gradually entered Konoha that evening. All right, Ishikawa, you 3 go to the hospital to tend to your wounds. I will report the mission to Lord Third, Kakashi instructed, watching the client depart. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Taro and Jiro nodded in agreement, supporting Ishikawa as they hurried towards the Konoha hospital. Big brother's injuries must be treated promptly. Hey, I really don't need to be carried this gently. Can you slow down? Ishikawa grimaced in pain, wishing these two would ease up. Did they truly intend to take his life? It seems the three of them are quite spirited after all. Kakashi smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, and, with a swift movement, vanished in an instant. By the time Ishikawa returned home, it was already past 10 at night. It wasn't that they had spent too long at the hospital, but rather that after leaving, they had gone to collect and relocate their ninja tools and weapons. Once they finished with those tasks, time had slipped away. With a bang, a puff of white smoke enveloped the space, and Lameru's head was summoned once again before Ishikawa. This time, rather than nurturing it further, Ishikawa immersed the head into the nutritional fluid he had purchased at Konoha Hospital, having bought enough to fill a basin. Next, he would simply wait for that individual to arrive that he hoped she would not break her promise. Glancing at the alarm clock, which had barely 10 minutes left, Ishikawa murmured softly as he awaited her arrival. As the minutes ticked by in a tense and anxious atmosphere, the clock approached 11, that almost at the very moment the hour struck, the stillness of the house transformed, overlapping and shifting once more. Before Ishikawa, a familiar, graceful figure began to materialize from the void. Miss Rin, long time no see. Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin. Ishikawa greeted with a smile, his gaze immediately drawn to the vibrant green Chunin vest she wore. Fortunately, Yawara Rin had not ventured outside of Konoha. Ishikawa, I've finally been waiting for you. Yawara Rin beamed, her smile radiant as she nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Ishikawa after nearly a month apart. However, just as her words left her lips, her beautiful eyes were drawn to Lameru's head behind Ishikawa, her mouth falling open in shock. Ishikawa, what is that? Ishikawa swiftly interjected, that is the enemy from Kirigikure who nearly led our team to total annihilation on this mission. Do not be deceived by his seemingly harmless appearance. His abilities are truly formidable. What? Nearly led you to annihilation? In an instant, the sympathy Yawara Rin had just felt for the boy's head vanished, replaced by a pallor of concern. She was no fool to underestimate the gravity of war, especially considering this individual was a ninja from Kirigikure, an adversarial village that had caused Konoha significant losses during her era. Indeed, we encountered one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kakashi Raiga. He is the embodiment of Raiga's power, a youth possessing the bloodline limit of the Red Eye. Had it not been for Kakashi-sensei and our fortunate circumstances, you might not have seen me here today. The Kakashi Raiga of the 7 ninja swordsmen? The Red Eye? Yawara Rin's expression shifted once more, her understanding of the legendary figures of the war era surfacing. Although she wasn't entirely familiar with the specifics of Kakashi Raiga and the 7 ninja swordsmen, she recognized the fearsome reputation they held in the ninja world. Is Kakashi all right? She asked, her gaze fixed anxiously on Ishikawa. While she inferred from Ishikawa's words that Kakashi should be fine, she couldn't help but seek confirmation. Kakashi is unharmed. The most severe injuries were sustained by me, Ishikawa replied with a wry smile, gesturing to the wounds on his back before fixing his serious gaze on Yawara Rin. Miss Rin, since you were able to assist Kakashi-sensei with a Sharingan transplant, I would like to request your help in transplanting a red eye for me as well. In return, I can offer you one of my own red eyes for your own transplant. Under the astonished expression of Yawara Rin, Ishikawa pointed to Lameru's eyes and made his astonishing request. Transplant? For me? What is this red eye, and what bloodline limit does it possess? Yawara Rin exclaimed, bewildered and struggling to comprehend the situation. Moreover, what did he mean by her previously assisting Kakashi with an eye transplant? According to the timeline, that event was supposed to take place a year later. The red eye possesses a penetrating vision akin to the Byakugan, and moreover, it embodies the ability to sense danger and create chakra illusions to bewilder opponents. While this chakra illusion may appear inconsequential to ordinary individuals, it can effectively deceive those with Byakugan or even a Sharingan obscured by mist. In fact, even sensory techniques could be misled by its deceptive nature. Thus, the red eye is often regarded as the nemesis of the Byakugan. Ishikawa succinctly explained to Yawara Rin, his thoughts swirling with complexity. Initially, he had intended to keep the red eye for himself. But due to the uncertainties of the transplant and the need to offer Yawara Rin a sense of security and mutual benefit, he had resorted to this compromise of only transplanting one red eye. After all, the burden of one eye would be far less than that of two. If all went well, he could reserve the other eye for the Sharingan or Rinnegan. No wonder you said your team almost faced total annihilation. This eye is incredibly powerful. Taking a deep breath and swallowing hard, Yawara Rin began to reassess Lameru's eyes. The Byakugan, renowned for its penetrating ability, was a highly valued asset on the battlefield, yet she had not anticipated the existence of a red eye that surpassed it. Acquiring the red eye would undoubtedly elevate the strength and security of Minato's team to unprecedented heights. I will first recover from my injuries to ensure I'm in optimal condition. You can prepare for the surgery. Ishikawa instructed, recognizing that Yawara Rin had aligned herself with his intentions as her eyes gleamed with determination. With that, he moved toward the doorknob. All right, I'll give it a try. Although it was her first time performing such a surgery, Yawara Rin nodded in agreement, ready to begin the preliminary preparations. The allure of the red eye was simply too compelling for Yawara Rin, who was eager to enhance her strength to protect Minato's team. As Yawara Rin gathered the surgical instruments, Ishikawa experienced the exhilarating sensation of his powers once more. With every cell in his body saturated with vitality, the wound on his back healed at an astonishing rate. Though hidden beneath his clothing, he could not feel the numbness, yet the speed of recovery rivaled even Tsunade's creation rebirth. While Tsunade's method relied on dividing cells to mend wounds, Ishikawa's ability restored damaged cells, replenishing their energy and eradicating injuries. Indeed, my wounds have healed. After 5 minutes, Ishikawa reached behind to touch his back, slowly rising as his eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had relied on the doorknob to instantly recover from fatigue and minor injuries. But he had not anticipated recovering from such significant wounds in an instant. However, this came at a cost. Ishikawa sensed that his physical enhancement had not increased significantly, likely due to the energy expended in healing his injuries. Nevertheless, this bolstered his confidence in the red-eye transplant. Glancing at the prepared white cloth-covered table, Ishikawa did not hesitate to lie down. He had been concerned that Yawara Rin might encounter unforeseen challenges during her first surgery. But with the doorknob's assurance, he felt no fear. Ishikawa, which eye will you be replacing? Yawara Rin asked hesitantly as she prepared to proceed, her fingers poised for action. The left eye, Ishikawa murmured, instinctively recalling Obito and Danzo's right eye. Having come to a decision, please replace my left eye along with the optic nerve. The left eye, is it? Yawara Rin confirmed with a nod. Then we will begin with the anesthesia. As her voice fell, Yawara Rin swiftly injected the prepared anesthetic into Ishikawa's head, and the surgery commenced. Although it was her first time, Yawara Rin had meticulously planned the procedure. She would extract Lameru's left optic nerve during the anesthetic's onset, gaining insight into its anatomical structure to enhance her experience. Subsequently, she quickly removed Ishikawa's left optic nerve, her movements somewhat clumsy, but ultimately successful as she seamlessly sutured Lameru's left eye along with the optic nerve into Ishikawa's socket. Master healing technique. In approximately 10 minutes, Yawara Rin completed the seemingly straightforward yet complex procedure, placing her hand upon Ishikawa's left eye to activate her healing technique. Despite being under anesthesia, Ishikawa was acutely aware of the growth and healing of the blood vessels and nerves in his eye. Soon, within 3 minutes, he slowly opened his left eye, revealing a dark brown pupil distinct from his right eye. Almost as soon as he opened his eye, it erupted into a brilliant crimson hue. Radiating an intense brilliance that, in an instant, Ishikawa's vision transformed. The world around him appeared as if veiled in a delicate red filter, allowing him to see through walls and beyond for 2 kilometers. Is this the power of the red eye? Ishikawa marveled, his excitement and astonishment intertwining as he whispered in disbelief. He had not anticipated that while the Byakugan could not penetrate the exterior of the time-space room, the red eye could see outside from within. This phenomenon was not due to the red eye's superiority over the Byakugan, but rather the unique characteristics of the time-space room. Realizing this, Ishikawa shifted his gaze through the inner walls and doorway, catching sight of the real-time events of the Third Great Ninja War, which further intensified his exhilaration. Wait! My chakra, suddenly. Ishikawa's brows furrowed as he noticed the crimson glow in his eye gradually fading. Indeed, the strain on his new eye was considerable. Although he had not completely depleted his chakra, he had consumed nearly 1/10 of IT. It was alarming to think that he had only looked for less than 10 seconds. Moreover, he had already severed the chakra supply to the red eye. The chakra within his body continued to be relentlessly absorbed by the crimson eye. Alas, he had summoned a living embodiment of the red eye. The burden of hope now rested solely upon him. Otherwise, no matter how formidable the crimson eye might be, he would have no choice but to concede. With determination, Ishikawa turned his gaze towards the doorknob of the inner wall and strode forward with resolute steps. He had no desire to become the second Kakashi. At least with his current chakra levels, he was unworthy of squandering energy to nourish the crimson EY. Uchiha Rin observed the bewildering transformation unfolding before her. She was about to inquire when Ishikawa collapsed onto the single sofa as if struck by lightning. The crimson left eye flickered several times before gradually dimming. Even the dark brown pupil transformed into the same black hue as the right eye. What on earth is happening? Witnessing this astonishing change, Uchiha Rin was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. The rejection response had vanished. How could this be possible? It seems we may have underestimated this doorknob. After all, a few minutes later, feeling the normalcy of his body and the newfound control over his left eye, Ishikawa erupted into jubilant laughter. Previously, he had speculated that the electrifying experience was gradually aligning his appearance with that of his past life, hinting at the fusion of soul and body. Now he was finally certain that the power of the doorknob had forcibly merged them. It appeared that its effects were not limited to the spiritual realm, but also addressed the physical rejection response. This meant he and Uchiha Rin could transplant the crimson eye without concern for rejection, as well as other bloodline limits. Miss Rin, the power of the doorknob can eliminate the side effects. So now, how will you proceed with your eye transplant? In a buoyant mood, Ishikawa teased Uchiha Rin with a smile. Instantly, the equally excited Uchiha Rin was left in a daze. Indeed, while Ishikawa had her assistance for his eye transplant, who would she turn to for hers? You should use a shadow clone. After all, with the doorknob support, even if something goes awry, it shouldn't lead to any major issues. Observing Uchiha Rin's bewilderment, Ishikawa made a suggestion. To be on the safe side, I still recommend you first remove that eye for backup. Shadow clone? Uchiha Rin exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. She had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. However, Ishikawa must have anticipated this. Teasing her earlier, what a mischievous fellow. With an annoyed glare at Ishikawa, Uchiha Rin promptly extracted the eye of Landman along with its optic nerve, placing it into a nutrient solution. She then hurriedly proceeded to touch the doorknob, restoring her stamina and chakra to peak condition. Crimson Eye, activate. 2 minutes later, as Uchiha Rin formed the hand seal for her shadow clone, Ishikawa's pupils shifted as he activated his vision, fixating intently on her. Of course, he was not so idle as to peer into the body of a young lady. Rather, he utilized his vision to penetrate Uchiha Rin's meridians, observing the real-time flow of chakra during the activation of her jutsu. The Sharingan's ability to replicate an opponent's jutsu hinges on synchronously copying the chakra flow and hand seals at the moment of activation. Naturally, this also necessitates matching attributes and mastery over chakra control and its property variations. Therefore, while the more perceptive Byakugan or Sharingan cannot achieve instant copying, they can nonetheless utilize their penetrating abilities to visualize chakra pathways, thus accelerating learning as a mere background character, who wouldn't desire an accelerator for their training. Ishikawa found it impossible to resist such temptation. This was also one of the key reasons for his desire to transplant the crimson eye. Goodness, I never imagined that Rin's chakra would be 3 times mine after a month apart. She should now be capable of effortlessly unleashing 2 Rasengan. Gazing at Uchiha Rin's approximately 0.6 chakra, Ishikawa felt a twinge of envy that AS for replicating shadow clones. He chuckled softly. He had no such intention for the time being. Ishikawa primarily wished to observe the completion of the jutsu with the enhancement of the sage arts. After 2 life and death crises, Ishikawa had learned the wisdom of not overreaching and attempting to learn everything at once. which would only lead to failure. Master Sage Technique. Minutes later, as Rin's clone initiated the transplant of the Crimson Eye and activated the Master Sage Technique, Ishikawa immediately intensified his gaze, scrutinizing the shadow clone closely. Although it was a clone, the application of chakra remained consistent, and through the profound analysis of the Crimson Eye, he faced the essence of the technique head-on.